I was originally an ordinary young man in modern society, but somehow I traveled to this strange and magical world. Here, immortal cultivators traverse the heavens and the earth, move mountains and seas, sit high in the clouds, and control everything in the world. And I, an ordinary mortal, seem so small in this vast world. When I first came here, I was full of joy, thinking that I would be like those protagonists in novels, with an invincible system, and from then on I would reach the pinnacle of life. However, reality dealt me a heavy blow. My system is actually immortal. Every year, I can only improve a little attribute, strength, speed, defense, mana, and the essence of all things that I always feel puzzled about. Although immortality is good, this slow growth rate really makes me feel helpless. Fortunately, the system also gave me an immortal spirit beast, a black bull with broken horns. Although it cannot speak, it can understand what I say, and I can add points to it every year, which can be regarded as a companion. A year ago, Black Bull and I lived a peaceful life in a small mountain village. We planted rice and raised some chickens, and thought we could live a peaceful life. But who would have thought that on a dark and windy night, Lao Wang from the next village brought a group of people to steal all our hard work. I was furious. Is there any law? I took an axe and went to argue with them with Black Bull. But the other side was more powerful, and I was beaten all over my body, and one of Black Bull's horns was broken off. We fled and recovered for several days. Since then, I have known the cruelty of this world. Mortals are like ants in front of immortals. Life and death are just a matter of a thought. Everyone in the village knows that mortals should be polite and respectful when they meet immortals, and must not offend them. But the anger in my heart has never been extinguished. A gentleman's revenge is never too late. Those people will pay the price sooner or later. Ding. The host can now add points. The 1-year deadline has come, and I did not hesitate to add points to my strength. When I was beaten, it was because I was too weak that I could not resist. But I never expected that this little increase in strength would make me so uncomfortable. A strong force instantly surged through my body, and I punched the ground, trying to vent my anger. As a result, the force was mutual, and my hand was broken. I took the big black bull to recover for several days. However, after adding points to the black bull, its strength was significantly enhanced. Although there was no change in appearance, I could see its excitement when it tried to move its body. We lived in a thatched hut in a small mountain village. Although it was simple, it was warm. But fate always seemed to like to play tricks on people. A fire suddenly broke out and burned our hut to ashes. Big Black Bull and I knelt outside the hut, looking at the ruins, our hearts filled with despair. We became homeless again. Why was life so difficult? Fortunately, there is always a way out. Black Cow kept the rice by chewing his cud, which was enough for us to survive for a few days. I looked at the cave under the hillside to the east and sighed helplessly. Old Cow, it seems that we can only live there. Big Black Cow didn't care. As long as I was there, anywhere was home. During my time in the village, I worked as an apprentice to carpenters and blacksmiths, and Black Ox helped carry things. The villagers said it had a spirit and told me not to kill it for food. I sneered. How could I, Chin Sun, be such an ungrateful person? We work hard just to survive in this world. However, the appearance of the immortal cultivators once again disrupted our peaceful life. The Yunqian sect was recruiting disciples, and the whole village was in an uproar. I also went to join in the fun, but it turned out that I was just a 5-element mixed spiritual root, which did not attract the attention of the immortal cultivators at all. The ruthlessness of those immortal cultivators made me even more afraid. They killed people at the slightest disagreement, and their eyes were just like when I killed a chicken. I secretly swore that I would never have any intersection with them. Days passed, and Dehainyo and I lived smoothly in the village. We learned all kinds of skills, such as funeral services and swana. Dehainyo's coffin-carrying skills were better than mine, and everyone in the village gave him a thumbs up. Our reputation grew, but my appearance remained the same. Gossip began to spread in the village, saying that I was impotent. I was furious and argued with those aunties, but I was defeated in the end. I sighed helplessly. This immortality has become a burden to me. Old Cow, it seems we can't stay here any longer. I looked at the big Black Cow, my eyes full of reluctance. This village can no longer accommodate us. The big black cow seemed to understand what I meant. It nodded, with a glimmer of determination in its eyes. We decided to leave the village and venture out into the world. Before leaving, we left our belongings to Xiao Haizi's family to thank them for their care over the years. We also went to the next village to seek revenge and gave Lao Wang's family a good lesson. Looking at their horrified eyes, the anger in my heart was finally vented. After leaving the village, we encountered many dangers in the mountains and forests, but with our strength and wisdom, we overcame danger again and again. We killed a brown bear and tasted the delicious bear paws. I also taught the big black bull many truths, so that it understood how difficult it is to survive in this world. By chance, we met a man who called himself Bai Xian Men. He actually wanted to steal the big black bull. I was nervous, knowing that today might not end well. The man drew his sword and I thought we were going to die. But at the critical moment, the big black bull suddenly attacked and kicked the man to the ground. I took the opportunity to pick up the axe and chopped his neck. Looking at his falling figure, I was filled with fear. But I knew we had no choice. We quickly destroyed all traces and fled the scene. After more than half a year of traveling, we finally arrived at Panning City. This magnificent city amazed me and Dehainyo. The city was bustling, with wide streets and towers everywhere. Lanterns were hung high, and there were talented men and beautiful women reciting poems on the towers. The flowers were so dazzling that Chen Sun and Dehainyo were stunned. Good. Moo. Chen Sun and Dehainyo stood on the periphery watching the acrobatics, acting as the atmosphere group. Suddenly, a struggle appeared in Chen Sun's eyes. It is not good to get something for free. He fumbled around his waist for a long time and threw a copper coin into the gong. When the juggler heard the sound, he immediately rushed towards Chen Sun and spit out fire from his mouth, which was extremely spectacular. Good. Chen Sun laughed happily and clapped his hands. Big Black Bull was surprised, thinking that this person was an immortal cultivator who was actually performing for them. It was worthy of being a big city. After watching for a while, they left the crowd and bought 2 strings of candied haws. Chen Sun took one and Hainyo took another, which made the young ladies passing by giggle. What exquisite workmanship these are. Chen Sun was amazed when he saw that everything on the roadside stalls was handmade. These people have been making a living from this business all their lives, so they would not tolerate any fakery. Hey young man, is there anything you like? The vendor greeted kindly. I'll just take a look. I'll definitely buy it when I have money in the future. Chen Sun smiled embarrassedly, he really meant it. It's okay. I have a broken wood sculpture here. If you like it, take it. The vendor took out a tiger statue from the side. It was very lifelike, except that the tail seemed to be carved badly. Boss, let us give you some rice in exchange. I like this statue very much. Become. The vendor gave it directly to Chen Sun, who also gave him some rice. Back on the street, Chen Sun held the statue in both hands and couldn't let it go. He envied the big black bull so much that he wondered why the stall owner didn't give it one as a gift. It's okay, old cow. When we have money in the future, I will buy you a wooden sculpture of a little cow. Moo moo. The big black bull understood at once and shouted happily twice. Today is the end of the year. Things similar to Kongming lanterns are slowly rising into the sky along the river, carrying the people's good wishes for the coming year. The entire Panning City is illuminated. This is the custom of Panning City, and is named Wishing Lantern by the locals. Chen Sun looked up at the sky, and a smile unconsciously appeared on the corner of his mouth. Old cow, let it go or not, we're going to bleed a lot. Moo. Moo. The big black bull's eyes were shining with brilliance. Only a fool would not let go. It had many wishes in its heart. The riverside was full of people, and there might be some cultivators among them. In a corner by the river, Chen Sun bought 2 prayer lanterns, and they each had a cow and decided not to go to those crowded places. Old cow, what's your wish? Let's write it down. I heard it will be more effective. Chen Sun held a piece of black charcoal and looked at the big black bull. Just hold it in your mouth and write. Didn't I teach you how to write? Moo. The big black bull grabbed the charcoal with his mouth, and with a thoughtful look in his eyes, he began to move the prayer lamp. Hey, it's not a heifer or anything. Chen Sun smiled obscenely, looking at the big black bull's wishing lantern. At that time, it would really be a little cow sitting on the wishing lantern, which was so awesome. Forever what? Chen Sun frowned. The big black bull's handwriting was crooked. Follow Chen. His heart was shocked and he looked deeply at the big black bull. The two wishing lanterns were slowly released and merged into the thousands of wishing lanterns and gradually disappeared. Moo. The big black bull nudged Chen Sun. If you speak out your wishes, they won't come true. Do you understand? Chen Sun said mysteriously, and the big black bull was startled. It believed it again and stopped pushing Chen Sun. The man and the ox started to tour Panning City at night again. Chen Sun took the opportunity to see what kind of work there was in the city. He now knew all kinds of martial arts. After reaping the benefits of speed, Chen Sun continued to add this year's longevity points to speed, and also added a point to the big black bull. The next day, Chen Sun went to a blacksmith shop in the city. When he entered, he acted so arrogantly that the boss was stunned and thought he was here to cause trouble. Brother, we don't accept cattle here. I am naturally strong, and I think your blacksmith shop might be lacking something without me. What do you mean? Boss, is the blacksmith shop still hiring? Chen Sun suddenly smiled and showed his arms. One is worth two, and with the help of my family's ancestral black bull, I guarantee that your business will be booming. Bang. Chen Sun was kicked out, and the blacksmith shop owner spat. Do you think I will accept someone with an unknown origin? Moo. The big black bull was furious. Why was the boss insulting him? He spat back at him. Chen Sun quickly stopped Hanyo and said in a cold voice, if you won't let me stay here, I will find another place that will. The boss folded his arms and several blacksmiths came out from behind him. It looked like they were going to take action if Chen Sun said one more word. Chen Sun silently held the rope of the cow. Without saying a word, he pulled the big black cow and ran away. Tisk. Several people sighed, waved their hands, and went back to forging iron. On the way, Big Black Bull nudged Chen Sun and told him not to be angry anymore. It's okay. I asked around. There's a blacksmith shop on the next street. I heard business is not good. Let's go there and give it a try. Moo. The Big Black Bull nodded. When he arrived at the blacksmith shop, Chen Sun was shocked. Why did it feel like it was facing bankruptcy? There was even a little old man dozing off on the chair. Old man. Chen Sun walked in leading Hanyo, and there was not even a single customer. Why? The old man took off with a sprint, his eyes cloudy. What are you buying, little brother? Haha, I'm naturally strong. Is the blacksmith shop still hiring? Chen Sun said with a smile. Ha 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 ha. The old man nodded suddenly. It's just that all the blacksmiths in this blacksmith shop have run away, and there is no money to pay. It's okay, boss, just give us a place to live. That's fine. The old man said happily, you can live in the backyard of this blacksmith shop as you like. The two hit it off immediately. Chen Sun took Hanyo to sort out their pots and pans, while Hanyo looked around for a place to hide the rice. This world is just so big. Chen Sun sighed, in such a big store, even Big Black Bull can move around freely. An hour later, he and Big Black Ox started to work together on forging iron. There was a clanging sound in the blacksmith shop, which made the old man's eyelids twitch. It was really a strong force. Young man, look at your skills. Have you ever worked as a blacksmith before? The old man's eyes sparkled, and he put his hands behind his back, but the technique is a little rough. Of course, old man, to be honest, I have 5 years of work experience. Whoever hires me will definitely make a profit. Chen Sun boasted that he really liked blacksmithing, which was a kind of control over strength, but he was not able to reach the level of meticulousness yet. You can't forge iron like this. The old man shook his head, wasting too much energy, and said, let me show you my skills. Wow, what an expert. Chen Sun looked at the old man's way of forging iron, which was completely different from the blacksmiths in the village. But in a short while, the old man was out of breath. I'm old, come here, little brother. The old man waved his hand and looked at the big black cow. This cow was really smart. Okay. Chen Sun also imitated the old man's technique, and it really worked. He seemed to have a better control over his body strength. In the following year, Chen Sun took Big Black Ox to work as an ironsmith every day, while the old man gave instructions from the side, and also gave some pointers to Big Black Ox. No matter whether they are immortal cultivators or mortals, they all have their own shining points and wisdom. Chen Sun has benefited a lot from this blacksmith shop. Mr. Sun, our blacksmith shop's business is getting better and better. Chen Sun smiled with his bare chest, saying that now that the shop was starting to make money, he and Dehanyo had some savings, which the latter had hidden in the soil in the backyard. The old man's name is Son Kale. He once had a son, but he died when he went to Ningyan Mountains to look for immortals. He has been living alone all these years. Haha, very good. Son Kale smiled. Since Chen Sun came to the blacksmith shop, he has smiled a lot more often. Chen Sun's iron-making speed and quality were much higher than those of several other blacksmith shops. Word spread quickly, and people often came to customize ironware, and left with satisfaction in their eyes. Chen Sun. A loud roar was heard from the street, and a burly man came over with two men, holding a long knife in his hand. Brother Zhang is here. Chen Sun smiled and said, "Whatever you want to build, make arrangements for Brother Zhang." Brother Zhang's name is Zhang Jiang. He is the eldest brother of a martial arts sect. He is a generous man and often comes to the blacksmith shop. He also invites his fellow disciples to come here. Zhang Jiang stepped forward and shouted, 100 swords, no way to take them. It's a big order. Chen Sun's eyes lit up, and he was still hammering away at the iron. Take it. When does Brother Zhang want it? If you can complete it in 1 month within 2 months, I'll give you more money. Zhang Jiang grinned. Why are you asking for more money? Brother Zhang, please be polite. I will arrange everything for you within a month. Chen Sun glanced at Zhang Jiang with a reproachful look. We are brothers, so why not? Come and get it at this time next month. That's great. You see, this brother Chen Sun knows how to do business. Zhang Jiang shouted and looked at the two people behind him. The two people behind him also nodded. They, the people in the martial arts world, just like Chen Sun's type. Brother Chen Sun, don't eat the big black cow behind you. It's rare to see such a smart old cow nowadays. This is a family heirloom. I can't eat it. Chen Sun waved his hands quickly. Okay, I'll leave first. If anyone dares to cause trouble in the blacksmith shop, let Brother Zhang know. Zhang Jiang laughed and looked at the big black bull behind him. Black bull, let's go, I'll see you off, Brother Zhang. Moo. The big black bull turned around and actually mooed. Ha ha ha. Zhang Jiang took the two of them away. Chen Sun's farewell voice was heard behind them. He raised one hand and waved, and his figure disappeared on the street. Chen Sun, the iron-making time should not be too long. Sun Kale frowned slightly. This Chen Sun was not only strong but also had great endurance. This will hurt your body. When you get old, you will be like me. Mr. Sun, it's okay. I'm naturally strong, so fierce. Chen Sun didn't care at all. He didn't use his full strength in this job and didn't feel tired at all. He is now constantly controlling his strength and increasing it. In the past, if he used too much force, he might break the opponent, but now with his control over strength and method, one hammer is equivalent to several hammers in the past and will not break the opponent. To outsiders, it might seem that he is forging iron, but in fact, Chen Sun is constantly practicing. It is always good to have many skills, and the thing he has the most is time. Haha, okay. Sun Kale shook his head and smiled. It seemed that this year was influenced by Chen Sun's optimistic attitude. He felt that he had become a lot younger. At night, Chen Sun and Dehanyo returned to the yard. He still added this year's longevity points to his speed, and the men and the cow surrounded each other stealthily. Old cow, dig. Moo. The soil flew around, and gradually an earthen jar was revealed. It was full of copper coins and a piece of silver. Chen Sun was so moved that he kept sighing. He was rich now. Moo. Moo. The big black bull nudged Chen Sun with hope in his eyes. Let's finish Brother Zhang's order and then go buy the wood carvings. Don't worry, I'll remember it. Moo, the big black bull jumped happily. Its happiness is so simple. Chen Sun moved to another place and buried the earthen jar in the soil. When he was out, he must never let his guard down. The next month, Zhang Jiang did not come. Chen Sun was puzzled. Brother Zhang never broke his promises in the past, so why didn't he come today? Maybe something delayed him. Chen Sun didn't think much about it and continued to forge iron. He was still far from reaching the level of meticulous control over his strength, so hard work could make up for his shortcomings. The next month, someone finally came to pick up the knife, but it was not Zhang Jiang. Hey, girl, where is Brother Zhang? He said he came to get the knife last month. Chen Sun asked casually while the Hainyo was carrying the long knife in the back. Senior Brother Zhang died in the fight with Bai Xuanmen. The woman said in a low voice, feeling depressed. Ah. Chen Sun was startled and changed the subject. I was too talkative. I'll go get you a knife right away. Okay. The woman nodded. After a while, the woman and her followers paid and took away all the 100 long swords. Chen Sun sat in the back and sighed softly, saying to the big black bull, Brother Zhang, he is dead. Moo. Big black bull nudged Chen Sun in surprise and doubt. Brother Zhang is still so young. I heard he died in a fight. It's normal for people in the underworld to kill people in fighting. Chen Sun shook his head and sighed, even if they are immortal cultivators, they will die if they participate in the fight. Big black bull nodded heavily, it was still safer where they were. We are invincible in Changsheng. We should not offend or get involved. We should help our friends within our ability. Chen Sun said calmly, his eyes dim, there is nothing in this world that can stir up waves for you and me, so keep calm. Moo. The big black bull looked at Chen Sun with a proud look, and it couldn't tell how cultured he was. Chen Sun, the iron ore seller, heard that our business is good, so he raised the price. Son Kale came in anxiously from outside. He had always been responsible for purchasing the iron ore for the store. Ah. What? Chen Sun stood up with a bang, burning with anger. They had just made some money. Isn't this bullying an honest person? Old cow, grab your weapons, damn it. Chen Sun instantly drew out the 2 axes from his waist, bare-chested, revealing his 16 abdominal muscles. Go and reason with them. Moo. Moo. When the big black bull gets angry, he raises his horns and his whole body is instantly covered with the tailor-made bandit equipment. No one can stop him and he only knows how to reason with people. The place where the iron ore was sold was just a few streets away. Chen Sun, leading the big black bull, rushed over in a hurry, with an imposing manner and fast steps. The iron mine owner was horrified when he saw this and shouted, What do you want to do, man? It's nothing, we just want to talk about reason. Why is the price of this iron ore increased when it is sold to us? Chen Sun held the 2 axes and shouted loudly, This is not fair, do you know? Moo. Moo. The big black bull also followed behind and barked twice, with full of energy. The iron mine boss's head was slightly sweaty. He had a fierce look on his face, 16-pack abdominal muscles, a big black bull following behind him, and razor blades hanging all over his body. You told me you were here to reason. Haha, don't worry, this good man, but is this from Son Kale's family? That's right, boss, give me an explanation. The blacksmith shop is also owned by Zhang Jiang, and Brother Zhang is in charge of it. Chen Sun said word by word that if these people did not show some strength, they would only be bullied, and this would be true in any world. Okay, wait a moment, please take a seat. The iron mine boss bowed and said with a smile. Okay, we are reasonable people too, we are not here to cause trouble. Chen Sun's tone slowed down, he sat down, slammed the axe on the table, and was not in a hurry. Not long after, the iron mine owner stepped out of the door, with a smile on his face, and said, It was this man and this cow who came to the government's place to cause trouble. Caught. A group of soldiers rushed over and arrested Chen Sun in an instant, not even letting De Hainyo go. We are here to reason. It's so unfair. Chen Sun shouted, struggling slightly, I really am here to reason. Stop talking nonsense. You are causing trouble here and disturbing the public order of Panning City. Who are you trying to scare? The officers and soldiers shouted coldly and took the two criminals away. Chen Sun kept shouting that it was unfair. 5 days later, Chen Sun and Dehei Nyo walked out of the prison and saw the light of day again. But their axes and blades were confiscated, so they had to go back and rebuild them. Back in the blacksmith shop, son Kale prepared a brazier. The man and the cow jumped back and forth, laughing as if nothing had happened. However, after Chen Sun's fuss, the boss of the iron ore did not raise the price, so it was considered a small gain. Time flies, and another 5 years have passed. The blacksmith shop was doing a booming business, and it even took away a lot of business from the blacksmith shop next door. When the owner saw that it was Chen Sun, he was heartbroken and said it was a pity that he had not recognized a hero. He also invited Chen Sun to a restaurant for a meal, and the grudge between the two disappeared. However, Chen Sun's appetite shocked him. He even packed up the food after eating, causing the blacksmith shop owner to suffer a heavy loss. The two of them now call each other brothers, and Chen Sun is absolutely good at dealing with people and things in life. But today, Chen Sun was speeding on the street, so fast that it caused a strong wind, and his eyes were full of anxiety. Over the past 5 years, his control over strength has reached perfection, and he has added 5 longevity points to speed. Now Chen Sun and Dehei Nyo's longevity points: strength, 21. Speed, 8. Chen Sun was holding a few bags of herbs in his hands. Son Kale's health was almost failing. He had been relying on herbs to survive for the past year, and they had spent all their savings. But so what? In Chen Sun's view, money is like a passing cloud. The people around him are the most important. He should always cherish the present and live a wonderful life. Besides, no one is heartless like plants or trees. He has reached the goal of all immortal cultivators, immortality. There is no need for him to get rid of lust and pursue the so-called supreme path. This is his final bottom line as an immortal. Chen Sun always believed in one rule: to help friends around him to the best of his ability, and to never try to be aggressive beyond his ability. Please make way. Chen Sun frowned and shouted, speeding past. People passing by exclaimed in surprise, this young man is so fast. The big black bull was burning a fire and boiling medicine in the backyard of the blacksmith shop. It didn't want old Sun to die either, so it made low mooing sounds and hung its head. Beside the bed, son Kale was already in a state of decline, sometimes lucid, sometimes forgetful, but today his face was quite rosy. He called Chen Sun and Big Black Bull into the room, slowly stood up and leaned against the wall. A black bull's head stretched in and looked at him with concern. Hee. Son Kale patted the big black bull and said with a kind smile, I'm fine. Everyone will have this day. Mr. Sun, it's okay. I asked the doctors in the city. If you take medicine every day, you can live at least 10 years. Chen Sun smiled indifferently, I'm very strong. Business is so good every day, we don't lack money. I still remember your first day at the blacksmith shop. Son Kale smiled with wrinkles on his face and looked at Chen Sun, like a country boy, making so much noise. Chen Sun forced a smile and didn't respond. I don't have much to teach you. Now that you've learned it all, I'll leave this shop to you from now on. Son Kale smiled slightly and took Chen Sun's hand, save more money, find a wife, and don't buy medicine. Mr. Sun, you underestimate me. How much does this herb cost? Chen Sun waved his hand and said, Mr. Sun, didn't you hear me? I want to. Don't comfort me. I know my own body. Son Kale coughed and interrupted Chen Sun, I have something here, give it to you. After he finished speaking, he took out a secret book from behind his pillow and said with a weak smile, my son once went to look for immortals after reading this. Mr. Sun, I have no interest in cultivating immortals. Chen Sun didn't care about this secret book, living well is the most important thing. It would be great if my son had a character like yours. Son Kale's eyes were slightly absent-minded, and he sighed softly, I don't have anything left for you, so just take it. Okay. Chen Sun nodded. Big Black Bull, haha, followed Chen Sun closely. Son Kale looked at the big black bull with love in his eyes. I have seen so many animals, and you are the most spiritual. God is kind and merciful, and he will bless you. Moo. Moo. The big black bull moved its head. Mr. Sun, don't say such discouraging words. The doctor said that the better your attitude is, the longer you will live. Chen Sun held Son Kale's hand tightly with his backhand. It was so cold, and a biting chill slowly flowed into Chen Sun's heart. Chen Sun boy. I'm here, Mr. Sunday. Thank you. Son Kale smiled warmly and looked deeply at Chen Sun and Dahe Nyo, as if she wanted to imprint these two faces deep in her mind and never forget them. Let's go. I'll take a break. Okay, Lao Nyo, let's go and make the medicine. Moo. Chen Sun and Dahe Nyo ran out quickly and prepared the medicine according to the recipe outside the yard, looking a little flustered. On the second day, the cold wind was blowing, and the plum tree outside the yard dropped countless yellow leaves. Son Kale passed away in the room, leaving peacefully. On the street, a big black ox was pulling a cart with a coffin on it. Chen Sun walked behind it, pushing it with an expressionless face. The pedestrians on the road all frowned, feeling very unlucky, and kept their distance. The man and the cow didn't care about other people's eyes and slowly pulled the cart out of the city. They moved carefully for fear of any bumps. Chen Sun found a feng shui treasured site to bury Mr. Sun, and the tombstone was engraved with, "Tomb of my mentor, Son Kale." The cold wind blew, and yellow papers filled the sky. A desolate atmosphere lingered between heaven and earth. Chen Sun burned incense and bowed. The man and the cow walked slowly towards the city, and their backs gradually disappeared. They returned to the blacksmith shop and stared blankly for a long time. The chair was empty, as if there was no old man dozing there anymore. It's okay, old cow, we should be happy. Moo. What would Mr. Sun do without us? There wouldn't even be anyone to handle his funeral. Moo. At least we have managed the blacksmith shop well in the past few years, and Mr. Sun is living a happy life, isn't he? Moo. That's right, we have done a great thing, let's be happy, ha, ha, ha. Moo. 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 The man and the cow laughed uglier than crying, and the shop gradually fell into silence. It was unclear whether Chen Sun's words were to comfort the big black cow or to comfort himself. Why? Chen Sun slapped his head suddenly. The more he thought about it, the more he felt something was wrong. Moo. There was a puzzled look in the big black bull's eyes. What was going on? Old cow, we've been tricked. Chen Sun said solemnly, his eyes firm. The doctor must have seen that we were anxious and told us nonsense about the price of the medicine. He was filled with grief and indignation, wondering why he hadn't studied medicine well despite having all these skills. There was no doctor in the small mountain village, and they only knew some folk remedies to treat injuries. He had never thought that this day would come. Miscalculated. Big Black Bull was startled and nudged Chen Sun. Why don't you learn medicine? Let's work hard to earn money. We still owe a lot of money to our neighbors this year. Chen Sun's eyes were burning with fire. The profession of doctor was extremely profitable. Moreover, it was inevitable to encounter bumps and bruises in life. Learning medical skills was essential. He had a new goal in mind. Moo. There was a gleam in Big Black Bull's eyes, and he thought to himself, if Chen Sun learns medical skills in the future, he can cure his own diseases, and those people won't have to die of illness anymore. Chen Sun looked at Dahe Nyo's approving eyes and smiled slightly. The gloom just now was swept away. Life is always full of unknowns and challenges. This is what makes it exciting. Old cow, get to work. Moo. The sound of hammering began to be heard again from the blacksmith shop. Chen Sun now had control over his strength to the point where he could just point his finger down and take the ant's head without hurting its body at all. The ant nest in the blacksmith shop suffered a great disaster and began to migrate with their entire clan, leaving behind only a number of headless corpses. Today, Chen Sun's blacksmith shop is famous in several surrounding streets. It has fair prices, high quality, and good popularity. There were also many matchmakers who came to propose marriage. Even they could not resist his 16-pack abdominal muscles, and their eyes were full of charm. Chen Sun just smiled coldly and said to the matchmaker, I have been working as a blacksmith here for several years. My heart has long been as cold as the hammer in my hand. Women will only slow down my speed of working as a blacksmith. When these words were spoken, countless girls in the boudoir were saddened and thought to themselves that this man was indeed their dream man, as even the way he spoke was so heroic and extraordinary. A year later, Chen Sun finally paid off his foreign debts, had some savings, and continued to add longevity points to his speed. It was just dawn and the streets were sparsely populated with only a few people passing by. They cleaned the blacksmith shop and brought all kinds of things, including pots, pans, and bowls, and hung them on both sides of the black ox. Old cow, get ready to go. Moo. They carefully sealed the shop, but the title deed was still theirs, so as long as they didn't sell it, they could come back and check it out later. Let's go. Chen Sun took one last look at the surrounding streets and smiled freely. Moo. Moo. The big black bull shouted happily. Chen Sun said that he would take it to buy wood carvings and light prayer lanterns today. The sense of ritual in life is indispensable, otherwise it would be too boring. Ding-ling, ding-ling, there was a crisp collision sound from the big black bull, and two figures gradually went away. As the sun was rising, some people passed by Chen Sun's blacksmith shop and found it closed. The man was nowhere to be found. They all sighed inwardly, wishing they had made a few more iron tools here and brought them home. When Chen Sun's blacksmith shop closed, the blacksmith shops in the nearby streets were overjoyed. They all celebrated and raised their prices. They had to raise their prices. I don't see who won't raise their prices. Today is the end of another year, and Panning City is still bustling at night, just like when they first arrived here. With curiosity in his eyes, Chen Sun walked slowly on the street, leading the big black cow. He stopped to look everywhere, holding various foods in his hands. Now that they had money, they naturally wanted to spend some. It was still the same, you take a bite, I take a bite, and the people around us laughed and said that this young man was interesting. But this time something unexpected happened. When watching the acrobatics, Chen Sun couldn't pull the big black bull no matter what. They had to wait until the bull had enjoyed the show before continuing on their way. The big black bull always thought that it was the immortal cultivators performing for them, and he was fascinated by it, mooing continuously. Boss, do you remember us? Chen Sun walked to a stall and smiled, we are here to buy wood carvings. The difference is that there is a child sitting next to the boss, playing with the wood carving, and the stall owner has also moved to a new location, but it is not far from the original place. Hey, bro, it's you. The vendor was stunned for a moment, and then suddenly realized that the boy who exchanged rice for his wood carving really hasn't changed at all. Do you have any wood carvings of cows? We'll buy 2. Okay. The vendor smiled and searched for 2 lifelike wooden carvings of cows. There was no flaw in them. He handed them to Chen Sun and said, here, little brother. After Chen Sun gave the money, he waved the wooden sculpture in front of the big black bull, which made the big black bull very anxious. Chen Sun laughed out loud. They went to the river again to release the wish lanterns. The big black bull refused to let Chen Sun see his wish no matter what, and his whole body blocked Chen Sun's view. Chen Sun took the big black ox to the southern city of Panning, where there were many medical clinics. The blacksmith shop was in the northern city, but it was too far away and would take several days to walk there. 2 days later, they walked to a shop with a plaque that read Pingtai Medical Clinic and couplets written on both sides. First line, I hope everyone in the world is well. Second line, why worry about the dust on the medicine shelf? Horizontal banner, peace in the world. People come and go in the clinic, all with worried looks on their faces. The doctors at Pingtai Clinic have a very good reputation here, and are known as the doctors who save lives by the local people. The guys inside were very busy, constantly dispensing medicine to people coming and going. There were also several doctors saving lives and healing the wounded, and cries of pain could be heard from time to time. Lao Nyo, I'll go in and check the situation. I'll tie you up outside the door. You're old enough now, you need to learn to protect yourself. Chen Sun said seriously, if a stranger wants to take you away, just scream and then kick him, but don't use too much force. Moo. Big Black Bull nodded and gave me a look that said, don't worry, I know what I'm doing. Do you want to see a doctor or get medicine? A waiter asked casually. I'm looking for Ning Si, Dr. Ning. Chen Sun bowed and said that he had inquired about it. Ning Si was the boss here. He had a kind personality and was a compassionate doctor, and was widely praised by the people. Little brother, you're looking for me. Ning Si walked in from another lobby. He had long, thick black hair tied up on his head, a mustache, and melancholy in his eyes. He was middle-aged. However, in Chen Sun's opinion, this person is very good at preserving his health, and his actual age may be older than he looks. Dr. Ning, I'm here to study medicine. Chen Sun bowed, and his sleeves inadvertently slipped down, revealing his firm muscles. Ning Si's eyelids jumped at the sight of his strong body. Haha, I won't accept any disciples for the time being. You should go look somewhere else, little brother. Ning Si said calmly that he had no intention of accepting a disciple for the time being. Dr. Ning, I am here to learn medicine sincerely, and I am able to endure hardships. Chen Sun begged with hope in his eyes, it's okay if I can do odd jobs here, as long as I can learn something. Why? There was a flash of struggle in Ning Si's eyes. Suddenly, there was a loud moo, moo sound outside. Everyone was startled. A gust of wind blew and Chen Sun rushed out. What a nimble move. Ning Si's eyes flashed with admiration and he quickly went out to see what happened. Hey, this black cow of mine is just stubborn and can't be pulled away no matter what. A local thug chuckled and explained to the onlookers. He looked grim, for it was the first time he experienced what it meant to be as strong as an ox. Moo. Moo. The big black bull shouted angrily, and just as he was about to raise his foot, he saw Chen Sun coming out, and he shouted loudly. What are you doing? This is my cow. Chen Sun's eyes widened and he shouted angrily, let go. You said it's yours, so it's yours. The thug sneered and looked Chen Sun up and down, thinking he was just a young man who was not very worldly wise. So you mean you don't want to be reasonable? Oh, that's ridiculous. This is my big black bull. Do you still want to do anything to me? The thug spat, put down his hand holding the rope, slowly rolled up his sleeves, and took out a dagger and shook it. He has been roaming these streets for many years, so it is easy for him to catch a young boy. Everyone heard it, this person is unreasonable. Chen Sun frowned slightly and shouted to the people around him, inadvertently revealing the 3 axes on his waist. The gangster paused, his pupils shrank, and asked, Hey, everyone, what's going on? Chen Sun took a step forward and slowly unbuttoned his shirt, revealing his 16 abdominal muscles inadvertently. His body seemed to be extremely strong, as if it had been tempered through thousands of battles. The people around were shocked. This young man looked ordinary, but they didn't expect him to be a martial artist. Wait. Little brother, I suddenly realized that I was mistaken. This is not my cow, haha. The gangster's pupils trembled. This young man was too fierce. He slowly stepped back. He felt like he had hit a wall. Go ahead. I'll go first. Go away, you're asking for a fight. Chen Sun suddenly roared and rushed out angrily. He was so fast that only a shadow was left on the spot. His sandbag-sized fist was reflected in the eyes of the gangster. Ah. Grandpa, stop hitting me. The streets were filled with screams of thugs, who were rolling on the ground, begging for mercy. The big black bull kept spitting at them, and finally pushed them away to another place. The thug had a look of despair in his eyes, his body seemed to be falling apart, the corners of his mouth and nose were covered in blood, and his whole body was filled with the foul stench of saliva. This young man has 16-pack abdominal muscles and a body as strong as an iron wall. Even if he calls a few brothers, it will be useless. He can only take the beating in vain. Next time you see this guy, avoid him. Well played. This thug deserves to be beaten. He is uneducated and wanders around all day. I have long disliked him. The people around cheered, saying that a hero truly emerged from a young age and did what they dared not do. Chen Sun snorted coldly. If they even dared to touch Lao Nyo, he would kill them all if they dared to retaliate. Moo. Moo. The big black bull nudged Chen Sun. He felt at ease only when he was around. It's okay, Lao Nyo, I'm here. Chen Sun held Big Black Bull's head with one hand, looking coldly in the direction where the thugs were escaping. He suddenly looked at Ning Si, which made the latter feel creepy. This young man carried 3 axes and had 16 abdominal muscles. Was he really here to learn medicine? Please accept me, Dr. Ning, and let us do odd jobs at Pingtai Medical Clinic. My family's heirloom black bull can also help. Chen Sun bowed his head and saluted, his words full of sincerity. Moo. Moo. The big black bull also asked Ning Si. Dr. Ning, please accept him. It's rare to find a young man with such a sense of justice. Yes, Dr. Ning, this little brother is really pitiful. He brought his family's cattle to the city to make a living. The people around also spoke up for Chen Sun, who looked like a man with a miserable life. Okay, I'll take you in. Ning Si nodded. This young man did look pitiful. It would be bad if he was left stranded outside and was retaliated by a group of thugs. At least no one in the clinic dared to touch him. Thank you, Dr. Ning. Chen Sun was overjoyed and bowed to the people around him to express his gratitude for their support. Let's go. Ning Si smiled, put his hands behind his back, and led them into the backyard of the clinic. Medical skills are profound and cannot be sloppy at all. One must first start with identifying medicinal materials. Ning Si gave him a book of medicinal materials and asked Chen Sun to identify and remember the medicinal materials in the backyard one by one. Otherwise, Chen Sun would not even be qualified to work as a handyman in the clinic. However, he thought he was quite smart, so he taught Big Black Bull how to identify the patterns while consolidating his own knowledge at the same time. However, the cruelty of reality taught Chen Sun a good lesson. There are thousands of medicinal herbs, and accurate identification cannot be achieved by rote memorization. At night, candles were lit in the backyard, and a man and a cow read by lamplight. Old cow, I didn't realize that you are not so smart. Chen Sun laughed and felt balanced instantly. They were evenly matched. For Chen Sun, the most painful thing in the world is not that he cannot learn, but that the old cow has learned it, but he, Chen Sun, has not yet learned it. Moo. Moo. The big black bull got angry, his eyes widened, and he nudged Chen Sun. There were some unfamiliar characters that he didn't recognize, so he had to rely on Chen Sun to interpret them. However, it already had a plan in mind. It wanted to overtake Chen Sun while he was going to the toilet and suppress his arrogance. Time passed quietly as they learned to identify medicinal herbs. Another year passed, and Chen Sun had officially put on the waiter uniform of Pingtai Medical Clinic. He started to walk with a slight breeze, and a cool smile appeared on his face. During this year he had learned to recognize most of the medicinal herbs, but Dr. Ning did not praise him for his talent. He only said that he was hardworking and could endure loneliness. He also added his longevity points to speed. The only way to defeat martial arts in the world is to be fast. As long as he runs fast enough, disasters will always be one step slower than him. My friend, 1 coin of holly, 2 coin of mulberry, and 3 coin of autumn stone. Okay. Chen Sun responded, and he was very familiar with it. He quickly took out medicinal herbs from several cabinets, packed them up and handed them to the men. After resting at night, Chen Sun ate melon seeds and continued to study the book on medicinal materials with Hein Yo. However, suspicion gradually appeared in his eyes. He looked up and down at the big black bull and said faintly, "Old bull." Moo. The big black bull trembled all over, and his eyes could not hide anything. Did you learn it secretly? I have been observing you for a few days. Chen Sun raised his eyebrows. This cow had violated his taboo. It laughed and joked with him at night, and secretly learned from him during the day when he was working as a waiter. How brave. Moo. Moo. The big black bull broke out in a cold sweat and refused to admit it, but his eyes had already betrayed him. As a punishment, you are not allowed to read tonight. Chen Sun turned around and continued to eat melon seeds. I will not read with you until you realize how hateful this behavior is. Moo. The big black bull got anxious and circled around Chen Sun, accidentally knocking Chen Sun over with its butt. Chen Sun was helpless and could not persuade it, so he could only appeal to its emotions and explain the harms of learning secretly. Do you understand? What if you make a mistake when I'm not around? You can't even recognize the whole word. This is a medicinal herb. If you make a mistake, it could cost someone's life. Moo, moo. The big black bull nodded continuously. He understood and never learned secretly again. Come, let's continue, and tell you about the effects of this medicinal herb. Chen Sun pointed at the book, and the big black bull also stretched his head over. The man and the bull continued to study, their hearts full of passion. Second year. Chen Sun was already able to memorize all the common medicinal herbs used in the clinic. He and Dehanyo would test themselves every night, taking out a medicinal herb and saying its name. Dr. Ning just said, "Not bad," without much reaction. If he had nothing to do, Chen Sun would quietly run to the doctors and watch them consult patients, learning as much as he could, as he had plenty of time. When they returned to the courtyard at night, Dr. Ning gave Chen Sun a pharmacology book, which contained content such as what diseases could be cured by mixing various medicinal herbs, what medicinal herbs conflicted with each other, etc. It's really profound. Chen Sun exclaimed with a gleam in his eyes, and opened the door to a new world for him. Old cow, we have just started. Moo. The big black bull had already looked inside, his eyes wide open. It was so magical. Chen Sun also added longevity points to his speed and continued his studies. Spring went and autumn came, and Chen Sun had already changed into a high-class waiter's uniform. 5 years had passed in a flash. They have been at Pingtai Medical Clinic for 7 years. Chen Sun has seen too much pain, helplessness, and wailing. However, Chen Sun's optimistic attitude also gave some spiritual comfort to many people who came here. The staff in the clinic changes every year, but the only thing that everyone remembers is this young man who always smiles and the axe on his waist that he never leaves. In a lobby of the clinic, Ning Si sat upright with a serious look in his eyes. If he could misjudge a person at first sight, he would never make a mistake in 7 years. Chen Sun changed into formal attire and was paying respects to the ancestor, then serving tea to Ning Si and his wife. Master's wife. Chen Sun bowed his head and saluted, with respect in his eyes. Chen Sun, what is a doctor? It is our responsibility to cure diseases and save lives. But virtue is more important. Ning Si narrowed his eyes slightly and looked at Chen Sun. If you encounter a bandit on the road, he robs houses and does all kinds of evil, but he is seriously injured and is asking you for help, what will you do? Chen Sun was slightly startled after hearing this, and said seriously, then Master Ning, I will tell the truth. Since he was seriously injured, I would definitely find him first, but I would not save him. Chen Sun paused, his expression struggling for a moment. I will wear a headscarf when I pass by, to avoid retaliation in the future. Ning Si and his wife were both stunned after hearing this. This meant that he had even thought of a way out. Not bad, not bad. Ning Si took a sip of tea and smiled, a doctor should not do evil. Just stick to your heart. Your teacher just wants to hear your truth. This child is really good, with good conduct and a very good character. The master's wife laughed and agreed, saying that if Chen Sun said he was going to save this person in order to please them, he would be looked down upon by them and thought he was not an honest person. Okay, then you are officially accepted as a disciple. I have only accepted 2 disciples in my life, and you are the 3rd one. Ning Si looked serious. He had observed Chen Sun for a long time. Although you are not the most intelligent one, I believe you will definitely be the one with the highest medical skills. There was a flash of surprise in the master's wife's eyes. It was the first time she heard Ning Si praise someone like this. Even their daughter had never been praised like this. Master Ning, you are so kind. Chen Sun's eyes were calm, he bowed his head and saluted, but the corners of his mouth were gradually twisted. After completing the apprenticeship, Chen Sun returned to the backyard of the clinic. He cracked melon seeds and boasted to Big Black Bull about what had just happened. His eyes revealed only one emotion, and that was awesome. What master praised me for having the potential to be a medical emperor? Purple air spread across 30,000 miles, and a saint descended from the sky to congratulate Emperor Chen on his return to the throne. Moo. Moo. The Big Black Bull believed it without a doubt. His eyes widened and he ran around excitedly, nudging him from time to time. He was really happy for Chen Sun. Ha ha ha. From the yard came Chin Sun's loud laughter and the big black bull's constant mooing of joy, and all the longevity points were still added to speed. In the next 3 years, Chin Sun began to follow Ning Si to see patients, visit the public, and solve various difficult and complicated diseases. Sometimes when he encountered some minor troubles, he would inadvertently show off his 16-pack abdominal muscles. Chen Sun carried a booklet with him and had a lot of questions. Ning Si was very patient and kept answering Chen Sun's questions. It was rare to find such a studious disciple. But once, when they went to a foreigner's house for a consultation, Chen Sun accidentally revealed a mountain axe on his waist, and everyone was shocked. "Is this a doctor?" Chen Sun just smiled embarrassedly at the time. It was normal to carry a mountain axe when going out. He calmly straightened his robe to cover his axe, but accidentally revealed the other two. All the servants were on high alert, with long sticks in their hands. This guy was definitely not a good person. Chen Sun had a kind smile on his face at the time and kept explaining that it was understandable to carry 2 more weapons when traveling in the martial arts world. If Ning Si hadn't been there, a war might have broken out. As Ning Si was examining the patient, the men from the family was sweating profusely. If he encountered an incurable disease, wouldn't the young man chop the patient to pieces with an axe, and the disease would be cured? Chen Sun looked at their puzzled expressions, and kept smiling and nodding, signaling them to rest assured. These people quickly smiled back and nodded their heads like chicks pecking at rice, with drops of cold sweat constantly oozing out. Pai Medical Clinic, the sun is shining brightly today and the spring is beautiful. Chen Sun has now changed into a doctor's robe, and every guy passing by respectfully calls him Dr. Chen. "Dr. Chen, help me." A commoner helped a man with a dark complexion into the clinic, his face full of anxiety. Chen Sun's eyes narrowed, and as he looked at the man's face from a distance, he knew that the poison had already penetrated into his blood. If he had come a little later, this would have been a sign of death. But was it poisoned by a snake? Chen Sun put the man on the bed next to him. There were 2 tiny wounds on his hands, which were obviously caused by poisonous fangs. "No, Dr. Chen, I ate poisonous mushrooms." "Ah." Chen Sun was startled and began to feel the patient's pulse. His expression changed dramatically as he looked at the people. After eating poisonous mushrooms, he was bitten by a poisonous snake. Bang. The people knelt down, crying and shouting, "Doctor, please save him. I'll write you a prescription. Go get the medicine first. I think we can still save him." Chen Sun took a piece of paper, started writing and drawing, and then handed it to the people. When the people saw it, their expressions changed because they did not have so much money to buy medicine. "It's okay. I'll pay for you first. You can pay me back when you have money in the future," Chen Sun said calmly. Any help counts. He also made a lot of money from treating wealthy patients this year. "Thank you, doctor. Thank you, doctor." The people were overjoyed and burst into tears. Chen Sun nodded. In this world, if a man falls, their family will fall as well. It would not hurt to help him within one's ability. But gradually, he found that he was wrong. Chen Sun's reputation for benevolence gradually spread. The doctors in the clinic all had families and children, so it was naturally impossible for them to be single like Chen Sun and spend their own money to help the sick people. He has been completely praised up, and it is said everywhere that he is a miracle doctor who can save the world. He treats patients for free and people can even buy medicine on credit when they go to see Dr. Chen. The only thing missing is to send him a banner. Countless poor people flocked in, and Chen Sun gradually became short of money, but he would not trouble others and morally blackmail the people in the clinic to do the same good deeds as him. Only a few of the people who owed money came to the clinic to pay it back. He really had no money left. The wind direction changed. Some people scolded him for not helping people in need and being a hypocrite. Some people who had helped him in the past looked at him with disgust when they came to the clinic. Some people who came here because of Chen Sun's reputation, upon hearing that Chen Sun no longer accepted credit, spat in front of the clinic, saying that they had wasted their time and traveled so far. Good news doesn't travel far, but bad news travels far and wide. It is said that there is a doctor with bad conduct in Pai Medical Clinic. He carries 3 axes with him all year round and it is obvious that he is not a good person. In the backyard of Pingtai Medical Clinic, Chen Sun no longer dared to see patients in the front hall. My goodness, the clown is actually me. Chen Sun laughed loudly, but his laughter was somewhat sad, and even the way these guys and doctors looked at him changed. Don't you like pretending? Are you still pretending now? Many people in this clinic were secretly laughing at him. At that time, Chen Sun stole a lot of their limelight. Moo. Moo. The big black bull put its head on Chen Sun's face. It had also recently learned about this matter and it was spreading everywhere. Old cow, look, didn't I tell you at the beginning that we should just help our friends around us? Do you understand what I mean now? Moo. The big black bull looked at Chen Sun with heartache. It had never seen Chen Sun so depressed. In its eyes, Chen Sun was a person who was always optimistic and happy. You underestimate me. All this is within my expectations. I just want to prove to you what this sentence means. Chen Sun forced a smile, holding the big black bull's head tightly with one hand, with their faces close together. Moo, the big black bull rubbed against Chen Sun, feeling extremely depressed, but deep down he was extremely angry. Lao Nyo, let's go. This place is not suitable for us. I'm going to say goodbye to Master Ning. Chen Sun patted Dehei Nyo. His presence here had seriously affected the clinic's business, and he didn't want to delay anyone. Moo. The big black bull jumped up and didn't want to stay there anymore, so he ran to clean up their pots and pans. Chen Sun looked at its busy back, his heart warmed and a slight smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Ningxi residence. Chen Sun had changed into his original blue robe and no longer wore the doctor's gown in the clinic. I already know about this, and I understand your difficulties. Ningxi sat in the main seat, with vicissitudes in his eyes, and said slowly, human nature is evil. This is a sentence that I have summed up after practicing medicine for many years. I hope it will be helpful to you in the future. I, Chen Sun, will never forget Master Ning's teachings. Chen Sun bowed solemnly. He had learned so much in the past 10 years. Ningxi picked up an unnamed book from the table and explained, this is my many years of experience, and I'm giving it to you. Ah. Chen Sun was startled, took a step forward, and quickly caught the book. Master Ning, I am so sorry. Ningxi pulled lightly, his face changed, and he couldn't pull it out. The book he was writing seemed to be clamped tightly by an iron clamp. Haha, no problem, take it. Thank you, Master Ning. Chen Sun flashed and the book immediately appeared on his waist. The speed was so fast that Ningxi's pupils widened slightly. Go ahead, come back and have a look when you have time. Master Ning, thank you for taking me in. If the Ning family has any problems, I will definitely rush back even if it's thousands of miles away. Chen Sun's expression became serious and he bowed solemnly. Ningxi nodded with emotion and said, I have been observing you for those few years. You are wise but foolish. You are definitely not an ordinary person. Just stick to your original intention. Chen Sun slowly raised his head, took one last look at Ningxi, then turned and left. Looking at Chen Sun's departing back, Ningxi smiled slightly. Sun boy, I wish you a bright future. The next day, before dawn, Chen Sun and Dehei Nyo set out on the road, heading west, and gradually disappeared into the depths of the street. When the people around woke up and went to the streets, they all heard that Chen Sun had left the clinic. Some people were inexplicably happy, feeling as if they had driven away a bad guy. Some people were also disappointed, thinking that Chen Sun was indeed a good doctor and had not done anything bad. However, after a few days, everyone forgot about the matter. Whether Chen Sun left or not, his family would not have an extra copper coin. In this world, no one would have the energy to care about a stranger. The Ningyan Mountains stand tall between heaven and earth, setting an example for all ages and inspiring all things. It is unknown how many years they have stood here. The dark and boundless cliffs stand tall as if they were cut by a knife or an axe. The winding mountains coil around and circle like a giant sleeping dragon. Looking down at your feet, you can see white clouds everywhere, and looking around at the peaks, you can see clouds and mist all around. On a small mountain path, a young man was looking for medicinal herbs with a bamboo basket on his back, and a big black cow was following him. In the past 3 years, Chen Sun continued to add longevity points to speed. He wanted to see if he could not improve after reaching 20 points. Their current strengths: strength, 21. Speed, 18. It was also an extraordinary speed. If Chen Sun ran as fast as he could, he would not be able to be seen clearly with the naked eye. It was quite exaggerated. Old cow, let's look carefully. Chen Sun's bamboo basket was full of herbs. Maybe I can find the legendary elixir that can cure all diseases. People in the Ningyan Mountains often pick magical herbs, some of which are hundreds of years old, and sell them in the city, making a fortune. Moo. The big black bull ran around happily, and it knew many medicinal herbs. One had to sigh at the power of knowledge, its mind was much clearer now. But don't go too deep. I heard there are monsters there, and they are different from ordinary wild beasts. Chen Sun said nervously, what if we meet some immortal cultivators again and they don't like us and kill us? Moo. Big Black Bull responded with a sound of understanding. Ah. A miserable cry came from the jungle, startling countless birds in the woods. Chen Sun subconsciously covered himself with the bandit's headscarf. Dehainyo paused and they looked at each other. There's a monster. Several civilians came running over from a distance, shouting in panic. They were all stunned when they saw Chen Sun's headscarf, and then shouted, "Run! It's a monster! Old cow, run!" Chen Sun was shocked and panicked. He led the big black bull and rushed forward. There was a roar from behind, and a monster that looked like a wolf or a tiger chased after him madly. Its body was bigger than a tiger, and its eyes were bloodshot. What kind of shape is this? It's so scary. Moo. Moo. Chen Sun and Big Black Bull were so frightened that they screamed. After living for so many years, they really broadened their horizons. The man and the cow did not slow down at all. Countless dead branches were broken by their steps and turned into 2 gusts of wind. The people behind them were horrified. How could they run so fast? The monster was angry, its eyes became more and more red, and saliva splattered everywhere. It liked prey that ran fast the most. Ah! Here it comes. Several people screamed in fear, and one person fainted from fright, but the monster actually passed them and chased the man and the cow. What are you doing? Are you sick? Chen Sun's pupils widened. This monster was actually chasing them directly, and its speed was much faster than that of a wild beast. Moo. Moo. The big black bull charged forward madly, with sweat appearing on its head. This monster was too terrifying. Moo. A loud bang. The big black bull was not careful and ran too fast, crashing directly into a giant tree. The tree was cracked and began to tilt, and even its roots were about to be knocked out. Old cow. Chen Sun stopped and shouted, his eyes full of anxiety, and hurried to check its head. Moo. The big black bull felt a little dizzy, but it was okay, just a few scratches. It also rubbed Chen Sun. Roar. The monster was about to catch up at this time, with excitement in its eyes. It was the first time it encountered prey that ran so fast. Chen Sun and Big Black Bull were surrounded. They stood together with panic in their eyes. The appearance of this monster was too terrifying. It's over, old cow. Chen Sun said in a trembling voice. He was still holding the bull's head in one hand. The big black bull's pupils were trembling slightly, and his hooves were shaking. Is the road to immortality going to end here? The monster kept drooling and circling around them. The 2 prey were so timid that it had no sense of vigilance at all. The monster suddenly leaned over, with bloodthirsty eyes, and a drop of saliva flowed on the spot, then rushed towards Chen Sun viciously. There was an excited murderous look in its eyes. At this time, they were very close. Suddenly, its expression changed. The human seemed to no longer be afraid, but became extremely calm. A violent cyclone appeared on the ground, and Chen Sun turned into an afterimage. The speed was so fast and extreme that the monster's eyes could hardly keep up, and it looked horrified. Although you are very strong, you are not strong enough for me to use my second axe. Chen Sun had already come behind it at this time, walking with his back to it, holding a bloody axe in his hand, and the bandit's mask only revealed a cold look in his eyes. The monster suddenly felt a sharp pain in its abdomen. It fell to the ground wailing in agony, with blood all over the floor. The big black bull suddenly jumped up, and the black bull pressed down. Bang! A big hole was smashed into the ground, and the monster's intestines were squeezed out, and it was deader than dead. Chen Sun's move was ruthless, and blood splattered again. That's it. Ah, that's it. Moo. Moo. You're just trying to scare your fathers, why don't you bark like a dog? Moo. The man and the cow whipped the corpse madly, venting their anger, spitting everywhere. They were really scared by the monster. Put the big pot on the table, boil the water, and let's start the feast. Old bull, we are lucky this time. This monster knows some magic, such as ice and fire. Chen Sun thought about it and realized that he had heard of the legend of the monster in the city. That can only be killed by cultivators, but the meat is really delicious. Moo. The big black bull let out a happy cry. It was so delicious. It was the first time for it to eat such delicious meat. After the man and the cow finished eating, they quickly covered up the traces, packed up the uneaten meat, and even filled up the pit. Chen Sun was extremely careful this time. He arranged the crime scene very carefully. The ashes of the monster were scattered everywhere, and everything seemed as if nothing had happened. They ran far away and found a jungle where there were fewer wild animals. Old cow, even a cunning rabbit has 3 burrows. We can't be weaker than the rabbit. Let's start digging. Moo. Being strong is a good thing. Chen Sun is proficient in various outdoor digging skills, such as laying foundations, digging clay, etc. He never sleeps on the ground. Finally, Chen Sun carefully moved huge rocks to cover the roof, leaving a slight gap, which was covered with grass and fallen leaves, so that no one could see that there was a hole inside. The candlelight in the cave lit up, and the whole world was safe. Comfortable. Moo. Chen Sun leaned on the big black bull and fell into deep thought. After all, this world is full of dangers, especially the monster today, which almost scared them to death. He hesitated for a long time, and finally took out the book given by Elder Sun, Qi Refining Art. There is spiritual energy between heaven and earth, and the sense of energy connects heaven and earth and is introduced into the body. Chen Sun kept looking down, his mouth opening wider and wider. He wanted to utter 2 words, but he didn't say them because the next sentence would always raise his feelings even higher. He swallowed hard, his eyes filled with shock, and shouted, "Awesome!" Moo. Moo. The big black bull was so frightened that he sat up. He looked at the Qi Refining Art with his bull head. What the hell is that? Old cow, the secret of cultivating immortality. Chen Sun said excitedly, this is the joy of getting something for free, immortal cultivation, the kind that can fly, and you don't have to work like a slave in an immortal sect. Moo. Big Black Bull was also excited. In the past, they had seen immortal cultivators flying with swords and roaming the world, and they were very envious. The Qi refining stage is divided into 10 levels. The 10th level is the foundation building stage, breaking through the lifespan limit and living to 400 years. When Chen Sun read this, he and Dehane Yo both smiled slightly, looked at each other, and let out an inexplicably obscene laugh. However, this technique reaches its peak at the foundation building stage, and they don't know the realm above the foundation building stage. Let's try it together, Lao Nyo, follow its running route and feel the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Chen Sun sat cross-legged and taught Big Black Bull how to sit cross-legged. He laughed so hard that his whole body trembled. As long as there are spiritual roots in this world, everything can feel the spiritual energy. Moo. Don't worry, you definitely have it, you are a spiritual beast. Moo. The Big Black Bull grinned and felt relieved. Come on, spiritual energy of heaven and earth, obey my command and enter my body. Moo moo moo. The man and the ox followed the route of the exercises and began to capture the energy of heaven and earth. They closed their eyes slightly, calmed their minds, and an hour passed like this. 2 hours passed. 3 hours passed. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Chen Sun opened his eyes suddenly, looked at Dehane Yo, and asked, fake. Moo moo. The Big Black Bull hesitated for a moment, then nodded, as if he didn't feel anything. damn it. Chen Sun looked painful, supporting himself with his hands. I didn't expect that elder son's son would be harmed by a fake. It seems that his son found something wrong after practicing, so he left it behind. Moo. Big Black Bull nodded. What he said made so much sense. Chen Sun was so smart. But Chen Sun changed the subject and frowned slightly. After practicing, I do feel something in my abdomen. Moo. Maybe I ate too much monster meat. I'm going to go to the bathroom for a while. After Chen Sun went out, he found a secluded place, dug a hole and squatted down. He began to think about it. Is it because my spiritual roots are too weak? Chen Sun's facial features were tense, then slowly relaxed. No way, the big black bull is a spiritual beast. Could it be that it is also in the same boat with me? Chen Sun couldn't help but laugh secretly when he thought of this. His body movements became bigger and bigger. Suddenly his face changed and he looked at his feet. Ouch! Returning to the cave, Chen Sun said, "Old cow, there is actually another possibility. Our spiritual roots are too weak." Big Black Bull did not respond, but kept sniffing, wondering why Chen Sun smelled bad. Old cow. Chen Sun frowned, wondering what that meant. The Big Black Bull's nose was almost reaching Chen Sun's feet. My strength is as great as the mountains and my courage is as great as the world. Moo. The Big Black Bull was lifted up by Chen Sun, who angrily said, "Old bull, I'm talking to you." Moo. The Big Black Bull became obedient and lay against the earth wall, far away from Chen Sun, with an inexplicable mocking look in its eyes. Let's practice for an hour every day. If it doesn't work, forget it. Moo. The Big Black Bull nodded and looked at Chen Sun, who was coming towards it. It quickly changed its position. However, how could Chen Sun let it go? The Big Black Bull was in tears. They forced themselves to sleep together all night. The next day, the sound of birds chirping could be heard in the cave and a ray of sunlight shone down. Let's go, old cow, and collect herbs. Chen Sun slowly opened his eyes, stretched his body, and said sleepily, "Then put some medicine on your head." Moo, the Big Black Bull, also woke up, and his head was indeed still a little painful. Time flies, and they have been in Ningyan Mountains for 3 years, but they have not encountered any dangers such as monsters coming out of the mountains. However, they saw the dead bones of countless common people. Sometimes when they had nothing to do, Chen Sun and Ahainyo went back to their old ways. The mournful sounds of Swona and bells echoed through the mountains and forests, bringing their souls back to their hometowns. At this time, Chen Sun was wearing a beast skin coat, carrying a bamboo basket on his back, holding a mountain axe in his hand, and with 2 more axes wrapped around his waist. He also had several lines drawn on his face and a bow and arrow on his back, looking like a real savage. The Big Black Bull's horns finally recovered this year. It is still covered with animal skin, and there are several big lines painted on its head. If you don't look carefully, you really can't tell that it is a big black bull. A wild boar ran away frantically with shock in its eyes. It remembered that a few days ago, its father was hacked to death by a savage, and its mother was hit to death by a wild bull. Gurgle, hum. The wild boar suddenly stopped, making trembling sounds from its mouth. It looked forward and backward, and saw the wild men and the bison. Hee hee. Chen Sun grinned with a bloodthirsty smile and blocked its way. Moo. The Big Black Bull blocked its retreat. Little pig, become a part of our body. We will make you stronger together. Hee hee, hee hee, hee hee. Chen Sun showed a perverted smile, and with a flash, he quietly appeared above the wild boar's head. The Big Black Bull instantly launched a charge, and the two cooperated seamlessly. Humph. There was a flash of blood, and the wild boar fell down helplessly. The whole family, young and old, was completely taken care of by Chen Sun and Big Black Bull. Let's go, old cow. Moo. Chen Sun carried the wild boar's corpse, the blood was covered by a hole dug by the Big Black Bull, and went to their cave. Old cow, I didn't expect that the spell was real. Chen Sun ate the wild boar meat with big mouthfuls, his mouth full of oil. My hearing has improved now. The immortals are really different from us mortals. Moo, moo, moo. The Big Black Bull kept nodding its head, and soup splashed. When it was late at night and everyone was asleep, it could see things more clearly than before. This is completely different from the feeling brought by the immortality point. The immortality point seems to be the strengthening of the physical body, while cultivating immortals is the sublimation of the physical senses, which is a kind of advancement of life. But our speed has stalled again. Chen Sun shook his head slightly. Unwilling to believe in evil, he increased his speed immortality points to 21, not even sparing the big black bull. But it's all the same as strength, it's like encountering shackles, unable to improve the basic energy of the body, it's extremely strange. Moo. Big Black Bull was also confused. Could it be that they could only live forever in the mortal world? After all, no one among the common people could defeat them alone. How about we try our magic power next year? Chen Sun said uncertainly, he understood it as mana, but they don't have any skills. Moo. Moo. The big black bull shook his head and nudged Chen Sun. Essence of all things. Moo. Big Black Bull nodded frantically and tried this. The magic power was too mysterious and his Black Bull charge was already at its best. Okay, I'll listen to you. Chen Sun smiled and patted the big black bull with his greasy hands, but the big black bull didn't notice. In the following year, they continued to collect herbs in the mountains, identify medicinal materials, study medical skills every day, and practice the qi refining art. Chen Sun was so fulfilled that he kept sighing that it was great to be alive. He had imagined what it would be like to live forever. It would be like sitting back and watching the ups and downs of the world and the changes in history, with countless tombstones behind him, leaving only that lonely figure in the world. But now, Chen Sun would say, go away with your profoundness, how can you mortals understand the happiness of the immortal savages? In a cave, Chen Sun and Dahainyo moved again. There were continuous heavy rains in the mountains, and several of their earth caves were washed away by the rain. However, the pots, pans, and other utensils were kept tightly by Dahainyo, so everything went smoothly. Old cow, ha 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 ha. Chen Sun was soaking wet, with a big smile on his face, not caring at all that his home was gone. He hit the big black bull hard. You are amazing, I have always believed in you since I was a child. Moo, moo, moo. The big black bull jumped a few times with joy. Chen Sun was clearing the cave entrance at that time, and all their belongings were saved by this bull. Let's try and see what this essence of all things is. Chen Sun grinned and started to make a fire. Looking at the heavy rain outside the cave, he felt relaxed and the sound of the rain was really pleasant to the ears. Moo. Big Black Bull responded and started to help. From time to time he would run out to get caught in the rain and then splash the rain on Chen Sun. Chen Sun was furious, and he used all his strength to drench the dead cow like a drowned chicken. A man and a cow leaned against the fire to keep warm. Chen Sun added the longevity point to the essence of all things. In an instant, Chen Sun's face changed drastically and a green light surged from his body. Moo. Moo. The big black bull's eyes were filled with fear. It suddenly stood up, yelling anxiously, and kept circling around Chen Sun. Old cow, I'm fine. Chen Sun took a deep breath and hugged the big black bull. It is the essence of all things. Moo. The big black bull called in a low voice. It was so scared that it didn't want to live if anything happened to Chen Sun. I'll try. Chen Sun's expression became serious. He spread out his palms. His body emitted a green light that flickered, and gradually a drop of green liquid condensed in his palms. It was as bright and crystal as a gem. His whole body went limp, and he broke out in a cold sweat, as if he had run 800 meters. He said in surprise, is this thing sucking my essence? Moo. Old cow, you come and try it. Moo. After a while, a drop of green liquid condensed on the cow's paw, and the man and the cow collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath. The big black bull finally understood what Chen Sun meant. It seemed like it saw several little cows giggling. It's a trap. Chen Sun shuddered as he said that he had 16-pack abdominal muscles and was praised by his neighbors as the man with the greatest stamina among blacksmiths, but he was almost unable to bear it. Moo. The big black bull had dull eyes and looked like it had lost all desire to live. It had thought it was invincible among the cattle clan, but it did not expect to be defeated in just one round. An hour later, they finally recovered completely. A flash of fear appeared in Chen Sun's eyes. If they had encountered any wild beast just now, they would have been in danger. Old bull, don't use this essence of all things carelessly. At least we have to use it separately. Chen Sun felt his body and didn't feel any deficiency, but he was a doctor. Tomorrow I will make some medicine to nourish your body. Don't be careless. Moo. Big Black Bull nodded happily. It's good to learn medical skills. What's the use of it? It's like an emerald. Chen Sun frowned as he looked at the drop of green liquid in his palm. It was indeed very strange. It did not disappear in a moment like water drops. He picked up the axe and put the green liquid on it, but there was no reaction. I put it on the pots and pans again, but there was no response. I also took a stone and put the green liquid on it, but there was no reaction. Finally, I had no choice but to put it on the bandit's turban, but there was still no reaction. Moo. The big black bull screamed, and Chen Sun was startled and looked towards the big black bull's location. He crawled on the ground and looked at the wild grass, observing the patterns. Awesome. Chen Sun said in shock, looking at the big black bull, and put the green liquid in his hand on it. It instantly merged with the wild grass and obviously changed. Moo. Old cow, what a shocking discovery. This green liquid can actually accelerate growth. Chen Sun sighed and spit out a mouthful of dirt while speaking, but we have to observe it for a while. If it's true, we'll take off. Moo, moo, moo. The big black bull grinned and carefully protected the weed. Chen Sun spread out his palms, and with his features twisted, he shouted, I am a pharmacist, so what if you suck me dry? It was quiet as death, with only the sound of heavy rain outside the cave. Chen Sun was stunned. His palm did not respond at all and he could no longer condense the green liquid. He coughed lightly and said, Lao Nyo, you try it. Moo. The big black bull spread out its paws, as if it was exerting all its strength, but there was no response. It's okay, let's try slowly, there's plenty of time. Moo. Time is like a journey, pushing people to move forward continuously. Another year has passed in a hurry, and legends of wild men gradually spread from the outskirts of Ningyan Mountains, which were extremely terrifying. This savage often appeared in the deep mountains and old forests. He had a wild buffalo under his mount. He specialized in eating human bones, and many of the people's dry bones were picked up by them. At night, there is also a gloomy sound of Swona spreading through the mountains and forests, accompanied by strange bell sounds, like a soul-seeking messenger. If you meet this savage, if you can't kill him, just find a pit and bury yourself. Countless people broke out in sweat after hearing this. They didn't dare to go deep into the Ningyan Mountains, so how come a savage appeared outside? Do they want people to survive? Nowadays, people go into the mountains in groups, with weapons in their hands, and guard against sudden attacks by savages. If they kill him, they can go to the government to collect the reward. Many bounty hunters have quietly joined in. At the foot of a mountain, Chen Sun and his big black ox were picking up human bones. Lao Nyo, even though we don't know them, we still have rules in our business. Chen Sun picked up another human bone from the haystack and said, building a tomb for them can also be considered as accumulating merits. It's not easy for anyone to do that these days. Moo. Big Black Bull kept nodding his head. They have accumulated a lot of merits now. As Old Sun said, God will bless them. Look, you've lost 10 years of merit by stepping on me like that. Moo moo moo. The big black bull suddenly raised his leg and screamed, he accidentally stepped on a bone, and he looked at Chen Sun pleadingly. How about this, today I will eat the meat and you will drink the soup, Buddha will forgive you. Moo. Moo. The big black bull looked struggling, but for the sake of merit, it nodded. It would not starve to death if it ate less. They found a nearby pit, buried the bones, and began to perform rituals. The big black bull worked very hard, and the bells were clanging. It had just accidentally stepped on the man's dry bones and wanted to make up for it. During this year, they finally figured out the function of the essence of all things, but they can only condense 1 drop a day. When the point is 1, it can accelerate the growth of plants for 1 month. Now they have increased the essence of all things to 2. Just as Chen Sun expected, one drop can actually accelerate growth by 2 months. This made them very happy, as it meant that they could cultivate a lot of precious medicinal herbs. The chi refining technique finally yielded some results. They all cultivated to the second level. Their 5 senses became clear and the world became much clearer in their eyes. The so-called magic power gradually appeared in Chen Sun's body, but it was useless and he had no skills. Okay, let's go, old cow. Chen Sun smiled. They were not afraid at all to do this kind of thing and felt extremely at ease. This was their daily walking activity after dinner. Moo the big black bull rubbed against Chen Sun, trying to get some of his merits. Ha 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 ha, Chen Sun held the big black bull's head and walked side by side towards their cave. On the way, when passing through a jungle, Chen Sun and big black bull's ears moved at the same time, and they separated instantly and hid to the side. Whoosh! 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 3 sharp arrows shot towards him, halfway into the ground. Their power was so great that if he didn't dodge, his body would be pierced through. Oh! These wild men and wild bulls are very agile. An elegant man on the tree smiled, slowly threw down his bow and arrow, and drew the sword at his waist. Brother Su, let junior sister take action against these barbarians. A woman laughed sweetly, with a cold light flashing in her eyes. Junior sister Wan, go and deal with the bison. Leave the savages to me. Don't get hurt. A scarred man said with a grin. Thank you, senior brother Tian. Junior sister Wan turned around and smiled, so charming that the scarred man felt itchy. Senior brother Su smiled and said nothing. Hunting such savages would be a good thing to increase the reputation of Baishuan Sect. Not only will it eliminate harm to the people, but who knows how many wealthy people in the city will donate money, and its status in the underworld will be improved, which will also attract many newcomers to come. You're using a killing move right from the start. Aren't you afraid of killing the wrong person? A cold voice came from under their tree, and the emotions sounded extremely suppressed. Senior brother Su looked at Chen Sun and sneered, your face is blurry, you are wearing animal skins, and you are carrying a wild buffalo. You must be the wild man who eats human bones. We are not mistaken. We have never eaten human bones. We only built tombs for them. If you don't believe me, you can check it out for yourself. Chen Sun spoke word by word, sonorous and powerful, Lao Nyo and I have never provoked any of you. Ha ha. The 3 of them seemed to have heard the funniest joke in the world. Senior brother Su shook his head and sighed, worthy of being a savage, do you think you have the final say now? Lao Nyo and I can confront you face to face, but, I repeat, we didn't provoke any of you. Chen Sun glanced coldly at the 3 people on the tree, you misunderstood. Savage, I think you have misunderstood. The truth is no longer important. The scarred man drew his sword and grinned, then stepped down and stood firmly on the ground, with profound skills. Only when you die can the people feel at ease, and my Baishuan Sect can make further progress. As soon as he finished speaking, the scarred man suddenly rushed over, his veins bulging, the knife flashing, looking extremely fierce, and went straight for Chen Sun's head. So slow. Chen Sun narrowed his eyes slightly, turned sideways, pulled out the mountain-splitting axe from his body, and resisted the swift and heavy force of the knife. When? A burst of sparks was heard and the scarred man's palm trembled in surprise. This savage was very strong, but his attacks were random and it was obvious that he had no martial arts skills. Chen Sun silently gave to Hainyo a look, and the 2 of them quickly fought each other. The sound of metal collision continued to ring out, and the fight was difficult to determine. Just as Big Black Bull was about to step forward to help, Junior Sister One rushed out from behind and slashed at it with a sword, but the Big Black Bull kept fleeing and the sword didn't hurt it at all. Well, you beast. Junior Sister Wan's pupils slightly widened. It was the first time she had seen such a nimble black bull. The sword in her hand flashed continuously, and she chased the Big Black Bull everywhere. Senior brother Su frowned. This wildman was very strong and junior brother Tian might not be able to hold on for long. He shouted, Junior brother Tian, I'm here to help you. Brother Su, come and kill this beast. The scarred man's eyes were filled with anxiety and cold sweat. His hands were now covered in blood and his knuckles were cracked. His body shook every time the axe collided with his hand. Senior brother Su leaped into the air. The savage was covered with flaws. He swung his sword and slashed at Chen Sun from the side with a fierce murderous aura. It's finally here. Chen Sun raised the corner of his mouth slightly, and instantly took out a mountain axe from his waist with his left hand, blocking the sneak attack with lightning speed. Jingle. A sharp collision sound was heard, and senior brother Su was shocked. It turned out that 2 axes were used. Chen Sun's feet suddenly accelerated and disappeared on the spot in an instant. Junior brother Tian, be careful. Senior brother Su was shocked that this savage had not used his full strength just now. But it was too late to remind him. 2 axe lights flashed, and the scarred man's blood splattered. His head flew into the sky, and his body fell to the ground with a thump. And the afterimage had not yet stopped. Senior brother Su was stunned with shock, his eyes spinning around, and his hand tightly grasped the sword. Boom. Chen Sun took a sudden step, jumped up from the side, and chopped down heavily with his 2 axes. Senior brother Su reacted quickly and raised his sword to block the attack, but he underestimated the absolute power. Ah! Senior brother Su roared angrily, his sword was cracking, and his hands and body were constantly making broken bones. His sword was chopped off alive, and the 2 axes continued to attack and chopped into senior brother Su's body, and a large amount of bright red blood spurted out. You! Senior brother Su's eyes were filled with resentment. He couldn't believe that he would die like this. I don't know Qinggong yet. It would be a pity if you ran away. Chen Sun snorted coldly, slowly pulling out the 2 axes from his body. When you have the intention to kill, the outcome is already determined, otherwise I won't waste my words with you. Senior brother Su collapsed, still with disbelief in his eyes. There were also screams from junior sister Wan. When the big black bull saw Chen Sun taking action, it also took action and kicked her to a cripple with 1 hoof. The black bull then charged out and killed her instantly. Old cow, get to work. Moo. The man and the cow were very angry. They burned the body and scattered the ashes, setting up the crime scene in a complete manner. Even a detective expert would have to say that nothing happened here. The 2 figures gradually disappeared, but they both looked unhappy. What was going on? It was inexplicable. But it was also a good lesson for Chen Sun. People are evil. They changed their clothes and prepared to go down the mountain to find out. After all, they really didn't do anything bad. The next day, Chen Sun carried a bamboo basket on his back, washed the big black cow and its body clean, and started to go down the mountain carrying the medicinal herbs they had cultivated, with no harm to people or animals in his eyes. At the foot of the mountain, there were not only civilians but also soldiers and some gangsters. They all held their heads high and had more arrogant looks than the other, and they kept talking about how to encircle and suppress the savages. Brother, what happened on the mountain? Why is there such a big fuss? Chen Sun came over leading a big black cow. People around him just glanced at him twice and then looked away. He was just a cowherd boy. Little brother, don't you know yet? There are wild men in the mountains. A middle-aged man said loudly, I heard that they kill people and eat their bones. Don't go up the mountain. Ah. Chen Sun was shocked. Could it be that this person was talking about him? Except for yesterday, he hadn't killed anyone in the mountains for several years. Haha, so, your life is important. It's not easy to find wild people in such a large mountain range. The middle-aged man looked at Chen Sun's surprised expression and seemed to be quite pleased, so he said a few more words. Thank you, brother. I won't go to the mountains then. Chen Sun bowed and led the big black bull towards the city. He felt more and more absurd, as if he had caught something but couldn't tell what it was. He always felt that it was a trivial matter but was inexplicably magnified by some people. Lao Nyo, forget it, don't get involved in these things. Chen Sun patted Big Black Bull and said casually, maybe it was arranged by some big shot. Moo. Big Black Bull didn't understand, but it didn't matter anymore, they ran away anyway. Chen Sun returned to the city and visited the Ning family. Everything was fine. Ning Si's hair had turned a lot grayer. Chen Sun also gave out some precious medicinal herbs. Ning Si kept sighing, saying that he had accepted a good disciple, but his heart was too kind. He was afraid that Chen Sun would suffer in the future, so he talked to him all night. The next day, Chen Sun bowed and said goodbye to Ning Si. They were going back to the blacksmith shop, which was their real home in Panning City. A few days later, Chen Sun smiled and opened the door. The room was filled with dust and it was choking. He looked at the empty space and said softly, "Old son, we are back." Moo, the big black bull, also mooed twice. "Old cow, get to work, clean up." Moo. The man and the ox started to work, cleaning everywhere. The whole blacksmith shop looked brand new and extremely clean. The neighbors passing by were startled, seeing the door of the blacksmith shop open, and shouted, "Is brother Chen Sun back? I am your Aunt Li." "Aunt Li, it's me." A loud roar came from the blacksmith shop in response, which made Aunt Li very happy. She stamped her feet and told the neighbors everywhere that brother Chen Sun was back. Chen Sun has been gone for more than 10 years and he has returned. He is an expert blacksmith. Some of the people's ironware is still in use today and is not broken. They were made by Chen Sun. Neighbors all flocked to the place, some were people Chen Sun knew and some were strangers. All of them were telling him how bad the nearby blacksmith shops were and how high the prices were, and they wanted to buy one. "Hey, brother Chen Sun, how come you haven't changed at all? You even look a lot younger." Aunt Li looked Chen Sun up and down, exclaiming in amazement. She looked much older than she was before. "Haha, I went to study medicine under a master and learned the art of keeping in good health." Chen Sun explained, looking at Aunt Li, "The most important thing is to have an optimistic attitude. The older you are, the younger you will be." "Brother Chen Sun, really?" "Of course not. Just crawl under your old man's bed and you'll know." "Ha ha ha." The neighbors around laughed. Aunt Li blushed and said, "How frivolous." Then she ran away. "Okay, everyone, come back tomorrow so I can get ready." "Okay, brother Chen Sun, I wish you a prosperous business." "Yes, I will definitely come to support you." The neighbors were extremely enthusiastic. Chen Sun bowed and smiled. His mentality was completely different from before. When the blacksmith shop owners in the surrounding streets heard that Chen Sun had returned, they all started cursing, "Damn it. Lower the price. Lower the price." However, later on, Chen Sun's blacksmith shop was only open half a day every day and he stopped accepting orders. He was too busy and was happy with just being able to make a living. They were tinkering with medicinal herbs in the backyard at this time. This essence of all things could increase the age of the herbs even if they were out of the soil. It was magical. "Old cow, I discovered a very fundamental problem." Chen Sun said seriously that he had been thinking about this question for a long time. "Moo." The big black bull asked in confusion. "We feel that we have reached a bottleneck at the second level of qi refining. We are always having trouble absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. We need to slowly improve ourselves over time." Moo. "Do you think that as long as you have enough time, you can continue to improve your cultivation? You can always grind it out." Moo. "Haha, old cow, you are so naive." Chen Sun smiled faintly. "This spiritual root is a talent. It may be possible to improve it in the qi refining stage, but it is not certain in the foundation establishment stage." Moo. "If there is no external assistance, that is, opportunity, we may be stuck in the realm and unable to break through in our lifetime. This is talent, and it cannot be honed by time." Moo. Moo. Big Black Bull exclaimed. The more he thought about it, the more it made sense. Chen Sun thought of the world's great men in his previous life. Some things cannot be caught up with by time. No matter how long an ordinary person lives, the most he can do is increase his knowledge and experience. But he may never be able to reach the heights of those geniuses. This is talent, but also the cruel reality. The most unfortunate thing was that Chen Sun and He Nyo were just such ordinary people who could live forever. They looked at each other deeply and suddenly hugged each other. Behind their affectionate embrace, they all had sly smiles on their faces. "So you are also a rookie. But we have to be careful. We didn't do anything in the mountains, so we didn't offend anyone." Chen Sun said solemnly that this matter was full of doubts. "The situation is not right, don't be curious, just stay out of it like we are now." Moo. Big Black Bull looked at Chin Sun with admiration. When they were still in the village, villagers asked Old Man Li about the secret of longevity, and he said, "I never meddle in other people's business." It didn't understand it at the time, but now it has experienced it personally, and the Big Black Bull is excited. It's all experience. If you follow your brother Sun, then everything must be arranged clearly, right? Moo. Big Black Bull was completely convinced. Chen Sun was really very smart. I still say that even if there is a 10,000-year-old elixir in Ningyan Mountain Range, we won't go there. Don't risk your life for an opportunity. Keep calm. Moo. The Big Black Bull rubbed against Chen Sun. Chen Sun smiled slightly, patted its head, and said, "We have the essence of all things, so we can slowly improve our strength. We don't need to seek revenge on anyone, so don't let it affect our happy days." The Big Black Bull nodded heavily. It was true that its mentality became a little impetuous after practicing the chi refining art. Old Bull, don't put the cart before the horse. Even if you have reached the highest level of cultivation, where you can be immortal and destroy the world with a single thought, you still have to live. Chen Sun had long seen that Big Black Bull was getting a little impatient. The process we go through is the most important, not that damn realm. At worst, we'll just die of bad luck. Who's afraid of who? Moo moo moo. The Big Black Bull nodded like a chicken pecking at rice, and finally understood. Maybe some powerful being will dislike us and kill us, so we can die together and continue to be together in the next life. Chen Sun said in a bachelor's tone that this was his mentality, that death is nothing but waste, and immortality is free anyway. After hearing this, the Big Black Bull was suddenly enlightened and ran to Chen Sun immediately, thinking that a powerful man might come the next moment and he must die with Chen Sun. Ha ha ha! Chen Sun laughed and kept pushing the Big Black Bull away, but it kept squeezing in. Half a year later, a deafening roar from the Ningyan Mountains broke the tranquility of Panning City. Countless immortal cultivators stood in the sky, and could even be seen in the city, like a UFO. "Old cow, come out and see the flying men." Chen Sun shouted hurriedly, grabbed a handful of melon seeds from the table, picked up a stool and came out. Moo. The Big Black Bull came out jumping and started eating melon seeds. He looked up at the sky in the distance, and it looked really awesome. The streets were crowded with people, and neighbors all came out to see the immortal. Some even knelt on the ground, praying for blessings. Chen Sun and Dehei Nyo's eyesight is much better than those of ordinary people, and they have built-in telescope functions. "Lao Nyo, what do you mean, is there a fight going on?" Chen Sun sat on the bench, cracking melon seeds leisurely. "Why are you all standing together? Aren't you going to form a formation or something?" Moo. The Big Black Bull didn't understand what was going on and continued to eat melon seeds while lying on the ground. A rainbow flashed across the sky, and a violent explosion resounded through the sky, scaring countless people into crawling on the ground, muttering something in their mouths. "That's amazing. This person must be at least in the foundation establishment stage." Chen Sun exclaimed. The melon seeds became more and more fragrant as he ate them. "Old cow, if we can fly in the future, won't that be awesome?" Moo. The Big Black Bull was furious. It now understood what this sentence meant. Chen Sun was teasing it. It immediately snatched Chen Sun's melon seeds, and Chen Sun quickly pried open its mouth and snatched the melon seeds back. The battle in the distant sky suddenly became fierce, with various spells and rainbow lights flashing continuously, and even immortal cultivators falling. It was extremely exciting. Chen Sun and Dehei Nyo couldn't help but applaud. This was much more comfortable than watching a circus. "Oh my god, each one of them looks like a human weapon." Chen Sun opened his mouth wide. It was really eye-opening. No matter how high a mortal's martial arts skills are, that spell comes like a laser. Who can withstand it? Moo. The Big Black Bull also opened his mouth wide and echoed, "It was too outrageous." Countless people in the city were filled with awe. This was the power of immortals, the ultimate height that mortals could never reach. The battle between immortals came and went quickly. All kinds of escaping lights appeared in the sky and gradually disappeared after fighting for half a day. "Is it gone so soon? I haven't seen enough, Moo. Chen Sun and Dehei Nyo were still not satisfied and they thought they could watch it for at least a month. It was much more exciting than the TV series. "Old cow, go to work." Moo. Life still has to go on, and this fight has nothing to do with them. However, Chen Sun began to fantasize that if he entered the world of immortal cultivation in the future, it would be quite nice to watch others fight every day. In the backyard, Chen Sun and Big Black Bull opened their eyes wide, looking at the 100-year-old wild ginseng. Those countless nights when their essence was drained away were nothing now. Old cow, I'm rich. Chen Sun stared at it. This wild ginseng was cultivated by him and Big Black Bull with green liquid. It's worth starting from gold, definitely. Moo. The Big Black Bull was excited. It had never seen gold before. In this vintage, it is definitely something that countless wealthy families in the city are fighting for. It is something that can keep one alive. Chen Sun swallowed hard. Most books on medicinal materials have records of it. It can be said to be a divine object in the mortal world. Old cow, have you sold it? Moo. Moo. Big Black Bull hesitated for a moment and shook his head. They were not short of money and the money was enough for daily expenses. This was their treasure. Okay, then keep it for emergency use. Chen Sun nodded, but he also felt it would be a pity to sell it, and it would be a shame to waste the essence of countless days and nights. Old cow, let's cultivate some other medicinal herbs. A few decades will be enough. Otherwise, they will be too eye-catching and something will go wrong one day. Moo. Big Black Bull nodded heavily. Chen Sun had told him many stories about being guilty of possessing a treasure, and he understood them. They had been in the Ningyan Mountains for several years, and all they had picked were medicinal herbs, but they had never seen the legendary elixir. How could a person be so lucky in this life? However, after today's great battle between immortal cultivators in the sky, the common people and nobles of Panning City became restless and eager to become immortals, and large numbers of them headed to the Ningyan Mountains. There were also many cases of swindlers defrauding others of their fortunes, and bandits killing people and stealing goods. However, the business of selling coffins began to flourish. These martial arts sects also began to feel lonely. They wanted the disciples that the immortal sect didn't want. They took care of things that the immortal sect didn't care about. As a result, some popular stories of chivalry gradually appeared in various places, and the wild people in the Ningyan Mountains were gradually forgotten. Time seems to be able to relieve everything. The years passed by so slowly and there was no place to return to. In a blink of an eye, another 5 years had passed. Over the past 5 years, Chen Sun has added all his longevity points to the essence of all things, and he and Big Black Bull have finally reached the 3rd level of chi refining. The neighbors who used to be his brothers are all old or passed away. Chen Sun and Dahainyo have taken care of many funeral affairs and run around for their families. On an autumn night, the sky is high and the dew is thick. The cold moonlight shines down on the earth. It is so dim, but it illuminates the morning halls. It seems that more people have passed away this year. Before I knew it, the nights of early autumn were growing longer, the breeze bringing a heavier sense of desolation. Chen Sun stood outside the morning hall and played the swona. The leaves fell silently. He couldn't help feeling sad and sighed silently. Those familiar smiling faces are disappearing one by one. Perhaps as time goes by, those smiling faces will gradually become blurred in our hearts. There were murmurings and sobbing everywhere in the morning hall. Chen Sun walked slowly around everywhere. He had helped everyone who needed to be helped. What else could he do now? All he could do was eat at the banquet. Brother Chen Sun, thank you. My condolences, my condolences. Chen Sun stood up and whispered, forcing a smile, we have already performed the ritual. No little ghost dares to block the way on the road to the underworld. Their family members nodded heavily and held Chen Sun's hands tightly, with tears of gratitude in their eyes. Moo. The Big Black Bull was whispering outside the morning hall, and the bells on its body were jingling, blessing the deceased. The person is gone, and the living are like this. It seemed that this street was no longer habitable. Chen Sun and Dahainyo were too peculiar. More and more people came to see them and seemed to no longer pay attention to the blacksmith shop. The next day, it was an early morning, everything was quiet, the wind was bitingly cold, and the old trees lining the street were withered and yellow. The door closed with a gentle sound, and Chen Sun and Dahainyo left. He took a last look at the street, and inadvertently, His gaze was folded into numerous marks by time. They are like time travelers, passing by in a hurry, and no one knows where they have gone. This blacksmith shop never opened again. Neighbors said that Chen Sun might have died in a foreign land. Many years later, people only remembered that there was such a blacksmith who forged iron with great force. 1 month later, at night, in Panning West City. This is the most prosperous place in the city. Those who can live in West City are either rich or noble. A piece of land is already priced at a sky-high price. Common people kneel down and dogs shake their heads when they see it. A group of people walked on this bustling street. The men were majestic and the women were beautiful and graceful. Their eyes were full of surprise, but their behavior was also otherworldly. The mortal world is still more exciting. One of the girls laughed, her voice as clear as a spring. I've been practicing in the sect all my life, so I can only play with the spirit beasts in the mountains. Junior Sister Yi, you are wrong. Let me say something. A man with a stern look shook his head slightly. That's because you haven't seen the city of immortal cultivators. Panning City is just a drop in the ocean. The vastness of the world is beyond your imagination. Ah, Senior Brother Yu, is this really true? Junior Sister Yu was excited, her face slightly reddened. Could it be that Senior Brother Yu has been there? Senior Brother Yu's expression became serious, and his old-fashioned face became even more old-fashioned. He said seriously, I haven't been there. Hey, what is that? Junior Sister Yi seemed to have suddenly seen something surprising and ran over quickly. Everyone had no choice but to follow her, but they were all shocked when they saw it. It was a small house with 4 iron wheels underneath. There was also a plaque on the small house that read, Shuanwei Snacks. It looks like a shop, but also like a stall. It occupies a large area and is surrounded by people. It is bustling with activity and is extremely popular. The boss was seen sweating, holding a big pot in his hands, with flames rising, and from time to time he added some seasonings that surprised the diners. There was a window in the small house, from which a black bull head stretched out, holding a black hoof and collecting copper coins, and also giving change. There were a lot of grilled skewers outside, and the aroma spread from 10 miles away. After smelling it, they all felt a little hungry. Naturally, some of his peers would be jealous of such a popular vendor, but the fact that the boss was carrying 3 axes and his 16-pack abdominal muscles were inadvertently exposed when he bent over made everyone become brothers. Boss, I want to eat this. Sister Yi said happily that she wanted to eat everything, and that. Little girl, first come first served, right? Go and pay first. The boss spoke very frankly, and those waiting felt very happy after hearing it. It was really enjoyable to eat here. Senior Brother Yu, come and give me the money. Junior Sister Yi jumped up and down and called out, sniffing the fragrance with her delicate nose, intoxicated. Senior Brother Yu felt uncomfortable all over. He walked through the crowd, came to the window, took out a piece of silver, and slowly looked into the eyes of a big black bull. It was a glance that lasted for 1,000 years. Senior Brother Yu was confused and opened his mouth slightly, wondering why it was a cow. The big black bull was stunned and let out a breath. It couldn't figure out why it was given so much. Moo, the big black bull shouted to Chen Sun. Here I come. Chen Sun turned around, and his eyes lit up when he saw the silver. A wealthy family had come. He smiled at Senior Brother Yu and said, Sir, my old cow has never seen silver before, so don't mind. No problem. Senior Brother Yu blinked and looked a little confused after taking the silver. He stood outside the crowd. His fellow disciples had all gone to eat. He frowned slightly and looked at Big Black Bull, his eyes flashing. Mortal body, no problem. Senior Brother Yu murmured, and then looked at the vendor, it's also a mortal body. It seems that I worry too much. Chen Sun's hand that was frying rice paused for a moment. He felt someone was probing him. The magic power in his body actually fluctuated, but it was blocked by the essence of all things. There are immortal cultivators. Chen Sun was still carelessly preparing the food when he began to become alert. He raised his head and shouted, it's out of the pot, with a smile, then glanced at everyone around him. The little girl called out, Senior Brother Yu. This group of people is very likely to be you. Don't provoke them. Chen Sun thought silently in his heart that he did not slow down at all in his work and greeted everyone with a smile. As it approached midnight, the people living nearby had gradually returned home, the streets were sparsely populated, and Chen Sun was also preparing to close his stall. "Gentlemen and ladies, we are going to close the stall and go to bed. Please stop eating." Chen Sun said in shock that this group of people actually ate here for a whole night, and the ingredients he prepared were not enough, but he still made enough money. Sister Yi snorted, "Boss, keep going, we have plenty of money." "Boss, your food tastes really good." Senior brother Yu said suddenly. Seeing his fellow junior brothers and sisters praising it so much, he also tried it and now he can't stop. "Yes, boss, it's not like we're not paying you." The others all echoed, their eyes full of admiration. "No more food, guys." Chen Sun's pupils dilated slightly. How could this immortal cultivator be so gluttonous? The main reason was that he added some precious medicinal materials they cultivated into his seasonings. Most people couldn't afford that. "Then boss, are you here every night?" Sister Yi smiled happily, "I haven't eaten such delicious food in a long time." "Not necessarily. My stall is mobile. Flow. Just go with the flow and be wherever you want to be." Chen Sun explained that it is not good to stay in one place for a long time. "How about you come to our sect and be a cook?" Qingling. Senior brother Yu shouted coldly, "It's time to go. If you say anything more, I'll send you back." After hearing this, junior sister Ye's hair stood on end. The fellow junior students around her were also shocked. Senior brother Yu was angry. "Everyone, take care." Chen Sun smiled and bowed, finally sending the group of Buddhas away. He breathed a sigh of relief, "Old cow, let's go." Moo. The big black bull ran out of the hut, and they began to push the bull together with great ease. They found an empty piece of grass and stopped. "Lao Nyo, how much did you earn today?" Chen Sun wiped the sweat off his face and grinned, "Thank you for your hard work." Moo the big black bull rubbed against Chen Sun, which was too polite. "Let's make more money and save it. All the money we earned in the past few years was used to arrange our friend's funeral." Moo. Big Black Bull nodded. Life was good now. He didn't have to socialize or get to know anyone, otherwise they would always disappear. It actually has a lot of friends, and the neighbors always come to it to chat and tell it their stories. The neighbors thought that Big Black Bull couldn't understand, but it could, and thought they were treating it sincerely, and it also liked listening to stories. Old cow. Chen Sun slapped the bull's head hard. The big black bull mooed in pain and looked at Chen Sun with puzzled eyes. "Cheer up for me, why are you pretending to be so serious?" Chen Sun pretended to be angry. He had rarely seen Lao Nyo's smiling face in this month. "Why can't you get through?" Moo. The big black bull cried out in a low voice, and lay down in the little house, licking his feet with his tongue, with sadness in his eyes, and he never recovered. "All these things we do are good deeds. Just pray in your heart and give the good deeds to our friends. They will definitely be wealthy in their next life and live a good life every day." Chen Sun said unhappily, using his trump card, "God and Buddha will bless them." Moo. The big black bull's eyes sparkled. He was very excited when he heard about the merits of others. He believed in the merits of others without a doubt. Moo, moo, moo. "Really? I've already given it to you, otherwise would you think I'd be like you?" Chen Sun said this seriously and confidently. Moo moo moo. The big black bull immediately stood up and crossed his legs, making a mooing sound with his mouth. No one knew what he was mumbling. Chen Sun shook his head and smiled, then sighed softly. His state of mind had been slowly changing, and this mobile house was his first step. The longer they stay in one place, the more ties they seem to have. They are not heartless people, and ultimately they are not suitable for the mortal world. Moo. Finished. Moo. The big black bull came closer to Chen Sun and grinned. It had given all its merits to its friend and would have to start accumulating them again in the future. Ha ha ha. Chen Sun patted the big black bull with emotion, and they leaned against each other and gradually fell asleep. In the following days, they took things as they came in Panning City, strolling around and looking around, making snacks to sell at night, and going shopping together during the day, buying whatever they liked. A year later, Chen Sun's mobile house really became famous in Panning City. Many people came here to eat and gave thumbs up, saying the food was delicious. Finally, one sunny morning, when they went to restock, the mobile home was stolen. Chen Sun was carrying 2 bags of meat at this time. Looking at the empty grassland, the 2 bags of meat slowly fell from his shoulders, hitting the ground heavily, and also hitting their hearts. "Where's our house?" "Moo. Moo." The big black bull yelled anxiously and ran around in the grass, but he couldn't see where their house was. A man and a cow knelt down in front of the grass, their eyes empty, life hopeless, home gone again. "God damn it, God damn it." Chen Sun's face was filled with rage, veins popping out on his forehead. "How can you steal from such a big house?" The big black bull was so angry that he was shaking all over and kept snorting at the ground, causing the grass to fly around. It was so abominable, so abominable. "It's definitely a big gang." Chen Sun spitted out saliva from his mouth and looked at the tracks on the grass. "Damn it, we are going to kill a lot today. All our pots and pans are in there. They have been with us for many years." "Moo." The big black bull stood up, its muscles bulging, and looked at the direction of the wheels. It was impossible to push the cart fast, and even they had to use a lot of strength. Chen Sun took out the long-lost bandit mask from his clothes, unbuttoned his clothes, revealing his 16 abdominal muscles, and slowly pulled out 2 axes from his waist. Big Black Bull stood silently beside him. Their eyes all looked in the same direction. Chen Sun's chest rose and fell. "Lao Nyo, chase." "Moo." The 2 figures turned into 2 hurricanes, their eyes were bloodshot, and they chased after them madly. If they didn't kill them today and turn the world upside down and the sun and moon dimmed, no one would be able to leave. Anyone who steals the house must die. Across the grass, across the bridge, they saw their little house. Chen Sun roared angrily and jumped up, jumping high and far. Bang. Chen Sun stepped steadily on the mobile hut, with supreme grace, and said coldly, in broad daylight, in the open world, "What do you mean by that?" He turned slowly and looked at the ground. His pupils shrank. Why were they all soldiers? It's unfair. Moo. Chen Sun and Dehainyo were thrown into jail again because their stall was too big and occupied many ordinary people's original positions. Others also had to make a living, and there were only so many spaces in those prosperous areas. Countless vendors went to the police to report this, saying that Chen Sun's small house was not in compliance with the rules and how could they survive. 10 days later, Chen Sun and Dehainyo walked out of the prison in disgrace. Life in prison was not a life for human beings. They looked up at the sky and smiled. Freedom was so good. However, the government was reasonable and returned the pots and pans to them, but the small house was to be demolished and they were asked to stop doing this. Chen Sun was so grateful that he burst into tears, called out to the Lord God, and promised that he would never affect others again, saying that they were wrong in this matter. This year's longevity point is still added to the essence of all things. 1 drop of green liquid can accelerate growth by 8 months. Their current longevity points: strength, 21. Speed, 21. Essence of all things, 8. Chen Sun's hair was a little messy and his clothes were dirty. He and Dehainyo began to live a wandering life. They often played with stray dogs on the roadside, laughing all the time. 2 months later, he and Dehainyo gradually walked to the South City. Chen Sun heard some news that Dr. Ning was about to die. He went there in person, handed the century-old ginseng to his master's wife, and left. Another month has passed, and Ning Si's soul has returned to heaven and earth. Countless people saw him off with tears in their eyes. I wonder how many people Pingtai Medical Clinic has benefited. The Ning family is very big and has many people. They all wear white scarves on their heads. Chen Sun stands silently at the edge of the crowd, and it seems that they do not need a dispensable person like him. The frosty wind howled, blowing past the edge of Chen Sun's memory, leaving only the fragrance in the air that gradually dissipated and could never be found again. Up to now, there are 3 people who are the most important people in Chen Sun's life. The first one was the old village chief, who remembered them when they were in the most difficult time and was willing to give them a meal. The second one was Mr. Sunday. When they first arrived in Panning City, they had no one to rely on, and it was he who gave them their first home. The third one was Master Ning, who taught him and answered his questions, and taught him countless principles of life. It seemed that medical skills had become secondary. It looks like they've all left. It seemed that Chin Sun could no longer hold it in this time. The corners of his mouth kept trembling. He didn't even dare to take a last look at Master Ning. The big black bull just rubbed against Chin Sun, and the latter held his bull head tightly with one hand. They kept following the crowd, as if they walked slower, Ning Si would walk even slower. The setting sun was as red as blood, and its afterglow spread all over the South City. From the other side of the mountain came a few cries that sounded like returning geese, and it seemed as if the only things left in the vast sky were their passing figures. The Ning family carried the coffin farther and farther away, gradually disappearing at the city gate. Chin Sun stood there for a long time, 2 lines of tears slowly flowing down. Countless people chased after them, and figures passed by them one after another, with sadness in their eyes. Chin Sun was walking towards them, leading the big black ox. His steps were heavy and slow, with no sadness or joy in his eyes. They left and completely left Panning City. Another year has passed quickly, and countless prayer lanterns are flying in Panning City. The mountain breeze blows, and Chin Sun and He Nyo sit on the top of the mountain, gazing into the distance and making silent wishes in their hearts. This year's longevity points are still added to the essence of all things, which is of vital importance to them. Old cow, let's go. Chin Sun smiled slightly. He was much more mature now, with a sophisticated look in his expression. Fat brother is still waiting for us. Moo. Big Black Bull nodded and looked at the prayer lanterns in the distant sky with reluctance. They used to set them off in the city every year. Even though they were in the Ningyun Mountains at the beginning, they would go back once at the end of the year. 2 figures walked down the mountain slowly, with mysterious expressions in their eyes. At the foot of the mountain, a little fat man with shrewd eyes and wearing luxurious brocade robes seemed to be waiting for someone. Fat brother. A shout was heard in the distance. It was Chin Sun leading the big black bull. He had a smile on his face and looked so harmless. Brother Sun. The little fat man smiled and said, with an air of seniority, the road to becoming an immortal is long, so don't be too greedy in the mortal world. The fat boy is at the 3rd level of chi refining and is a well-known middleman for independent cultivators in the Ningyun Mountains. He specializes in bringing independent cultivators to participate in the annual Ascension Conference, making a lot of money and having a very good relationship with people. Fat brother is absolutely right. Chen Sun nodded with a smile, but he was secretly complaining in his heart, if you are not greedy, then how come you were bribed by some precious medicinal materials? You look like you are just a mortal. But he also understood that if the agent didn't say so, no one would go to the Ascension Conference. Brother Sun, do you still want to take a cow with you? The little fat man frowned slightly. This is another price. If you want to enter the Immortal Gate, it is better to deal with this black cow in advance. Brother Fatty, you are joking. With my qualifications, I can't just go in whenever I want. I just want to broaden my horizons. Brother Sun has a good character. No wonder he can cultivate to the 2nd level of chi refining at such a young age. Brother Fatty, can't you see that I'm a herb collector? I collected a magical herb a few years ago and accidentally ate it. Chen Sun said this in a careless manner, and at first glance he looked like a young man with little experience in the world. They have now become proficient in using the essence of all things to shield the magic power in their bodies. Outsiders cannot detect their strength at all. This is truly the only way to earn a stable life and have enough food and clothing. So that's how it is. A flash of realization appeared in the little fat man's eyes, and some of his doubts were dispelled. Brother Sun, do you know why these major sects are holding the Ascension Conference? The fat man led Chin Sun and the big black bull forward, gradually walking into the depths of the mountains. On the way, they actually met several wandering cultivators, which scared Chin Sun. However, they looked quite indifferent, as if they knew the fat boy. They looked at Chin Sun twice and then walked away on their own. I hope Fatty can help me solve my doubts. Chen Sun was very humble, which greatly benefited the little fat boy. In addition to the disciples that various sects and schools sent people to various places to recruit, there are also a large number of independent cultivators wandering around. The little fat man talked eloquently. Those people all embarked on the path to immortality due to many unexpected reasons, and there are many talented people among them. What Fatty said makes sense. If it is buried, it will also be a loss for all the major immortal sections. Oh, that's right. I've been in this business for many years, and the number of independent practitioners is increasing every year. The little fat man sighed and sighed. This is also a great opportunity for all the major sects to expand their strength. Who wouldn't want to go further? It's mainly because we need people like Fatty, otherwise we casual cultivators won't have any chance. Chen Sun's words were sincere and deeply touching. The fat man suddenly patted Chen Sun on the shoulder with a look of appreciation in his eyes. He originally wanted to add more money, but gave up. He had also seen too many independent cultivators die without any illness, so he was more open-minded than them. Since there was no hope of building a foundation, it was better to enjoy the world. Brother Sun, let me say one more thing. Please give me some advice, Fatty. These big sects have very high requirements for cultivation qualifications. If you don't have the opportunity, you should be more open-minded and not be disturbed by the demons in your heart. The little fat man said sincerely that it was the first time he had seen such an accomplished independent cultivator. All the independent cultivators in the past were extremely arrogant and called themselves immortals. When they enter the Ascension Conference, they discover the cruelty of reality and often become a little crazy and do some unpredictable things. I'll keep in mind what Brother Pang said. Chen Sun stopped and bowed solemnly. Okay, let's go. The little fat man smiled and continued to lead the way. Gradually, they were about to reach a valley. There was thick fog all around, and it was pitch dark. Brother Sun, this is it, 9-Star Valley. The little fat man stood with his hands behind his back, looking at the fog. This is a formation built by various sections. If a mortal enters by mistake, he will be lost here and then sent out. Can we just go in directly? Chen Sun asked subconsciously with shock in his eyes. These thick fogs were actually composed of formations that changed the celestial phenomena. Of course, the formation can identify the mana in the cultivator's body. The little fat man laughed and said, then Brother Sun, let's say goodbye. I still have other wandering cultivators to lead. Okay, thank you, Fatty. Chen Sun bowed with joy in his eyes. The little fat man nodded, turned around and left, looking very cool. Old cow, we have arrived at the world of immortal cultivators. Moo moo. Chen Sun and Dehanyo stood outside, trembling all over as if they had first arrived in Panning City, and their hearts were even more excited than before. However, Chen Sun did not go in, but walked aside with Big Black Bull. The Ascension Conference would not officially start for a few days, and now was the time for independent cultivators to enter. He silently observed this group of wandering cultivators. They were dressed differently, some wore bamboo hats, some wore masks, and they looked extremely mysterious. They all stepped into the fog and then disappeared. Chen Sun suddenly realized. Moo moo. The Big Black Bull seemed a little impatient and didn't want to go in. Walk. Chen Sun shouted loudly, took out a bandit's headscarf from his arms, put it directly on his head, and walked into the fog leading the Big Black Bull. Buzz. A buzzing sound was heard, the fog gradually dissipated, and a new world came into their eyes. The Jiuxing Valley was much larger than he had imagined, and it stretched as far as the eye could see. Countless wandering practitioners were walking in the valley, and bursts of whispers could be heard. There were street stalls all around, but there was no hawking sound. Chen Sun had never seen the things displayed everywhere before, and he couldn't even pronounce their names. There are also some attics in the distance, which are the residences of small sects and schools. They come here every year to purchase things from some independent cultivators. Awesome. Moo. Chen Sun led the Big Black Bull and walked slowly in the valley, staying far away from the vendors, and then stood there to observe. What they were trading was not gold or silver, but a hexagonal crystal called a spirit stone. There were also many independent cultivators who took out elixirs to barter. Chen Sun's throat was dry and his eyes widened. Big Black Bull was completely confused. What were these? Where did they get them? How come he had never seen anything like these in all these years? Old cow, we are country bumpkins now. Chen Sun swallowed hard, his heart beating rapidly. It was really like Granny Lou visiting the Grand View Garden, making a fool of himself. The big black bull kept nodding, its big copper bell-like eyes opened wider and wider, it rubbed against Chen Sun, and pointed its head in one direction. Wow, is that the elixir? Chen Sun looked in that direction and took a step forward. He walked to a stall of a young girl and saw the 3 spiritual herbs, which were lush and green and exuded a faint spiritual energy. This is completely different from ordinary medicinal materials, whether it is the texture or the medicinal fragrance, they are completely 2 different species. The girl was tidying up with her head down when she suddenly saw 2 legs and 4 cow feet. Daoyo, do you have one? The girl slowly raised her head and smiled, then her expression suddenly changed. What kind of look is this? What are you going to do? Don't get me wrong, young lady. We are good people. Chen Sun smiled kindly, we'll just take a look. The girl broke out in a cold sweat, wondering why that smile under the veil looked so terrifying. This guy was definitely not a good person, and might have been a bandit who robbed houses. Okay, you see. The girl sat down and took a step back, looking nervous. The face scarf gave her a very strong sense of oppression. Girl, how do you identify the age of this elixir? I've been too. Will you buy it? There are no spirit stones yet. Do you have any pills that can improve your cultivation? You can exchange them for it. Not yet. Then what are you asking? The girl said unhappily. She was already frightened and was teased on top of that. Excuse me. Chen Sun felt a little embarrassed and walked away leading the big black bull. The way a cultivator does business is completely different from that of ordinary people, so he also needs to change his mindset. They would just stand not far away and listen to them explain the names and functions of these things when they saw someone in front of the stall. After these 2 visits, I gained quite a lot, including a basic knowledge of talismans, seal pens, cinnabar, and elixirs. Old cow, I've taken note of all this. I'll be able to say a few words when I brag in the future. Chen Sun was in a good mood, having learned a lot of new things. Let's go and take a look at that. Moo Moo the big black bull called happily, and it also remembered it. Next to a stall, a white-bearded old man was in high spirits, and there were many casual cultivators around him. He said, this is a chi-boosting pill. If you take it for a long time, 1 bottle can increase your cultivation by 1 level. This took me 49 days to refine. It is effective even for the 5th level of chi refining. I only charge 3 low-grade spirit stones. I will give you this for free. After he finished speaking, he opened a bottle, and a scent of spiritual energy and medicine wafted over him. Many casual cultivators around him were already tempted and were about to take out their spirit stones. That old liar is cheating again at the Ascension Conference. Suddenly, several loud shouts came from a distance, with a fierce momentum. Everyone, I suddenly have a feeling in my heart. Maybe my cultivation has improved. I will come again tomorrow. The old man's face changed, he rolled up his hands, and ran away, disappearing in the depths of the crowd. His movements were so skillful that it seemed he had done many such wicked things. My fellow Taoists, do not trust this person. Those pills are all fake and have no effect at all after taking them. The few people who came over hurriedly bowed and spoke to the people around them, with fierceness in their eyes. It seemed that they had been cheated a lot. The casual cultivators around him all bowed their hands and thanked him, feeling a sense of fear in their hearts as they were almost deceived. They couldn't see anything wrong with the elixir at all. After the people dispersed, Chen Sun sighed and said, Old Nyo, you see, there are also liars in this world of immortality, they are no different from us mortals. Moo. The big black cow nodded heavily and its pupils trembled. It had just believed the old man's lies. Chen Sun continued walking with the big black cow, eavesdropping on other people's conversations and inquiring about information. His behavior was quite sneaky, but he didn't notice it himself. The Immortal Ascension Conference will start in 3 days. The top 10 immortal sects of the Qian Kingdom will gather together. If you enter, you will be like a carp leaping over the dragon gate. Haha, I'd better not think about it. It would be great to be able to enter an ordinary immortal sect. None of the top 10 immortal sects can be entered by people with mediocre qualifications like us. That's true, but I still feel uncomfortable if I don't give it a try. Each of the 10 great immortal gates has 5 checkpoints in the center of the valley. If you don't have great wisdom and perseverance, forget it. I heard that there are many casualties every year. It's better not to go if you are not at the 7th level of chi refining. Why? Several casual cultivators shook their heads and sighed as they walked past Chinsun. The path to becoming an immortal is like thousands of troops walking on a single plank bridge, filled with numerous difficulties. They are unlike those with extraordinary talents who are picked up directly at birth. In the center of the valley, there are 10 great immortal gates and 5 checkpoints. Chen Sun and Dahei Nyo remembered the key points again. They smiled at each other and felt that they had made a profit again. Lao Nyo, let's go over there. They seem to be selling weapons. Chen Sun shouted excitedly. He was an expert in blacksmithing, and walked away leading the big black ox. There were also many people surrounding him. They stood on the periphery, but the facts disappointed Chen Sun. This was not a weapon, but a magic weapon, which could not be made by blacksmithing. There are many flying swords and some strange things placed on it, all of which can only be driven by magic power. That's awesome. Tears of envy flowed from the corners of Chen Sun's mouth. If the mountain-splitting axe could be made into a magical weapon, then he would really be able to split a mountain with one axe in the future. Moo. Saliva flowed from the corners of the big black bull's mouth. If he could train his horns into magical weapons, who could withstand the black bull's charge? The man and the cow seemed to be in tune with each other and started to fantasize, drooling. The surrounding cultivators frowned. Where did this bumpkin come from? Even the cow was the same as him. They paid no attention to the looks of others and saw another stall. Old cow, these are all skills, no, spells. Chen Sun spoke incoherently and approached again, leading the big black bull. The wandering cultivator was shocked again. I, a bandit, also practice Taoism. There are a wide variety of spells such as, the art of controlling objects, the art of fireball, the art of gathering qi, the art of immobilization, etc., all spread out on the stalls. Chen Sun and Dahei Nyo kept swallowing their saliva. They wanted them all, but they were short of spirit stones. It was the first time they felt so short of money. Does my fellow Taoist have anything you like? Brother, where did you get these spells? There are so many of them. What do you mean? The big man frowned, thinking that this man couldn't make his old business here, so he quietly took out a talisman and prepared to call someone. Don't get me wrong, bro. I'll buy the spirit stones next time I have them. Chen Sun waved his hands quickly, a little out of control, and ran with the big black bull. His heart was still beating, he was too excited. What is that? The big man put the talisman back and said viciously in the direction where Chen Sun left. Moo. The big black bull kept rubbing against Chen Sun, his eyes full of excitement. Is this the world of immortal cultivators? It's so exciting. Old cow, old cow. Chen Sun held the big black bull's head with one hand, his mouth trembling slightly. We have lived for so long, it's really in vain. Moo. The big black bull nudged Chen Sun. That was not right. Chen Sun kept muttering awesome in his mouth, as if he was possessed by a demon. One stall was enough for them to stay for a whole day, and this was just the tip of the iceberg of the world of immortal cultivation. They walked until night, and then they found a deserted place, used the sky as a blanket and the ground as a mat, leaned against each other and gradually fell asleep, but they didn't dare to fall asleep. There are disciples from various major sects in the valley to maintain order, so it doesn't seem chaotic. Those who have grudges can go out of the valley to resolve them themselves. 3 days later, countless wandering cultivators gathered in the valley, shoulder to shoulder, with burning ambition in their eyes and magic weapons in their hands shining continuously, determined to ascend to immortality in one fell swoop. It's so lively. Chen Sun led the big black bull to the edge of the crowd and looked towards the center of the valley. 10 high platforms were cast inside with various exquisite patterns inlaid inside. The material used to build this platform was definitely not ordinary iron. Moo. Moo. The big black bull raised its head and looked at the buildings from afar. They could feel a strong aura that they had never seen in the mortal world. Buzz 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 buzz. There was a loud sound of breaking through the sky, and a huge boat was slowly approaching. There were several figures standing on it, extremely misty, and a flag was advancing against the strong wind. Qingyang Gate has arrived. One of the top 10 immortal sects in Qian Kingdom. Broken boat, oh my god. Countless noises and exclamations came from the valley. These casual cultivators were well informed and they called out their names right away. Chen Sun and He Nyo could only keep talking. Chirp. 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 For huge red spirit beasts were flying across the sky, roaring loudly, with human figures standing on them, overlooking the 9 Stars Valley. One of the top 10 immortal sects in Qian Kingdom, Ziyun Sect. I heard that there are countless beautiful fairies in the sect. If only I could kiss them, they would be beautiful. Red Lin Jade Luan, only this kind of immortal sect can afford to keep it in captivity. Countless noises were heard again, even the spirit beasts were dispatched. It was indeed a wealthy and powerful place, and the wandering cultivators were even more yearning for it. The smaller sects in the valley feel sad. When will they be able to make a debut like the 10 great immortal sects? Every year they can only take advantage of their leaks, as if they are caught in a vicious cycle. The 10 great immortal gates appeared one after another, and the sky in the valley was filled with constant roars, each one more exaggerated than the last. They seemed to be competing with each other, and also seemed to be showing off the strength of their respective sects to the independent practitioners. The casual cultivators were aroused to the point of being breathless, their faces flushed, their hearts about to burst with excitement, a step towards heaven, right at this moment. Chen Sun and He Nyo had already knelt down. They were sweating all over, even more exaggeratedly than these casual cultivators, and they kept muttering to themselves. This is much more exaggerated than the immortal cultivator who recruited disciples in the mountain village. This is the real immortal cultivation. If I were given another chance, a cultivator from one of the 10 great sects would invite me to do odd jobs. Chen Sun looked at the platform with hope in his eyes and said foolishly, I will say I am willing. If you add a time limit, I hope it will be 10,000 years. Moo. The big black ox kept nodding its head. It could also help by doing chores and plowing the fields. On the 10 high platforms, cultivators from various sects stood in front, both men and women. They stood with their hands behind their backs, their eyes sharp, and their cultivation in the foundation building stage suppressed the scattered cultivators. Everyone's face changed, and they became much calmer, and they all looked towards the platform. The rules remain the same. Anyone with a bone age of 40 or below will have the opportunity to pass the 5 levels and enter the immortal gate. An old man stood at the front, exerting his magic power and shouting, those who are interested, enter the retreat, and stay in seclusion for 7 days. Roar. Roar. Low roars came one after another, and the eyes of the cultivators turned red. They looked in the direction of the immortal sect that they were interested in, and stepped out. Some immortal sects have arenas, and some have spiritual root tests. They are all different, and they all want to select the best disciples among casual cultivators. Every year, there are countless casualties among casual cultivators, but no one gives up. In Qian country, it is hard to find a foundation building pill. Only in the great immortal sect can you have the chance. Elders from various sects, big and small, also wandered around, secretly observing the failed cultivators, and personally inviting those they saw they liked. This is also the default thing of the top 10 immortal sects, always leaving some way for others to survive. Old Nyo, let's not go. Moo. There's no chance. We can't pass the spiritual root test, let alone our strength. Chen Sun rolled his eyes at He Nyo, thinking he was going to die. I suddenly found a way to make money. Moo. Big Black Bull became excited. They were so short of spirit stones. Chen Sun quietly took out the booklet, looked around and said, let's memorize the levels of each major sect, and then analyze the pros and cons. Moo. Didn't he say that the rules remain unchanged? Let's figure out the approximate strength of these levels, make a book, and sell it to those new casual cultivators. Chen Sun patted Big Black Bull, this can save them a lot of time and casualties, do you understand? Moo. The Big Black Bull pushed towards Chen Sun with excitement in his eyes, you are really very smart. Walk. Chen Sun showed a sly smile. They went to the arena first and kept recording the strength of each cultivator, trying to figure out what kind of strength would give them a better chance of winning. He categorized the levels of each major sect and made an analysis to determine which person was more suitable to go there. 7 days passed in a flash, and Chinsun and Dahainyo were stunned. How could it be so fast? They hadn't yet finished their analysis. The 10 major sects each took away a dozen independent cultivators, the elders of the smaller sects also returned satisfied, and countless independent cultivators were distraught. The dead cultivators in those checkpoints were taken care of by the people from these small sects, who were responsible for maintaining the valley. Alas, I shouldn't have gone to that Ziyun sect checkpoint. I wasted a lot of time and mana. It's not suitable for me at all. A casual cultivator beat his chest and stamped his feet, thinking that he had wasted another year. There are so many years in a lifetime, and after 40, there will be no more chances. At least the Purple Cloud Sect's trial is the safest, right? Think positively about it. Fellow Taoist Zhou is gone. Well, if it doesn't work next year, just go and enjoy the worldly prosperity. It has to be this way. One by one, the wandering cultivators passed by Chinsun with sadness and self-doubt in their eyes. One of them even went crazy and was killed in the valley by the cultivators from the sect. Some people also came to realize that the path of cultivating immortals was not suitable for them, so they returned to the mortal world and never came back again. And the fight seemed to have just begun at this moment. Some veteran cultivators over 40 years old came to the Ascension Conference to look for prey. There were many fierce fights outside the valley. Chen Sun took the big black bull and ran away. Fortunately, they were poor and no one targeted them. Old cow, go to the outskirts of the mountain first. Moo. Chen Sun and Big Black Bull fled frantically. No one could stop them, they just had to run. The dark side of the world of immortal cultivation had just begun. Another year passed quickly, and they lived a life of sleeping in the open air on the outskirts of Ningyan Mountains, and no longer dared to pick up human bones. Their cultivation had only improved a little, and was still stuck at the 3rd level of qi refining. They had added the longevity points to the essence of all things, and had also cultivated a century-old medicinal herb. They searched for elixirs on the outskirts of the mountains every day, but when they didn't see even a shadow of them, they didn't dare to go deep into the mountains. Not only are there monsters there, but there is also a small immortal gate, which is extremely dangerous. It was another Ascension Conference, and Chinsun and Big Black Bull arrived as scheduled, with a bit of arrogance in their eyes, and they could even comment on the things on the stalls. They took the century-old medicinal herbs to sell, but were severely humiliated and told that they were not smart enough and should not come to practice Taoism. Sir, why do you still look down on people? There are no mortals in your family. Everyone in your family is dead. Moo. The big black cow also spat. Chinsun and the big black cow were walking in the valley, and they kept having sex. It still had the same shape and taste. 3 days passed by in a flash, and it was time for the top 10 immortal sects to show off again. Chinsun and Dahainyo stood in the valley and looked forward to it. The key is that others are pretending so well. There were countless noises and exclamations again, but today Chinsun also shouted a few times, at least he could call out the names of other sects. During these 7 days, Chinsun and Dahainyo continued to write and draw with the pamphlet, while Dahainyo continued to supplement. When the closing time came, Chinsun and Dahainyo were the first to rush out, walking faster than the top 10 immortal sects, so fast that no one even noticed that someone had run away. In the face of absolute speed, even the conspiracy and trickery seemed to be a little slow. There is no time in the mountains. 5 years have passed. The wild beasts in the Ningyan Mountains have suffered a great disaster. Chinsun and Dahainyo each give birth to a little friend, and every day there are wild beasts suffering. They finally reached the 4th level of qi refining and added all their longevity points to the essence of all things, hoping that one day they would step on a magical medicine while going to the toilet. Their current longevity points: Strength, 21. Speed, 21. Essence of all things, 15. At this year's Ascension Conference, Chinsun and Dahainyo arrived as promised, and came again and again. They were radiant, as if they had returned home. However, in addition to the pots and pans hanging on both sides of the big black cow, they also printed a lot of pamphlets in the city. Chinsun began to gain fame at the Ascension Conference and was nicknamed the Ascension Nail House. He was extremely poor and had only a big black cow left. No one knows his appearance or name, he is quite mysterious. But this person is not very smart. He wears a black turban all year round and dreams of becoming a bandit in the world of immortals. Rumor has it that all vendors should be careful of this man, because he often lingers around the stalls but cannot produce a single spiritual stone. It is estimated that he is looking for something. But these were just some boring jokes among the casual cultivators after dinner. No one paid any attention to Chen Sun and just treated him as a fool. Every year new people come and old people leave, all of whom are eager to seek immortality. 9-Star Valley. Brother, this is a masterpiece that I have worked hard on for several years. All the levels and precautions of the major sects are included in it. Chen Sun bent over, smiling and continued to promote, I guarantee that your success rate in entering the Immortal Gate will greatly increase. Oh. Several casual cultivators paused, their eyes lit up with interest, can I borrow it for a look? However, after seeing the bandit Chen Sun's mask, they were all shocked. This guy is definitely not a good person. Of course, if you are satisfied, you can pay me. Chen Sun smiled and said, these people looked unfamiliar and it was obvious that they had just arrived at the Ascension Conference, so the chances of selling were greatly increased. Brother Zhang, this looks really good. The casual cultivator's eyes lit up, and he showed it to the two people beside him and said, even the 10 major sects have said what kind of disciples they want to recruit. Indeed, I don't know whether it's true or not. The two nodded. If it was true, it would be terrible. Don't worry, bro. I'm here every year. If you have any questions, just come to me. Chen Sun patted his chest and said solemnly, 1 low-grade spirit stone is enough. I won't suffer any loss or be cheated. Even if it can only increase the chances of winning by 10%, isn't it still a profit? Good. The men shouted, his eyes still on the booklet, this Taoist friend looks like a straightforward person. I'll buy it. Brother has a keen eye. I will definitely enter the Immortal Gate smoothly this year. Chen Sun smiled flatteringly and happily took the low-grade spirit stone. He was so overjoyed that he could not contain himself. Okay, I'll borrow your good words then. The men smiled and said, this guy is really good at talking, the spirit stone is worth it. 3 brothers, take care. Moo. Chen Sun and Dehanyo shouted behind them, with smiles on their faces, as they finally earned their first pot of gold. Old cow, let's go. Moo. Chen Sun was ambitious. He didn't steal or rob. He earned the spirit stones in a comfortable and clean way. The big black bull was so excited that he was about to cry, and kept rubbing against Chen Sun. They really did it. The latter also held the bull's head with one hand. No one knew how much effort they had spent. This elder brother is very brave and talented. If I'm not mistaken, he is here to participate in the recruitment of disciples for the 10 great immortal sects. What's up, fellow Taoist? A young man paused, looking surprised. Was his excellence so obvious? Damn it, someone actually saw through it. Chen Sun narrowed his eyes slightly and looked him up and down, but Big Brother may be missing something, which is crucial. The young man also looked at Chen Sun. Although he was wearing a turban, his wise eyes betrayed him deeply. In addition, the big black cow he was leading behind him had pots and pans hanging on its body, which added a sense of wisdom to him. This man was extraordinary. Please speak frankly, fellow Taoist. The young man was quite polite. Chen Sun took out 3 booklets from behind him, spread them out with one hand, and said solemnly, if you want to become an immortal, read this book first. Ah. The young man was shocked and took it quickly, could this be the legendary? Haha, the checkpoints of the 10 great immortal gates are all in this book. It depends on whether you know what it is. Chen Sun said quietly, standing with his hands behind his back. He had become quite sharp in the past few years and could tell at a glance who had spirit stones and who didn't. The young man wiped the sweat off his forehead. The contents of this booklet were all valuable information, much better than what he had heard from others. Fellow Taoist, this will cost a lot of spirit stones. 1 low-grade spirit stone will do. No, it's not worth it. The young man shook his head suddenly. Chen Sun's expression changed. He actually made a mistake. I think at least 2, the young man said seriously, taking out spirit stones from his storage bag. "Brother, no need, this is the uniform price." Chen Sun frowned. He didn't like to raise the price. "Just $1. 2. Peace." "Then fellow Taoist, are you not giving me face?" The young man's expression suddenly became fierce, as if he had become a different person. Chen Sun was startled and quickly changed his words. "Okay, just 2 pieces." Big Brother is indeed not an ordinary person. After hearing this, the young man's expression changed immediately. With a smile on his face, Daoyo is definitely not an ordinary person. "I like this booklet very much. I will accept it first." "Take care, bro." Chen Sun shouted. He was very frightened. At that moment just now, the magic power in that person's body was several times greater than his. Moreover, he even had the legendary storage bag on him, which might have a great origin. We should stay away from such people. Mu the big black bull nudged Chen Sun, but why didn't he move? "It's all right, Lao Nyo, go on selling brochures." Mu. The man and the cow kept bending over and smiling to sell the manual. Someone said it was a fake, sneered and left. Chen Sun was not angry either, as this was normal. However, the harvest of the day was quite gratifying. They sold 50 copies and had 51 low-grade spirit stones in their hands. But he heard that there were also mid-grade spirit stones, and the generally accepted ratio was 1 to 100. However, if one really wanted to exchange them, a mid-grade spirit stone could easily be exchanged for 120 low-grade spirit stones. He and Big Black Bull hid in an empty corner, his eyes constantly scanning the surroundings, one hand tightly gripping the axe. "Old cow, we're rich." Chen Sun whispered with joy. Mu the Big Black Bull called in a low voice, its head lying in Chen Sun's arms, its eyes full of joy. The biggest function of low-grade spirit stones is that they can be used for cultivation. The pure spiritual power is much better than the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. They have to constantly refine the impurities in the spiritual energy during their cultivation. But that is what the rich people in the world of immortal cultivation do. Ordinary immortal cultivators can only use it for trading, because the effect of the elixir is better, but there will be drug resistance. If one could take so many pills that his body developed drug resistance, he would be considered an extremely wealthy person. Drug resistance is not even within the consideration of ordinary cultivators. The next day, they continued to sell the booklets and finally collected 100 low-grade spirit stones. Chen Sun was shaking with excitement. The Big Black Bull kept mooing and circling around Chen Sun. "Old cow, we must keep a low profile." Chen Sun said stealthily, feeling that everyone was coming to snatch their spirit stones. "Moo. Moo," the Big Black Bull shouted, it understood. On the 3rd day, they did not sell brochures anymore, but visited various stalls. Suddenly, Chen Sun's eyes lit up when he saw a familiar old man. "Girl, it's you." The girl's appearance has not changed much, she is still the same as before. There are several spiritual herbs and bottles of pills in front of the stall. She was shocked. It was still the familiar pair of legs, and the familiar 4 black cow feet. The thought popped up in her mind, why is this bandit bringing the cow here again? "Haha, it's you." The girl forced a smile. This look was so deeply rooted in people's minds that it was hard to forget. "We are here to buy things. We have spiritual stones." "Okay then, what do you want to buy?" The girl's eyes lit up and she became excited instantly, as long as he wasn't teasing her. "Can you introduce these 3 magical herbs to me?" Chen Sun squatted down and smiled awkwardly, but since he had studied medicine, he could still see something. Under the girl's astonished eyes, Chen Sun took out a few spirit stones from his crotch to prove to her that he really had them. "Good." The girl was embarrassed, her eyes moved downwards, and she pointed at a spiritual medicine. "This is Shueyun grass, 20 years old, it is the material for the chi-gathering pill. This is frost maple grass, but it is only 10 years old. It is the material for the heavy feather pill. This is Shenhui grass, 30 years old, and it is also the material for Chengyu Dan." The girl introduced them one by one. Although they were not of high age, it was not easy for a casual cultivator to pick so many spiritual herbs. If it were a little older, many monsters and spirit beasts would come to fight for it. "Girl, How many spirit stones are there? I want them all. Chen Sun licked his lips and stared at the elixir. The age of the elixir seemed particularly easy to judge, just as he expected. 20. The girl thought for a moment and then shouted. What? Chen Sun stood up and screamed. The piercing voice made the girl frown. She said in a delicate voice, then how much do you give? 8. What? It was the girl's turn to stand up and exclaim, how can you bargain like this? Why don't you just go and rob it? Chen Sun looked embarrassed. He reached into his crotch with one hand and took out a few spirit stones with difficulty. He said, 10 spirit stones, that's all I have. The girl's chest rose and fell slightly as she observed Chen Sun's expression, but she could not see anything. Only her nose, eyes, and mouth were exposed. Okay, deal then. The girl nodded heavily. Give me 3 more boxes, I don't have any left. Chen Sun looked at the medicine box behind her, coveting it for a long time. She was indeed a seller of elixirs, this was called professionalism. The girl widened her eyes, this man must have been a bandit, taking advantage of others. But she still gave it to him, and finally gave Chen Sun a sweet smile. Old cow, save when you should and spend when you should, understand? Moo. Big Black Bull nudged Chen Sun in dissatisfaction. They had been in the mortal world for so long that they already understood this principle. Brother, how much is this fireball spell? Chen Sun walked to a stall selling spells, his eyes calm. A middle-aged man glanced at Chen Sun, his pupils slightly widened, for low-grade spirit stones. Chen Sun looked embarrassed and hesitant. Big Black Bull pulled Chen Sun and said, let's go. Let's go. Wait a minute, fellow Taoist. The middle-aged man looked at Chen Sun and then at Big Black Bull, do you really want it? Yeah, there is a little bit of sincerity. Chen Sun nodded. Take these 2 spirit stones. Brother is straightforward. Chen Sun praised, took out 2 spirit stones from his crotch, and walked away with the spell, all in one go. The middle-aged man shook his head slightly and took out another book called Fireball from under the stall. It was a little spell that was so popular that he could print countless copies. Chen Sun and Dehanyo bought a book of magic from every stall and never bought more than that. The Art of Controlling Objects, Basic Alchemy, Compendium of Spiritual Medicines, Spiritual Enlightenment, etc. He also spent a lot of money to buy a bag of spiritual medicine seeds, and the 100 spirit stones were quickly used up. Chen Sun and Dehanyo were walking in the valley, their hearts beating rapidly. They felt that their families were too wealthy and there were countless independent cultivators who wanted to rob them. Old cow. Moo. The man and the cow looked at each other deeply, quickened their pace, and rushed out of the valley directly, and then disappeared. This time, they ran away before the 10 great immortal sects showed up. On the outskirts of Ningyan Mountains, a wild beast's den was occupied by them. A huge rock blocked the entrance of the cave, and ordinary people could not move it at all. The huge rocks are covered with dense vines. If you don't look carefully, you really won't notice that there is a cave here. Snap. The fire lit up, illuminating the entire cave. Chen Sun's face turned red, and he kept spinning and running like a big black bull. Old bull, don't show off your wealth. Keep a steady mind. Chen Sun laughed softly with a trembling voice, look at you, when will you be like me? Moo. The big black bull kept rubbing against Chen Sun, extremely happy, moo. We have 15 points of all things essence, which adds up to 30. One day can speed up the growth of spiritual medicine by more than 2 years. Chen Sun became more and more excited as he spoke, spitting everywhere, Lao Nyo, do you know how to do arithmetic? How many years is 1 month? Moo. The big black bull mooed twice, took a stone and wrote and drew on the ground, starting to do arithmetic. 75 years. Chen Sun said excitedly, looking at the big black bull, 100-year-old elixir a month, my god. Moo. Moo. The big black bull was suddenly startled and a stone fell to the ground. They had inquired and found that 100-year-old spiritual medicine would cost about 100 to 200 low-grade spiritual stones. They also have elixir seeds, which they sell and buy again in an endless cycle. Who in this world of cultivating immortals has more elixir stones than them? Don't think too much. We don't have the strength to guarantee large-scale sales. Chen Sun looked at the expression of Big Black Bull and knew what he was thinking. Fire one shot and then another, this will not attract attention. Besides, we still have to make the elixir ourselves. Moo. The Big Black Bull nodded continuously, his eyes wide open, and he looked extremely dazed, almost drifting away. Let's first cultivate the 3 spiritual herbs in the medicine box to 100 years old. We can take the seeds of those spiritual herbs one by one. Chen Sun said calmly that the peculiar medicinal fragrance of the 100-year-old spiritual herbs planted outside could attract the attention of many monsters and spiritual beasts. This kind of medicine box can not only preserve the medicinal properties, but also cover up the medicinal fragrance. I should get more of them in the future, Chen Sun thought to himself. Moo, the Big Black Bull responded solemnly. Old cow, get to work. Chen Sun said with a smile, we still have to practice magic. Moo. The Big Black Bull's eyes lit up. It had been looking forward to the fireball technique for a long time. All those jugglers could do it. They began to cultivate elixirs, practice magic and chi refining techniques every day, and go hunting in the mountains when they were hungry and thirsty. They lived an extremely comfortable life. More than half a year later, the atmosphere in the cave was tense and full of fear. Shiman Hainyu, I didn't expect that in such a short time, you have already cultivated to the 4th level of chi refining. It seems that I can't keep you here today. Chen Sun's brows were grim, his palms and fingers kept striking each other, and the magic power in his body surged, look at my skill of controlling objects. Moo. The Big Black Bull was alert. A stone suddenly moved from behind him, trying to attack him. Moo, moo, moo. It stood on 2 feet, opened its eyes suddenly, and with its bull paws accompanied by magic power, a small fireball hit the stone directly. Sizzle. The whole cave was filled with a hot breath. Looking at the pebbles being turned into ashes, the Big Black Bull grinned. That's it. My strength can move mountains and my courage can conquer the world. Moo. The Big Black Bull screamed, and Chen Sun laughed loudly, then lifted the Big Black Bull above his head again. This trick always works. After playing for a while, Chen Sun and the Big Black Bull sat on the ground. The arrogance in their eyes was almost reaching the sky, and they finally had some magic power to rely on. However, the Big Black Bull surprised Chen Sun. They had learned at the Ascension Conference in recent years that spiritual beasts are very different from humans. Spiritual beasts generally cannot practice human skills or spells, but the Big Black Bull can do them all. It can be said that it has completely surpassed spiritual beasts. But no matter what kind of animal the Big Black Bull is, he will always be his family. Chen Sun smiled warmly and patted the Big Black Bull who was still mooing. It was another Ascension Conference. Chen Sun came leading the Big Black Bull. They walked alone with endless peace in their eyes. Many independent cultivators looked at them and shook their heads silently. These were the most miserable people in the world of immortal cultivation. They had no talent and were unable to see things clearly. In the end, they could only die in the wilderness. However, they no longer have any mocking expressions. One cannot help but admire such people, and it is also a true portrayal of most people, with a sense of sadness written down in capital letters. Some old hands also narrowed their eyes slightly. Compared with this person, they were not as good as him. If this person did not come, they would feel a little empty in their hearts. Chen Sun was never within their range of killing and robbing treasures. He was too poor, and his desire to become an immortal was pure, making him like a fool. Inside the valley, in a sect's pavilion, Chen Sun's expression was no longer calm, and he cried out miserably, "Senior, please add a little more. I have lived half my life and only picked up this one plant." The old man frowned slightly, looking at the 100-year-old Shenhui grass, and felt hesitant. "Senior, look at the color and quality of this century-old elixir. It has not lost any of its medicinal properties. I just picked it up and sent it to you." Chen Sun tried hard to squeeze out 2 tears of joy from his eyes. "Add a little more, and he will be yours. Then add another $10. The medicinal properties are really good." "Good." Chen Sun's expression immediately became calm, and he would never push his luck any further. The old man looked at Chen Sun's changed expression, his expression twitched, and he thought, "You are acting with me from behind. Senior, I want to buy a few more medicine boxes. My old cow likes them very much. Chen Sun grinned, having received 120 spiritual stones. If I find more, I will send them to you. Haha, 5 for a low-grade spirit stone, go get it yourself. The old man shook his head and smiled, then glanced at the big black bull outside the attic. How could he be so lucky to pick this century-old elixir? Seeing the old man's surprised expression, Chen Sun bought 30 in one go, put them in big black bull's pockets, and disappeared. What a boy who has never seen the world. The old man murmured, and even the medicine box containing the elixir in his hand was taken back. In the depths of the Ningyan Mountains, crane spirit trees could be seen everywhere. This medicine box is made of the crane spirit tree and it's not difficult to make. However, many years later, when Chen Sun learned about this, he beat his chest and stamped his feet, feeling as if ants were crawling all over his body. Whenever he saw the helling tree, he would chop it down with an axe. They have now come to an alchemy pavilion. The pills sold here are more expensive than those sold by independent cultivators outside, but the quality is guaranteed. My fellow Taoist, do you have anything you like? A Sect disciple came to greet Chen Sun. There were a wide variety of things in there, including alchemy furnaces, elixirs, pills, and alchemy techniques. He had seen too many weirdos among the casual cultivators, so this man wearing a black turban could not cause any ripples in his heart. How much is this alchemy furnace? Chen Sun coughed and pretended to be knowledgeable. This is a yellow-grade lower-grade alchemy furnace, and it only costs 20 lower-grade spirit stones. The Sect disciple introduced with a smile, pointing to a small stove. This is also a bigger one. That's what I want. Chen Sun's heart trembled. Why is it so expensive? He couldn't help but ask, my fellow Taoist, I saw that the furnaces sold by those casual cultivators only cost 10 low-grade spirit stones. Most of them are low-grade alchemy furnaces, or they have been damaged in many places. The Sect disciple patiently explained, this will have a serious impact on the success rate and quality of the pills. Major. Chen Sun praised, as expected, to buy such magical instruments one has to go through regular merchants, then paid the spirit stones and left. Most things in this world of immortal cultivation are divided into 4 levels, heaven, earth, Xian, and Huang. Although there are higher levels, they are not accessible to ordinary cultivators like them. Moo. Big Black Bull liked this small stove very much and kept asking Chen Sun to show it to him. Wealth, friends, laws and land, the ancients were right, Chen Sun sighed inwardly, even immortality cannot escape this law. Staying in one place and practicing till the end of time is just a dream. Your cultivation will get stuck and you will die. They continued to sell the booklets, but last year the response to the booklets was quite good, with hundreds of spirit stones sold in a single day. In a dark corner, Chen Sun's eyes sparkled, but he did not show any joy. Old cow, let's not sell it this year. Moo. Big Black Bull looked puzzled. Isn't this selling well? This kind of brochure is too easy to imitate and too eye-catching. We just want to make the first pot of gold. Moo. The Big Black Bull suddenly realized that its brain was becoming more and more sharp, and it could understand things immediately. It knew what to do with just a glance from Chen Sun. Of course, it doesn't quite understand other people's looks. Hey, fellow Taoist, so you are here. An old man in white robes walked over with a smile, as if he had been looking for them for a long time. What is it? Chen Sun's eyes narrowed slightly. It turned out to be the old elixir swindler. I have a fortune here that is related to your book. I wonder if you are interested. The old man smiled with his hands behind his back and said that he had been observing Chen Sun for a long time. He came here every year but did not dare to break through. He did not believe that he would not take the bait. Chen Sun shook his head silently without saying a word, leading the big black cow directly to the street, with no interest in his eyes. The old man stood there in shock, and said, so he is such a fool, with a stupid head. On the street. Old cow, remember, we will never harm anyone in this life, and we will never seek any advantage, but we should also not believe that any good thing will fall on our heads. Chen Sun looked deep in his eyes and said word by word, this may result in the loss of many opportunities, but we will never suffer any loss. Moo. The Big Black Bull kept nudging Chen Sun, and it remembered it. They started looking for elixir seeds again. Elixir was hard to find, but seeds were plentiful. Chen Sun bought several bags, but most of them were dead seeds, and there were some fake ones among them. Chen Sun immediately quit. He was at the 4th level of Qi training and had mastered the fireball technique. Did anyone really think he was easy to bully? I clearly gave me a bag of spirit stones, but you only gave me half a bag of seeds. Chen Sun raised his eyebrows, but no one saw it. Moo. The big black bull also roared at the stall. Why? Spiritual medicine seeds are like this. Are you looking for trouble? The men sneered, and a yellow talisman stood upright in the air. He drew 2 fingers and a flash of light appeared, which disappeared in an instant. He looked at Chen Sun provocatively. Anyone who has done business here for a few years knows this fool wearing a black scarf and leading a cow. He is only at the 3rd level of Qi training and has no one to rely on. A flash of spiritual wisdom appeared in Chen Sun's eyes. This person was actually at the 4th level of Qi refining, and seemed to be wealthy. Brother Liao, who dares to cause trouble here? A few people ran up from behind the crowd. They were wearing similar clothes and were most likely from a certain immortal cultivation family. They were all at the 4th level of Qi refining, and there was even one person at the 5th level. At this time, many independent cultivators gathered around, all looking at Chen Sun with mocking indifference. Why, the majority bullying the minority? Chen Sun smiled coldly, with no fear in his eyes. That's not how you do business. I was wondering who it was. It turned out to be this bandit idiot. A round-faced man said disdainfully, Brother Dao, leave this man to me. Good. The man nodded slightly. No magic can be done in the valley, be careful. Fool, kneel down and kowtow to me, my Taoist brother, and admit your fault, and today's matter will be forgiven. The round-faced man raised his head and looked at Chen Sun with his nose. I don't want to see you again in the future Ascension Conference. These people clearly wanted to make fun of me. The less satisfied a person's life is, the more they like to bully the weaker ones. If you don't show some attitude, these casual cultivators will think they can be manipulated at will. Who do you think you are? You look like a rotten watermelon. Chen Sun said calmly, standing still, how dare you bark in front of me? You have sharp teeth and sharp mouth. I'm going to smash your mouth into pieces. The round-faced man was filled with rage. This fool actually dared to insult him. He took a step forward, a faint light appeared in his hand, and the Vajra fist with a fierce gust of wind smashed directly towards Chen Sun. Bang! Chen Sun took a step back and threw out a normal punch, which collided with the round-faced man's punch. The latter's expression changed drastically, and he looked slightly painful. Suddenly, he let out a cry of pain, ah. There was a sound of bones breaking, and the round-faced man flew backwards, looking at Chen Sun with fear. What kind of strange power was this? The Liao family's Vajra fist was actually broken. This person is a hidden talent. Haha, I didn't expect this silly fellow Taoist to have such strength. There was a burst of noise all around, and everyone's eyes looking at Chen Sun changed a lot. It turned out that this man was not a fool. The Liao family, right? Chen Sun nodded slightly and looked at the angry people. Remember, you still owe me half a bag of spiritual medicine seeds. Then fellow Taoist, please be careful outside the 9-star valley. The men supported the round-faced man and said with a gloomy smile, knowing some physical skills can't decide anything. Oh. Chen Sun smiled, and under the hood, his smile looked even darker and more terrifying than his own, so much so that the Liao family members were frightened. The casual cultivators who were watching shouted in their hearts, it turns out that the oppressive feeling of this headgear is so strong. Chen Sun led the big black bull and walked straight ahead. A member of the Liao family followed behind them, but their pace gradually quickened. After 3 sharp turns, he rushed out of the 9-star valley and disappeared. The Liao family members following behind him were stunned. Where is he? On the way. Old bull, I was impulsive this time. If I didn't care about that half bag of spiritual medicine seeds, we wouldn't have become enemies. There was an apologetic look in Chen Sun's eyes. They had heard a lot of rumors in the past few years, but they just ignored them. Moo. The big black bull looked indifferent. It was obvious that they were bullying us on purpose. But in life, we can't give in to everything. Don't go to the Immortal Ascension Conference for now, the Liao family will definitely block us. Chen Sun said quietly, let's improve our strength first. We have no one to rely on. The world of immortal cultivation is much more cruel than the world of mortals. Moo. The big black bull responded that its senses were more sensitive than Chen Sun's, and that the Liao family members were obviously determined to kill. Back in the cave outside the mountains, Chen Sun kept reflecting on himself. He had stayed in the mortal world for too long, and now he was fighting for the moment here, which might bring them fatal disaster. Lao Nyo, if we encounter this kind of thing again, we will endure it. When we are strong enough, we can take back what we lost. Chen Sun cursed in a low voice that Dehei Nyo couldn't understand. Damn, what a bunch of little bastards. Moo, moo, moo. Big Black Bull nudged Chen Sun. They were not yet at the point where they could take everything lightly. They just had to go through it all. Old Bull, it's okay. Chen Sun held the Big Black Bull, you go get the elixir, I'll look at the alchemy technique. Moo. The Big Black Bull was very obedient and ran over quickly, trying to make Chen Sun happier. Chen Sun was flipping through the basic alchemy technique. First, he had to condense the elixir fire in his body, then slowly refine the medicinal properties of the elixir, and finally integrate them into a pill. However, the alchemy fire consumes a lot of mana. If you are not careful, a furnace of pills will be ruined. A true alchemy master must have countless spiritual medicines piled up. However, alchemy also says that there is fire from the earth veins that can replace the fire for elixir, but such places are generally occupied by immortal sects, so ordinary cultivators can forget about it. Chen Sun watched with great interest. He had studied medicine before, and some of the things here were similar. The most common elixirs in the qi refining stage are the Chengyu pill and the Ichi pill, both of which are excellent elixirs for improving cultivation, and the recipes are already everywhere. 20-year-old elixirs can be used as medicine. Chen Sun murmured, of course the older the better, but spiritual medicines with older years are generally used to refine better pills. Time flies, and before they knew it, a year had passed. They missed the Ascension Conference this time, and the Liao family had been waiting outside the valley, but they didn't expect to be disappointed. It seems that the fool is smart enough to know that he has offended an important person, so he becomes a coward. And this year, a few people actually showed up and sold pamphlets like Chen Sun's. They were quite popular and made a lot of money. Inside the cave, Chen Sun continued to add longevity points to the essence of all things. Today, Chen Sun calmed down and sat cross-legged on the ground. Big Black Bull stood up and kept patting Chen Sun's shoulders. He kept breathing heavily and seemed quite excited. The auspicious time has arrived. I will start refining the elixir. I hope the gods and Buddhas will bless me and give me, Chen Sun, some face. Moo moo moo, the Big Black Bull also shouted behind Chen Sun. Chen Sun's slightly closed eyes suddenly opened. In front of him was an alchemy furnace. He pointed and the furnace spiraled up to the sky, level with his sight. There were dozens of spiritual medicines for Chengyu Den placed around them, all of which were over 30 years old and were what they had accumulated over the past 2 years. Go! Chen Sun shouted loudly, and a spiritual medicine flew into the furnace. Pill fire came out from the palm of his hand. The magic power in Chen Sun's body began to be consumed, and beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. The Dan fire was sometimes big and sometimes small under Chen Sun's control. Big Black Bull's mood was like riding a roller coaster, up and down, and he didn't dare to breathe. One after another, magical herbs kept flying into the furnace, and the aroma of medicine filled the air. The Big Black Bull widened his eyes. Puff! A sound like a bubble bursting was heard, and all the medicinal materials for the Chengyu Dan were scrapped and turned into pools of waste liquid. Chen Sun panted heavily, took out a blank booklet, and wrote down his feelings one by one, including the temperature at which each herb was used. Theory and practice are completely different things. Moo. The Big Black Bull was still hammering its shoulders. It couldn't do this kind of delicate work and could only do the rough work. Old cow, it's okay. I need to take a few days to recover my magic power. Moo. Big Black Bull replied, it's okay if you take it easy for a few years. Another 3 days passed before Chen Sun recovered his lost mana. Today, he was in high spirits and shouted. The auspicious time has arrived. I will start refining the elixir. I hope the gods and Buddhas will bless me and give me, Chen Sun, some face. Moo moo moo. The alchemy furnace spiraled upwards, and spiritual herbs continued to fly into the furnace. Before long, there were puddles of waste liquid, and it was cold. Another 3 days passed, and Chen Sun's magic power was restored. He sat cross-legged, with veins bulging on his arms, and shouted. The auspicious time has arrived. I will start refining the elixir. I hope the gods and Buddhas will bless me and give me, Chen Sun, some face. Moo moo moo. The alchemy furnace spiraled upwards, and spiritual herbs continued to fly into the furnace. Before long, there were puddles of waste liquid, and it cooled down. 1 month later, Chen Sun's fingers trembled slightly, the corners of his mouth quivered slightly, and he whispered. The auspicious time has arrived. I will start refining the elixir. I hope the gods and Buddhas will bless me and give me, Chen Sun, some face. Moo. The alchemy furnace spiraled upwards, and medicinal herbs continued to fly into the furnace one after another. Before long, there were puddles of waste liquid medicine, and it cooled down again and again. Another month passed, and Big Black Bull was listless. Chen Sun's eyes were sunken, his hair was flying, and he said in a trembling voice. The auspicious time has arrived. I will start refining the elixir. I hope the gods and Buddhas will bless me and give me, Chen Sun, some face. Moo. The alchemy furnace spiraled upwards, and spiritual herbs continued to fly into the furnace one after another. This time, the aroma of medicine was so strong that Chen Sun finally grasped the essence. The Big Black Bull's eyes gleamed with a gleam, and he slowly stood up. He wanted to say the word awesome, but he just couldn't. Old cow, I did it. I did it, ha 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 ha. Chen Sun laughed crazily, his eyes bloodshot, as if he wanted to swallow the alchemy furnace alive. So many elixirs and spirit stones were gone just like that. As expected, in this world of cultivating immortals, even dogs don't want to be alchemists. It's almost okay to have an immortal sect to back you up. Moo the Big Black Bull was very excited. He looked at the dozen or so pure white pills and kept hammering Chen Sun's shoulder. The fragrance of the medicine could be smelled throughout the entire cave. It was so wonderful. Record first, it's all based on experience. Chen Sun almost forgot himself. This was a big deal. He started to write and draw in his notebook and review every day. The thing he had the most was time. Old cow, try the effect. Moo. They all tapped with their hands, and a pill slid into their mouths, so smooth that Chen Sun and Dahenyo were shocked, and a pure medicinal power spread throughout their bodies. That feeling is like sailing in the sea, but extremely free and brings the ultimate enjoyment. Comfortable. Chen Sun couldn't help but say that as the medicinal power dissipated, the bottleneck seemed to loosen, and another heavy feather pill entered his mouth and continued to be refined. The Big Black Bull sat cross-legged on the ground, mooing happily. Awesome. Moo. At the entrance of the third pill, the bottleneck that was stuck was like opening a gate, and it instantly broke through the 5th level of qi refining. Chen Sun and Dahenyo jumped for joy, they didn't want to be stuck in a certain realm. Don't make pills for this month, stabilize your realm. Chen Sun said excitedly, then find a river and take a bath. We will start the furnace next month. Moo. The Big Black Bull nodded frantically. All things are difficult at the beginning. In the days that followed, they went to and from school, working from sunrise to sunset and resting from sunset, cultivating seeds, refining elixirs, and practicing. Another year has passed quickly, and the Ascension Conference started as scheduled, but the Qianyo bandit was no longer there. The Liao family was furious. Their ambush had failed and they had no place to use their strength. No one knew what the bandit looked like or where he came from. It was as if he had evaporated from the face of the earth. Inside the cave, Chen Sun added the longevity point to the essence of all things. In the second half of the year, Chen Sun succeeded in making 3 more furnaces. They took pills while consolidating their realm without being arrogant or impatient. Time was the least valuable thing to Chen Sun and Dahenyo. What is most important is to take every step steadily. They have now broken through the 6th level of chi refining, which is so terrifying. Although the growth conditions of this spiritual medicine are extremely harsh, our essence of all things seems to be able to overcome everything. Chen Sun and Dehane Yo opened another entrance in the cave, and planted it full of magical herbs, all of which were decades old. He had read in the Encyclopedia of Spiritual Medicines that these spiritual medicines had to grow in spiritual soil and could not be grown in ordinary soil. Moo. Big Black Bull was delighted when he saw their kingdom. It was filled with spiritual energy. They were all practicing here now. It's this alchemy furnace that's too useless. Chen Sun frowned, feeling that the stove was not working well. It seems that I need to change it when the time comes. Big Black Bull nodded. He didn't know much about alchemy, but he felt that the outer shell of the alchemy furnace was a little deteriorated. In the 2nd year, although Chen Sun did not make elixirs, he was also extremely busy. He continued to study the complete collection of elixirs, reciting and studying it every day. Big Black Ox is in charge of this magical medicine. When the year comes, he picks it and puts it in the medicine box. After all, life is peaceful, without so many troubles. It's another Ascension conference this year, and many new faces have come. They are ambitious and full of confidence, hoping to ascend to heaven in one fell swoop. Some old faces shook their heads and sighed. They used to laugh at the cow troopers, but now they are the troopers themselves. The opportunity is right in front of them, and they can't help feeling unwilling. They look down on the mortal world and would rather die of old age in the 9-Star Valley than go back in disgrace. There are countless dead bones buried deep in the Ningyun Mountains. Those who sell booklets are overjoyed, as there are more and more competitors in the industry and they need fresh blood. What most people don't know is that there are actually many such Ascension conferences, and the 10 great immortal sects will not hold them in just one place. The Liao family also gave up completely and continued to do business in Jiuxing Valley. It was just a small matter and there was no need to let others laugh at them for being stingy. They thought that the bandit must have been eaten by some monster and nothing was left. Inside the cave, after Chen Sun added the immortality point to the essence of all things, he began to calm his mind and prepare to start refining the elixir. Big Black Bull prepared the elixir and acted as a cheerleader, rubbing Chen Sun's shoulders and back. Now that my magical power has greatly increased, I want to start refining the elixir. I hope the gods and Buddhas will bless me and give me, Chen Sun, some face. Chen Sun's eyes fixed, his robe fluttered without wind, his black hair fluttered from his back, the sense of ceremony was at its fullest. Moo, the Big Black Bull let out a long roar. Chen Sun's technique was very skilled, and he quickly put the spiritual herbs into the furnace one by one, going extremely smoothly. Originally it took 3 days to recover from refining a furnace of pills, but now it only takes 2 days. Time passed quickly, and more than half a year later, a loud noise suddenly came from the cave, and the alchemy furnace exploded. Chen Sun's face was full of black energy and he looked confused, with thick black smoke coming out of his mouth. He had a Mediterranean hairstyle, and the middle part of his hair was blown away. Moo. The Big Black Bull's eyes were full of panic and he snorted heavily. He hurried forward to check and fortunately, the person was fine. In an instant, its feet softened, its big eyes turned into crescent shapes, its steps slightly retreated, its stomach twitched continuously, and it made suppressed breathing sounds. The furnace exploded. Chen Sun frowned slightly, not realizing the seriousness of the problem at this time. It seems that this magic weapon is also susceptible to wear and tear. Why does my head feel a little chilly? Chen Sun felt something was wrong. He touched it with his hand, and then touched it again. His facial features gradually became distorted. Where's my hair? A lion-like roar came from the cave, causing some rubble to fall. Quack. Big Black Bull was almost exhausted at this time and made some strange noises. He had never seen Chen Sun like this before. Chen Sun silently put the bandit's turban on his head and looked at the Big Black Bull with bloodshot eyes. Old bull, die. Moo. A shocking scream came from the cave, like the sound of a cow being killed during the new year. This year passed slowly with the sound of Chen Sun's furnace explosion. They added longevity points to the essence of all things, and it was already 19. Heavy snow fell in the Ningyun Mountains, covering the earth with silvery white. The sky and the earth were connected in a line, blurring the boundaries and blurring the sky. There seems to be some turmoil in the Qian kingdom this year. I heard that there is a war on the border. Countless heroes of the country have embarked on a journey to go to the border to guard the country. The sky was covered with heavy snow, and their families bid farewell vaguely. The snow was full of footprints and concerns. Countless family members of the martyrs stopped and stood until dusk. However, the snow at dusk is so deep that it seems to contain thousands of emotions, and it is as turbulent as the sea water, capable of drowning everything. But no matter what happens in the mortal world, it seems that it cannot stop countless independent cultivators from pursuing immortality. The Ascension Conference was held as usual, and the monk with the hood that led the cow did not come again, and was gradually forgotten. However, a major event did occur in the valley. Hundreds of monks from various sects personally went out to capture those who were selling the books. Although no one was killed, all their belongings were confiscated. This kind of booklet has seriously affected the interests of the major immortal sections. Originally, everyone was competing fairly, but now that such a strategy has been released, the number of independent cultivators who go to participate in the challenge has increased significantly. Some good seedlings were also snatched away, and they attributed it to the mistakes in this booklet, which misled the students. The 10 major immortal sects united to eliminate the disaster. If this happens again, all those involved will be killed. In a cave on the outskirts of Ningyun Mountains. Their spiritual medicine seeds have now been completely used up, and the alchemy furnace has exploded, so Chinsun has begun to think about the next plan. The big black ox sat aside, grinding medicinal herbs with its 2 hooves, working extremely hard. This was the seasoning they usually used for their meals. Old cow, let's use up the remaining pills first and save the other spiritual medicines for now. Moo. The big black bull called out perfunctorily, put the powder into the bottle with his hooves, and continued grinding it, his eyes full of seriousness. Chinsun carried 2 water jars with cloves in them and said with a smile, "Old ox, let's go fetch some water, are you going?" Moo, the big black bull, cried anxiously and hurriedly tidied the millstone. Wherever Chinsun went, it went. Big Black Bull directly moved the huge rock outside the cave, and covered it again after Chinsun went out, and also checked if there were any flaws. It was snowing outside and the wind was blowing coldly. Chinsun was only wearing a thin piece of clothing, but he didn't feel cold at all. They walked to a stream and dug holes in the ice everywhere. Chinsun held a water jar in one hand to fill it with water, while Big Black Bull also stood in the middle of the stream holding another water jar, looking very happy. During this time, because the Big Black Bull was running around too happily, the ice surface broke and he fell directly into the ice. He was quickly pulled up by Chinsun. After filling the water tank, they sat together to wash clothes. The man and the cow were saying something and laughing non-stop. Snowflakes were flying all over the sky, and they were sitting in a snowdrift several feet deep. It seemed that there were only the young men and a big black bull in the world. The years are quiet and good, enjoy the present. Not long after, the sound of some dead branches being stepped on could be heard, along with the heavy sound of stepping on snow. Although it was far away, with their current hearing ability, they had already heard it. Chinsun and Dehainyo looked towards the snow-covered woods. At that moment, a large group of people wearing tattered robes were walking towards them, holding wooden sticks in their hands. Their faces were dirty and red from the cold. There were at least 100 of them, men, women, young and old. There was shock on everyone's face. In such heavy snow, people were washing clothes. A big black cow even sat up with cloves and soap nuts on its hooves. "Old men, are you lost?" Chinsun asked casually. They were a group of mortals, and his vigilance gradually dropped. The big black bull just glanced at them and thought there was no danger, so he continued to rub the clothes, mooing from time to time. "Young men, we are fleeing from Dansung City." An older man staggered over. This young man looked like a martial arts practitioner. He was strong and healthy, and was not afraid of the cold despite the heavy snow. "Dansung City? It's so far away. We have to reach the other end of the Ningyun Mountains." Chinsun was surprised and said that he had also heard of Dansung City, which was adjacent to Panning City, but the distance was far away. "Are you going to Panning City?" "Yes, yes." The old man nodded. It seemed that he was about to arrive, and his eyes were filled with joy. "Old man, what happened?" This Ningyun mountain range is so dangerous, you all dare to cross it. Young hero, you are wrong. We are walking on the outside and taking a detour. The old man shook his head and sighed deeply. Nowadays, the Qian kingdom is in turmoil. Rebellions are everywhere. Bandits are also causing trouble. The lord of Dansung City has been killed. Ah. Chen Sun was startled, and immediately understood these people. It was him, and he was also running away. Panning City is just southeast, you took a detour. Thank you, young man. The old man bowed and said so much, he actually just wanted to ask for directions. It's okay. It's okay. Chen Sun waved his hand and looked at the people fleeing. Be careful on the road. There are many wild animals here. Thank you, young man. Thank you, young man. Thank you, big brother. There were many voices of thanks from the crowd, and a little girl shouted crisply. Hope was burning in their eyes. They were finally going to Panning City, which was a big city with quite stable public security. Chen Sun smiled slightly and watched everyone leave. The big black bull also mooed at them. Old cow, let me tell you, no matter which world it is, as long as there are countries, there will be wars all the time, and the people will suffer. Chen Sun said with emotion that the history of his country in his previous life was a tragic history of war, which had been engraved in everyone's blood. Moo. Moo moo. The big black bull became excited and stopped working on its hooves. It kept rubbing its body against Chen Sun, saying, hurry up and tell me. Then we have to start from the Xiao dynasty. Chen Sun began to speak solemnly and carefully. Big Black Bull's eyes widened as he listened with fascination, and he even wrote down a few names. Half an hour later, they had finished washing the clothes and were sitting here enjoying the snow scene. Chen Sun was still there telling history to Dahain Yo, immersed in it. To know what happened next, please listen to the next episode. Chen Sun patted the unsatisfied Big Black Bull and looked at the washed clothes. Our clothes have all been frozen into ice cubes. Moo. The big black bull suddenly came back to his senses. It was true. Let's go, luckily we have fireball. Chen Sun stood up, carrying the water jar and clothes, and took the big black bull to the cave. With magic, it was convenient to dry the clothes directly. On the way, they gradually began to feel something was wrong. Why was there a smell of blood floating in the wind and snow? Old cow. Chen Sun whispered, took out a hood from his arms and put it on his head. Be careful. Moo. The big black bull responded in a low voice with vigilance in his eyes. Its sense of smell was quite sensitive. In the distance, several bodies were lying under a tree. The blood dyed the snow red, and was gradually buried by the heavy snow. Chen Sun frowned and slowed down his pace. It seemed that there were several corpses every half-mile. There were knife wounds on their bodies, and they had not been dead for long, so the footprints were messy and unclear. Moo. Big Black Bull looked at Chen Sun. Some of them looked familiar, like the people who had asked for directions just now. Chen Sun gradually approached and turned over several corpses. There was a woman who was protecting a little girl tightly, but they were all dead and even their wounds had begun to freeze. The little girl Chen Sun remembered that the crisp voice of, "Thank you, big brother," still lingered in his mind. Chen Sun's heart trembled, and he said slowly, "Your mother is extremely cruel, she didn't even let the child go." Moo moo. The big black bull was still nudging a few people, trying to wake them up. If he's not a cultivator, he should be some evil bandit. Chen Sun half knelt and looked up into the distance. The corpses here were all elderly people, women and children. The murderer should still be chasing those civilians. Chen Sun and Dahain Yo placed the 2 water jars and clothes in their original places. The 2 axes slowly rotated, and the snowflakes were cut in half. Call out. Call out. Boom. The thick snow where they were standing shook, and a violent sonic boom was heard in the air. It was as if they were stepping on a sea of snow, with huge waves of snow rising behind their feet, and the momentum was overwhelming. In the distance, dozens of bandits were laughing wildly, with blood dripping from the swords in their hands. Now Panning City has also fallen into turmoil, and a large number of warriors have been conscripted. Who can take care of them? Brother, more and more people are fleeing to Panning City. A bandit laughed grimly. They came with all their belongings, so it's all fat meat if we do it. This is a good day. The eldest brother held up a big knife and laughed crazily. Finally, our world has arrived. Little ones, kill them. Yes, big brother. Yes, big brother. The bandits answered loudly, holding their swords. Behind them was a pile of corpses. They were killing and robbing, and they were having a great time. In the past, there were soldiers and officers surrounding and suppressing them, but now they have all gone to the battlefield and their lives are comfortable. Screams rang out one after another, and several civilians fell helplessly and died tragically. There was deep resentment in their eyes, and they died with their eyes wide open. It was obvious that they were about to reach. The bandits laughed even louder and looted their clothes for gold and silver jewelry, which the fleeing people liked to take with them. Suddenly, there was a commotion behind them. All the bandits looked behind them with their eyes narrowed. Why was the snow on the ground splashed so high? What the hell? The eldest brother spat, wearing animal skins and holding a knife, standing in the front. The snow was too heavy to see clearly. Ah! Something's running. Brother, something seems wrong. Is it a human? Or a black cow? No, run. The eldest brother's pupils contracted violently and he suddenly roared, but by the time they saw the figure clearly, it was too late. Chen Sun took a step forward, still accelerating, and a sound of breaking through the air suddenly rang out and came suddenly. The eldest brother's brain short-circuited at this time, but in the blink of an eye, the man was already above him. The look in his eyes was the coldest he had ever seen in his life. Hiss! The eldest brother's head shot up into the sky, and his eyes seemed to have not yet reacted. Blood gushed out of his body, and he fell forward directly. The big black bull rushed directly into the group of bandits, roaring angrily. The bandits looked extremely painful, as if they were hit by a mountain and were killed by the big black bull. One desperate scream after another rang out, and they didn't even know who killed them until they died. The sky was filled with smoke, and the bodies of dozens of bandits were burned to ashes by the fireball technique. The figures of Chen Sun and De Hei Nyo gradually disappeared in the heavy snow. Inside the cave, Chen Sun and De Hei Nyo had already taken back the water jars and clothes. They were silent, not expecting that their good intentions would lead to bad consequences. Chen Sun and De Hei Nyo did not deal with their bodies, which were buried by the thick snow, and many of them had disappeared without a trace. If Chen Sun hadn't shown them the way, perhaps they wouldn't have encountered this group of vicious bandits. Old cow, there are some things that we cannot decide. Chen Sun sighed softly and patted Big Black Bull. We cannot decide the world and environment, nor do we have the ability to change it. Moo, the Big Black Bull put the bull head in Chen Sun's arms again. The only thing we can decide is ourselves, and we just have to have a clear conscience. Chen Sun looked at De Hei Nyo and smiled slightly. Things like this happen anytime and anywhere, so just be more open-minded. Moo, Big Black Bull nodded, thinking that the group of people were too hateful, robbing and killing people. Old cow, let's start practicing. We haven't finished eating the Chongyu pill yet. Chen Sun's expression was shocked, and his previous unhappiness was swept away. Looking forward, there are still many things to do. Moo. The Big Black Bull's pupils slightly opened and he also perked up. They took the pills very slowly and steadily. In the beginning, they took several pills in a row, but now they take one pill and meditate for a few days, slowly refining the medicinal power and getting familiar with the increased magic power. Time passed as they spent all their money, and another year went by, and it seemed that there was no snow this year. Now they have broken through to the 7th level of Qi refining, and the Chongyu Dan has been completely consumed, but they have saved 700-year-old elixirs and are ready to make a fortune. Chen Sun finally raised the essence of all things to 20. They plan to start adding some mana next year to see if the mana in their bodies will increase. More and more people were fleeing from the other side of the Ningyun Mountains. Some people starved to death on the road and were eaten by vultures, some were killed by wild beasts, and some were robbed by bandits. There were people passing by their cave, and it seemed that things outside were becoming increasingly unsettled. Seeing many people suffering from hunger and cold, Chen Sun and De Hei Nyo would secretly give them some smoked and dried meat, but they never had much contact with them again. Who can tell the cause and effect in this world? In such a world, the desire for strength among the independent cultivators has become even stronger. They rack their brains to enter the top 10 immortal gates instead of living a muddle-headed life in this mortal world. Compared to the miserable situation in the outside world, the Ascension Conference is in full swing and even more enthusiastic than in previous years. Their ambitions are high as the sky and they yearn for the broader world of cultivating immortals. Inside the cave, a man and a cow were doing their own things at peace with the world. The troubles in the outside world had nothing to do with them. Lao Nyo, I'm going to the Immortal Ascension Conference. You wait for me here. This time, Chen Sun is not going to wear a hood or bring the big black bowl, as this is safer. Moo. The big black bull held Chen Sun tightly with his mouth. They had never been separated. I'll be back in a day. If I'm not back, come find me. Moo. Really? When have I ever lied to you? I'll be back in half a day if I'm fast. Chen Sun smiled and said that they no longer had elixirs and alchemy furnaces, so they had to go. Moo. Big Black Bull nodded, ran to move the huge rocks in the cave, and then waited for Chen Sun there. Chen Sun rushed out in a flash. This time he was holding 4 medicine boxes, each containing 400-year-old spiritual herbs. He no longer used the essence of all things to hide his cultivation. The big black bull hesitated, then chased after Chen Sun, following him for a long distance. It left only when Chen Sun was about to enter the depths of the mountains, mooing continuously from its mouth. Chen Sun looked back every few steps, and only quickened his pace after he saw the big black bull disappear from his sight. There are a lot more people. Chen Sun met many independent cultivators on the way. When they saw his 7th level of qi refining, they all called him senior with respect in their eyes. In a world where strength is respected, the most successful ones always come first. Chen Sun was also extremely low-key and ignored everyone. After entering Jiuxing Valley, he walked everywhere with ease. When he heard about the sale of booklets, Chen Sun just smiled slightly, with an inexplicable meaning flashing in his eyes. There are many more independent cultivators selling things in the valley, all of them bartering in order to increase their chances of success. He walked into a pavilion of a small sect, adjusted his mood, and Chen Sun stepped into the pavilion step by step with a sad face. Senior, that night there was a violent storm. I went through untold hardships to pick this magical herb on top of a cliff. Chen Sun was about to collapse again, tears welling in his eyes. In order to preserve its medicinal properties, I suffered serious injuries, just to deliver it to you as quickly as possible. After this incident, the sect elder was no longer able to react. After hesitating for a moment, he gave Chen Sun 10 more spirit stones. Senior, you have a keen eye. Senior, you have a keen eye. Chen Sun shouted excitedly, as if he had never seen a spiritual stone in his life. The sect elder investigated Chen Sun and was shocked to find that he was actually a cultivator at the 7th level of qi refining, and he was so young. In his amazed eyes, Chen Sun bought another 30 medicine boxes and left, still using snakeskin bags to pack them. Is this really a cultivator at the 7th level of qi refining? The sect elders were stunned for a long time. They couldn't identify this man's style and behavior at all. He seemed like an ordinary person. Chen Sun hunched his back and walked slowly around the valley. He bargained for a long time at the stalls of those independent cultivators and bought 3 bags of spiritual medicine seeds. However, this time he checked them carefully before paying the spiritual stones. He was inconspicuous, especially the hole in the snakeskin bag, which accidentally exposed an empty medicine box, making the experienced and independent cultivators feel unlucky. Chen Sun wandered around again, then walked into another sect's attic and told another version of the story. There was no embarrassment between the lines, yet embarrassment was everywhere. Chen Sun's waist seemed to be bent even more by the snakeskin bag. Chen Sun's mournful face never changed, as if a cow had died in his family. He was arguing fiercely over the price difference of a spirit stone at the stall. He bought a better alchemy furnace in the alchemy pavilion, spending 50 low-grade spirit stones on it, and asked about the furnace explosion. So that's how it is. Chen Sun was walking on the road when a sudden realization flashed through his mind. It turned out that this alchemy furnace also needed to be nourished by magic power. He always left it alone after using it before. Every hour, he would go to different sects' attics to sell 100-year-old elixirs, and the 400-year-old elixirs were quickly sold out. There were already more than a dozen bags of spiritual medicine seeds in the snakeskin pocket, but these spiritual medicine seeds were all materials for elixirs used in the chi refining stage, and there was no better one to buy. He plundered everywhere, neither hurried nor slow. Seeing his 7th-level chi refining cultivation, many independent cultivators were quite polite to him and were even more afraid to cheat him. Then Chen Sun quickened his pace, with a slight smile on his face. He disappeared into the Jiuxing Valley and returned to the cave without incident. Old cow, I'm back. Chen Sun moved the boulder away with one hand, and a black shadow rushed out. The big black bull pounced over in an instant, mooing continuously from its mouth. Haha, let's go inside and talk. Chen Sun held the bull's head, looked around, then sealed the cave with a huge rock and walked in. Moo, the big black bull, kept circling around Chen Sun, its eyes full of joy, and kept pulling him with its mouth. Okay, just this once, I will never abandon you again. Chen Sun said happily, looking at the snakeskin bag. Hurry and take a look at the treasure inside. Moo. The big black bull's eyes lit up, as if it smelled a lot of elixir seeds. It hurried to check and was dumbfounded. Moo, the big black bull, looked at Chen Sun in shock. There were actually more than 20 bags. That was amazing. Haha, Lao Nyo, I'll leave them to you. There are also a lot of elixirs for chi-boosting pills in them. Chen Sun looked at the alchemy furnace. It was a treasure in his hand and he had to take good care of it this time. Moo. The big black bull's eyes flashed with excitement. He stood up and took them to another hole. He liked to grow spiritual herbs very much. Their total essence of all things now adds up to 40, and they can cultivate 3 30-year-old spiritual herbs in a month. Old cow, get to work. Moo. The man and the cow were full of passion for the future, and they began to get busy without stopping. The white clouds are floating, time flies, another spring and autumn has passed. Life is short, and so many past events and memories are left behind. Old cow, keep the medicine box safe and use your magic power to nourish it. Don't let insects eat it. Moo. Old cow, remember to sort the spiritual medicines into different categories, and don't be rash in doing things. If you don't develop good habits now, what will you do in the future? Moo moo. On the outskirts of the Ningyan Mountains, in a cave somewhere, even the 2 immortals were working hard, seizing the time to do meaningful things, and there were a lot less size. This year's Qian Kingdom seems to be even more turbulent, and there are even immortal cultivators in the country committing evil in the mortal world. The 10 major immortal sects have sent out a large number of disciples, vowing to stabilize the order of the world. This is the source of countless disciples. Do you want us to have no successors? Immortal cultivators appeared in the mortal world, and countless people were excited, burning incense and praying to Buddha for blessings. With the personal demise of the top 10 immortal sects, the country of Qian seemed to become more chaotic, and even demons and monsters appeared. More mortals came to the Ningyan Mountains to seek immortality. The monsters deep in the mountains became excited and countless corpses appeared. The Immortality Conference became a bit chaotic. Inside the cave. Ding, the host can add some points. The voice of the longevity system rang in Chen Sun's mind, and his eyes gradually became excited. Old cow, this year we can try our magic power. Chen Sun shouted to Big Black Bull, maybe his magic power will increase greatly and he will break through in one fell swoop. Moo. The Big Black Bull came running over with its eyes wide open. Its body was as black as coal. If it weren't for its pair of horns, you wouldn't be able to tell it was a bull. Come on, I am ready to ascend. Moo. Chen Sun and Big Black Bull sat cross-legged on the ground with excitement in their eyes and started to add some points. Their current immortality points: Mana 1, Strength, 21. Speed, 21. Essence of all things, 20. A warm current surged in their bodies. Chen Sun and Big Black Bull became more and more nervous. They closed their eyes slightly and hurriedly felt the magic power in their bodies. Half an hour has passed. Ah. Gone. Moo. Chen Sun was confused, and so was Big Black Bull. They didn't feel anything, as they were still at the 7th level of chi refining. The cave was still as dark as before with the candlelight, and the breeze that came through the crack in the boulder was still as gentle as before. Too little added. Moo. Big Black Bull looked at Chin Sun and nodded. That should be the case. The more you add, the better the effect. Then we'll see next year. Let's get back to work first. We're busy. Chen Sun said indifferently, and Big Black Bull nodded and ran to the medicine field, not caring at all. 2 months later. Chen Sun and Dehanyo were using the fireball technique to dry clothes when suddenly the cave was filled with fire and thick smoke. Collect it quickly. Moo. Chen Sun and Big Black Bull roared in shock, but although the fireball was retracted, all their clothes were burned. The Big Black Bull quickly pushed the boulder, and Chen Sun ran out in his shorts, with a look of despair in his eyes. What's going on? Chen Sun murmured numbly, slowly looking at the Big Black Bull. I used the fireball technique. Moo. Big Black Bull shook his head, his eyes wide open, and looked at Chen Sun suspiciously. You didn't learn any magic secretly, did you? Is this the fireball spell? Moo. The Big Black Bull pushed Chen Sun away, stood up and said, let me show you what fireball is. Why are you pretending to be with me? Chen Sun stared at Dehanyo blankly, still not understanding what was going on. Moo. The Big Black Bull roared, looking into the distance with a serious look in his eyes. Physical and magical power burst out from his hooves, and a huge fireball rose up. Boom, sizzle, bursts of flames, fire spread all over the sky, countless dead branches and leaves were burned, and thick smoke rose. Old cow, hurry up. Go put out the fire. Chen Sun was horrified. They hadn't even learned water magic yet, and they were setting fire to the mountain. Moo. Moo moo. Big Black Bull looked at his masterpiece in disbelief, and was suddenly pulled away by Chen Sun before he could react. An hour later, the fire was finally put out. Chen Sun's face was black, his pants were almost burned, and his hair was extremely messy. He looked even worse than the fleeing civilians. They returned to the cave and sat facing each other. Old cow, I understand now. It turns out that this magic power is not the magic power in our body. Chen Sun swallowed hard, burped, and exhaled a stream of black smoke. This magic power is a bonus to our spells. Moo the Big Black Bull also understood, with shock in his eyes. It's incredible. The key is that the consumption of mana is too small. Chen Sun opened his mouth wide. The consumption of fireball was less than 50% of the original. So this is the key point. Moo. Old cow, please move aside. Chen Sun's eyes narrowed slightly, and he spread out his palm. I'll try the Dan fire. Moo. The Big Black Bull quickly ran far away and hid in the cave where the spiritual herbs were planted, sticking out half of its head. So pure. A small flame slowly appeared in Chen Sun's palm. He continued to control the magic power in his body to increase, and the flame grew bigger and bigger. Chen Sun didn't stop until it became the same as the original Dan fire. It is true. Chen Sun smiled slightly and continued to control the Dan fire. The loss of mana in his body was quite slow. In the long run, I can control the Dan fire to the utmost. Moo. The Big Black Bull slowly approached and looked at the fire. Although it was the same as before, it seemed to be more lively. Chen Sun clenched his palms, and the fire of the elixir returned to his body. He looked at the Big Black Bull and said, Old Bull, we have to start rebuilding our magic power. Moo. Because I don't want to be left with nothing but my underwear. Chen Sun said unhappily, do you understand? Moo. The Big Black Bull grinned and understood. In the days that followed, they continued to adapt to the magic power in their bodies, and finally found the trick and were able to control it with ease. During this period, Chen Sun also opened several furnaces. Not only did the rate of elixir formation increase greatly, but the mana consumption also became smaller. Many alchemists fell to the level of elixir fire. Because as long as the mana in the body fluctuates, an accidental batch of elixirs will be destroyed, so they all choose the more reliable earth vein fire. One man and one cow slowly smiled crookedly in the cave, and the flickering candlelight made them look horrifying. The sky can be mended, the sea can be filled, and the southern mountains can be moved. The sun and the moon have passed by and cannot be traced back. 5 years have passed by in a blink of an eye. A war breaks out at the border of Qian Kingdom, the prince officially succeeds to the throne, the court is ushered in a bloodbath, and the people are wailing all over the place, suffering unspeakably. The Wu Kingdom was ambitious, its army was pressing down on the territory, the Qian Kingdom was in turmoil, and the top 10 immortal sects began to intervene in the national war. Naturally, the immortal sect of the Wu Kingdom refused to follow, and a new round of fighting began. Undercurrents were surging everywhere, and no one could be immune to the general trend of the world. When a country prospers, the people suffer, when a country perishes, the people suffer. On the outskirts of Ningyan Mountains, a man wearing a bandit mask was leading a big black bull slowly towards the depths of the mountains. When passing by a forest, more than a dozen bandits jumped out from the big trees. They licked their lips, looked at the figure under the tree with dim eyes, and the big knives in their hands were shining coldly. This man was leading a cow, so he must not be a big shot. The bandits were also very discerning and would not touch just anyone. Get started. Hey, leave the cow here. Die for me, ha 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 ha. A dozen bandits leaped into the air, bloodthirsty light flashing in their eyes. Killing was a happy thing, especially the final desperate roar of the prey. The man leading the cow seemed to have not reacted yet and was still walking forward. The bandit's eyes became even more excited. What a fool. Suddenly, there was a sudden change. Strong winds blew past, and with the cowherd as the center, countless stones flew into the air and shot towards him like sharp arrows. They are so fast and violent that they are even faster than the naked eye can see. Ah! A series of screams echoed through the mountains and forests, startling countless birds in the forest. More than a dozen bandits fell to the ground helplessly, their heads pierced by stones, leaving big holes, and blood continued to flow on the ground. Moo! The big black bull let out a soft cry, and a fire started in the forest. More than a dozen bandits were killed, but even the surrounding grass was not burned. The man and the cow continued to walk forward, their eyes calm, without even a ripple in their hearts. Old cow, the world is becoming increasingly unstable. Chen Sun said calmly, looking straight ahead, the Ningyan Mountains are full of good and bad people, we should also prepare to leave. Moo! Big Black Bull responded heavily, even with a hint of murderous intent in his eyes. They have experienced and seen too much in the past 5 years. The world never seems to be as beautiful as they imagined. Some refugees were so hungry that they ate their companions' flesh raw. Some migrated with their entire families, and in the end only one person was left, who was killed by bandits. Some people sought immortality and were eventually killed by monsters. Some people harbored evil intentions towards them, repaid kindness with enmity, and were eventually ruthlessly killed. After going through all that, a hint of indifference finally appeared in the eyes of Chen Sun and Dehane Yo. Just a bunch of passers-by whose names I don't even know. Chen Sun raised the corner of his mouth slightly. Old cow, don't let them affect your mood. We still have a lot of room for improvement. Moo, the big black bull, rubbed against Chen Sun and grinned. The man and the ox continued to move forward, and all the longevity points of the past 5 years were added to their magic power. Their magic skills became so superb that a qualitative change had occurred. They no longer dared to use magic at their full strength. Even the small art of controlling objects had become extremely terrifying. It was as easy as taking something out of a bag to take the enemy's head from 1,000 miles away. Standing on the ground, as long as it is within the field of vision, even low-flying birds can be shot down, and the fireball technique is even more terrifying. Moreover, the pills he refined also had an inexplicable meaning. They always felt much stronger than previous pills, and the alchemy furnace was even scrapped. However, with the intake of a large number of elixirs, they have now broken through the 10th level of qi refining stage. The heavy feather pill and the ichi pill can no longer increase their cultivation. There was a very obvious thin film blocking the body, and the dantian was solidified like a steel wall, which could not be broken through no matter what. Today, the sun is scorching, and although there is a north wind, there is still a sense of warmth. Entering the depths of Ningyan Mountains, the fragrance of unknown flowers floated in the air. Walking on the rugged mountain road, they met a group of people coming down the mountain. "Huh." The young woman walking in front paused and looked at Chen Sun for a long time. "It's you." Chen Sun and Dehei Nyo were stunned. Who is this? Is he trying to scam me? Even the people next to the young woman were looking at her in confusion. How could you recognize this person even though he was wearing a hood? It's been almost 10 years. I didn't expect you to come again. The young woman suddenly smiled, with a faint fragrance on her body. I remember your headgear and beef. Chen Sun frowned. When she smiled, it seemed as if the girl who was frightened by him back then was slowly overlapping with this young woman. Her voice has become much more mature, and her face is no longer the young girl she used to be. There are more stories and stability in her eyes. Haha, it's you. Chen Sun remembered and asked, isn't the Ascension Conference starting now? Aren't you going to sell elixirs? I won't sell it. My talent for cultivation is limited. I'm ready to go home. The young woman laughed. The man's headgear was still so funny. The family has arranged a marriage. Congratulations then. I'm actually involved in both weddings and funerals. Chen Sun said seriously, cupping his hands, from what I see from your face, you are a blessed person. Everything will go smoothly for you in the future. Then I'll borrow your good words, Taoist friend. The young woman nodded slightly and took a deep look in the direction of the Ascension Conference. Then I wish you all the best in ascending to immortality. Fellow Taoist, have a safe trip. Chen Sun took a step to the side while leading the big black bull. The young woman turned around, looked at Chen Sun with that sweet smile she had before, and left with everyone. Chen Sun also continued on his way. The two people walked towards each other, heading towards different futures, and past each other. He suddenly stopped and turned around to look at the group of people at the foot of the mountain. A mountain breeze blew by, and the whole mountain was covered with a sea of flowers. The young woman's long black hair fluttered in the wind. Chen Sun smiled indifferently, turned around and left. Chen Sun walked into the Jiuxing Valley leading the big black bull. There were unfamiliar faces everywhere. They were walking everywhere. The independent cultivators were in a hurry, their eyes full of desire for strength. 3 days later, people from the 10 major immortal sects arrived. Countless noises were heard. Chen Sun and Dehei Nyo looked at the platform silently. The people sent by these 10 major sects are different every year, but they are all cultivators in the foundation establishment stage. Old cow. Moo. Breakthrough. Chen Sun led the big black bull towards the high platform of Ziyun sect. The group of wandering cultivators were amazed that this man was actually leading an ordinary bull to break through the barrier. It was really funny. On the top of the platform, 3 women stood with their hands behind their backs, looking at the hooded men with lightning eyes, interest flashing in their eyes. The first level was the puppet beasts. There were 10 mechanical puppets at the 5th level of chi refining. He dodged their attacks and stepped into the next level. Many casual cultivators' attention was attracted by Chen Sun. He turned out to be a cultivator at the 7th level of chi refining. As Chen Sun stepped in, a red light flashed across the bodies of the puppet beasts. They formed an array in all directions and attacked Chen Sun, not fearing life or death. Chen Sun's feet shook violently, leaving a residual image on the spot. He lifted the big black bull with one hand, quickly dodged several spells, and instantly came behind a puppet beast. Chen Sun's palm was covered with flames, and the puppet beast's back seemed to be melted by magma, revealing a crystal. The puppet beast suddenly became unable to move. Following the same method, Chen Sun used his speed, accuracy, and ruthlessness to the extreme, and all 10 puppet beasts were solved without seeming to have put in too much effort. What kind of magic did this person just use? He actually solved the problem of the purple cloud immortal sex puppet by himself. You know, the material of this kind of puppet is very valuable. This is really eye-opening. The most we can do when we pass the level is to dodge, but this person actually destroyed all these puppets. What a terrifying strength. There was an uproar below the Ziyun sect's high platform. They had never heard of someone who could drag a black bull with one hand and deal with 10 puppet beasts with the other. On the top of the platform, the 3 women's eyes flashed with shock. Senior Sister Yun, this casual cultivator is going a bit too far. A woman said angrily that this was the property of Ziyun sect and he had destroyed it all. Interesting. Senior Sister Yun opened her thin lips and said calmly, with a look of indifference in her eyes. I would like to see what his qualifications are. As soon as the words fell, the three of them picked up a token. The second stage is to measure bone age and aptitude. Chen Sun brought the big black bull into a hall. The hall was colorful and there was a magic in the center. He stepped straight in. Bone age 20. The woman looked at the token in her hand and her words trembled. Qualifications, 5 elements, mixed spiritual roots. What a pity, but he is still considered a figure among the casual cultivators. Senior Sister Yun said with a little regret that this casual cultivator obviously did not use his full strength in the first stage. However, the aptitude for cultivating immortals was very restricted in Ziyun Sect, and the combat power of the Qi refining stage was not important to them. Inside the hall, Chen Sun smiled slightly. His goal had been achieved. The Ziyun Sect placed the most importance on aptitude, so there was no need to break through any more levels. And this first level only gave everyone hope. He had been observing here for several years and had already seen through the path of Ziyun Sect. Old cow, let's go. Moo. Chen Sun left from another door and did not try again, as if he knew that he was not qualified. Senior Sister Yun just glanced at Chen Sun deeply and then looked elsewhere. Ziyun Sect also sent out several disciples, who released puppet beasts from their storage bags, and a new round of challenges began. Fellow Taoist, please stay. A middle-aged man in blue clothes with a kind look in his eyes called out to Chen Sun outside another door. Hunters often appear as prey. Chen Sun, holding the big black bull, looked at him blankly. What's the matter, fellow Taoist? I am Yin Jun, a disciple of the Wuyun sect of Jiyang Prefecture. The middle-aged man introduced himself and sighed. I just saw that you are very brave in battle, but you are limited by your talent. I can't help but feel sorry for you. There are 9 states in Qian State, and the Ningyun Mountains are in Yongquan State. They are far apart, and it will take at least half a year to travel by foot. The Wuyun sect is also the largest immortal sect in Jiyang Prefecture. Although it is not as good as the top 10 immortal sects, its name is still well known in the world of immortal cultivation in Qian Kingdom. The Wuyun sect is also on good terms with the Ziyun sect, and I heard that the relationship with the upper echelons is quite good, which is why Yin Jun can come here to pick up the slack. It turns out he is a disciple of the Wuyun sect. I have admired him for a long time. Chen Sun cupped his hands and suddenly realized in his eyes, waiting for his next words, but this person turned out to be a monk at the 9th level of the Qi refining stage. I wonder if you intend to join the Wuyun sect. Yin Jun smiled and said, Yongquan Prefecture does not have any large sects, and the resources for cultivating immortals are relatively backward. In the past, these casual cultivators were honored when they heard the invitation, no doubt. How can you prove that you are a disciple of the 5 Elements sect? It's impossible for me to go with you just by saying one sentence. I have actually been observing for a long time why some sects always want those independent cultivators with stronger combat power and do not care about their qualifications. Please tell me the truth, fellow Taoist. After joining the 5 Aggregate sect, I need to do something. There is no such thing as a free lunch in the world. I understand this principle. And most importantly, can I bring my family's heirloom black bull? Chen Sun said in a deep voice that these questions had been on his mind for a long time, and this was also the biggest reason why he really did not dare to join the 10 great immortal sects. These disciples from medium-sized sects still have some sense to talk to, but those seniors in the foundation building stage won't bother you anymore and ask you to deal with the big black bull. When he first came here, the little fat man told him that it would be best to get rid of the big black bull, so it would be better to kill him. Yin Jun was dumbfounded, his mouth opened wider and wider. What's wrong with this person? Did he have some huge trauma in his childhood? This is the disciple token of the Wuyun sect. Please take a look, fellow Taoist. Yin Jun took out a green token from his storage bag. It had the words 5 Elements written on it and mysterious patterns on it. It was obvious at first glance that it was not an ordinary item. If this token is activated, it can enable disciples of the 5 Elements sect within 100 miles to sense and support it. Yin Jun was speechless. If there were no benefits in recruiting a qualified disciple, he would not have spent so much time and effort. Then you try to inspire me. Fellow Taoist, please don't mind. I am a casual cultivator and cannot compare to the disciples of your great sect. When the time comes for me to retreat, I will stimulate myself, and then you will be able to tell the real from the fake. Okay. Chen Sun nodded and smiled, looking at Yin Jun expectantly. Yin Jun took a deep breath, blinked his eyes and said, "Actually, it's not a big secret. This is related to the lifeblood of the low-level monks of Qian Kingdom." "Fellow Taoist, please explain clearly." "It's about the elixir of foundation establishment pill," Yin Jun said slowly. "It turns out that there is a secret place in the Qian Kingdom called Nanda Mountain, which is opened every 20 years. It was a place that hundreds of great monks from the Qian Kingdom jointly sealed tens of thousands of years ago, just for the sake of successors in the immortal world of the Qian Kingdom. There are countless elixirs in it, among which the elixir of the foundation establishment pill is the most precious, but it has been divided up and guarded by the major immortal sects, and the number of places is limited. Moreover, the secret realm has strict restrictions on cultivation. Only monks in the qi refining stage can enter. The competition every 20 years is so fierce that no one in 10 can survive. Except for the top 10 immortal sects, which have the method of cultivating foundation-building elixirs, none of the other sects have it. This is the most fundamental gap between the immortal sections. Relying on natural foundation building is not only a waste of time, but also easy to go crazy. The qi refining period only has a lifespan of 100 years, and it has already taken a lot of time to reach the 10th level. Even if it takes one more year, it will be enough to break the head. However, the foundation-building elixirs outside the Qian Kingdom have long been collected to extinction. There are too many monks in the qi refining period, and the supply exceeds demand." "I see." After hearing this, Chen Sun understood that this was to make them thugs, or even cannon fodder. Of course, if 3 main flavored elixirs are collected and the sect master refines a furnace of foundation-building pills, the person who collects them will naturally get a share. Yin Jun still added, changing the subject again, "Our Wuyun sect will never force our disciples to participate, so fellow Taoists don't have to worry." After hearing this, Chen Sun laughed and did not answer, but he cursed in his heart, there is nothing to force in this. People with poor qualifications find that foundation building is hopeless, so they can just ask for it. After joining the 5 aggregate sect, you can choose your own deacon and just meet the contribution requirements every year. Yin Jun put one hand behind his back and spoke slowly, "For example, I am an outer sect deacon, and my contribution can be exchanged for skills, spells, etc. There is a sect competition every year. If an elder takes a fancy to you and accepts you as his disciple, you will soar to the sky and become an inner sect disciple. What if the contribution requirements are not met? Make up for it next year. If you fail to meet the standard for 3 consecutive years, you will be expelled from the sect." Yin Jun's eyes flashed with fear when he said this. If they were expelled from the sect, their cultivation would be abolished. This is the only way for outer disciples. It is not necessary for inner disciples. Of course, it is not necessary for those in the foundation building stage. Thank you for clearing up my confusion, fellow Taoist. But, you cow. Yin Jun looked at the big black cow and frowned slightly, the sect only accepts spiritual beasts. That couldn't be better. Chen Sun patted Big Black Bull. Moo. The Big Black Bull walked forward with a surge of magic power in his body. Yin Jun was shocked. He hadn't even noticed that he was at the 2nd level of qi refining stage. Then there will be no problem. Yin Jun took a step back and said, "Spiritual beasts are a great fighting force for cultivators. The beast-taming sect, one of the 10 major immortal sects, specializes in spiritual beasts and has strong fighting power among low-level cultivators. Okay, then I, Chen Sun, am willing to join the Wuyun sect." Chen Sun bowed solemnly and looked into Yin Jun's eyes. "Please accept this Taoist token." Yin Jun's eyes flashed with joy, and he made another contribution. "You haven't officially entered the sect yet, so we can't call each other brothers yet." "Thank you very much." Chen Sun took over a green token, which was smaller than the previous one, and felt a little excited. "On the day of the retreat, Uncle Master will activate the token, and you will know where to meet me then." "Okay, then I won't bother you anymore." Chen Sun smiled and left with the Big Black Bull. Yin Jun also nodded and looked towards the Ziyun Sect's challenge site. He also had a token in his hand that was similar to the one used by the 3 women. On the street, There was excitement in the big black bull's eyes, and he nudged Chen Sun from time to time. "Old cow, we have to leave here." Chen Sun had a smile on his face, but he always felt a little hurried, as if he had grasped a lot, but like quicksand in the palm of his hand, he lost a lot inadvertently. However, joining the Wuyun sect had already been in Chen Sun's plan. He had inquired about the Wuyun sect's strength in the valley, and found that it was not as good as the best, but better than the worst, which was exactly in line with their psychological expectations. And these disciples of the Wuyun sect hang around the high platform of the Ziyun sect every year. Although no one knows what the relationship between them is, as long as they can attract attention, it's enough. He showed a strength far beyond that of an ordinary person in the first level of Ziyun sect, and failed in the second level. Then, people from Wuyun sect would come looking for him, and they brought all their belongings with them this time. Jingle. A crisp sound was heard, and the big black bull twisted its body a few times and looked at Chen Sun. Chen Sun paused, walked to the side of big black bull, and looked at their pots and pans, all of which had turned yellow and were covered with rust. "We'll polish it up when the time comes. It's a treasure." Moo. Chen Sun and Big Black Bull walked slowly in the Jiuxing Valley. For the first time, their steps were not so hurried. They gradually walked out of the valley entrance and their bodies suddenly accelerated. On the hillside of a big mountain, there stands a lonely tomb. They went to Sun Kale's tomb, trimmed the weeds, and burned a few incense sticks. "Mr. Sun, we are leaving. It's a very far place. We don't know when we can come back." Chen Sun spoke softly, one hand still picking weeds. "Haha, we have never been to such a far place." Moo the big black bull was also murmured beside, saying some words in its heart. The mountain breeze blew, and a tinkling sound was heard from the big black bull. Two figures had left, and a faint sigh drifted away into the distance with the mountain breeze. Half a day later, Chen Sun came to Ning Si's tomb, next to which was the tombstone of Ning Si's wife. Master's wife." Chen Sun's voice trembled slightly, and he bowed. Their voices and smiles seemed to have happened just yesterday. "Although you are not the most intelligent one, I believe you will definitely be the one with the highest medical skills. This child is really good, with good conduct and a very good character." The two seemed to be sitting in front of the tomb, still looking at Chen Sun and smiling, with relief in their eyes. "We are leaving now. We are here to say goodbye to Master and Master's wife." Chen Sun looked solemn and bowed deeply. Big Black Bull followed suit and bowed carefully. He patted the big black bull and was about to leave when suddenly his feet slipped, as if he was pushed by someone. Chen Sun's pupils contracted violently and his eyes trembled. "Moo. Old cow, it's okay, let's go." Chen Sun showed a faint smile on his face. Without looking back, he led the big black bull away. At this time, a gentle breeze blew, and countless floating catkins suddenly flew into the sky. Without confusion or hesitation, the two figures walked farther and farther away. A huge full moon hung high in the sky. It was an early winter moon, clear and cold, casting an icy silver glow from the west. Outside the 9-Star Valley, many independent cultivators have already begun to leave. The valley will be closed tomorrow, and they have no hope anymore. From a meadow in the distance, several roars and screams were heard, blood was dripping on the grass, and there were 7 or 8 figures standing everywhere with sneers on their faces. The cold wind was howling, and the grass was swaying left and right, like waves in the sea, one wave pushing another, one after another, quite spectacular. "Dare to mess with our Liao family, this is what will happen." The middle-aged men who sold Chen Sun the elixir seeds crushed the head of a casual cultivator with one foot. His eyes were full of coldness and flying swords were surrounding him. "Brother Dao, that idiot with a hood has appeared." The round-faced man grinned. He had never forgotten the revenge of the punch. "I didn't expect him to come again. His Liao family has been doing business in Jiuxing Valley for many years. There are many cultivators in the family. Although there are no foundation-building cultivators in charge, they are not people that casual cultivators can provoke at will. He's been hiding for so long, I won't let him escape this time." The middle-aged man said gloomily, and the surrounding flying swords became much sharper. Suddenly, a feeling of palpitations came over them. The Liao family members were startled and looked towards the top of the grass with horror in their eyes. Under the full moon, a hooded man and a big black bull stood on a high place. Their robes rustled in the wind, and 3 axes and the black bull's horns were made even more eerie by the silver light. Liao family, long time no see. The hooded man raised his head slightly, a cold smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, and he looked down at everyone. I heard that you were looking for me. A dull voice hit the Liao family like a heavy hammer. When did this man and cow appear? Why didn't they feel anything? Boy, I didn't expect you to come to me on your own. The round-faced man had excitement in his eyes, holding a talisman in his hand. A faint light shone, and he shouted, Set. Call out. Chen Sun moved, and a strong wind suddenly arose. The grass was crushed by the huge wind pressure, and his cultivation level was also constantly improving at this time. The 5th level of Qi refining. The 6th level of Qi refining. The 10th level of Qi refining. All the Liao family members felt their scalps tingling and their eyes almost popping out of their sockets. The round-faced man's pupils trembled violently because Chen Sun was already in front of him and even interrupted his spell. Too slow. Chen Sun lifted the round-faced man with one hand. The latter was trembling all over, his lips kept shaking, and the talisman in his hand slowly fell on the grass. Moo. The big black bull roared angrily, and a cyclone of fire kept flowing. In an instant, boundless flames rose up, the sky was full of flames, and huge walls of fire surrounded all the Liao family members. Countless hot breaths rushed towards him, and the flames carried violent fluctuations of magic, hiding a violent force visible to the naked eye. What's going on? A senior in the foundation building stage. It's over. The rest of the Liao family members felt weak all over, their hair stood on end, their mouths trembled, their eyes were full of fire, and they could feel the burning sensation on their skin. The middle-aged man had been in a dazed state. He watched Chen Sun carrying the round-faced man and walking towards him step by step, and subconsciously controlled the flying sword to go away. Click, click. The flying sword was held in Chen Sun's hand, crushed inch by inch, just like the middle-aged man's heart at the moment. His legs softened and he said in a trembling voice, Senior, we are blind to the truth. Where's my half-bag of elixir seeds? Here. Here. The middle-aged man was in a panic. He quickly took out several bags of seeds from his storage bag and gave them all to Chen Sun. Chen Sun only took half a bag of spiritual medicine seeds. His eyes suddenly turned cold, but I will never let go of those who want to kill us. You. Brother Dao. Don't want. Inhumane cries were heard from the 4 walls of fire. Chen Sun and Dehei Niu walked towards Jiuxing Valley with grim looks. They had found out that the Liao family had been keeping them under surveillance for several years. The next day, the sun was shining brightly. The token in Chen Sun's hand glowed faintly. He injected some magic power into the token and looked in a certain direction. Lao Niu, let's go. Moo the big black bull responded. In an open space in the valley, a flying boat stood, surrounded by a dozen people, some of whom were dressed in uniform and were looking respectfully at a man who stood straight. This person is none other than Ao Gu, one of the outer sect deacons and elders, who is in the early stages of foundation building. Elder Ao, there are still a few people coming. Yin Jun said respectfully. It's okay. This year's disciples are pretty good. Ao Gu stroked his beard and said, I heard that there are several independent cultivators whose bone ages are quite young. There is one who is 20 years old and has reached the 7th level of Qi refining. He single-handedly destroyed 10 puppet beasts of the Purple Cloud Sect. Yin Jun's eyes also flashed with surprise. He also brought a spirit beast of the 2nd level of Qi refining. That is, his aptitude for cultivating immortals is mixed with spiritual roots. Oh. There are actually such people. I'm afraid if they go to other immortal sects to challenge, it won't be my turn to go to Wuyun sect. Ao Gu nodded repeatedly with satisfaction in his eyes. Such a person was definitely the main force of the Nanda Mountain secret realm, and he was unexpectedly picked up by Yin Jun. At this time, Chen Sun had already arrived, leading the big black ox, looking dusty and exhausted, and the clinking of pots and pans could be heard constantly. Fellow Daoist Chen, let me introduce you to him. Yin Jun came forward and said with a smile, this is the outer sect elder of the Wuyun sect, Elder Ao. He then looked at Ao Gu again, Elder AO, this person is the one I just mentioned. Greetings, Senior AO. I am sorry for being late. Chen Sun bowed his head and quickly took off his hood, revealing a handsome face with harmless eyes. Not bad, not bad. Ao Gu looked at Chen Sun and Dehei Nyo and smiled. He really liked the younger generation who knew how to behave. Go to the back. Yes. Chen Sun hurriedly took the big black bull and stood with those wandering cultivators, and began to greet them with a smile. Another half an hour later, everyone arrived. They all stood in front of the flying boat. Chen Sun and Dehei Nyo's hearts were pounding with excitement. The flying boat is huge, more than 10 meters long, without masts or sails. It is made of wood and can accommodate hundreds of people. Although it is not as powerful as the 10 great immortal sects, it is also a very powerful sect. Let's go. Ao Gu stepped onto the flying boat, colliding his palms and fingers, and sending a stream of magic power toward a certain place. A dull loud noise came from the flying boat. In Jun led the other cultivators to board the boat. Chen Sun led the big black ox to touch and look around. It was obvious that the material was not ordinary wood. This flying boat is too big. Chen Sun kept exclaiming in amazement. It was his first time to get close to a flying boat. Old cow, jump twice. Moo, the big black bull, actually jumped twice, but there was no sound at all, it was solid. The other casual cultivators were also constantly sighing with joy in their eyes, just like Chen Sun. Buzz. Another loud noise was heard, and the flying boat slowly rose into the air. Chen Sun and the others were all shaken. They hurriedly lay on the edge of the flying boat and looked at the ground. Old cow, take off. Moo. Strong cold wind blew, and Chen Sun and Dehei Nyo's lips trembled. The Jiuxing Valley began to become clearer and clearer. Ao Gu sat cross-legged with formation flags placed around him. He pointed with both hands, and the entire flying boat began to be covered with a transparent magic shield, and no strong wind blew anymore. Awesome. Chen Sun looked at the light screen, swallowed hard, and held the big black bull tightly with one hand. Moo. The big black bull was now extremely panicked. It actually discovered that it was a little afraid of heights, and it quickly shrank its head into Chen Sun's arms. The entire picture of the Jiuxing Valley appeared before his eyes. Chen Sun was stunned. It turned out that the Jiuxing Valley was so big, and there were many exotic flowers and plants growing everywhere in the valley. The human figures on the ground were gradually shrinking, and the mountains, rivers and veins were clearly visible. The flying boat completed its launch and began to move forward at full speed. Old cow, we're leaving, we're really leaving. Chen Sun roared excitedly, one hand tightly grasping the edge of the flying boat, his eyes widened. Ningyan Mountains. Moo. Big Black Bull also stretched his head out and looked at the Ningyan Mountains where they had stayed for so many years. This time they were really going to leave completely. Look, old cow. Panning City is so big. Chen Sun pointed to another place, and the outline of a huge city appeared before their eyes. They could even see countless people walking in the city. This was their first time to look down. Moo. Moo. The big black bull seemed to be looking for something, looking down everywhere. The flying boat cut through the clouds and fog, passing through huge mountain ranges. Sun Lao's mountain. Chen Sun saw it, and Big Black Bull saw it, and he suddenly shouted outside, "Old Sun." Moo. The Big Black Bull also became excited. Even though there was some mist passing by, he still saw it. Chen Sun didn't know why tears welled up in his eyes. It might be because the wind was too strong and sand got into his eyes. He saw again the resting place of his master and mistress. Gone. Everything on the ground was becoming smaller and more blurred. The flying boat was moving very fast. Panning City was gradually disappearing, and the Ningyan Mountains were gradually disappearing, and finally they could no longer be seen. One person and one cow are still looking in that direction, which holds too many beautiful memories for them. Buzz, the flying boat crossed the sky, the clouds and mist were blown away, and the thoughts were thrown into the distance. Goodbye small mountain village, goodbye Panning City, goodbye Ningyan Mountains. The vastness of the sky and the earth, countless birds soaring in the sky, contrasting with the blue sky and white clouds, flying together with the flying boats, and then being left far behind. Chen Sun and Dehanyo had left the edge of the flying boat, looking firmly ahead. The winding mountains were getting farther and farther away. The flying boat adjusted its direction several times and began to move straight towards Jiangzhou of Qian country. A magnificent journey was about to begin. On the flying boat, Elder Ao looked at everyone, and it seemed that his mood had almost calmed down. Elder Ao. All the cultivators lowered their heads and held their hands, feeling that gaze. The sect has spent such a huge price to use the flying boat to pick you up, and we also hope that everyone can have a balance in their hearts. Ao Gu said in a deep voice that he had to say some ugly words first. No matter how big or small the sect is in this world of immortal cultivation, everyone is contributing. I hope everyone will not waste their time and abide by the sect's rules. Follow Elder Ao's instructions. All the independent cultivators were shocked. The idea of killing people for treasures and punishing people by heaven and earth if they don't work for themselves no longer worked in the sect. A flash of realization appeared in Chen Sun's eyes. This sect is not a place for you to just idle away your time and make the so-called annual contribution. Since you have been given a large platform to practice with peace of mind, you naturally have to give back to the sect. Everyone understands this in their hearts. They were able to climb up to where they are now step by step with their status as casual cultivators, and none of them are fools. Ao Gu looked at everyone and nodded slightly. Although these independent cultivators did not have high qualifications, they were the main force of the Nanda Mountain secret realm every 20 years. They dared to fight and kill, and had many methods. The elders in the sect are reluctant to risk their lives for those good seedlings, which is why each sect is willing to recruit strong independent cultivators every year no matter how much it costs, just to pave the way for those good seedlings. Good. Ao Gu nodded expressionlessly, then said no more, stood at the front and sat cross-legged. The disciples of the Five Elements sect also sat behind him and began to practice. This fellow Taoist. A skinny man walked towards Chen Sun. He had a fair face, handsome features, and had reached the 8th level of qi refining. Chen Sun and Dehanyo sat at the stern of the boat, looked at their future senior brother, smiled and nodded. My name is Ji Kuan, and we are fellow disciples from now on. I hope you don't mind me bothering you. Ji Kuan cupped his hands and smiled. He looked around and saw that the other cultivators either had high cultivation levels or kept strangers away. Only this one seemed easier to get along with. My name is Chen Sun, I'm senior brother Ji. I've heard a lot about you. Please take a seat. Chen Sun patted the front and said openly, then looked at the big black bowl. This is my family's ancestral black bowl, the 2nd level of qi refining. Mu, the big black bull, stood up from its crawling body and called to Ji Kuan. It's actually a spirit beast. Hello, junior brother Nyo. Ji Kuan said with a smile while sitting cross-legged. He didn't know much about the sect's rules, so he just called it casually. However, when he heard Chen Sun calling him senior brother, he actually felt a sense of elated in his heart. After being a casual cultivator for a long time, he finally joined the organization. Mu, when the big black bull heard others calling it junior brother, his eyes lit up with joy and he mooed again. Haha, I wonder which temple junior brother Chen wants to join. The Wuyun sect is huge with many factions, but we can make mistakes in the sect's rules, but we can't make the wrong choice in our life path. Oh. Could it be that senior brother Ji has some inside information? I know nothing about the Five Elements sect. Chen Sun looked at Ji Kuan in a proud manner. Wow, it was obvious that he had someone in the sect. Junior brother Chen, you're overthinking it. I just asked the Wuyun sect disciple who invited me. It's not worth mentioning. Ji Kuan waved his hands quickly, and a smile unconsciously appeared on the corner of his mouth. Are there many people in Wuyun sect? Chen Sun asked doubtfully. He saw that those martial arts sects only had thousands of people. Ji Kuan stretched out his palm and made the number 5 mysteriously. 5,000 people. Chen Sun exclaimed in shock and looked at Dehanyo, who was also looking at him in shock. There are so many immortal cultivators. They have lived for so many years, but the number of immortal cultivators they have seen is not as many as they have seen combined. Haha, Ji Kuan looked at Chen Sun's expression and felt extremely comfortable in his heart. He shook his head again. 500 people. That's a bit too few. Chen Sun's eyes were filled with slight disappointment. Brother Chen, it's more than 50,000 people. Ji Kuan took a deep breath and spoke slowly, but after hearing this, Chen Sun rolled his eyes and fainted. Junior Brother Chen. Moo. Not long after, Chen Sun recovered, with a huge wave of emotion in his heart. He said in shock, Senior Brother Ji, 50,000 immortal cultivators. That's true. My reaction after hearing this was not much different from that of Junior Brother Chen. Didn't the top 10 immortal sects of Qian Kingdom go to heaven? That's not true. It's not just Qian Kingdom. I heard that there are immortal cultivators from other countries who are also among the top 10 immortal sections. Ji Kuan said with emotion that it can be said that all the outstanding immortal cultivators in the Qian Kingdom are in the top 10 immortal sections. I wonder how wonderful it is there. Lao Nyo, did you hear what Senior Brother Ji said? This is knowledge and this is the pattern. Chen Sun spread his hand and said. The big black cow was stunned and kept nodding. It thought that Jiuxing Valley was the paradise for immortal cultivators. However, for outer disciples like us who have no background, joining the outer deacon hall is the best option. Ji Kuan said in a deep voice, although he will perform some dangerous tasks, his contribution is quite high, and he can exchange for a lot of treasures. He can also enhance his actual combat experience and quickly improve his cultivation level. Chen Sun understood in his heart that Ji Kuan had said so much just to recruit him to join the group, and they started to form a group so quickly. Okay, I will definitely consider what Senior Brother Ji said. If I want to join the outer sect deacon hall, I will come to you first. Chen Sun bowed and said solemnly, his eyes full of sincerity. Okay, then I won't disturb Junior Brother Chen and Junior Brother Nyo anymore. Ji Kuan bowed and smiled, then left gracefully and went to look for a fellow Taoist again. Moo the big black bull yelled at Ji Kuan's back. Chen Sun's face was calm. He would not make any decision based on Ji Kuan's one-sided statement alone. Moreover, the ideas of the outer gate deacon hall were also in conflict with his own. He and Big Black Bull did not want to fight in the sect. They had finally found an orderly place and just wanted to live happily. However, everything will have to wait until we reach the 5 aggregate sect. Buzz. The entire flying boat was still moving forward in the air, and all the casual cultivators on the boat were becoming more and more uneasy. Jiyang Prefecture is located in the northern border of the Qian Kingdom. The prefecture is mostly covered with plains and rivers, and there are many wild animals. The people in the prefecture are strong and brave, and there are many chivalrous people. However, there are several magnificent mountain ranges in Jiyang Prefecture, which are extremely mysterious. The Yuzhu Mountain Range is one of them, ranking second in the prefecture. It is located on the west side of Jiyang Prefecture, while the Hanyan Mountains, the most majestic mountain range in the prefecture, is located on the east side of Jiyang Prefecture. The Yuzhu Mountains stretch for thousands of miles, with no end visible at a glance. They are shrouded in heavy fog all year round. Countless people have lost their way in the mountains. After returning, they claim to have seen miraculous signs. Although the mountain range is huge, it is rarely visited by people. Countless folk legends have been derived from it, and even the government has issued notices prohibiting mortals from entering. The mountain range is full of rolling hills, steep cliffs shrouded in clouds and mist, ancient trees towering into the sky, and mountains and rivers nestling together, adding countless layers of mystery. But what all the people in the state don't know is that this is actually the location of the great immortal cultivation sect, Wuyun Sect. The boundless magical formation has been continuously improved and enhanced by generations of elders from the 5-element sect and has long been invisible to the world. Within the formation, towers and pavilions were built one after another on the mountain range. There were also more than a dozen majestic palaces built on the top of each peak, overlooking the entire Yuzhu mountain range. There are densely packed caves everywhere among the towering mountains, and from time to time, divine light shines out from the mountains, emitting an overwhelming aura. Call out! Call out! Countless disciples of the Wuyun sect, all dressed in uniform, were riding on flying swords and whizzing past at low altitude. They looked nervous and busy, racing against time in their limited lives. Several flying boats passed by in the sky. After a month, Chen Sun and others finally arrived. Chen Sun and Big Black Bull lay beside the flying boat, exclaiming in amazement constantly. They even felt weak all over, it was too shocking. Old cow, this is the world of immortal cultivation. What is the 9-star valley? Chen Sun stared at the ground with a trembling voice. Those buildings were completely different from those in the mortal world. They were high-end, grand and classy. Moo, the big black bull's eyes trembled, and his cries became drawn out. There were many cultivators on the ground. Buzz. Buzz. Several huge boats were docked steadily on the ground. Here was an open-air platform, like a huge square. Hundreds of disciples were standing in front, holding clothes and magical instruments in their hands. The elders in the boat floated away with their own magic weapons under their feet, and they kept talking and laughing on the way. There were no more than 40 independent cultivators who got off the boats. They looked at the immortal sect disciples timidly, not knowing what to do. Chen Sun was also standing at the edge of the group of casual cultivators, leading the big black bull, looking around. Why wasn't there even a ceremony for joining the sect? Everyone. Yin Jun was standing at the front with an excited look on his face. His state was completely different from that in Jiuxing Valley. Receive the sect's gifts. From now on, we are all brothers. As soon as he finished speaking, the disciples behind him all took a step forward, and the wandering cultivators hurried over to receive their clothes and tokens. The dust removal technique, the sword control technique, the 5 elements technique, and the sect's laws actually have storage bags. Chen Sun was already grinning so hard that he couldn't close his mouth. He kept chuckling as he looked at the disciple standing in front of him. The disciple frowned slightly. He didn't like independent cultivators very much. He said in a cold voice, after accepting it, go to the sect's main hall and choose your respective positions. The contribution value is related to your future in the sect. Thank you very much. Chen Sun smiled and nodded, and quickly changed into a green dress. His temperament changed drastically. Excuse me. Before he could finish his words, the disciple turned around and left, not wanting to say another word to Chen Sun. So cold. Chen Sun raised his eyebrows slightly. How can we get to the sect hall? He looked at the big black bull again and turned around. Old bull, hee, do you look like an immortal? Moo, big black bull exclaimed, it is true that clothes make the men. Chen Sun has become much more cheerful than before. But don't throw away our clothes either. Chen Sun carefully put away his linen clothes and placed them in the pockets on both sides of the big black cow. He had sewn them stitch by stitch and they were of top quality. Moo. The big black bull nodded with joy in his eyes. The spiritual energy in this sect is much better than that in the Ningyan Mountains. Junior brother Chen. Ji Kuan also changed his clothes and hung the token on his waist. Let's go to the sect hall. He looked at Chen Sun, who was at a loss, probably because he didn't ask for directions. These sect disciples seemed quite arrogant and he didn't want to talk to them much. Okay, thank you, senior brother Ji, for leading the way. Chen Sun led the big black bull and followed Ji Kuan, walking down the platform. Junior brother Chen, you are too polite. We all come from Jiuxing Valley, so we should take care of each other. Ji Kuan said in a clear voice, with the demeanor of an elder brother. Chen Sun nodded, and he couldn't help but feel good about Ji Kuan. Although this man looked like a skinny monkey and his face was a little gloomy at times, he was a good person. The main hall of the Wuyun sect was built halfway up the mountain. It was bustling with people, all disciples of the Wuyun sect coming in and out. The hall was simple and elegant, and quite magnificent. Chen Sun and Big Black Bull stood in front of it like ants, inconspicuous and could only look up. The black pillars outside the hall were carved with unknown spirit beasts, with their scales and claws dancing and their whiskers fluttering, as if they were about to fly away, and they looked lifelike. Junior brother Chen, I'll go in first. Ji Kuan looked at Chen Sun, who was still in shock, and said, but Junior brother Chen, please consider what I said. Okay, of course. Senior brother Ji, you go first. Chen Sun came back to his senses instantly and said with a bow. Ji Kuan said no more and turned to walk towards the sect hall with hope in his eyes and excitement in his heart. His long-cherished wish had finally come true. Lao Niu, look at this building, this is the foundation of Daizong. Chen Sun exclaimed, leading the big black bull slowly closer, and even touched it, the thing for refining weapons. Moo. The big black bull became interested and rubbed it with its head. It felt very cool. Compared with the sect disciples, they were less utilitarian and actually began to admire the sect hall from the side and kept commenting on it. Chen Sun and Dehanyo became more knowledgeable, and with joy in their eyes, they kept touching left and right. Groups of disciples left the hall and came in again, but Chen Sun and Big Black Bull were still circling the hall. This junior brother. A man with a righteous face came over and said with great momentum, "What are you doing here with a cow?" Chen Sun was startled and looked at the person who came. It turned out to be a cultivator of the 9th level of chi refining. He bowed and said, "Hello, senior brother. We are admiring the sect's main hall." Admiring the sect's main hall? The man was stunned. He looked at the giant pillar and said, "Junior brother, I am a disciple of the law enforcement hall. Time is fleeting. It is better not to waste it on such things. Thank you for your advice, thank you for your advice." Chen Sun bowed his hands and said, "You are such a good person. Well, you are the new disciple of Wuyun Sect, right?" The man smiled slightly. Not only was the sect token of this person hung upside down, but he was also holding a storage bag in his hand. There were a lot of accompanying items hanging on both sides of this big black bull, and it was obvious that it was a casual cultivator who had just arrived at the sect. Senior brother has a keen eye. Chen Sun felt somewhat uncomfortable. "Come, I will accompany you into the hall and introduce you to the composition of each hall in the sect." The man was quite familiar and like a warm-hearted older brother. He held Chen Sun with one hand and the cow rope with the other. Okay, brother, slow down." Moo. 2 exclamations were heard outside the hall, and they were dragged into the sect hall by the enthusiastic senior brothers. The enthusiastic senior brother talks a lot. He has been advising countless junior brothers in the sect to return to the right path over the years. It is said that he has made many disciples cry bitterly and shout, "I was wrong, please let me go." His name is Lu Feng, and he is an expert in the law enforcement hall of the Wuyun Sect, and is deeply respected and loved by his fellow disciples. For outer disciples, there are many choices of sect halls, including the Alchemy Hall, Weapon Refining Hall, Talisman Hall, Spirit Beast Hall, and Law Enforcement Hall. The outer sect Stewards Hall system is the largest, with a variety of tasks, such as exorcising demons, managing the sect's markets outside, recruiting various disciples, etc. But there is one job that is the least popular, which is managing the sect's medicine garden, which is considered the most thankless job. Because spiritual medicine is extremely difficult to grow, you need to irrigate it with spiritual water and remove weeds every day. You also need to hand in your share of the spiritual medicine in the spiritual field you manage every year. At first all the disciples thought it was too easy and rushed to do it. However, they found in the end that not only did they have no time to practice, but they also failed to hand in all the spiritual medicines. Not only did they not get any contribution, but they were also scolded. Growing spiritual herbs is a completely technical job. Without time to accumulate experience, there is no way these chi refining disciples would be able to do it. Even if their contributions were improved, there would only be a handful of people going, and the sect would have to send some more veterans. "Brother Lo, this is it. I'm going to grow some medicinal herbs," Chen Sun said excitedly. It was a perfect match for his major. Perfect match. Ah. Junior brother Chen, I have already told you the disadvantages. Lu Feng frowned. He strongly discouraged new disciples from going to the spiritual medicine garden. This was an irresponsible attitude towards both the sect and the individual. "Brother Lo, don't worry. My family grows spiritual herbs," Chen Sun said seriously, bowing solemnly. "Thank you, senior brother Lo, for clearing up my doubts. I will definitely manage the medicine garden well." Although Lu Feng seemed to be meddling in other people's affairs in the eyes of outsiders, Chen Sun, who was being managed, did not think so. Lu Feng had helped him a lot, and he remembered this favor. "Okay, junior brother Chen, you have just joined the sect. If you have any questions, you can come to the cave to find me." Lu Feng smiled peacefully. Since it was someone else's family specialty, he felt relieved. He then took out a talisman from his storage bag and handed it to Chen Sun. "Just activate your magic power when you need it." Chen Sun took it carefully, an inexplicable meaning flashed in his eyes, and he nodded heavily. Junior brother Chen, you must practice well and don't waste your time. I will leave first. Yes, brother Lo. Moo. Chen Sun and Dehanyo watched Lu Feng leave, and a smile unconsciously appeared on the corners of their mouths, as if they had returned to the small mountain village where they were. He walked to a high platform in the hall and said, Uncle Master, I want to manage the medicine garden. Yes. An old man who looked so old that he seemed to be easily blown down by the wind said lightly and took out a jade pendant and a booklet. Thank you, Uncle Master. Chen Sun was delighted and looked at the jade pendant. It was a forbidden jade pendant from a certain medicine garden. Without it, one could not enter. Breaking in by force would be regarded as an invasion of the sect. Boy, the medicine garden is not easy to manage. The old man looked sleepy, and it was unclear whether he was sleeping or meditating. Just come here every year to hand in the elixir. Okay. Chen Sun nodded confidently. This calf is quite good and full of spirituality. The old man looked at the big black bull behind Chen Sun with a hint of interest in his eyes. Moo. Uncle Master, this is my family's ancestral black bull. Boy, go quickly, what are you thinking about? The old man seemed to be more energetic. The look in his disciple's eyes made him seem as if he wanted to rob this spiritual beast of the second level of chi refining. Hee, then I won't bother you anymore. Chen Sun smiled awkwardly, he had indeed misunderstood. This was a major sect for cultivating immortals, there were all kinds of spiritual beasts there, and this was not the 9-star valley. Old cow, let's go. Moo. Chen Sun said happily as he led the big black ox. Both the man and the ox walked more lightly. Finally, they didn't have to live a life full of fear and intrigue anymore. It was better to join the immortal cultivation sect. When they met fellow disciples walking forward on the road, they would give way to them with a kind look on their faces, but they would not take the initiative to talk to them. Following the guidance of the jade pendant, they came to a quiet and remote valley, surrounded by exotic flowers and plants they had never seen before, with a strong spiritual energy that made people feel refreshed. There is a big waterfall in the distance, rolling white waves, splashing jade and silver water droplets into the pool, and is constantly accompanied by colorful rays of light. The sound was like a spring thunder, with a majestic and powerful momentum. This place was like a paradise. Old cow, don't barge in. While Chen Sun was stunned, the big black bull had already run away, smelling the fragrance of flowers and hearing butterflies flying everywhere. Moo, the big black bull, was immersed in it and quickly ran to Chen Sun, his eyes full of joy. Ha ha ha. Chen Sun held the bull's head in one hand and looked upward. A magic circle was running. He exerted his magic power on the jade pendant, and a hole appeared in the magic circle instantly. Walk. Chen Sun pulled the big black bull and kept sighing in his heart, the Wuyun sect is really big, the entire mountain range is the sect's headquarters. There are several large spiritual fields inside, filled with all kinds of strange shapes of spiritual medicines. There are ancient trees and gnarled trees all around, fragrant grass everywhere, and the air is filled with faint fragrance, full of vitality. Chen Sun and Dehanyo were dazzled by what they saw, and they couldn't even recognize some of the elixirs. There was a thatched hut at the deepest part. Outside the hut, an old man with disheveled hair was looking at Chen Sun eagerly, as if he saw his father. You are here. Here I come. Moo. A sense of horror rose in Chen Sun and Dehanyo's eyes. Why did it feel like this old man was about to go crazy? After 10 years, someone finally came. Ha ha ha. God is watching over us. The little old man knelt on the ground, spread his hands, looked up to the sky and sighed, 2 lines of tears wet his wrinkled old face. He is at the 9th level of chi refining, a master. Chen Sun looked at him in confusion. How could he become like this? He was even worse than those in Ningyan Mountains. Junior brother, I'm going to report on my duties. I'll leave this to you. The old man looked excited. He released a stream of earth-colored magic power, stepped on the flying sword, and passed by Chen Sun. It seemed that he didn't want to stay here any longer. With tears in his eyes, he was forcibly assigned here by the sect 10 years ago and lived a life accompanied by spiritual medicines. Not only was his cultivation level improving slowly, but the loneliness he felt was also something that no one could understand. Hee hee. Chen Sun looked at his back, then looked at the big black bull. Moo. Big Black Bull didn't understand what this person was doing. He didn't know how lucky he was. They entered the thatched hut, where there were many books, all of which contained tips on growing magical herbs. Chen Sun accepted them all. Chen Sun led the Big Black Bull to the waterfall again. The Big Black Bull put down the things and rushed in, splashing water. He sat aside and flipped through the booklet, which contained various types of spiritual medicines, and the rules were all written down. For example, you are not allowed to embezzle spiritual herbs. Every plant of spiritual herbs is recorded in a book, and every 5 years disciples from the alchemy hall will come to count them. The annual share submission included all kinds of items. Chen Sun read them carefully and memorized each one. Moo. The roar of the Big Black Bull was heard in the water. It was not worried about the growth of the spiritual medicine at all. It had discovered that their essence of all things could be diluted with water. And it quite likes to grow elixirs, which makes it happier than plowing the fields. Old cow, we can't use that thatched house. Let's dig a few caves ourselves. Chen Sun looked around and saw steep cliffs everywhere, which was perfect for developing a cave. Moo, responded the Big Black Bull. They were all used to living in caves, and they also had to grow their own medicinal herbs. Swordsmanship. Chen Sun took out a book of spells from his storage bag, but there was no sword. He had to exchange it for contributions. The Wuyun sect still had some tricks. Moreover, there is a kind of elixir that is quite popular among low-level disciples in Wuyun sect. It is the Bigu pill. Taking one pill can last for a month without having to go to the toilet. There are so many good things in the sect, but there are also many rules. Chen Sun started to look up the sect's rules again, which stated that one could not fight in private, and if caught one would be whipped in the law enforcement hall. If one had a grudge, one had to apply to fight in the arena. Except for disciples who are out on missions, no one is allowed to go down the mountain without permission. However, they can go down the mountain twice a year, for 1 month each time, or they can accumulate the time together. But after reaching the foundation building stage, there are not so many complicated regulations. The foundation building stage is already the backbone of the sect, like an elder. This Wuyun sect is bigger than a city. It has everything. There's no need to go down the mountain. Chen Sun murmured, if you want to exchange for spiritual medicine, you can go down the mountain to have a look. Twice a year is enough. You don't need to be too conspicuous in the sect. Old cow. Moo. The Big Black Bull ran over covered in water, staring at Chen Sun with burning eyes, as if he had not had enough fun yet. Our first step is to open up the cave, and then start cultivating these medicinal herbs in the medicine garden. There is no need to increase their age. The second step is to accumulate contributions to the sect. If we hand in enough spiritual medicine, our contribution will be much greater than that of ordinary disciples. The third step is to exchange for a flying sword when you have enough contribution. I see there is a very secluded place behind the waterfall. We will fly there and open a cave there to cultivate spiritual medicine. The fourth step is to find out the news about the foundation building pill in the sect. The secret realm of Nanda Mountain is too dangerous. There is no need to risk your life. Chen Sun spoke in an orderly and serious manner, and Big Black Bull listened with his eyes wide open, his admiration for Chen Sun deepening. The most important thing is, isn't there a sect competition every year? We can go and watch the fun. Moo. A burst of laughter came from beside the waterfall. Chen Sun took off his clothes, revealing his 16-pack abdominal muscles, and plunged into the water. It felt so comfortable. Today the sky is clear and the breeze is blowing gently. Under the sky, Chen Sun and De Hainyo begin to get busy. There were constant roars coming from the Medicine Valley. Chen Sun took a mountain axe and chopped at the cliff, causing rocks to fly and smoke to billow. The Big Black Bull took out a bucket from the thatched hut and kept drawing water from the waterfall. It also wanted to practice a magic spell called Water Spirit Technique. This spell is specifically used to add spiritual energy to water. It is a rather useless spell, used for irrigating spiritual fields. However, it is divided into 3 levels. Big Black Bull was very happy as he could learn something new. In the long journey of life, nothing can excite it more than learning new things. Chen Sun and it both think so and are full of enthusiasm for the future. Old cow, please fetch water slowly. Don't get drowned. I won't save you. Ha ha. Chen Sun's face was covered with lime, even on his hair. He turned his head and looked at Hanyo, remembering the days when they chiseled ice. Moo. The big black bull was angry. It would never fall into the water. The last time was just an accident. However, what they didn't know was that the water spirit art was quite difficult to practice, and most of the disciples who managed the medicine garden had only practiced to the first level. After summarizing through many generations, it is found that this little magic really needs time to be honed, and there is no shortcut. No one knows which immortal wrote it, but every sect uses Shui Ling Ju because they can't find anything better than it. In this world of immortal cultivation where strength is respected, they will only waste time practicing this technique after they have eaten their fill. This is also a major reason why there are fewer herbal farmers. However, there are really such gods and men in the 10 great immortal sects, but they are their treasures and never show themselves in public. Split Huashan with all your strength. Chen Sun bared his teeth and slashed fiercely at the mountain wall again. Moo. The big black bull didn't even care about the bucket, knocked it to the ground, and hurried to find Chen Sun. Is it this hard? Chen Sun opened his eyes wide, his eyebrows were stained with lime. Old cow, the axe has a chip on it. Moo. There was disbelief in the big black bull's eyes. The stone wall of the Ningyan Mountains was split in half with just one blow of Chen Sun's mountain axe. He had been chopping for so long that he actually broke the axe. Oh, it's okay, I'll polish it a little more, this is just ordinary iron. Chen Sun sighed and looked at his axe distressedly. This was his most proud work in the blacksmith shop. Maybe the rocks in this mountain range are harder. Moo. Go ahead, Lao Nyo. Don't worry about me. Chen Sun sat on the ground, found a stone and started sharpening the axe. The big black bull nodded and ran to fetch water again. 2 days later, Chen Sun finally completed the construction of the cave, placed all the pots and pans inside, and began to cut wood and make various utensils. Chen Sun's craftsmanship is quite impressive. He can make wooden tables and wooden chairs in no time. Lao Nyo, put your things in place first. This will be our home from now on. Chen Sun smiled with emotion, took out the wood carvings and other things, and placed them everywhere. Moo the big black bull also dragged something around. Dust removal technique. Chen Sun cast a spell, and a breeze rose up. His whole body was refreshed and shiny. Ha ha. Moo. The big black bull was surprised. This is even cleaner than taking a bath. Old cow, don't underestimate these little spells. Chen Sun was amazed. He found that every little spell was saving them time, even the fasting pills and the like. Moo the big black bull grinned and began to sit cross-legged to practice water spirit art. Tonight the night was as clear as water, and the sky was dotted with stars. Chen Sun quietly walked out of the cave and looked at the starry sky alone. What kind of world is the world of immortal cultivation? Chen Sun smiled slightly, his eyes blurred. He heard Ji Kuan bragging while on the flying boat. The latter said that he had seen in ancient books that there was a true immortal civilization in an endlessly distant place, and that their place was just a backward place. Chen Sun sneered like a primitive man, not believing it at all. Isn't this the most orthodox way to cultivate immortals? Cultivation civilization. Chen Sun murmured in a low voice, leaning against the outside of the cave and gradually falling asleep. Lao Nyo and I will definitely go there. The next day, at dawn and the sun was rising, Chen Sun shook off all distractions and began to get busy with Big Black Bull. Lao Nyo, go play in the wild. Moo. Chen Sun carried an axe on his shoulder and walked into the mountains with the Big Black Bull. There were many wild beasts in the mountains, so the sect would not interfere. The years pass by like a stream of clear spring water, and in the blink of an eye, more than half a year has passed. There were many magical herbs growing in the Medicine Valley, and the fragrance of herbs was everywhere. They were growing very well. Chen Sun and Big Black Bull were sitting cross-legged among them. Waves of water spread around them and transformed into vivid water balls, filled with spiritual energy and magic power. Boo! Boo! The water balls burst in the air one by one. Chen Sun and Big Black Bull slowly opened their eyes. The second level of the water spirit technique is done. It doesn't feel that difficult. Chen Sun frowned slightly, but in his heart he was thinking, even Lao Nyo has cultivated to the second level. Moo! Moo! The Big Black Bull stared. What did it mean? Except for the slow progress of its cultivation, its practice of magic techniques was very fast. However, our chi refining stage cultivation can really be improved. Chen Sun pondered for a while, and then continued, if we polish this dantian liquid for another 100 years, maybe it will be polished up. Moo! The Big Black Bull's pupils contracted and he arched his back at Chen Sun, saying, we are such an injustice. Haha, I'm just kidding. Chen Sun laughed and stroked the Big Black Bull, everything is going according to plan, action. Moo! The Big Black Bull called happily and quickly followed Chen Sun. In the Medicine Valley, Chen Sun wove a straw hat for himself and also wove a big straw hat for Big Black Bull, which made the bull so happy that it even wore them to sleep. In the sunshine, a man and a cow, wearing straw hats, were busy in the medicinal field, with joy in their eyes, and no one ever came to disturb them. Spring has gone and autumn has come, the sun is shining brightly today. This is their first year in the Wuyun sect, and they continue to add longevity points to their magic power. The restriction in the Medicine Valley was opened a little, and Chen Sun walked out with the Big Black Bull in high spirits. There were many elixirs in his storage bag, all of which were the shares they needed to hand over, not a single one less. They came to the sect's main hall with ease, and watched outside the hall for a long time. In the end, they did not meet Senior Brother Lu today, otherwise they would have been lectured again. The old man was still in the hall. Chen Sun, wearing a straw hat, said respectfully, Uncle Master, I am here to hand over the elixir. Yeah. The old man seemed to have never woken up and responded lazily. On the stage, Chen Sun released all the spiritual herbs in the storage bag, not one more, not one less, and the air was filled with spiritual energy. The old man's eyes flashed, and he quickly counted, took out another token, and cast a spell. His eyes understood, not bad. Boy, it's you. The old man saw Chen Sun's appearance under the straw hat, and then looked at the Big Black Bull. You are the first disciple who entered the medicine garden right after joining the sect, and you can hand in all the spiritual medicines in the first year. Uncle Master, you may not know that my family grows spiritual herbs, so I have some experience. Pretty good. The old man was a little more talkative today, and a bagua card appeared in his hand. This is your contribution value this year. It's yours. Thank you, Uncle Master. Chen Sun was overjoyed. He took it respectfully and held the bagua card tightly in his hand. Just drip your blood to acknowledge the master, go ahead. Yes. Chen Sun led the Big Black Bull and ran. He had already figured out where the sect's contribution hall was. Old bull, we're rich. Moo! The Big Black Bull kept grinning and yelling. When they ran past, the disciples around them frowned, wondering where these straw hat men came from and why they were making so much noise. After walking out of the hall, Chen Sun found a deserted place and quickly dripped blood to recognize the master. After checking, he found that the contribution was actually 200. Woohoo! Chen Sun jumped up and shouted, looking at the Big Black Bull, Old Bull, we have 200 contributions. Moo! The Big Black Bull was startled, stood on his feet, lay on Chen Sun, and quickly looked at the bagua token. You should know that the sect's minimum annual contribution requirement for outer disciples is only 100, but they actually exceeded double it. Let's go to the sect's contribution hall. Today we are going to spend money like crazy. Moo! One man and one bull started to sprint, and today they were going to massacre the contribution hall with blood. Half a day later, Chen Sun and He Nyo came out of the contribution hall with sad faces. He held a long sword in both hands, his eyes were empty, and he had no desire to live. Your mother's black palace. Chen Sun murmured in a low voice, his mouth opening and closing, constantly muttering, Black Palace. Moo! The Big Black Bull's eyes were also dumbfounded, their contribution value had now been cleared. An immortal sword, 50 contribution points, a yellow level lower grade magical weapon. An alchemy furnace, 100 contribution points, a yellow grade mid-grade magic weapon. Bigu pill recipe, 50 contribution points. Chen Sun looked at the big black bowl with a dull look, and his voice gradually rose. Our contribution points are gone. Huh. That's it. Moo. The big black bull roared angrily and went back to the valley to plow the spiritual fields and save a few thousand contribution points. Old cow, go back to the valley and farm. Can't we take care of the tribute hall? Chen Sun was furious and said ambitiously, grow it for a few hundred fucking years and empty this contribution hall. Moo. The big black bull stood up, let out a long roar, and his muscles swelled up. What are you shouting for? No noise is allowed outside the hall. Several scolding voices came from inside the hall. Moo. Let's go, let's go. Chen Sun gave a wry smile, then ran away hunched over, leading the big black bull. His movements were so sneaky that his identity was checked several times by the disciples of the law enforcement hall on the way. The road was filled with disciples of the 5 aggregate sect. They were talking in groups of 3 or 4, spitting everywhere, communicating constantly, and seemed quite excited. This year's sect competition is about to begin again. I heard that senior brother Baishur has come out of seclusion. Oh my God, this is the pillar of our outer sect disciples. The eldest brother was once praised by the sect master as having the potential to build a foundation. If I win the championship this year, I heard that I can be directly rewarded with a foundation building pill when I go to Nanshan 4 years later. We outer disciples should forget about winning the championship, as it has already been won by the inner disciples. But we can also go and collect contribution points to increase our strength. Several disciples passed by Chen Sun, talking excitedly, completely unaware that there was a man walking a cow in a straw hat next to them. My fellow disciples, please wait a minute. Chen Sun coughed lightly and walked over with the big black bowl. How much contribution value is required to participate in the sect competition? Several people were shocked. How could this man appear like a ghost and look like an old farmer? Haha, this junior brother has just joined the sect, right? Yes, please help me solve this doubt, senior brother. Chen Sun accidentally put 3 low-grade spirit stones into their hands. Wow. The 3 of them looked at each other. It was the first time they had seen such a wise junior brother. They put their hands behind their backs and laughed. We are all fellow junior brothers. That's right, we are all brothers, all brothers. Chen Sun also laughed. Junior brother, you don't know. The 3 of them looked at Chen Sun with a more favorable look. The sect competition can only be participated by disciples in the chi refining stage. If the sequence ranks in the top 500, you can get 500 contribution points. If you rank in the top 100, you will get 1000 contribution points, and you may even be accepted as a disciple by the elders. If you rank in the top 10, you will receive 2000 contribution points and be promoted directly to an inner disciple. You can also choose your own master. If we are in the top 3, it will be incredible. Not only will we get various magical instruments as rewards, but there will also be some things we don't know about. A few of them smiled, with longing in their eyes. If they could get into the top 100, they would be very successful. How many people are participating? Chen Sun asked casually, feeling a little excited. He just needed to take the 500 contribution points. He had just read that the recipe for the foundation establishment pill required 3000 contribution points, and he had to work for 15 years, and he couldn't exchange it for anything. Generally speaking, about 30,000 people. So many. Chen Sun was shocked. In his previous life, he had never been in the top 500 out of 1,000 people taking an exam. Of course, not only are there many inner disciples participating, but also the descendants of the elders. Several people shook their heads slightly and sighed softly. Those people of theirs have top-grade yellow-level magic weapons and various magic spells, which are not comparable to us. That's too unfair. What's the point of competing? Chen Sun frowned. This kind of magic weapon is like you holding a kitchen knife and he holding a Gatling gun. What kind of game is this? The sect will take us into consideration. The inner disciples also have their own competitions. They only participate in the competition for the top 100. That won't work either. Aren't these inner disciples just entertaining themselves? Chen Sun shook his head. The resources for cultivating immortals were too unequal. Then you are wrong, junior brother. Our outer sect disciples are also full of talented people, just like senior brother Bai, who has reached the 10th level of qi refining. Who can compete with him? Several people spoke arrogantly, as if senior brother Bai was themselves. Haha, that's right. Then I won't bother you brothers anymore. Chen Sun led the big black bull and walked away slowly, with deep thought in his eyes. Disciples were running around him, and disciples on flying swords were whizzing past. Come on, Lao Nyo, let's go and see what's going on. Moo. Chen Sun led the big black bull and ran, following behind everyone. The place where the sect competition was held was on another high peak, quite far away from here. As they approached the mountain where the sect competition was to take place, the number of disciples from the Wuyun sect increased. Chen Sun, wearing a straw hat and leading the big black bull, was no longer noticeable. There were not only senior brothers who were full of vigor and vitality, but also younger sisters who were as docile as birds, with constant sweet giggles on their faces, which made many disciples swallow their saliva secretly. There is a huge square on the top of the peak, surrounded by 9 stone pillars. A dozen elders are meditating on the top of the pillars, looking down on the disciples with unparalleled demeanor. Wow! Chen Sun led the big black bull around to look around, and there were countless disciples sitting everywhere, taking out golden tokens to record their names. The square was full of noise and people, but it did not seem crowded at all. There were even clouds passing by, giving it an ethereal feel. Moo the big black bull nudged Chen Sun and asked, "Why don't you go and sign up? Let's see how the situation is this year, there's no rush." Chen Sun smiled. He wanted to see what the level of the top 500 in the sequence was like. The big black bull nodded, stretched out its head to look around at the cultivators, and its nose was sniffing something. 3 days later, divine light suddenly appeared on the main peaks of Wuyun sect, a loud bell rang everywhere, and the roars of disciples could be heard in all parts of the mountains. Boom. Boom. This happened 9 times in succession, with the lingering sound spreading across the Yuzhu mountains. Several people even soared into the sky, walking in a flash of light, without any magical weapon under their feet. The annual sect competition has officially begun, and it is also an opportunity for many disciples to meet the important figures of the sect. The mist lifted from a huge peak, and all the disciples went up the mountain respectfully, not daring to fly on their swords. Looking down at the foot of the mountain, there was a huge crowd of people, so many that it was enough to make one's scalp numb. Chen Sun was walking at the end of the disciples, leading the big black bull. He didn't even dare to breathe. But he saw a man walking in the air. With the vast magical power surging from his body, both he and big black bull felt that this man could kill them with just a glance. On top of the giant peak, numerous black observation platforms were built, overlooking hundreds of martial arts arenas. On every 3 martial arts arenas, there stood a foundation-building elder. They looked calm, sitting cross-legged, waiting for the young people to come. Greetings to all the elders, and to the sect master. Greetings to all the elders, and to the sect master. All the disciples bowed their heads and clasped their hands. The huge voice echoed around, stirring the clouds and mist, and it was majestic. On the viewing platform, 13 important figures stood up, with different expressions and clothes, as they looked at the tens of thousands of disciples. You can't ignore their extraordinary temperament even if they are standing in a crowd. You can spot them in the crowd at a glance. Young people are to be feared. Wuyun Sect, the sect competition has officially begun. Sect leader Yu Yuanhua smiled slightly, his robes fluttering in the wind, and his deep voice spread everywhere, and every disciple seemed to be being watched by him. Without any nonsense, all the disciples were so excited that their faces turned red. They looked at the various arenas, and their magic power was surging in their bodies. The eyes of the foundation-building elder gleamed with brilliance, and a jade slip spread out into the sky. In the sect competition, life and death are determined by fate. If you are defeated on the stage, you can admit defeat. The elders who had established their foundation stepped on their magic weapons and rose into the air, but they did not dare to go higher than the observation platform. They looked at the disciples expressionlessly, and used their magic power to hit the jade slip. Begin. As soon as he finished speaking, the talismans in the hands of countless registered disciples glowed faintly. The opponents were completely random, and the first battle depended entirely on luck. Below the viewing platform, hundreds of inner Sect disciples were standing in front. They were dressed in white, with gleams in their eyes as they looked towards the various fighting arenas. The eyes of the 13 big men on the viewing platform were also looking everywhere. These younger generations were the future of the Sect, and they didn't want to let their treasures be covered in dust. As their eyes turned, the fighting in the major arenas became increasingly intense. They all wanted to show themselves and tried their best. On a certain arena, two blue-clothed disciples faced each other. One of them broke out in a cold sweat and trembled in his heart. How come he met him? Senior brother Baishur, I hope you can give me some advice. He is only at the 8th level of chi refining and his strength is limited, but he is still capable of fighting and cannot be looked down upon. If you lose, don't be discouraged, there will be another chance next year. Baishur has a friendly smile and a gentle temperament, and his chiseled face makes him perfect. There was a loud cheer outside the venue, and countless female junior sisters were intoxicated and shouted, "Senior brother Bai." There were also many younger disciples gathered around the arena, cheering for the older disciple, which put a lot of pressure on the other opponent. Ouch! A depressing voice appeared, and Chen Sun led the big black bull to the shade of a tree, looked at these little sisters, and sighed. He's handsome and talented, he'll be popular in any world. Moo. The big black bull shook its head and arched its back at Chen Sun. It thought Chen Sun was the most handsome, but the only difference was that Chen Sun never tidied himself up. Chen Sun leaned against the shade of a tree, fanning himself with a straw hat, picking his nose from time to time, and watching with great interest. On the stage, Baishur's eyes suddenly became sharp. He used the wind-controlling technique to empower his feet and stomped hard on the stage, causing a vibration on the stage. The surrounding magic power rippled and spread violently in all directions. A repressive aura rushed directly towards the men, and a thin sword slowly appeared in his hand. The man on the opposite side was not slow either. He activated a talisman in his hand, and several white lights flashed on the ring, and he suddenly appeared under Baishur's feet. Earth-piercing talisman, junior brother, you really spent a lot of money. Baishur smiled slightly, twisted his body strangely, and actually avoided those spikes perfectly, with ease in his eyes. What? The opponent's eyes were full of disbelief. He didn't even touch Baishur's robe. Clang. Baishur slashed out with sword energy and magic power. The disciple took a deep breath, gritted his teeth, and caught the sword energy. He was shocked and took a few steps back. His throat felt sweet and he swallowed the blood forcefully, steadying himself. A few bloodshot streaks appeared in his eyes and he threw out another talisman. Giant strength talisman. The disciple's eyes were filled with resentment. Since he couldn't win with magic power, he decided to compete in physical skills. I saw his muscles swell up, a murderous aura emanated from him, and he rushed forward with a sword in hand, roaring. A trace of seriousness appeared in Baishur's eyes. He slapped his storage bag and another flying sword flew out, making a sharp whistling sound. However, he stopped half a foot in front of the disciple, and a golden light screen blocked the flying sword. He smiled softly, Vajra talisman. Under the shade of the tree, Chen Sun and Big Black Bull widened their eyes. Others fought with magic power, but this person was fighting with spirit stones. A rich disciple. Chen Sun blinked and looked at Dehainyo, when will we be able to have so many spirit stones? The talisman was thrown out with a clang, which actually made the eldest senior brother very angry. Moo the Big Black Bull called perfunctorily, his eyes wide open. These people were fighting in all kinds of strange ways, and it was hard to keep watching. Oh, body movement. Chen Sun became excited. He actually wanted to learn a body movement so that he could use his speed to the maximum. On the ring, Baishur did not confront this person head-on. He kept dodging with his body skills. After the giant power talisman wore off, the disciple suddenly became weak. Baishur won this battle without any surprise, but this was not his true strength, as his opponents were the inner disciples. Senior Sister Guxuang. Senior Sister Guxuang. A number of male disciples also gathered around a ring, cheering and shouting, their saliva flying everywhere, splashing on many people's faces. There was a woman on the ring. She had a cold face, a graceful figure, and a long sword in her hand that kept flashing cold light. This sword dance is like the female anchor dancing, it's quite beautiful. Chen Sun chuckled and looked at Guxuang. It was indeed worth the trip. Old cow, isn't it beautiful? Moo. The big black bull kept nodding, saying, beautiful, beautiful, and didn't even turn its head, telling Chen Sun not to disturb it. Hey, why did you lose? I was quite optimistic about that one. Moo. Oh, Lao Nyo, look at that little sister, she's been beaten and is crying, ha 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 ha. Moo, moo, moo. Hey, why is that shorty so pretentious? Is someone else eating your rice? Moo. Old cow, look, there's the spirit beast. It's incredible, incredible. Moo. Under the shade of a tree, there was a man and a cow, sometimes laughing and sometimes cursing. Suddenly, Chen Sun's expression changed and he slapped the ground hard. Moo. The big black bull was startled. What was wrong with Chen Sun's expression? Old cow, do you feel like something is missing? Moo. Moo. The big black bull shook his head, then nodded, feeling as if something was missing and something was a little uncomfortable. Sunflower seeds. Chen Sun slapped big black bull fiercely. He actually forgot such an important thing. Moo. Big black bull also slapped Chen Sun with his hoof and said, why didn't you bring any melon seeds? No wonder I felt something was missing. Oh no. Chen Sun's face was full of regret. Let's plant the melon seeds this year. I'll stir-fry them and add some secret seasoning at the end. Moo. The big black bull rubbed against Chen Sun and opened its mouth. This was pretty good. In the Sect competition, you can continue fighting after the first battle, or you can rest for a day and then fight again, and the victory will be counted. However, the disciples who were not confident in their own strength naturally wanted to continue fighting, and the intensity of the second day would not be as high as today. The strong will naturally not panic. After a battle, they will adjust their breath and recover to their peak state before fighting again, without any carelessness. The Sect competition was becoming increasingly intense, and even Chen Sun and Dahainyo moved closer and no longer watched from afar. On the fifth day, the inner Sect disciples officially joined the battle, bringing the Sect competition to its climax. Even Chen Sun and Dahainyo joined the cheering army. Who else but me to be the outer Sect disciple? Come on, senior brother Bai Shi, you are the best. Chen Sun raised the wooden sign and let out a loud roar. Countless disciples looked over and gave him a thumbs up. It was done. Junior brother, senior sister Guxuang is no longer our outer Sect disciple. Several people came over with a menacing momentum, but it seemed that senior sister Guxuang's momentum was immediately overshadowed. What a joke! Chen Sun looked at them with disdain and patted Big Black Bull. Big Black Bull understood, and a wooden sign slowly rose up, with the words written on it. Come on, senior sister Guxuang, use the 5 elements of the sword. Several people were shocked, and felt a tingling sensation on their scalps, and their thumbs stretched out unconsciously. The look he gave Chen Sun revealed only 2 words, awesome. Chen Sun smiled coldly and continued to lead the big black bull in shouting at the top of his lungs, his sense of participation reaching its highest point. On various arenas, inner disciples in white robes leaped up and swung their sleeves. They looked at their opponents with cold expressions and frowned. A faint murderous intent drifted over the arenas. The surrounding ancient trees rustled in the cold wind, and a few yellow leaves slowly fell. There was silence on the stage, and the bigwigs on the viewing platform also had expectations in their eyes. Hiss! Countless disciples gasped. These people were the future big figures of the Wuyun sect and the ones who would lead the sect's future. It was truly the center of attention. Even the disciples below the stage had solemn expressions, feeling a strong sense of oppression. It feels so good. Moo. Chen Sun whispered, and his heart couldn't help but get excited. Even the big black bull followed suit and let out a low cry, this is wonderful. But there was a hint of disappointment in Chen Sun's eyes. Why didn't he say anything and pretend to be an expert? He also wanted to see some literary combat and some harsh words. A bell rang out across the mountain peaks, and the final battle of the Sect competition officially began. Call out! Call out! Countless sharp screams were heard breaking through the air. The pupils of everyone on the stage dilated slightly. The magic weapons in their hands and the magic power in their bodies were suddenly stimulated with colorful lights. Boom. Boom. A great battle broke out in every arena. Someone unleashed a swarm of flying swords, which covered the entire arena with smoke and dust. Someone activated a fog spell, making it impossible to see what was happening inside. The only thing that could be heard was the constant sound of metal colliding, allowing one to feel the intensity of the battle. There were also disciples who controlled the formation flags, released puppets, sat in the rear, and started a great war. There were sword flashes everywhere, and the sound of magical powers surging everywhere. Everyone was using all their strength and no longer held back. The violent hurricane blew everywhere, and the disciples who were closer even had to use their magic power to resist it. Chen Sun's pupils contracted violently and he shook his head continuously. These chi-refining disciples were too horrible. They were totally not on the same level as the casual cultivators. Moo. The big black bull, like Chen Sun, kept shaking his head, looking dazzled. What kind of magic was this? The entire decisive battle lasted for 2 days and 2 nights. Chen Sun and Dehanyo sat on the ground and watched without wanting to stop for a moment. They ate bread when they were hungry. Bai Shi and Guoshuang also ended up among the top 100, and the outer disciples sighed, thinking that the foundation of those inner disciples was really not comparable to that of the outer disciples. Finally, when the elders of the sect distributed rewards and encouraged the disciples, he said some nonsense. With the departure of the big figures and elders of the Wuyun sect, this year's sect competition finally came to an end. On the way down the mountain, Chen Sun and Big Black Bull kept laughing, which was extremely obscene. Lao Nyo, that inner sect disciple, is a bit sinister. Why did he hit someone in the vital point? Chen Sun looked at the Big Black Bull's butt and couldn't help laughing again. The key point was that the person opposite him was really hit, and his anus was really badly damaged. Moo, the Big Black Bull, also kept grinning, looking unsatisfied. Next year we will also participate, and try to make it into the top 500 sects and make some contributions. Moo. Let's go back and plant some melon seeds first. Moo. The man and the cow trotted continuously, and their laughter echoed across the mountains. After returning to the medicine valley, they first began to take care of the medicine fields, then quietly picked a few magical herbs for the big pill, cultivated the seeds and put them back. Lao Nyo, I'll leave the elixir to you. I'm going to study the sword controlling technique. Moo, the Big Black Bull, nudged Chen Sun fiercely. It was a professional in cultivating spiritual herbs. Chen Sun nodded, and went to the cave with confidence. He activated the sword controlling technique, took out the magic sword from the storage bag, his eyes shining. Whether he can take off depends on today. Chen Sun calmed down and began to practice. 1 month later, in the early morning, the medicine valley was filled with the singing of birds and the fragrance of flowers, creating a peaceful atmosphere. Chen Sun and Dehanyo were standing on an open space, with a magic sword in front of them and a backpack on their backs. Chen Sun made 2 parachutes by himself to avoid accidents. Safety comes first. Ride the sword and ride the wind, and roam freely between heaven and earth. Chen Sun made a strange gesture, and injected turbid magic power into the immortal sword. Rise. The fairy sword on the ground slowly rose into the air, half a meter off the ground, raising a cloud of dust. Moo. Moo. The Big Black Bull jumped up excitedly, mooing continuously. Old cow, get on the car. No, get on the sword. Chen Sun's voice trembled, his heart beat very fast, and his eyes began to imagine that they were flying on swords and shuttling through this beautiful land. Moo. The Big Black Bull stood up with a nervous look on its face. It lay down behind Chen Sun, gripping his shoulders with its 2 hooves. They stepped steadily onto the immortal swords, with beads of sweat on their foreheads. Chen Sun's veins bulged, and he pointed 2 fingers upwards, roaring. Take off. Moo. Call out. A fierce gust of wind blew up, and the fairy sword whizzed out at such a speed that it disappeared in the blink of an eye. Bang. Bang. 2 figures fell heavily, and suddenly they took a mouthful of dust. Where's the magic sword? Where's my sword? Chen Sun screamed heart-wrenchingly, His pupils were bloodshot and he spat out a mouthful of dust. Moo. The big black bull was also knocked unconscious. Suddenly, the bull's eyes saw the magic sword in the distance, which was stuck on a stone wall. Not long after, the magic sword was finally found by Chinsun and Dahainyo. Lao Nyo, our spells have been enhanced, so they are a little different. Chinsun took a deep breath and said slowly. Moo. Big Black Bull nodded. It was true. The speed of this magic sword was too fast. It's okay, just adapt slowly and practice slowly. Moo. The big black bull held the magic sword in its mouth and went straight into the waterfall, shaking its head constantly at Chinsun. Old cow, you are so smart. Chinsun was stunned. The water might add a lot of resistance, which was just right for practice. Let's do it. Let's do it. Another month passed, and Chinsun had completely mastered the trick of wielding the sword. It was another morning, and another position. Ride the wind with your sword and roam freely between heaven and earth. Chinsun muttered to himself, and a stream of magic power was released. The immortal sword slowly rose up, and he stepped on it. Old cow, there is no time to explain, hurry up. Moo. The big black bull stood up and jumped, standing firmly on the magic sword, and lay directly behind Chinsun with a hint of fear in his eyes. Take off. Moo. Whoosh. 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 A strong gust of wind blew, and the magic sword finally flew into the air. The boundless strong wind blew on Chinsun's face, getting farther and farther away from the ground, and his heart almost jumped out of his throat. The big black bull slowly opened his eyes. The surrounding scenery was completely different. He slowly looked down, his pupils shrank. Moo. Old cow, old cow. Me. Chinsun was shocked that the old bull had fainted. He quickly held the big black bull with one hand and stopped the magic sword in midair, his eyes difficult to open. He also slowly looked towards the medicine valley. He was already nearly 10 feet above the ground, and he could hear rapid breathing coming from his mouth. Flying on a sword is completely different from riding on a flying boat. He now has a feeling of emptiness in his heart and feels like he is going to fall. Woo. 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 The cold wind whistled in his ears, and the big black bull woke up. He looked at the ground and his legs went weak. Moo. It's okay, old cow. The immortal sword is firmly stuck to our feet. It was just an accident last time. Chinsun comforted him, but the big black bull just held on tighter, but there was a joy in his eyes, they really flew into the sky. A tiny magic shield opened, and there was no more whistling sound of strong wind, and the ears became much quieter. Old cow, let's adapt slowly. There's no rush. Chinsun smiled and started flying the sword again, but this time the speed was much slower and he was becoming more and more proficient at it. Moo. The big black bull also felt more and more comfortable, and gradually became less nervous. But Chinsun frowned slightly. It was a little uncomfortable to open the magic shield. It didn't give him the feeling of taking a ride. An idea came to his mind. Let's go. Chinsun shouted again, circling over the valley. Woohoo. Chinsun's loud shouts and big black bull's screams continued to echo in the air, but it also felt really exciting. Big Black Bull was in pain and pleasure. After playing for half an hour, Chinsun felt more and more uncomfortable. It seemed that he had to put his ideas into practice. Old cow, I'm going to get busy first, and look for some materials while I'm at it. Chinsun walked into the cave with an axe in his hand. Moo. The big black bull was still lying dead in the pool of water, and it took him a long time to recover. Another month later, an orange sun lay quietly between the inky mountains in the distance, with clouds and mist rising up, lighting up the sky. A strange laugh was heard from the cave in the Medicine Valley, along with a series of strange shouts of "I did it! I did it!" Moo. The big black bull looked at the sky and it was time for the ride that Chinsun mentioned. It kept calling at the entrance of the cave. Old cow. Chinsun walked slowly out of the darkness. Big Black Bull's eyes were filled with shock. What kind of shape is this? Could it be that Chinsun has created some magical weapon? Chinsun was seen wearing a huge pair of goggles and holding another in his hand, which was shining in the setting sun. Moo Moo, the big black bull, quickly ran forward and asked what it was. Chen Sun's eyes became big. Old bull, we need to experience the great outdoors and the thrill of a real ride. What's the point of having a mana shield? Chen Sun laughed and quickly put it on the big black bull as well, as it was tailor-made for it. Moo. The big black bull shook its head left and right and its body kept jumping. It was a magical feeling. With this, we won't be afraid of sand getting into our eyes, ha. Chen Sun kept laughing smugly and yelled, "Old cow, go for a ride." Moo. Big Black Bull was excited. His favorite activity now was taking a drive at sunset. The scenery was amazing. Call out. Call out. The immortal sword soared into the sky, and a forbidden hole opened in the Medicine Valley. Chen Sun immediately rose to a higher altitude, and countless giant peaks came into view. He shouted to the sky, "Air Force One, Chen Sun, get ready." Moo moo moo. Big Black Bull also shouted and lay down behind Chen Sun with goggles on. That feeling was freedom. The strong wind blew on their faces but never reached their eyes. The feeling was finally right. This was a real ride. They moved towards the setting sun, leaving countless ancient trees and large peaks behind them. They could also see wild beasts running on the ground, chasing their prey. A huge setting sun hung high in the sky. In the low sky, there were disciples flying on swords everywhere, but their speed was much slower than theirs. Maybe this is the comparison between Ferrari and electric cars, Chen Sun couldn't help but think. In front of them, there was a junior sister who was at the 5th level of chi refining, flying on a sword, and she was taking the same route as them. Call out. The little sister with 2 long braids was shocked. Why were there a man and a cow standing on the magic sword and looking at her? There were unknown things in their eyes. This senior brother, the little sister said timidly, but before she finished her words, her mouth gradually widened and her expression became more and more shocked. I saw this man and this cow, with 2 fingers and the cow's hoof on their foreheads, and then they raised their heads towards her, with the corners of their mouths twisted into a crooked shape. Their magic swords suddenly accelerated and headed towards the setting sun, disappearing in the blink of an eye, looking extremely graceful. The junior sister was stunned. Is it possible that even a cow can be so cool now, but this magic sword is so fast? I wonder what grade of magic weapon it is. Many disciples were shocked. What a fast sword-wielding skill and what a stylish outfit. The strong wind whistled past, and Big Black Bull grinned, looking at these sword-controlling disciples who were left far behind, thinking they were really younger brothers. Old cow, do you see what cultivation is and what life is? Moo. The Big Black Bull nodded repeatedly, constantly admiring the scenery under his feet and feeling the joy of the ride. Woohoo! The sky was filled with cheerful shouts and the mooing of cows. Time goes by, and in the blink of an eye it is the end of the year again, and the longevity points are still added to the magic power. Chen Sun led the Big Black Bull and took the elixir to the Sect Hall and got a stable 200 contribution points. Lao Nyo, save it and don't spend it. Go and participate in the Sect competition. Chen Sun carefully put the Bagua cards into the storage bag. Moo. The Big Black Bull was very happy. Chen Sun brought Big Black Bull to sign up, and he had an extra talisman in his hand, so he would know which fighting arena to go to when the time came. A few days later, when the bells rang, the Dabi Mountain was crowded with people and it was as lively as in previous years. However, Guxuang and Baisher did not participate this year. I heard that they were accepted as inner disciples by some elder. The Sect competition has officially begun. The vast voice resounded everywhere. The talisman in Chen Sun's hand rang, and he immediately looked towards a certain arena, leading the Big Black Bull away, his eyes full of eagerness to try. On the arena, the person opposite him was a disciple at the 8th level of Qi refining named Zhang Song. He was shocked. The person opposite him was also at the 8th level of Qi refining and was carrying a spirit beast. It looked like it was going to be a fierce battle. Brother, please show some mercy. I just broke through the 8th level of Qi refining. Chen Sun laughed, his eyes full of vigilance. These disciples had strange methods and many spells, so he couldn't be careless. After observing for the past year, he found that it was safer to enter the top 500 in the sequence at the 8th level of Qi refining, and it would not attract attention. Of course, the sect competition will stop at a certain point and will not harm junior brother's life. Zhang Song looked a little puzzled. The man and the cow wearing straw hats looked really funny and strange. Brother, shall we begin? Kindness. Zhang Song was speechless. The man had 3 axes on his waist, which looked like they were made of ordinary iron. They were not even magic weapons. However, he could not underestimate the enemy. His eyes gradually became sharp, and his 2 fingers suddenly flicked continuously. Water vapor suddenly formed into ice crystals, like flowing clouds and water, leaving countless afterimages. Ice cones shot towards Chen Sun. The big black bull was only at the 3rd level of qi refining, and his target was his master. To capture a thief, one must first capture the leader. So strong. Chen Sun shouted, dodging constantly and fleeing in a panic. As expected of you, senior brother. Each time, the ice cones were about to hit Chen Sun, but he moved his feet and just managed to dodge them, and the spirit beast also kept fleeing. Junior brother, you'd better not hide. Zhang Song stood still, his finger movements became faster and faster, and the angles of the ice cones became more and more tricky. Chen Sun took out a mountain axe, broke it with one blow, and began to dodge again and again. He was sweating all over and his eyes were full of fear. Junior brother, how long are you going to hide? Zhang Song looked impatient. Why did he keep missing? His mana was already depleted. I won't hold back. As soon as he finished speaking, several blue veins popped up on Zhang Song's forehead, his palms and fingers clasped together, and a gleam of brilliance appeared in his eyes. At this time, several ice blades appeared out of thin air and slashed towards Chen Sun without warning. Zhang Song stepped with his sword and followed the ice blades, blocking all of Chen Sun's retreat routes. It's so scary. Chen Sun and Big Black Bull shrank and disappeared on the spot. Zhang Song's pupils shrank, and both his magic and his attack were in vain. Fireball. Chen Sun shouted, and several small fireballs shot over. Zhang Song's eyes focused, and he waved his hand back, and an ice cone appeared. A large pool of water melted in the center of the arena. Zhang Song already knew that this man was difficult to deal with and it would be difficult to defeat him with magic. The 2 men quickly started fighting on the ring, and it was hard to tell who would win. Zhang Song was very anxious, wondering why he couldn't hit them. The big black bull was watching the show from the side, mooing constantly as if cheering. Someone in another arena had even won 2 games. After fighting for more than half an hour, Zhang Song was sweating profusely, and Chen Sun also sat on the ground and breathed heavily, as if he would not be able to hold on any moment. I can only use my trump card. I didn't expect to meet such a tough opponent in the first match of the competition. Zhang Song looked hesitant, but didn't want to waste any more time. He slapped his storage bag, and several formation flags were placed in all directions. Suddenly a strong wind blew, and before Zhang Song could react, his 2 battle flags were pulled away. Hey, sneak attack! A black shadow suddenly attacked, and the big black bull pushed hard. Zhang Song flew in the air with a dazed expression on his face, and fell heavily outside the ring. Who am I and where am I? What just happened? Zhang Song cried out in pain, and looked at Chen Sun with confusion in his eyes, a capital question mark. Thank you, senior brother. Thank you. Chen Sun staggered off the stage and returned the formation flag to him with an embarrassed smile on his face. Junior brother, you are really fast. Zhang Song took a step back and took the battle flag. Fear flashed in his eyes. How could this speed be fast enough to interrupt the spell? What a lucky coincidence. If there were no restrictions on the arena, I would not be a match for you. Haha, you are too modest, junior brother. Zhang Song shook his head. He actually encountered such an outrageous thing. Chen Sun walked to the ring manager with difficulty and said respectfully, Uncle Master, disciple wants to continue. Yes. The uncle replied calmly, and a magical power hit Chen Sun's yellow talisman, and he fought again with the winner of the first round. In the second round, he fought against a cold-faced disciple named Lu Tao, who was actually at the 9th level of the qi refining stage. Junior brother, if you admit defeat, it's still not too late and you can avoid physical pain. Lu Tao looked at Chen Sun and Hai Nyo expressionlessly. The latter's condition was obviously not good. Please give me some advice, senior brother. Chen Sun forced a smile and even sat cross-legged, as if he was recovering his magic power. Humph, you don't know how to appreciate my kindness. Lu Tao waved his hand and a huge black ring appeared. It was getting bigger and bigger, circling in the air. A gust of black wind was whistling, as if locking onto Chen Sun. The black giant ring shook violently and rushed straight towards Chen Sun, a mid-grade yellow-level killing weapon. A cold light flashed in Chen Sun's eyes, leaving an afterimage on the spot, but the giant ring seemed to have its own lock, and kept chasing Chen Sun. If you can't hold on, it's not too late for you to admit defeat. Lu Tao sneered, looking at Chen Sun who was fleeing in a panic, but his hands did not slow down at all. He raised his right hand and waved it. The giant ring emitted golden light and became even bigger before falling from above Chen Sun. You are worthy of being my senior brother who has reached the 9th level of qi refining. Chen Sun did not forget to admire him, and suddenly punched out, smashing hard on the giant ring. At this moment, something unexpected happened. Dang! A violent collision sounded, and the golden light of the giant ring was dimmed by the punch. Chen Sun took advantage of the pause and ran away again. Lu Tao's face changed drastically, and his eyes showed extreme shock. Although the magic weapon seemed to be fine to outsiders, he could clearly hear the vibration inside. His expression gradually became serious. Although this junior brother was in a very bad condition, as if he had just experienced a fierce battle and had not yet recovered, he could not underestimate the enemy. Fireball. Chen Sun made a gesture and several small fireballs flew towards Lu Tao. Lu Tao had a look of disdain in his eyes. How dare he show off such a low-level spell as Fireball? He opened his mouth and said, Fireball. There was a burst of fire on the ring, and the small fireball was instantly swallowed up. Chen Sun suddenly rushed out of the sea of fire, picked up a mountain axe in his hand, and chopped at Lu Tao. Lu Tao snorted coldly and drew out a long sword. A fierce battle broke out on the ring again. Lu Tao pressed forward step by step and beat Chen Sun back step by step. Half an hour later, Lu Tao was sweating profusely, and his magic power had become much weaker. He looked furious. Junior brother, can you still hold on? It's okay. Chen Sun said weakly, as if he was about to collapse at the next moment. Lu Tao's magic power was depleted and his eyes widened. Why was he always one step faster than him? He was now extremely exhausted. Finally, at the moment they were fighting, the spirit beast that he had ignored moved. Moo. Sneak attack. A black shadow rushed out from the side, so fast that he was entangled by Chen Sun and had no time to react. Oh, damn it. Lu Tao looked grief-stricken and extremely humiliated, and was pushed out of the ring by the big black bull. It seemed that Chen Sun could not hold on any longer and fell on the big black bull. Lu Tao, who was below the ring, was also stunned when he saw this. He secretly admired Chen Sun's strong willpower. Thank you for your kindness, senior brother. Chen Sun opened his eyes weakly and smiled faintly. Junior brother, you should recover first. We can spar again next year. Lu Tao bowed and acknowledged this man in his heart. This battle was very satisfying and he gained some insights. Okay. Chen Sun bowed with difficulty and was taken off the fighting arena by the big black bull. Lu Tao also stepped forward and gave him a healing pill. Chen Sun burst into tears and grabbed brother Lu's hand with emotion. Lu Tao was shocked and there was guilt in his eyes. He kept worrying in his heart whether he had been too heavy-handed. Several disciples around him looked at Lu Tao with strange eyes, as if Chen Sun was the loser. Lu Tao was so scared that he ran away, shaking his head all the way. After half an hour, Chen Sun led the big black bull to the side of the foundation building elder and bowed, saying, Elder, I want to continue fighting. In your current state, are you still able to fight? The elder frowned slightly. The disciple was wearing a straw hat with holes all over it, with messy hair sticking out. He was covered in dust and there were bloodstains on his hands. Okay. Chen Sun lowered his head and smiled, his eyes full of stubbornness. Since you are so insistent, I will not refuse you. The elder nodded slightly. There are many such disciples every year. They are stubborn but they are always the ones who suffer. A magical power was activated on Chen Sun's yellow talisman, which flickered with a faint light. Chen Sun looked at the arena again, and saw his second victorious opponent. Chen Sun stumbled up to the stage, and saw that his opponent, who was at the 8th level of qi refining, was startled. He wondered if he had accidentally killed him. An hour later, a furious voice came from the ring. "Junior brother, can you still hold on?" "Brother, come here." Chen Sun growled, his steps staggering. There was a big hole in his straw hat, and smoke was still coming out of it. The disciple at the 8th level of qi refining had a grim expression on his face. "You can still hold on, but I can't hold on any longer. Who among those at the 8th level of qi refining has such strong magic power to fight for an hour?" Moo. The big black bull saw that the time had come, with a lewd look in his eyes, and charged forward. A sneak attack. The men screamed in shock, drew a beautiful arc in the air, and landed steadily outside the ring. This was Chen Sun's third win. Chen Sun was also carried by the big black bull towards the shade of the trees in the distance. He seemed to be seriously injured and would not live long. Under the shade of the tree, Chen Sun woke up, leaned against the tree, and smiled. Moo the big black bull also lay down beside him, its big mouth shaking constantly. I've brought it, don't worry." Chen Sun took off his straw hat, his hair was in a big afro, and his body was covered with scars. The big black bull kept licking Chen Sun's wound with his tongue. Chen Sun patted its head and took out the healing medicine from the storage bag. "It's just a superficial wound. It won't cause any trouble." Moo the big black bull still looked at Chen Sun with concern. Although they were often injured when they were in the small mountain village, this was a fight and one careless move could cost someone's life. "Hee, I learned a lot of medical skills from Master Ning. This injury is nothing." Chen Sun said nonchalantly that as long as it was not an internal injury, it would heal in a few days after applying the ointment, and it would not leave any scars. "They have limited magic power and can't afford to waste time with us. If we really use magic, they won't survive." Chen Sun smiled slightly. He liked these fellow junior brothers and sisters very much. Moo the big black bull nodded. It was indeed true. Their magic was too terrifying. If they really used it, people would either die or be injured. "Probably just win 6 games, and then if we win 3 more games tomorrow, we can get those 500 contribution points." Moo the big black bull rubbed against Chen Sun with joy in his eyes. Chen Sun took out some melon seeds from his storage bag and started eating them with big black bull. He looked at the various fighting arenas, which were crowded with people and the sounds of fierce fighting could be heard. On the second day, Chen Sun was full of energy and his opponents were getting stronger and stronger, but no matter how fancy the spells were, they still needed magic power to support them. Chen Sun began his road of torture, a fight in the ring, which would last for at least an hour. No matter who came, it would be useless, it was just crazy torture. The disciples around wanted to watch the fight, but they were all sleepy and hurried to other arenas, which were much more exciting than here. "Junior brother, I can't hold on any longer." A scream rang out, his facial features twisted, and there was a hint of fear in his eyes as he looked at Chen Sun. "Brother, hold on." Chen Sun roared and encouraged, "I'm still okay." Moo. Black Bull made a sneak attack and pushed him off the ring. There was a smile of relief on his face. It was finally over. Chen Sun also successfully won his 4th victory. An hour later. "Junior brother, I beg you, don't insist, just admit defeat." "Impossible. How can a cultivator like me not have pride, brother? Let's fight for another day." Moo. The black bull attacked and swung its tail. The senior brother had lost all desire to live. He looked up at the sky and collapsed outside the arena. Not a drop of magic power was left in his body. Chen Sun won his 5th victory. An hour later. "Junior brother, I still have countless talismans that have not been activated. You can't afford to waste them. Brother, fire at me." Half an hour later, the senior brother was trembling, his eyes were trembling, and all his talismans were gone. Moo. Sneak attack, Black Bull charges. "Ah!" My senior brother screamed, his body flew in the air, and tears flowed from his eyes. "My belongings. Chen Sun won his 6th victory, but his legs were already trembling, and he had to rely on the support of the big black bull to fight in the next battle. Although Chen Sun was an ordinary person, his unyielding will even shocked several elders in the Foundation establishment stage, and they all looked towards Chen Sun's arena. Junior brother, senior brother looked at Chen Sun, who was standing unsteadily, frowning slightly, wondering how he should react. Chen Sun's hair was flying, his eyes were bloodshot. He bent over, put his hands on his knees, slowly raised his head and said, "Brother, come and fight. I will naturally respect you, my junior brother." The senior brother looked serious, and that look shocked and impressed him. In just a few sticks of incense, Chen Sun shouted loudly, waving his fists and rushing over with his body full of flaws. The senior brother just turned his body slightly, his eyes full of emotion. A gust of cold wind blew, and Chen Sun could no longer hold on, and fell directly on the stage like an iron pillar. Junior brother. Moo. They hurried forward to check. Luckily he was fine. Even a foundation building elder came forward to check. He is fine, but he has been through a series of battles, and his body and mind are damaged. He will go back and recuperate for a few days. Thank you, uncle. The senior brother bowed. The Foundation establishment elder nodded, with some emotion in his eyes. This person was most likely a casual cultivator, and people like them more or less had such characteristics. That is the helplessness towards one's own qualifications and the indomitable spirit towards fate. Even if one fights to the last drop of blood, one will never admit defeat. But the reality is that no big shot has cast his eyes on him. Such a person is too ordinary, and his unyielding will is nothing but impotent rage, which cannot change his aptitude for cultivating immortals. Chen Sun was dragged down the mountain by the big black bull. Old cow, sequence 478, it's stable, 500 contributions, 2 days is more than what we have done in 2 years. Chen Sun lay on the back of the big black bull and checked the yellow talisman in his hand. He could go to the sect hall to exchange his contribution as soon as the competition was over. Moo, the big black bull, turned around and looked at Chen Sun with heartache. Lao Nyo, this is nothing. When we were in Panning City, no one had an easy life. We all survived in the cracks. Chen Sun said nonchalantly, and smiled, being injured a little can be exchanged for such a great contribution. We have gained a lot. We should also thank the sect for giving us the opportunity. Moo, the big black bull, nodded, thinking to himself that it would be great if it could go and help Chen Sun, who was injured, as it had thick skin and flesh. After returning to the Medicine Valley, Chen Sun perked up and applied ointment all over his body. Big Black Bull also stayed by his side, doing nothing. This is the Bigu pill. It can only be used in an emergency. We don't need that little bit of time to eat. Chen Sun took out a yellowish-brown pill. He had also used the furnace to refine pills last year. After eating it, he did not feel hungry, but he did not feel full either. It was tasteless. Moo. The big black bull was deeply touched. This fasting pill was not as delicious as the wild game in the mountains. It was like having a pile of hay in its stomach. Old cow, get to work and take care of the Medicine Valley. Chen Sun had already applied plaster all over his body and smiled. How could they really hurt me? I just didn't dodge on purpose. Moo. The big black bull looked back every few steps. The medicine garden had indeed not been taken care of for 2 days, so it wanted to go and take a look. After the big black bull disappeared from sight, hiss. Chen Sun grimaced in pain. Although he had no internal injuries, the external injuries were really painful. A few days later, the sect competition ended. Chen Sun and Dehei Nyo rushed to the sect hall, but the yellow talisman was not taken away by the sect. They said it was left for the disciples as a souvenir. Junior brother Chen. A familiar voice sounded behind Chen Sun, and his face lit up. I didn't expect it was really you. Senior brother Ji. Chen Sun was also delighted. He looked at Ji Kuan, his face became a little more resolute, but he still looked skinny. Chen Sun couldn't help but feel a little emotional. Even though they were in the same sect, it took them 2 whole years to meet by chance. Didn't junior brother Chen go to the outer sect as a steward? I'm going to manage the medicine garden. My family used to do this. They walked to a secluded tree and began to reminisce about the past. Big Black Bull followed behind them, and when he saw them stop, he lay on the ground. Junior brother Chen, this medicine garden is not a good place. They all call it a lost ideal place. Ji Kuan was a little disappointed and tried to persuade him. There are only some old men in the sect who go there because they feel that they can't build a foundation in this lifetime. We still have a lot of time to spare, so don't slack off, junior brother Chen. I appreciate your kindness, senior brother Ji, but I really don't like fighting and killing. Chen Sun also looked embarrassed. He understood what Ji Kuan meant. Being an outer sect deacon would provide many opportunities, which would definitely be a good thing for increasing strength. Hey, junior brother Chen, you don't know something. Do you know how the disciples in the sect view us as independent practitioners? Ji Kuan looked indignant, with one hand behind his back and the other clenched into a fist. I really don't know about that. Chen Sun shook his head. He felt that these fellow brothers and sisters were pretty nice and had never suffered any discrimination. They said we were stepping stones. Even the foundation building elders disliked us. Ji Kuan has been serving as a steward in the outer sect for the past 2 years. There are many factions there, and intrigues are constant. Sometimes contributions are embezzled. Senior brother Ji, what do you mean? Chen Sun asked calmly. If it were in the past, he would have taken out 3 axes and started causing trouble directly. In 3 years, the secret realm of Nanda Mountain will be opened, but most of the people who go there are independent cultivators. Yes, I know this, otherwise we would have no chance to join the sect. Brother Chen, do you know how many people can go and how many can survive every 20 years? Ji Kuan took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, 700 people, less than 100 returned. If you don't pick the foundation building elixir, you will get nothing. So dark. Chen Sun was shocked. Although he already knew that they were going to be thugs and cannon fodder, he didn't know they were so evil. Of course, we are the remaining independent cultivators selected by the 10 major immortal sections. On the surface, it seems that we are treated equally, but which elder would look up to us? Ji Kuan's eyes were dim. Many of his fantasies had been shattered in the past 2 years, and he became even more gloomy. Those independent cultivators who have the potential to build a foundation have already been taken away by the 10 major immortal sections. If they want to build a foundation, they have no choice but to embark on that bloody road. Brother Ji, do you want to go to the secret realm of Nanda Mountain? Chen Sun looked at him twice. He is still at the 8th level of qi refining, so his strength may not be enough. That's right. Ji Kuan nodded heavily. I have contributed enough now. I am going to practice hard in seclusion. If I can break through the 9th level of qi refining, my chances of survival will be greater. Brother Ji, you can wait for the next 20 years. You are still so young, so you can improve your strength first. Brother Chen, after 23 years, my energy and blood have weakened, and my strength has greatly decreased. What can I use to fight? Ji Kuan clenched his fists tighter and tighter, with unwillingness in his eyes. He really didn't want to accept this. This made Chen Sun's heart tremble. Yes, the qi refining period is only 100 years, which passes in a flash. How many 20 years can a cultivator have? Junior brother Chen, the sun is shining brightly today. It's a good day to say goodbye. Ji Kuan smiled peacefully. He liked Chen Sun very much and felt that he never had any bad intentions and it was always easy to get along with him. After working in the Outer Gate Steward's Hall for 2 years, he found that friends like Chen Sun were even more precious, and perhaps his choice to go to the medicine garden was right. Brother Ji, wait a moment. Chen Sun quickly took out his storage bag and took out 2 Chengyu pills and a bottle of Biga pills. Brother Ji, I bought these Chengyu pills in Jiuxing Valley. There are still 2 left, and the medicinal properties have not lost. He now understood the principle that great kindness can be like great hatred, and he did not dare to give too much and ruin the friendship between them. It's actually Kongyuden. Ji Kuan was surprised. This was a precious pill for the qi refining stage and was very expensive. Junior brother Chen, I don't have any purpose. Please take it back. You need it too. Brother Ji, take it. You need it more than I do. We are managing the herb garden very well now and it contributes a lot every year. Chen Sun smiled sincerely and quickly put them in Ji Kuan's hands. It's hard to refuse your kindness, but I will only accept 1 Chengyu pill. You can keep the others. Ji Kuan took it solemnly and left no room for doubt. Oh, okay. Chen Sun sighed and put the other things back into the storage bag. Junior brother Chen, junior brother Nyo, I'm leaving first. Please take care of yourselves. Ji Kuan bowed and looked at the big black bull, which quickly stood up on all fours and mooed. Under the tree, Ji Kuan left. Chen Sun and Dehei Nyo watched his back as he went away, looking so lonely and determined. Senior brother Ji will definitely be able to build a foundation, Lao Nyo, don't you think so? Chen Sun murmured. Moo. The big black bull also nodded. In this sect, Ji Kuan was the only one who regarded it as his junior fellow apprentice. Its merits and virtues would bless him. Come on, old cow, let's go back too. We haven't woven our straw hats yet. Moo. A man and a cow also went towards the medicine valley. A breeze blew by, and countless fallen leaves floated by under the trees, which was very beautiful. Time flies, and 3 years have passed in the blink of an eye. Many new disciples have come to the sect. Their eyes are full of passion and vision for the future. The sect competition also saw the rise of countless newcomers, with one dark horse after another becoming famous and standing out from the crowd. But there is one disciple who has become the nightmare of countless disciples. This person wears a straw hat and holds a black bull spirit beast in his hand. He can be said to be the cancer of the sect competition. If you meet this person and cannot kill him in one blow, then be prepared to fight for an hour. Many disciples who watched the fight had nightmares at night, and their quilts were full of straw hats. The people fighting were complaining bitterly, and there was even a senior brother at the 9th level of chi refining who directly admitted defeat, which shows how cruel this person is. However, because he fought for too long, he suffered physical and mental damage, and fell into the top 500 every year, which was a pity. However, this is just some interesting talk among low-level disciples. The top 100 in the sect sequence every year is the most popular topic, and it has also aroused the striving spirit of countless disciples. This is also the real purpose of the Wuyun sect, using inner disciples to stimulate these dark horses. However, the real reward for the winner is unknown, and outer disciples cannot get it anyway. Only the continuous injection of fresh blood can ensure the long-term continuation of the sect. The annual sect competition allows many disciples to make breakthroughs in the battle. Yuzhu Mountains, a low-altitude place. The man and the cow flew towards the sect's main hall stealthily and timidly, neither fast nor slow. Lao Nyo, a full 3,000 contribution points. Chen Sun licked his lips and said in a low voice. Moo. The big black bull was stiff all over, his body trembling with excitement. He wondered how many good things this could be exchanged for. But its expression was a little gloomy, because most of these contribution points were earned by Chen Sun's body full of scars. What are you thinking about? Old cow, let's change the foundation building pill recipe. Moo. The immortal sword whizzed past at low altitude, so they didn't dare to rise too high. If they bumped into any elder or great monk, they would be in big trouble. Chen Sun even calculated the safe flying distance. In the contribution hall, there is a high platform with almost no one on it. This position is prepared for the elders in the foundation establishment stage, and the foundation establishment pill recipe is also on it. Uncle Master, I am here to exchange for the foundation building pill formula. Chen Sun bowed his head and handed the Bagua token to the thin man on the platform. The man's face looked like a zombie, with protruding bones on his face. His expression was cold, and he looked at Chen Sun dimly. As a disciple at the 8th level of chi refining, his contribution value was indeed 3,000. The recipe is for cultivators in the foundation establishment stage. What use do you have for it? There is no foundation establishment elixir to exchange in the sect. The thin man questioned, his eyes piercing people's hearts. It is impossible to refine it even in the chi refining stage. You'd better give me a reason. This recipe for the foundation building pill was just casually posted by the sect to give those chi refining disciples an idea, but even a skilled cook cannot cook without rice. Give yourself some comfort. I am going to go to Nanda Mountain. Then you can't exchange your contribution for such useless things. Uncle Master, you don't know that I am originally a casual cultivator. This thing is my disciple's obsession. Seeing it is like seeing the foundation building right in front of me. Chen Sun's voice trembled as he bowed his head lower and lower. The torn straw hat seemed to be telling of the unfairness of fate. Can. The thin man nodded and added, think carefully, the trip to Nanda Mountain in half a year will not be easy. Chen Sun was surprised. He didn't expect that this zombie-like uncle was actually a person with a cold face but a warm heart. He said in a deep voice, disciple will never regret it. The thin man looked at Chen Sun deeply, took out a pill recipe, and the contribution value in the Bagua token was cleared out. Thank you, Uncle Master. Chen Sun took the token with both hands, turned around and left leading the big black bull. They flew on their swords and soon returned to the Medicine Valley. Big Black Bull even set up traps in many places. If a thief broke in, every detail would change. Moo, the Big Black Bull, called to Chen Sun, and no one came. Let's go. Chen Sun rushed into the cave with joy in his eyes and quickly took out the recipe for the foundation building pill. Rainbow fruit, moon fruit, tin staff flower, ice mandarin grass, cold spirit grass. Chen Sun muttered silently, his eyes getting wider and wider. He had never heard of it, had never seen it, only heard of a few magical herbs. The foundation building pill contains a total of 27 auxiliary herbs and 3 main herbs, namely, Daipo vine, Yangshan lotus, and Nanma leaf. Moo. The big black bull also stretched out his head to look carefully, but there was not a single elixirs in the Medicine Valley. In the foundation building stage, the Dantian is transformed into liquid, spiritual consciousness is born, and there are endless wonders. Chen Sun sighed and couldn't help but feel envious. He also wanted to feel what spiritual consciousness is. I heard that it was more powerful than the 5 senses. Moo. If it really takes 100 years to build the foundation, there will be no place for us in the Wuyun sect. Chen Sun said word by word, looked at the big black cow, his eyes were focused, in half a year, we will go to the secret realm of Nanda Mountain. Moo. The big black bull stood up suddenly, fighting spirit igniting in his eyes. All the immortal cultivating sects in the Qian kingdom had to send their disciples. That was the real battlefield. We go out every day to find out information, and we have to start preparing. Chen Sun said that they knew nothing about Nanda Mountain and didn't know where it was. One person and one cow slowly looked outside the cave, with a hint of murderous intent in their eyes. It seemed that they were really going to take action this time. Half a year later, the bells of the Wuyun sect continued to echo, and there were several figures walking on each peak with swords. Their expressions were cold and they headed towards the main peak of the sect with an indomitable momentum. The secret realm of Nanda Mountain in Qian Kingdom every 20 years is finally about to begin, and the elders and disciples of each peak also look hopeful. If the harvest is fruitful, it will definitely bring the sect to a higher level. Many small sects have risen because of their trip to Nandushan. There are a lot of people applying to participate this year, thousands of them, but they can only be sorted according to the priority of the sect competition. Generally, the top 2,000 people in the sequence are promising. Many old people looked gloomy and had no hope. They packed up their bags and walked slowly down the mountain. There were many markets outside the mountain gate, which were all built by the Wuyun sect and were places where many monks communicated. The outer gate deacon hall will assign them positions, and they will wait for the passage of time until they turn into a pile of earth, and perhaps no one will even know their names. However, there is an unwritten rule among the inner disciples that no one is allowed to take part in the trip to Nanda Mountain, as they have their own foundation building pills. In a cave in a Medicine Valley somewhere in the Wuyun sect. There were cracked stone walls all around, and a pit on the ground with a huge black pot on top, emitting white mist with a strong medicinal smell. There was still some charcoal left in the pit, which was still making a sizzling sound, but the cave was empty. Today the sky is clear and blue, without a single cloud, the distant mountains are dark blue, and the breeze is warm. Chen Sun and Big Black Bull walked out of the Medicine Valley expressionlessly and began to fly on their swords, heading towards the Sect Master Peak. The immortality points accumulated over the past 3 years were also added to their mana. Their current immortality points were, Strength, 21. Speed, 21. Essence of all things, 20. Mana, 11. However, after seeing the disciples, a warm smile immediately appeared on his face, and he looked harmless with a straw hat on. Chen Sun led the Big Black Bull to the edge of the disciples and searched for a figure in the crowd. It was Ji Kuan. He has now broken through the 9th level of chi refining. He is full of energy and vigor, as if he has found his organization. He is surrounded by people and there is constant talk. Chen Sun smiled faintly and did not disturb him. He looked towards the master's hall. He and Big Black Bull were deeply attracted to it again. People kept coming to the main hall of the sect master, a total of 700 chi refining disciples. Chen Sun stood at the end, leading the Big Black Bull, and looked inconspicuous. Several figures flew out from behind the sect master's hall. They walked in the air with great momentum, and there were even a few faint lights between their figures. A great monk in the Jindan stage. He can walk in the air. Chen Sun was shocked in his heart. He now knew what realm was above the foundation building stage. It was the Golden Core stage. His lifespan could reach 1,000 years. He was a real old monster. In front of the main hall, all the disciples were in a solemn silence, so solemn that one could hear a pin drop. They stood upright on each side, not daring to act rashly. The Big Black Bull was also frightened to the point of limpness and cold sweat. Its spiritual perception was stronger than anyone else's, and these great monks were definitely capable of killing them. Sect leader Yu Yuanhua stood in front of everyone and said in a deep voice, "The trip to Nanda Mountain is a hard-won opportunity. I hope all disciples will spread the power of our Wuyun sect." Yu Yuanhua had a calm temperament. He glanced at everyone one by one and waved his hand. Fairy music came out and a few loud eagle cries were heard from the distant valley. This trip is led by Master Wei of Weishan, who is an early Jindan cultivator and shows how much importance the sect places on all of our disciples. As soon as the words fell, the 700 disciples were flattered that the sect actually sent a Jindan stage peak master to escort them. This made them even more enthusiastic and wanted to do their part for the sect. Weishan has white hair, but he doesn't look old at all. He really looks like an old man with a youthful face. He is so handsome that the female disciples inside are fluttering their hearts. I follow the sect master's orders and meet Master Wei Feng. All the disciples bowed their heads and clasped their hands in respect to their elders, which was a recognition and admiration for their strength. No need to be polite, fellow disciples. Wei Shan's words, as gentle as a spring breeze, echoed in everyone's ears, without any of the airs of a senior. Everyone felt a force gently lifting them up, leaving Chen Sun dumbfounded, wondering how he could control his body. Roar! Roar! At this moment, there were several earth-shattering screams, and 5 huge spirit beasts flapped their wings and came from the distant sky. The entire hall was shrouded in a shadow, which made Chen Sun and Big Black Bull's scalps numb. Boom! 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 Several sounds of cracking the ground were heard, and the 5 huge spirit beasts stopped in front of the hall. Their eagle eyes were extremely sharp, and the feathers on their wings made Chen Sun feel harder than his axe. This is a Qingya carving, it is in the middle stage of foundation building, there is no need to worry. Wei Shan smiled faintly and stepped onto the green cliff sculpture in the middle. Come up, everyone. Chen Sun quickly led the Big Black Bull to the edge of the cliff sculpture. It was huge. They looked at it like dwarfs. Old Bull, get your sword and fly up. Chen Sun took out the magic sword from his storage bag and flew up with the Big Black Bull. Something strange happened. The green cliff eagle actually turned its head and looked at the Big Black Bull. There was even a playful look in its eyes, as if it was looking at its prey. The Big Black Bull was angry. If Chen Sun hadn't held it back, it would have rushed up immediately. Did it think I was its food? Old cow, don't get excited. Give me some face. Chen Sun quickly comforted him and whispered, can it survive you? When the time comes, steal its eggs and make it cry to death. Moo. The Big Black Bull responded viciously, giving Chen Sun face. Except for Chen Sun, who was still pulling the Big Black Bull, the other disciples were all concentrating and sitting cross-legged, starting to conserve their energy, but their eyes were filled with extreme nervousness. Wei Shan just pointed his finger, and a light green magic shield appeared around the bodies of the 5 green cliff carvings. He bowed and said goodbye to the sect master's hall, and the people in front of the hall nodded with a smile. Have a safe trip. A voice rang in the ears of all the disciples. It was the voice of the sect master. Buzz. 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 The cliff eagle spread its wings and soared, uttering a few high-pitched eagle cries. The strong wind blew up the dust on the ground, and the scenery on the ground became smaller and smaller. Even Chen Sun began to feel uneasy. The Qingya sculpture flew across the sky and gradually disappeared into the depths of the mountains. Countless disciples on the ground exclaimed in amazement. It was really the 700 warriors of the Wuyun sect. Lao Niu, we are really going to see the big scene this time. Chen Sun's face was somewhat excited as he looked at the surrounding clouds. The ground was full of unfamiliar giant peaks piercing the sky, and were quickly passed by green cliff carvings. This speed was so fast that Chen Sun kept marveling. It was several times faster than the original flying boat. Mumu de Hainyo looked excited. They finally walked out of the small mountain village and went to the outside world to see all kinds of things. Chen Sun looked into the distance. They were ready to face everything, and they had learned a lot about the secrets of Nanda Mountain in the past 6 months. Each of the 10 major immortal sects has sent out 1,500 disciples. They are strong and have many quotas. They are the real winners of Nanda Mountain. However, Nanda Mountain is so big that it is the most majestic mountain in the Qian Kingdom. It not only depends on strength, but also on luck. Although many small sects can only send out 100 people, many sects will pick up big leaks every time and bring out countless elixirs. Old Nyo, we must be careful about the monsters and spiritual beasts inside. They are not friendly to people. Chen Sun whispered that the spiritual energy of Nanda Mountain was suppressed, and these demon beasts and spirit beasts were unable to advance to the foundation building stage. Their tempers became extremely violent and they killed anyone they saw. This is also what he heard from the elders in the sect. These demon beasts and spirit beasts even surpassed the strength of the 10th level of Qi refining and were between the foundation establishment stage. Moo. The big black bull nodded heavily, knowing what was going on. They have heard countless rumors in the past 6 months. Many disciples died at the hands of these monsters and spirit beasts. They are guarding the spiritual medicines for foundation building. Gradually, Chen Sun and De Hainyo also began to calm down and stopped nagging. The Qingya Jiao traveled across various states and was sometimes attacked by other monsters, but Wei Shan simply released his aura and those flying monsters fled in panic. Half a month later, the speed of the Qingya carving began to slow down. Nanda Mountain was composed of 19 magnificent peaks connected together, like a winding and circling dragon, soaring into the sky. It is like a giant, standing among the mountains, looking down mercilessly at the earth and the immortal cultivators who come here. Even the green cliff carvings seem insignificant at this moment. Oh my God, there is such a beautiful scenery in this world. Chen Sun was shocked and stood up muttering. The big black bull was also shocked and stood there motionless. It turned out that they were so small. Looking into the distance, there are strange mountains standing out, mountains stretching in a continuous line, verdant and steep, shrouded in clouds and mist, shrouded in a great formation. Chen Sun kept marveling at this. It really took countless great cultivators to seal this place. He estimated that even Elder Wei was not good enough. He wondered what kind of monstrous cultivator was responsible for this. 5 green cliff carvings landed on an open space. In the distance were cultivators from various sections. There was a crowd of people. They all looked at the Wuyun sect with unfriendly eyes, and then looked away. To the north of the open space is the territory of Nanda Mountain, which is full of towering 1,000-year-old trees. It is dark and silent, with an ancient atmosphere that makes people feel awe. This is the headquarters of my Wuyun sect. You are not allowed to run around. Wei Shan looked in all directions and snorted coldly. Many people were shocked and bowed, retracting their presumptuous gazes. Master Wei Feng is mighty. Chen Sun praised in his heart. It is better to lean against a big tree to enjoy the shade. Wei Shan didn't say much. He was waiting for the 10 great immortal sections. The key to the secret realm of Nanda Mountain would be in their hands. At this time, there were constant deafening noises coming from the sky. Huge flying boats and giant birds broke through the air, and the suffocating breath continued to be heard. Shadows passed across the ground again and again, as if they were demonstrating or asserting sovereignty. The banners of the sect were shining with folds, and countless figures stood on them. They looked down at the earth and the disciples of each sect with cold eyes. Wei Shan looked calm and unfazed at this time, but he felt uncomfortable in his heart. The 10 immortal gates were like 10 giant mountains, pressing on all the immortal cultivators in Qian Kingdom. Chen Sun and Dehanyo kept shaking their heads and sighing. This battle was much more exaggerated than the one in Jiuxing Valley. They could only say it was awesome. Ouch! Chen Sun pointed to the sky in the distance. Look, old cow. Several giant boats docked in the sky, and countless women in purple rose into the sky. They stepped on lotus leaf magic weapons and flew down from the sky. Their figures were graceful, as if dancing in the air, setting off a purple ocean, and Chen Sun felt as if he smelled a burst of fragrance. The eyes of the disciples of various sects on the ground could not help but be attracted away, looking at the distance infatuatedly. The 10 major immortal sects, the fairies of Ziyun sect. If we could become a Taoist couple, then even as a ghost we would be romantic. Moo. The big black bull nudged Chen Sun, not appreciating it. Old cow, if a man joins the purple cloud sect, do you think he would also wear purple clothes, step on lotus leaves, and say something during a fight? Chen Sun imitated him in a sarcastic tone, patted the big black bull with one hand, and said in a pinched voice, "You hit me, you are annoying." Ha ha ha. Moo, moo, moo. Chen Sun and big black bull rolled on the ground laughing. The key point was that Chen Sun would imitate from time to time, making big black bull laugh so hard that his mouth was about to cramp. "Hey, junior brother Chen, is that you?" Ji Kuan looked at the men and the cow rubbing against the ground, and was startled. "Junior brother Chen, why are you here?" "Senior brother Ji, ha 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 ha." Chen Sun laughed so hard that tears were about to fall down. "Come here, I'll tell you a funny story." "Oh." Ji Kuan became interested and quickly moved over. After a while, Chen Sun started to learn it again in a charming voice with rich emotions. "Ha ha." Ji Kuan shook his head and laughed. This junior brother Chen was actually in a situation where he was facing life and death, but he still had the heart to be happy. He didn't know if he was too thick-skinned or if he was just so optimistic. "Lao Nyo and I will come and look for an opportunity." I think what senior brother Ji said was right. Chen Sun stood up and said seriously, "Brother Ji, don't worry, Lao Nyo and I will definitely not hold you back." "Junior brother Chen, what are you thinking about?" Ji Kuan looked unhappy and put a hand on Chen Sun's shoulder. "If you can't win, run away. Your life is the most important thing." "Thank you, senior brother Ji, for your concern. Lao Nyo and I will never engage in a head-on confrontation," Chen Sun said with a smile. "This transmission is quite random, at most 3 people in a group. I didn't know you that day. Brother Ji, don't worry about us. I know you have a group, so I didn't come to disturb you." Chen Sun smiled. He and Dehanyo were not outstanding in terms of strength or popularity, so few people came to invite them. Ji Kuan looked unhappy. He wanted to keep Chen Sun and Dehanyo by his side so that he could help them if anything happened. "Senior brother Ji, don't think too much. Just go with confidence. We have a secret weapon." Chen Sun patted the hand on his shoulder. "During these 3 years, I also learned a magic spell and practiced it for 2.5 years, but Brother Ji, if you consider me, Chen Sun, as your friend, then you can go with peace of mind. Lao Nyo and I will definitely come out alive," Chen Sun said solemnly, deeply moved. "Why?" There was still annoyance in Ji Kuan's eyes. He took his hand away fiercely, turned around and left without saying a word. Moo the big black bull looked at his back, then looked at Chen Sun. "It's okay, senior brother Ji is just too worried about our strength." Chen Sun smiled and looked at Ji Kuan's back. Moo. Big black bull nodded and thought to himself, "Actually, they are very strong, really very strong, brother Ji, don't worry about them." In an instant, roars of beasts echoed in all directions, and a giant python broke through the air, with thousands of disciples of the beast-taming sect standing on it. They were wearing grey robes embroidered with unknown spirit beasts. Many of the disciples on the giant python revealed a bloodthirsty smile. Beside them were spiritual beasts of various shapes, and some of them had spiders, small snakes and the like entwined around them. People from the beast-taming sect, one of the 10 great sects, have arrived. These spirit beasts are truly too powerful. I heard that every 20 years in the secret realm of Nando Mountain, the people of the beast-taming sect suffer the least losses and gain the most. No one among the low-level cultivators can defeat the beast-taming sect disciples in a duel. There were bursts of noise from countless disciples of the sect on the ground. They were envious. Spirit beasts were not easy to cultivate, but if they were cultivated, they would definitely be a great help. However, Chen Sun's big black bull was an exception. These disciples had never seen a master with such a huge gap in cultivation level with a spirit beast. Old cow, if these spirit beasts were to fight each other, how would you win? Chen Sun squatted on the ground, throwing stones. Moo. The big black bull roared and drew a cross on the ground. Awesome. Chen Sun patted the big black bull and praised, I've always believed you can do it since I was a kid. The big black bull raised his head and looked proud. One day later, people from the 10 major immortal sects arrived one after another and exchanged greetings at their respective residences, completely ignoring the major sects. Wei Shan seemed unable to hold it back any longer and looked extremely grim, but he had to bow his head when he was under someone's roof. He just hoped that these disciples would do better. Suddenly, a series of loud noises were heard from the open space at the highest point. Colorful spiritual light shot up into the sky, gradually forming a pillar of light, and spiritual pressure came one after another. It's okay. The 10 major sects are breaking the restrictions on Mount Nandu and opening the teleportation array. Wei Shan explained while looking at his disciples with painful expressions. Yes, Peak Master. Everyone bowed, no one wanted to make a fool of themselves in front of Wei Shan. Boom. Boom. A huge 7-star teleportation array appeared in the headquarters of each major sect, and the leader of each sect took out an ancient token and placed it in the groove. Hurry up, the teleportation array will only last half a day. Wei Shan shouted, continuously injecting magic power into it. The power of the Wuyun sect token can only teleport a maximum of 700 people. Yes, Peak Master. Yes, Peak Master. They were grouped in threes, each teleporting in with their respective teams, and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Chen Sun and Dehei Nyo stood alone on the periphery. After everyone was teleported away, they slowly moved forward and stepped into the teleportation array. The 7-star array teleportation array also lost its light and then disappeared. Wei Shan stood with his hands behind his back, looking towards Nanda Mountain. As the sun sets in the west and dusk passes, the Nanda Mountain is peaceful and quiet. There is not even the roar of wild animals. It is so quiet, as if it were dead. There is miasma everywhere, and poisonous insects and plants are everywhere. If you accidentally get the miasma into your body, you will basically be half dead. Tens of thousands of people were teleported in, but it was like a drop of water entering the ocean. They couldn't find their fellow disciples, and even the sect token was not sensed. It must be because they were quite far away. On top of an ancient tree, a man and a cow were looking around in a lewd manner. The big black cow remembered Chen Sun's words clearly, when you go out, safety is the first priority. Old bull, take the anti-miasma pills and the anti-insect pills. Chen Sun took out 2 pills, swallowed them in one gulp, and gave 2 more to big black bull. Moo, the big black bull responded, and put the food into his mouth as soon as he rolled his tongue. This was what they bought with spirit stones in the sect. What a weird place. Chen Sun whispered that this was completely different from the forests they usually entered. There was not a trace of life and it was dead silent, but it was full of spiritual energy. Moo, the big black bull, stared with big eyes, looked around vigilantly, and its nose kept sniffing. Lao Nyo, the secret realm of Nanda Mountain will last for half a year. We are not in a hurry. Let's observe it first. Chen Sun shrank his head and took out the long-lost bandit mask from his arms. He put it on slowly, and the feeling and temperament were completely different. Moo. The big black bull patted Chen Sun, where is my headgear? Yes, take it with you, take it with you. Chen Sun grinned. This was the equipment they used to massacre old Wang's family. Moo, the big black bull, trembled with excitement, and that feeling suddenly came back. Chen Sun slowly took off the disciple uniform of Wuyun sect. To outsiders, it seemed like a talisman, but to Chen Sun, this was an exposure of his identity. What would he do if he was held accountable later? He put on a linen shirt that he had sewn himself, and felt light all over, as if suddenly there were no shackles on his body. Old cow, hold on. Chen Sun held the cow's head with one hand. There were countless dense leaves covering where they stood, making them very stable. Moo, the big black bull, responded. It had already grasped the essence of Chen Sun and was not panicked at all. As the sun and the moon rotated, while the disciples of various sects were working hard to find elixirs, this man and the cow actually squatted on the tree quietly for a whole day, without moving. Lao Nyo, everything should be fine here, let's go make some clothes. Moo. Just wait and see. I learned a set of skills from Aunt Wang. Chen Sun smiled and thought of the small mountain village again. He must go back to visit it in the future. Moo. The big black bull nodded and watched Chen Sun climb down from the ancient tree, tiptoeing and picking up countless fallen leaves. It also hurried to help. Half a day later, the task was completed. Chen Sun looked at the lucky suit made of countless dead leaves with great satisfaction in his eyes, and quickly put it on. Moo. The big black bull was shocked. Chen Sun was lying on the ground at this time, but it felt like he was invisible and he couldn't be seen at all. Ha ha. Chen Sun chuckled, stood up from the ground, and countless dead leaves shook. He quickly put another set of leaves on the big black bull. Except for the eyes, nothing could be seen, even the horns were covered. Moo. The big black bull looked at Chen Sun with only one look in his eyes, which was extremely awesome. Hey, Lao Nyo, take action. Chen Sun grinned, looking extremely terrifying under the shadow of the hood. Moo. Two groups of dead leaves slowly shuttled across the ancient trees. Their movements were very small and their speed was very agile. They kept moving forward and actually saw magical herbs on the road. This was the first time they saw magical herbs in the wild, but they did not pick them as they were of no use. They suddenly stopped on the ancient tree. In front of them was a large lake with rippling water. There were clusters of spiritual herbs around it and the air was filled with spiritual energy. But there was a chill in the lake, and wisps of mist lingered on the surface, which was extremely magical. Moo, the big black bull, stretched out its hoof to stop Chen Sun. There must be danger in the lake. Old cow, are you teaching me how to do things? Isn't that nonsense? Only young people would go there. Chen Sun chuckled. Wow, Lao Nyo's skills have improved greatly over the years. Moo. The big black bull nudged Chen Sun with a look of dissatisfaction. It was clearly it who discovered it, and you are now making excuses after the fact. Ice mandarin duck grass and cold spirit grass really exist. Chen Sun watched from afar and saw that there were actually two auxiliary medicines for the Foundation Establishment pill. Over the past 6 months, he had already collected information about these elixirs and knew them by heart. As soon as he finished speaking, several sounds of breaking through the air were heard from another part of the jungle. It was a team of 3 people, and it was unclear which sect they were from. Old cow, look, there really is a young man like that. Chen Sun kept shaking his head, as if some monster would rush out of the lake at the next moment. Moo, the big black bull, also nodded, feeling that these people were not as good as it. But the plot seems wrong. Ah. Moo. Chen Sun and big black bull stretched their heads, growling continuously with disbelief on their faces. The 3 men continued to pick the elixirs comfortably, and there were no water monsters in the lake. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Chen Sun pinched the tree trunk tightly, causing the bark to fall off. Big black bull also kept shaking his head, wondering what was going on. The 3 men knew when to stop and were not greedy. They just picked some and left immediately. It was obvious that they were veterans and their retreat was quite decisive. Suddenly, something strange happened. A group of disciples from each sect rushed out from the jungles. They seemed to be wearing the same clothes. Several roars and scoldings were heard, and the 2 sides immediately engaged in a fierce battle. 6th. Chen Sun opened his eyes wide. It turned out that the danger was here. Old cow, did you see that? The danger is not from monsters, but from humans. Moo. Big black bull was puzzled. There were so many elixirs by the lake, why would he risk stealing others? This is how evil people are. Chen Sun sighed, weren't we inexplicably tricked by those 3 people in the first place? Moo. Big Black Bull's pupils shrank, and he understood. He and Chin Sun had been together for so many years, and he had encountered many outrageous things. Suddenly, something strange happened again. Countless bubbles appeared in the lake. Chin Sun and the Big Black Bull head began to stretch their eyes and stared at the lake. Is the legendary water monster finally coming? Big black fish kept coming out of the water as if they were playing, but soon went back down. Chin Sun and Dahei Nyo looked at each other, both with anger in their eyes. They could only watch the fight in the distance, feeling bored. Suddenly, something strange happened again. Right beneath their tree, a roar arose and a strong wind blew past, making their ghillie suits rustle and filling their mouths with a lot of ash. A red shadow quickly rushed out, like a red-skinned lion, with long and sharp fangs in its mouth. Its body was actually more than 10 feet long, and its front paws were glowing red as it pounced madly towards those who were fighting. The demon beast at the 10th level of Qi refining is quite powerful. Chin Sun calmly adjusted his ghillie suit and said lightly, "Moo." The Big Black Bull was eager to try, with a fighting spirit flashing in his eyes. There were constant cries of shock and anger coming from the distance. The red-skinned lion was relentless and kept chasing the disciples who were picking elixirs, casting spells continuously, causing chaos and confusion. Blood splattered slightly, and they had no choice but to give up the elixir, threw it into the air, and quickly fled into the distance, running in all directions. "Old cow, let's go. I'll get a few spiritual herbs and I'll give it to you." Moo. Two figures gently fell from the tree, with a calm smile on their faces, and ran towards the lake in a flash. Roar. The red-skinned lion was furious. Someone had broken into its territory again, and there were two of them covered in leaves. There was a hint of confusion in his eyes. What the hell were these things? Why had he never seen them before? Just as it was about to rush over to stop the men from picking the elixirs, a giant creature blocked it. Moo. The Big Black Bull stood on its 2 feet, clapped its 2 hooves, and attacked with a bang. The speed was so fast that the red-skinned lion was shocked. A burst of fire rang out, and the red-skinned lion's spell was easily resolved by the Big Black Bull. Its fangs were being held by a bull's hoof, and it couldn't break free. Roar. Moo. The Big Black Bull exerted great force, lifted up the red-skinned lion, and slammed it hard to the ground. The red-skinned lion had a painful look on his face, with intense horror in his eyes. He felt as if his brains were going to be smashed out. Moo. The Big Black Bull swung again fiercely, and the red-skinned lion doubted his life. A mouthful of blood spurted out of his throat, and the magic power in his body could not be used. Moo. The Big Black Bull roared, and continued to swing its hooves. The red lion's tongue had been smashed out, and it kept whimpering, "Brother, please stop smashing it." Chin Sun picked 2 plants of ice yuan grass and han ling grass. They were as white as jade and exuded a cold air. Chin Sun put them in the medicine box and preserved them well. He then shouted towards another lake, "Old cow, get ready to go." Moo the Big Black Bull quickly dragged the red-skinned lion to Chin Sun, leaving a long bloody mark on the ground. "Old cow, you are really good." Chin Sun exclaimed, "I almost smashed the lion to death." Moo moo. The Big Black Bull grinned. This red-skinned lion was also very tactless and had already started to imagine whether it should be braised or steamed. Sob. The red-skinned lion's pupils were dull. It was convinced, really convinced. "Oh, how miserable." Chin Sun shook his head, "Brother, you should take good care of your injuries. If you meet someone else, they will peel off your skin and refine your bones." Chin Sun carried the red-skinned lion and took the Big Black Bull to the jungle. If they had not taken the fasting pills, they would not have dared to light a fire here and would have started the feast long ago. They threw the red-skinned lion into a secluded place and left it to fend for itself. Anyway, it would not be able to move around for the next 6 months, so they wanted to avoid being encountered by their fellow disciples. Sob the red-skinned lion shouted weakly, "Brother, thank you so much." "Old cow, we're running away, we're running away." Chin Sun and the Big Black Cow started to climb the tree again and disappeared in the blink of an eye. They left, but they left a huge shadow on the red lion for the rest of his life. Whenever he saw a bunch of dead leaves, he would prostrate himself and cry, and began to recall the wrong things he had done in his life. Lao Nyo, take a look at the map. On the ancient tree, Chen Sun spread out a simple map. Many places were not marked. Is this the lake we just visited? This map is the result of the hard work of countless generations of disciples of the Wuyun sect, and it was obtained at the cost of their lives. Chen Sun cherishes it very much. Moo. Big Black Bull pointed to several large lakes on the map. They all seemed a bit similar. Chen Sun was also in a dilemma. The teleportation was too random. Although they were all teleported to the edge of Nanda Mountain, it was too large and he couldn't tell the direction at all. Let's take it one step at a time. We'll know where it is when the time comes. Chen Sun said indifferently. Moo. The Big Black Bull nodded and patted Chen Sun with its hoof, making the latter laugh. They continued to move deeper and found a magical medicine for building the foundation on the way. Chen Sun and Dehanyo were very happy and kept saying, Master Sun, Master Ning, please bless us in heaven. 3 days later, Chen Sun and Dehanyo were dumbfounded. They finally accepted the fact. Hey, they were lost. The east, south, west and north are all the same, with towering ancient trees everywhere. They are not sure if they are circling in the same place. Old cow, go forward bravely. Chen Sun sang a song to the big black cow. The big black cow looked painful, mooing continuously, and its 2 hooves blocked its ears from time to time. The forest was pitch black, and one could not see one's hand in front of one's face. The tree trunks were quite wide, and they lay on them without feeling crowded at all. Sometimes they didn't know whether it was night or day. It was pitch black and the sky was completely blocked by the dense branches and leaves. Suddenly, a poisonous snake appeared quietly, spitting out its tongue and revealing a faint light in its eyes. It sensed the heat and saw 2 prey, so it was about to spit out poisonous mist. Chen Sun's eyes were still filled with deep thought, and he seemed to be unaware of anything. In an instant, his hand was as fast as the wind, and he pulled the poisonous snake towards him. He wrapped his hands around the snake and tied it into a knot. Then he stretched it hard and the snake was dead. It immediately went to see Zhong Kuei. Mock up. A faint fire lighted up, and Big Black Bull quickly stood up to cover it, blocking out the light, and the poisonous snake's body turned into ashes. They rested for a while and were suddenly awakened by the sound of fighting, which happened to be right under their tree. There is a group of men and a group of women. Now the battle situation is that 3 women have surrounded 3 men. Chen Sun and Big Black Bull stood still, looking downwards. They seemed to be disciples of the 10 major immortal sects, apparently disciples of the Danding Sect and the Ziyun Sect. Haha, fellow junior brothers, you'd better not run away. A woman from the Ziyun Sect said with a giggle, her eyes seductive. Sister, we are willing to hand over the elixir, please spare our lives. The 3 Danding Sect disciples were already at the end of their strength, with blood constantly flowing from their mouths, their clothes in tattered clothes, and they were being chased all the way. How can that be possible? The other woman also giggled, as if she was constantly teasing them. Suddenly, a woman's expression changed, and the Silicon Valley bird in her hand kept warning that there were people around. The 3 women from Ziyun Sect naturally believed in the Silicon Valley bird. They relied on it to catch up with the disciples of Danding Sect. The 3 Danding Sect disciples also looked delighted. When they saw their abnormality, they cried out in their hearts that they were saved. Fellow Taoist, stop hiding and come out. We have found you. The 3 women kept shouting in all directions. Even the Silicon Valley bird couldn't determine where the person was. He must be hiding very deeply. Chen Sun and Dehanyo sneered. They thought they were 20-year-old kids by playing this trick on them. They just stood there above their heads without moving. The women from Ziyun Sect exchanged glances. They couldn't find the hiding person for the time being, so they decided to quickly deal with the Danding Sect disciples first, otherwise something unexpected might happen. Kill. The 3 men took out their respective magical weapons and rushed towards them. Junior brothers, let's fight. The Danding Sect disciples' eyes were bloodshot and they used all their strength to start a bloody battle. The magic power was roaring under the tree. Chen Sun and the Big Black Bull were as steady as Mount Tai, and strong winds blew from time to time. However, the disciples of Danding Sect were no match for the enemy in the first place, and they were already at the end of their strength. A few cold lights flashed, and their heads flew into the sky, and their bodies were split in two. What a vicious woman! Chen Sun looked gloomy and complained in his heart. They formed a small circle, with magical powers entwined in their hands, looking around, never letting down their guard. Chirp! Chirp! The Silicon Valley bird quickly fluttered upwards and found its position. What? The three of them couldn't believe it. They felt their hair suddenly stand up. There was actually someone hiding above them, and they were completely unaware. Chen Sun frowned. Why is this bird so annoying? It's just that you, the 10 great sect disciples, are so many tricks, right? Damn it. Who is it? The woman shouted, stepped on the magic weapon and flew into the air, slashing with the sword in her hand, cutting the whole trunk in half with a loud bang. 2 clumps of dead leaves suddenly fell in front of them. They couldn't see anything clearly. It was very strange. Humph, you are only at the 8th level of chi refining, and you dare to play tricks here. The woman from the purple cloud sect shouted delicately, pointing a sword at them, since I have seen you, I cannot let you go. Chen Sun was as calm as water. He didn't say any nonsense. He looked at the still flapping bird with murderous intent in his eyes. His body suddenly accelerated and he caught it in his hands. He crushed the Silicon Valley bird with his bare hands, his hands covered in blood. The speed was so fast that no one could react at all. The three of them were furious. The Silicon Valley bird was actually killed right in front of them. Presumptuous. Court death. Where did these savages come from? The 3 women had cold eyes, and magical power flowed in their hands, slashing in 3 directions. Chen Sun's eyes were deep. The big black bull stood in front of him. He stood firmly and pushed out a hoof. Circles of fire rippled like waves and suddenly turned into countless circles of fire. Boom. Huge fireballs poured out from the fire circle, accompanied by violent magic power, and suddenly a sea of fire rose up. As the sea of fire suddenly broke out, their faces changed drastically, revealing expressions of unbelievable horror. What is this? A sense of life and death crisis instantly grew in the hearts of the 3 people, quickly spread throughout their bodies, and turned into a loud buzzing sound in their minds at this moment. The 3 women's screams were heard in the sea of fire, with intense fear in their eyes. Their magic power was being eroded, and they were constantly being swallowed by the sea of fire, without even the slightest ability to resist. Ah! The 3 women's screams were heard in the sea of fire, and they slowly became dying. Finally, the sea of fire swallowed up the last of their sounds. Old cow, get to work. Chen Sun looked around, flew up on his sword, and stood in midair, but the quality of their storage bags is really not good. This storage bag could not withstand their magic power at all. It broke into pieces in the Sumeru space every time, and the things inside disappeared. However, there is a storage ring on the storage bag. He saw those big shots wearing it on their fingers, but now they cannot touch such treasures. Moo. The big black bull nodded, and pinched the water spirit technique with its hooves. Countless water vapors floated in the air and turned into bursts of water mist that quickly engulfed the sea of fire. In the past few years, they have practiced the water spirit technique to the 3rd level without any bottleneck. Chen Sun and Big Black Bull destroyed the bodies, rolled up the storage bags of the 3 Danding Sect disciples, turned around and left without wasting any extra time. Old Bull, don't be so arrogant. Can we defeat a few people? Can we defeat hundreds or thousands of monks? Chen Sun and Big Black Bull quickly shuttled between the ancient trees. He continued, be careful in everything you do. Never stand out, and never become a target of public criticism. Moo. The big black bull responded seriously. It was indeed a little inflated, but it listened to Chen Sun the most. It quickly suppressed these feelings and kept reflecting on itself. They stopped on a towering ancient tree, which was already quite far away from where they were just now. Surrounded by dense branches and leaves, they plunged into them and blended into the surrounding environment, their dark eyes constantly detecting any movement around them. There is indeed a map. Chen Sun's eyes lit up, and he took out an identical map from the 3 people's storage bags. The map was much more detailed than the Wuyun Sect's map. Big Black Bull also picked up a map, his eyes widened wider and wider. Not only were various locations marked on it, but there were also places where spiritual medicines grew. Lao Nyo, that should be the Green Soul Lake. It's described on the map. Chen Sun said carefully that the greatest benefit of cultivating immortals is that the five senses are clear and bright, and one can see clearly even in such a dim place. Then we are probably here. He drew a small circle on the map. As expected, they were still on the periphery. The three main spiritual medicines for foundation building were marked with big red dots, deep in Nanda Mountain. Mu, the big black bull, nodded, and his mind finally became a little clearer. The disciples of the 10 major sects should all be heading to these three places. They are definitely faster than us. Chen Sun groaned, his eyes thoughtful. Let's not go to the first echelon to grab it. There must be fierce competition there. Let's gather the auxiliary medicinal herbs first. He kept pointing to various places, and the route in his mind became clearer and clearer. Mu, the big black bull, nodded continuously. This place was full of towering mountains and dense ancient trees and jungles. One wrong step could make a huge difference. We will keep these spiritual stones and spiritual medicines, and a storage bag. The other magic tools and skills will be destroyed. Chen Sun checked the storage bags of the three people. Although he was extremely jealous, he must not leave any trouble behind, as these were one of the 10 great immortal sects. Mu. The big black bull responded, but there was no regret in his eyes. It was not theirs in the first place. When they came, they had already prepared how to escape detection, which was to let the big black bull swallow a storage bag in one gulp, then cover it with the essence of all things, return to the medicine valley and finally spit it out by regurgitating. He actually has more than 400 low-grade spirit stones. He is indeed worthy of being a disciple of one of the 10 great immortal sections. Chen Sun praised and quickly put it into his storage bag. Lao Nyo, our hiding methods are too few. They actually brought exploratory spirit beasts. There may be many such people. Mu. The big black bull snorted heavily. This was indeed beyond their expectations because they had never seen it before. Haha, Lao Nyo, how can I not have a backup plan? Chen Sun sneered. He had thought that he would not need it after entering the sect. He slapped his storage bag and said, 9-star valley, 5 low-grade spirit stones, breath containment technique. A sense of horror suddenly arose from the big black bull's body. It stared at Chen Sun infatuatedly. Brother, you are awesome. They have also discovered that, in addition to the magic formulas such as martial arts techniques, they can practice these small spells with ease and their comprehension is extremely strong. Sell the stolen goods, run away, change places, and let's practice the breath containment technique. Mu. The two men acted quickly. The big black bull swallowed one storage bag in one gulp and destroyed the remaining 2 storage bags directly with magic, leaving no trace at all and disappearing into the endless darkness. This set of smooth movements, as if they had been rehearsed countless times, brought the gangsters' tactics to full display. Half a month later, in a tree hole on the trunk of an ancient tree somewhere, a man and a cow were sitting cross-legged, without even a sound of breathing. From time to time, poisonous insects and snakes crawled on the dead leaves, but no one realized that they were 2 living creatures. They had truly integrated into Nanda Mountain. Old cow, move. Moo. The man and the cow slowly opened their eyes, breathing barely a breath. Flames shone all around them, crackling sounds continued, but the dead leaves on their bodies were not burned at all. 2 groups of dead leaves jumped out of the tree hole and went straight in a certain direction. The destination of their trip was a big river. Half a day later, they arrived, and the man and the cow took out another set of ghillie suits and put them on. There are lush green trees and many hills on the ground. The ups and downs are cohesive. In the distance, you can see a long river, spreading along the mountains. Here you can faintly hear the sound of the river. Many gorgeous flowers grow along the river, including the staff flower. It is obviously much taller than other flowers and plants, and it stands out from the crowd. Chen Sun and Big Black Bull disguised themselves as haystacks, practiced the breath-containing technique, stood still, and began to observe the situation. There were several corpses with holes in their heads by the river. The flowers and plants around them seemed to be constantly absorbing nutrients from the corpses, causing them to become much shriveled, and it was impossible to tell how they died. They slowly moved their bodies, getting closer and closer. At this time, a large number of disciples came from behind, dozens of people. The two haystacks stood still for a moment. The breeze blew by, and the grass leaves fluttered. Everything was so quiet. Brother Do, it is right here. Those tallest red flowers are the staff flowers. Don't be careless. These exotic flowers and plants have strange tricks. If you get too close, they will attack immediately. Senior Brother Do narrowed his eyes slightly and looked at the several corpses by the river. There was not even a trace of blood around them. He suddenly turned around and looked at a nervous junior brother who was at the 8th level of chi refining stage. You go and try. The man was hesitant and his lips trembled constantly. He looked at Senior Brother Do pleadingly. Wasn't this asking him to die? Go now, what are you hesitating about? You don't even want to listen to Senior Brother Do's words. Several people in the crowd shouted loudly and kept driving the men over. The man's eyes turned slightly red, and he shouted and rushed out directly. His target was a tin staff flower. But at the moment when this person touched the staff flower, suddenly, countless vines on the ground rolled up, and several sharp thorns shot out from the vines, carrying a cold murderous intent, and broke his magic shield in an instant. His heart was shocked, and he was about to step back quickly, but the vines tightly wrapped around his feet. His pupils constricted, and countless spikes were reflected in his eye sockets. TSK. 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 No, brother, save me. Senior Brother Do. The man's face turned pale, with intense fear in his eyes. He kept shouting, and was so frightened that his heart and liver were broken. His body kept shaking, and he tried to resist. But before he could react, his head was pierced by countless spikes, but no blood was splashed. Vines pierced into his flesh and blood, continuously sucking the blood, and his corpse shriveled up rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye. This horrifying scene made everyone in the distance break out in cold sweats. Even Senior Brother Do was no exception, as he was at the 10th level of chi refining. Clear these ground vines, no need to worry, don't get into close combat. Senior Brother Do saw their weakness at a glance. Their attack range was limited. He pinched the magic formula in his hands and shot out wind blades rapidly. Yes, Senior Brother Do. Everyone's eyes lit up. It really worked. The vines were cut off one by the wind blade. They hurriedly waved their magic spells and slashed at the man-eating vines, with joy in their eyes. Humph, which disciple from a small sect dares to covet the tin staff flower? On a hill, there were shouts from more than a dozen people. They looked murderous, with spirit beasts standing beside them and bloodthirsty eyes. Ah! Senior Brother Do was shocked. He turned around and saw that it was a disciple from the beast-taming sect of the 10 great immortal sects. It seemed that as time went by, everyone started to stick together. In the secret realm of Nanda Mountain, everyone relies on their own abilities. Do you still need to rely on seniority to rank here? Senior Brother Do's face was full of frost. Just a dozen people dared to be so arrogant. There were no elders from the sect here. This Nanda Mountain is the site of my 10 great immortal sects. Who the hell do you think you are? A man stood up on the hill, his face full of disdain, and said in a deep voice, in 3 breaths of time, either get out or die. As soon as he finished speaking, the momentum of the people on Senior Brother Do's side was completely suppressed. There was a hint of panic in their faces, and they had no awareness of the fact that they were outnumbered. Then it seems that I have to learn from you all. Senior Brother Do said calmly, but there was anger in his eyes. Looking behind him, there are only a dozen of them, and they are all in the chi refining stage. Why should we be afraid? Looking for death. The people on the hill looked at him with disdain, and swooped down like a tiger descending from the mountain. Go! Senior Brother Do shouted and charged ahead. The other disciples followed closely behind him. They also felt humiliated and indignant in their hearts. They were determined to kill them here today. The battle was about to break out. Dozens of people fought each other in an instant, roars and screams continued, and mud was flying everywhere. The 2 haystacks began to move slowly without attracting anyone's attention. They grabbed a tin staff flower in one hand, and the vines on the ground responded immediately. The vines were fast, but Chinsun and Big Black Bull were even faster. They cast a fireball and burned the entire vine, emitting a burst of black smoke. Old bull, get your sword. Moo. Whoosh. Whoosh. It was so fast that it passed by the ground like a flash of cold light, and disappeared into the depths of the jungle in the blink of an eye. What? What happened? The people on both sides shouted in shock and anger, and quickly separated, looking at the faint firelight by the river. You looked at me, I looked at you. 2 of the tin staff flowers were obviously picked by someone, or even pulled out by the roots. But where was the person? The people from the beast-taming sect were furious. Something was stolen right under my nose. They took their anger out on Senior Brother Du, and the battle became more intense. From deep in the jungle, there came the strange laughter of a man and a cow, and a ruthless black hand. Old cow, this world of immortal cultivation is full of dangers. Even plants can kill people. This is really an eye-opener. They sat on the tree, and Chen Sun shook his head and sighed. He had not noticed at that time that he had gained a lot of strange knowledge. Moo moo, the big black bull snorted. Now they really had to be on guard against everything. They even checked the ancient tree. Chen Sun looked at the map carefully at this time, and suddenly pointed to a place, Hanyan Valley. Lao Nyo, let's go here, there are 2 foundation building auxiliary medicinal herbs. Moo, the big black bull grinned. This feeling was so good. Slip. 2 figures rushed out from the ancient tree and headed towards the Hanyan Valley. The 2 spiritual medicines had northwest fixed place to grow, so they had to search carefully. The Hanyan Valley was filled with light smoke and miasma, so dense that you couldn't see your hand in front of you, and there were also strange low roars. There were many corpses everywhere in the valley, some were killed by people, and some were killed by unknown objects. Chen Sun and the big black bull crawled forward, calmly, and stretched the breath-resisting technique to its fullest. At this time, 5 people walked in the dim light. They looked alert and walked in unison without making any sound. The tokens on their waists continued to glow. There were continuous clanging sounds coming from the front of them, but the miasma blocked a large area of their vision. They paused and just looked at each other without exchanging a word. 5 people lined up in 5 directions, with 1 person at the end. Several silver-white threads gushed out from his hands, making a slight tremor on the ground. In front, where a large number of people were fighting, there were more than a dozen fluorescent green grasses growing around them. Unlike ordinary grasses, they had fine textures and seemed indestructible. It is also one of the purposes of everyone's trip to Hanyan Valley, the fluorescent heart grass. The other 4 people looked calm, pointed their palms downwards, activated the talismans in their hands, and did not participate in the battle. They disappeared from the spot in an instant in a puff of smoke. The man squatting in the back remained calm, and the thin line under his palm seemed to continue extending. Their purpose was to get the elixir, not to fight. Not long after, the 3 stalks of fluorescent heart grass were pulled back by the thin thread, and the 4 men seemed to have not returned yet. Got it. The men at the back raised a smile. The disciples of the big sect were just SOSO and were still played around by them. He carefully put away the 3 spiritual herbs, put them in the medicine box, and began to wait for the 4 people. Suddenly, the 2 piles of grass beside him moved. Ah! What is that? The man was startled, his eyes were filled with horror, and a terrifying soul-stirring feeling came over him. Brother, I accept it with pleasure. A voice as calm as water was heard, and 2 fists as big as sandbags hit him. His mouth was covered tightly, and he lost consciousness instantly. After a while, he felt someone calling him and a pill was fed into his mouth. Brother Lu, what's wrong with you? Brother Lu, where is the Inshin grass? The 4 people kept calling him, with anxiety in their eyes. Even his storage bag was missing. What on earth had happened? Where is the fluorescent heart grass? Senior Brother Lu's eyes flashed with confusion and he murmured. A flash of inspiration flashed through his mind, and he suddenly remembered that Senior Brother Lu's eyes gradually turned bloodshot, and he stood up and said angrily, "Someone attacked me." Brother Lu, who ambushed you? The 4 people asked hurriedly. They shared the same hatred and shared the same enemy. The talisman was very valuable, and they didn't expect that the fluorescent heart grass had been stolen by someone. This is intolerable. They all have murderous looks on their faces. Even if they are disciples of the 10 major immortal sects, they are capable of killing them together. Senior brother Lu looked at the four people with an unpleasant expression, and said hesitantly, "I don't know." The four of them opened their mouths wide in shock. Senior brother Lu had always been cautious and well versed in ambushes and concealment. How could there be someone more vicious than him? Elsewhere, Chen Sun and Big Black Bull were dealing with a giant python in the valley. The giant python kept roaring in a low voice, and its pupils shrank into needles, revealing extreme fear. "How can you be so awesome? You're even trying to sneak attack me. You're at the 10th level of chi refining. Are you going to go to heaven?" Moo. "There are so many Kongming vines here. We just take a few of them. Is that going to kill you? You raised them." Moo. The giant python's head was held by Chen Sun, and its tail was tightly grasped by the Big Black Bull. They cursed at each other while swinging it in the air and smashing it down hard. The giant python's internal organs were almost shattered. Hiss. 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 Sounds of begging for mercy kept coming from the giant python's mouth. It had never seen such a fierce human in the chi refining stage. One punch almost sent it back home, and it was completely crushed in a spell battle. "Lao Nyo, get the goods." Bang. With a loud roar, several cracks appeared on the ground. Chen Sun pressed the giant python into the ground with one hand. Smoke and dust rolled, and the ground was covered with blood. It really didn't want to resist anymore. Moo. The Big Black Bull spread its hooves and hurried to pick the Kongming vine. Chen Sun snorted coldly, clapped his hands, and went out of the valley with Big Black Bull. All the elixirs in Hanyan Valley were obtained, and they continued to head to the next destination. One day later. Many people came here again, and they were all overjoyed when they saw this scene. "The silver eagle python is actually injured, go pick the Kongming vine quickly." Who hurt it? How could it be injured so badly? There were a few others who were terrified, but they were obviously calmer. Could there be a stronger existence than the silver eagle python around them? They all paused. When they were in the Master's Sect, they were reminded that this python was ferocious. During the last trip to Nanshan, many cultivators were killed by the silver eagle python. Hiss. Hiss. The silver eagle python was angry, and its head flew out of the ground with a bang. It was convinced by the two men. "Who do you think you are as humans? How dare you come and provoke it? Careful. It's actually pretending to be dead. Junior sister, hide behind me quickly." Everyone was in chaos. They took out their own magic weapons and quickly retreated, their faces trembling. Hiss. The silver engine python slid its body at an extremely fast speed, roaring over. Everyone also cast spells together and did not give in at all. The battle broke out directly in the valley. A month later, Chen Sun and He Nyo had been in the secret realm of Nanda Mountain for 2 months. They seemed to be getting more and more adept at it, and they were bringing out the essence of Lao Lu to the fullest. Countless disciples of the sects met with unexpected misfortunes. Some elixir was right in front of them, but it disappeared. When they were ambushing quietly, they suddenly slipped and fell unconscious. When they woke up, they were all confused. What kind of monster or spiritual beast is it? It trembles every night, and when it sees a bunch of dead leaves or a bunch of green leaves, it holds its head and cries, constantly repenting. Is this a moral decline or a distortion of human nature? This might be the ultimate sixth. Moo. 2 clusters of green leaves stood in the center of the ancient tree, almost merging into one, and a faint sigh could be heard from between them. The Big Black Bull had a happy face and rubbed against Chen Sun. They picked a lot of magical herbs, all of which were never seen in the Medicine Valley. It is true that a bull cannot get rich without unexpected wealth, and a horse cannot get fat without night grass. Calm down, Lao Nyo. You look like a person who has never seen the world. Chen Sun's eyes had turned into the shape of elixir. He took out his treasure book and wrote down some of what he had seen and heard in it. These were all experiences, precious experiences of him and Big Black Bull. Moo, the Big Black Bull grinned. The trip to Nanda Mountain was really exciting. Next we are going to the real battlefield. There are 3 ancient temples and several auxiliary medicinal herbs inside. Chen Sun said in a deep voice, took out the map, and pointed to the 3 big red dots, the 3 most precious main flavor spiritual medicines are also among them. Moo. The big black bull also listened seriously. There might be monsters and spirit beasts with strength beyond the 10th level of chi refining. Although I haven't seen them before, they probably already have some characteristics of the foundation building stage. Don't be careless. Chen Sun took a deep breath. The foundation building stage and the jump in life levels are no longer the same dimension as the chi refining stage. Moo. The big black cow nodded seriously and kept rubbing against Chen Sun. Let's go. Chen Sun smiled and patted its head. Their figures instantly disappeared from the ancient trees, heading towards Wangyue Hall, one of the 3 ancient halls, where the ginseng lotus grew. Wangyue Ancient Palace, with an ancient atmosphere, stands in the center of a barren mountain. Its origin is unknown, but most of the extinct Yangshenlian in Qian Kingdom only exists here. The ancient palace is grand and simple. From a distance, it looks like a dilapidated sect hall somewhere, implying the helplessness of the years. Although the 10 major immortal sects have methods to cultivate foundation building elixirs, it is still a drop in the bucket, especially the main flavor elixirs, which have too demanding requirements for the environment, and even they have not cultivated many. There was a pool of blood outside the hall, with broken limbs everywhere, and even fellow disciples killing each other. The corpses were entangled together, and they died with their eyes open. There were constant shouts and screams in the hall, and the magic spells were stirred, causing chaos. On a high ground, Chen Sun and Dehei Nyo were watching from a distance, both frowning slightly. Damn it, old cow, we can't take advantage of this situation. Chen Sun said quietly, many disciples of the 10 great sects are on a bloody road. Moo. The big black bull nodded. People were still coming from all directions outside the hall and the fighting was fierce. There were also monks like them who were still observing the situation from a distance. Old cow, don't be in a hurry, let's see the situation. Moo. A man and a cow squatted in the distance, staring at Wangyue Temple motionlessly. A large number of people died before they even started picking the elixirs. It's really human greed. 3 days later, a roar suddenly came from the ancient temple. Roar. Roar. The sound was majestic, like a mountain torrent, and it shook the area for miles. Even Chen Sun and Big Black Bull, who were far away, had tinnitus in their ears and shock in their eyes. The white leopard has come out. Retreat first. Run away. This spirit beast must be restrained. Damn it, it was almost there. Countless disciples rushed out of the hall, shouting in shock and anger. At this moment, a spirit beast with a snow-white body and fierce light in its eyes rushed out from behind them. It looked ferocious, with its long white hair dancing wildly in the wind. Its body was a terrifying 2 meters long, and it opened its bloody mouth, looking down at the invader. The sharp claws of the white evil leopard were covered in blood. Its sharp eyes could always predict the movements of the monks and kill them 1 step ahead. Behind it were torn and tattered corpses, some of whom had fear in their eyes, as if they had died in an instant. Roar. Roar. Another roar was heard, causing smoke and dust to billow over the barren mountains. The white leopard paced back and forth at the temple gate, looking in all directions. Its body was surrounded by murderous aura, and it was unknown how many people it had killed. This ancient temple is really huge. These disciples are rushing out like bred men. Chen Sun kept sighing in his heart. The oppressive feeling of the white leopard was too strong, and even he was unsure of himself, but now seemed to be the best time. Disciples from all the major sects also gathered together and began to formulate strategies. A strong attack would definitely not work, and they could only distract its attention. The Wangyue ancient temple seemed to have become silent, with only the occasional roar of the white evil leopard being heard, constantly oppressing the monks with evil intentions in the distance. As the sun sets, no one dares to attack the ancient temple anymore. Everyone has only 1 life, so it depends on who will go up first to deliver it. Chen Sun and Big Black Bull slowly retreated, only to return empty-handed into the jungle. Old cow, dig a tunnel. Chen Sun said helplessly, their advantage is their great strength and endurance. I brought some weapons and dug it directly under the ancient temple. Moo, the Big Black Bull exclaimed in surprise, his eyes wide open. If it were them, it would seem like it would really work. They have been digging holes in the Ningyan Mountains for many years, and it can be considered an old profession. I'll step on it and calculate the distance. Chen Sun coughed lightly, looked into the distance, then fell down from the tree, picked up a handful of soil, looked at it, and fell into deep thought. Old cow, get started, it can be done. Moo. A man and a cow started digging a tunnel directly under the ancient tree. Their speed was so fast that it was jaw-dropping. They used the several storage bags collected this month to fill them with soil. Old cow, the entrance to the cave is in your hands. I'll continue digging. Moo the big black bull hurried out and began to cover the entrance of the cave. It was very familiar with these operations. It did not require any special skills, just years of experience. As time went by, a fierce battle broke out outside the palace again under the leadership of the 10 great sections. They had to hold back the white evil leopard so that others could go in and pick the fruits. But how could the white evil leopard not see what these humans were thinking? It guarded outside the hall tightly. If anyone tried to rush in, blood and flesh would fly everywhere. Many people were scared and retreated. The people from the 10 major immortal sects and other sects were not in harmony with each other. None of them dared to use their full strength and were on guard against each other. What no one knew was that right beneath their feet, there was a man and a cow digging a tunnel, but they were so far away from the ground that they were completely unaware. 10 days later, in the tunnel. Old cow, I can't dig any more. I'll go measure the distance. Wait for me. Moo the big black bull sat on the pit, snorting continuously. For the first time, he felt how tiring it was to dig the soil. Chen Sun took out the magic sword from his storage bag and flew on it. As a beneficiary of 9 years of compulsory education, he could calculate the distance by multiplying time by speed, which was not a big problem for the time being. He went to the cave entrance, measured back and forth twice, looked at the big black bull and shouted, "Old bull, it's up there, boom." Moo. The big black bull stood up, its muscles swelled, its hooves pointed straight upwards, and large chunks of gravel fell down. Chen Sun also gathered his strength and punched at it again and again. Their ghillie suits were covered with mud and dust. After punching for half an hour, it finally opened. A ray of light came in, and the ceiling of the ancient temple could be seen. 2 heads timidly popped out. It's really hard. We have been pounding on this ground for half an hour. If the monsters were pounded by us like this, I don't know how many times they would have died. Chen Sun whispered, looking around, there were so many corpses. Old cow, go ahead. Chen Sun crawled out from underground and pulled Big Black Bull with him. There was a look of deep joy in their eyes. Moo. The Big Black Bull jumped and looked towards the depths of the hall. There was actually a pool of water, but the water seemed to be quite viscous. There were more than a dozen Yangshan lotus growing in it, as well as many accompanying spiritual medicines. It was extremely strange. At this time, a fierce battle was still going on outside. Everyone was fighting the white evil leopard in turns, and both sides were exhausted. Chen Sun took a look at the situation outside and smiled, "Old cow, just take 2 plants. If they become extinct, it will reduce your merits." Moo the big black bull screamed. It had never stopped eating elixirs along the way. Chen Sun was scaring it again. It angrily arched at Chen Sun, and hurried to the pond, took out the medicine box, and picked the main and auxiliary elixirs for foundation building. Chen Sun waited behind to prevent any accidents. Moo. Yo-yo. Chen Sun screamed obscenely, pulled the big black bull and jumped directly into the tunnel, stepped on the fairy sword, and flew away. The big black bull kept throwing out the dirt in the storage bag behind him. The man and the cow walked away, just as they came quietly and left quietly, waving their sleeves without taking away a cloud. In the Wangyue ancient temple, the white evil leopard seemed to have suddenly sensed something, and waved its sharp claws, forcing everyone to retreat, and hurriedly ran into the temple, but it was dumbfounded. Roar! Roar! The white evil leopard became extremely manic, and the bloodthirstiness in its eyes became deeper and deeper. It slowly looked at the human race behind it and went crazy. Today, everyone must die. What's going on? The white leopard has gone mad. Retreat quickly, retreat quickly. Countless screams and shouts were heard. The beast was tortured beyond words. It had gone mad and was completely unreasonable. It would trade its injuries for its life. Whoever came would die. There were also a few people who kept cursing in their hearts, wondering why the trip to Nanda Mountain was so difficult this time. They had never heard of any spirit beasts going crazy the last time. A fierce battle broke out outside the Wangyue ancient temple again. Many people who were ready to take advantage of the situation began to get restless. Feeling that the time had come, the spirit beast lost its mind. Chilua Palace is located in an old forest. There are many monsters around it. There are also constant sounds of fighting, and a smell of blood is floating in the surrounding air. There grew nanmu leaves that had long been extinct in the outside world. The door of the hall was almost blocked by countless corpses. Outside the hall stood 3 demon beasts at the 10th level of chi refining, their bodies covered with scars and blood. Behind them stood an even more terrifying monster. It could be said that every 20 years' trip to Nanda Mountain was at the cost of human lives, just to keep draining the monsters until they were weakened. In this posture, a gentleman does not stand under a dangerous wall. Chen Sun and Dehei Nyo will definitely not rush, but they can stand in the tunnel. They began to do the same, one digging and the other digging. Another half a month later, the ground somewhere in the hall shook violently, and 2 wretched heads stretched out, with fatigue in their eyes. Lao Nyo, get the elixir, quickly. Moo. The big black bull suddenly jumped out of the tunnel and quickly went towards the place where Nanmuyi was. Roar. Roar. This monster reacted much faster than the white leopard. It immediately noticed someone was moving the nanmu leaves and turned around to walk into the hall. Fireball. Chen Sun was startled, and a rare serious look appeared in his eyes. Huge balls of fire gushed out and turned into a huge wall of fire to block it out. The monster screamed in pain, but the blood red in its eyes grew deeper and deeper, and a strange shield was slowly isolating the sea of fire. Chen Sun's pupils shrank, and he kept casting spells with his hands. He tilted his head and shouted, "Old cow, are you okay?" Moo. Roar. Roar. The monster suddenly rushed out from the sea of fire, baring its teeth and pouncing towards Chen Sun quickly. He raised a huge palm in his hand and was about to press down hard to smash Chen Sun into pieces. Suddenly, a huge figure rushed out and immediately threw Chen Sun back into the tunnel. Boom. Roar. A loud roar resounded throughout the entire tunnel, deafening, and was accompanied by the unwilling roars and cries of monsters. Go, old cow. Moo. Chen Sun and Big Black Bull were so frightened that they broke out in cold sweats. They flew through the tunnel on their swords, and the tunnel behind them was constantly collapsing. This showed how powerful this monster was. After they rushed out of the tunnel and ran to a safe place, Chen Sun was indignant and muttered, "Damn it, if I wasn't afraid of the large group of cultivators outside, I would at least deal with that monster." Moo the Big Black Bull grinned and patted Chen Sun with its hoof. Safety first. While they were still talking about the monster, half of the time in the Nanda Mountain secret realm had already passed, and the smell of blood seemed to be getting stronger and stronger. By a stream, a dozen women were carefully picking magical herbs. Dozens of people suddenly appeared around, all with playful smiles on their faces. These women from small sects did have some good points. A dozen women were horrified. Judging from their attire, they were disciples of the Shanghai Sect, one of the 10 great immortal sects. "We didn't know that you fellow Taoists were here. We are leaving now and don't want any elixir," a leading woman said with a bow. She had a heroic look on her brows and was very courageous. "Then is it you who have the final say, or is it my Shanghai Sect that has the final say? Do you decide for me?" The Shanghai Sect disciple snorted coldly, arrogantly. "Brothers, you are disciples of a great sect, please don't embarrass us." "Haha, but my hands are itching, I hope you junior sisters can help us relieve our boredom." "You," the leading woman said angrily. The women behind her were filled with rage, with no fear in their eyes, and they all held magical weapons in their hands. "Kill." One of them looked up with a sneer on his face. As soon as he finished speaking, there was chaos beside the stream, and blood continued to flow out of the water. In a high mountain, there was also a lone ranger from a certain sect. He was dressed in a black robe, revealing a mouthful of black teeth. On the ground lay several disciples from the 10 major sects, looking miserable after their deaths. In a large swamp, corpses were constantly floating and rising. A disciple of the beast-taming sect was driving a group of poisonous insects with an indifferent look on his face. The killing in Nanda Mountain is still going on. Killing for treasure is too prevalent in such a lawless place. Everyone is moving towards the center, and danger is approaching step by step. Time passed slowly, and in the blink of an eye, it was already the 4th month that Chen Sun and Dahainyo had arrived at Nanda Mountain. During this journey, they became much calmer. In the following month, they witnessed too many cases of murder, robbery, infighting, and collusion. When there are no rules to bind them, the darkness of the world of immortal cultivation also emerges at this time. Chen Sun and Dahainyo were leaning against a tree to rest at this time. Suddenly, their ears moved and they heard the footsteps of many people. The two figures continued to flee in a panic, with strong unwillingness and hatred in their eyes. Stop. If she runs away again, she won't be able to survive. Are you going to watch your junior sister die? Ha 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 ha. There was a constant stream of laughter behind them, as if it was teasing them all the time. One of them paused and hesitated, while the other just looked at him and ran away. He had full respect for his own life. Brother G, I'm sorry, said a woman weakly. She was tied up by the group of people with a silver rope, which was obviously a magic weapon. Chen Sun and Dahainyo were both shocked after hearing this and looked over quickly. Wow, it turned out to be a disciple of Wuyun Sect, and it was Ji Kuan. Jinglei Sect, you are unworthy of being one of the 10 great sects, yet you resort to such despicable means. Ji Kuan was so angry that his whole body was shaking. Many of the people here were at the 10th level of qi refining. He was no match for them at all. I can give you the spiritual medicine, but you guys go first. In the world of immortal cultivation, the strong prey on the weak, and the strong are respected. A small sect is a small sect. They don't even understand this principle. Ha ha ha. Everyone in the Jinglei sect laughed. One of them, Chao Chen, walked out. He was very imposing and said in a cold voice, "Hand over the Yang Shenlian. You are so bold to snatch something right under our noses. Hand him over. Senior brother G, please don't bother me." The younger sister kept twisting her body and crying. Pa. A slap came, and the junior sister spat out a mouthful of blood, and her hair was disheveled. Ji Kuan held the Yangshan lotus in his hand, his brows were grim, and he said word by word, "Let them go, otherwise you will get nothing. I can destroy it immediately." Threatening us. Chao Chen narrowed his eyes slightly, and the magic power in his hand surged. "How many lives do you have?" Suddenly, something shocking happened. Whoosh! Whoosh! 2 strong gusts of wind blew up, and there was a violent sonic boom. Everyone in Jingliman was frightened and trembled on the spot, with their hair standing on end. What the hell was that? Chao Chen's face changed drastically. A strawman suddenly appeared in front of him. Their faces were almost touching. This man was wearing a black hood, but his eyes were so cold. Boom. 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 A big hand pressed down fiercely, and Chao Chen screamed and spurted out large mouthfuls of blood. His neck was instantly pressed to the ground, and the ground was cracked into countless cracks, with gravel and dirt all around. Ah! Chao Chen let out a dull scream. His eye sockets were pressed to the point of bursting. He felt as if his internal organs were splitting apart and bleeding from all his orifices. A blazing wall of fire separated Ji Kuan from everyone from Jinglei clan. When the wall of fire rose, his junior sister was also thrown over. Senior brother. Junior sister. Ji Kuan caught her immediately. The junior sister kept crying in his arms, but Ji Kuan no longer had the energy to appreciate this scene. He couldn't see the other side of the sea of fire clearly. Ji Kuan's eyes were filled with shock. Who was this powerful person who could defy the heavens in the qi refining stage? The wall of fire gradually disappeared, and I could finally see the situation on the other side clearly. Ji Kuan's eyes kept trembling and he felt a chill in his heart. His junior sister also stopped crying and collapsed to the ground, her whole body limp. What frightened them was not how brutal the battle was, but that it was too peaceful. Apart from the cracked ground, there was no trace of any fight, not even any corpses. The disciple who could kill the 10 great sects instantly was killed by 2 people. Ji Kuan kept panting. The world was so vast, but he was just a frog in a well. Junior sister, let's go. Brother, who are they? The sister hesitated to speak, as if they were here to rescue someone. If you don't know him, don't get optimistic. We are just lucky this time. Ji Kuan shook his head. How could he possibly have the chance to meet such a great person? The 2 men supported each other and walked to other places. They wanted to find a place to quickly restore their magic power. On an ancient tree. The disciples of these 10 great sects are really a bunch of losers. They act like they are your father to everyone they meet. Chen Sun leaned against the tree trunk and sneered, I think our Wuyun sect is still the best. What do you think, old cow? Moo the big black bull responded. These disciples from the immortal sects are more arrogant than each other. I wonder how they will be bullied if they go to the 10 major immortal sects. Fortunately, we didn't go to the 10 great immortal sects. We have mixed spiritual roots, old cow. Have you ever heard of sect violence? Moo. We were constantly ridiculed, and then we would slap them in the face, and then we would be ridiculed again. It was endless, and even a dog would bark at us. Moo. Big Black Bull was shocked. Wouldn't that be a huge injustice? Only a fool would do such a thing. Because we are too strong, we will constantly make enemies and face conspiracies. Do you think our immortality is being wasted on these meaningless things? Moo. The big black bull's eyes were filled with tears, and he realized again that it had to be Brother Sun, my good brother. Chen Sun smiled with his mouth crooked, put his hands under his head, and left after the task was completed, hiding his achievements and fame, not being involved in cause and effect. There were only 2 words in his eyes, and that was awesome. Old cow, let's take a few days off. Digging tunnels is exhausting. Moo. The man and the cow began to sleep soundly, which was out of tune with the atmosphere of the secret realm of Nanda Mountain. The key point was that it seemed that no one could do anything to them. A month later, countless purple lightning flashed across the sky of Nanda Mountain, and muffled thunder exploded one after another. The thick dark clouds filled the entire secret realm with a strong sense of depression. The earth soul vine grows in an ancient temple by the lake, but it is recognized as the most difficult elixir to obtain because the temple is in the center of a huge lake, Xinyuan Lake. This lake is filled with the power of Gengjin. If you want to climb up to the Zeepan Palace, you must be able to break this power. Moreover, there are spiritual beasts guarding the Zeepan Palace, which can be said to be full of murderous intent at every step. Boom. Another muffled thunder rang out, and the dark clouds that had been brewing for a long time finally moved. Sparse drizzle began to fall, and in the blink of an eye it turned into heavy rain. There were shadowy figures around Xinyuan Lake, all of them with grim expressions. There were also many floating corpses in the lake, with holes all over their bodies, and their deaths were extremely miserable. Many people have already backed off and are not planning to pick the Earth Soul Vine. There are so many magical herbs in Nanda Mountain, there is no need to take such a big risk. Moreover, the 3 foundation building elixirs are not only found in these 3 ancient temples. If you look for them with effort, you might be lucky enough to get them. As many people's thoughts were flowing, earth-shaking, deafening thunder came from the sky, and instantly the sky and the earth were covered in white. At the same time, it also illuminated 2 figures on the edge of a cliff. Their calm eyes were fixed on the Xinyuan Lake in the distance. The heavy rain continued to fall on them, but they were not moved at all. Old cow, are you sure? Moo. Moo. They had been observing here for half a month, witnessing countless people rushing into the Zeepan Palace, and also witnessed countless people suffering from the Gengjin Qi entering their bodies and dying tragically in the lake. However, Xinyuan Lake has a huge flaw, which is the height and speed of flight. It can perfectly avoid the Gengjin Qi, but it is extremely difficult to meet these 2 requirements at the same time. Damn it, it's time to show real skills. Chen Sun took a deep breath, but the rain water went into his nose and choked him, so he started coughing. A magic sword slowly hovered on the edge of the cliff. Chen Sun said solemnly, Lao Nyo, this is really a race of speed and passion. Our future is in your hands. Moo. Moo moo. The big black bull opened his eyes wide, roared continuously, and rubbed his hands together. It was serious. Woo! 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 The wind howled continuously, the rain fell more and more heavily, a magic shield rose up, and the fairy sword emitted a faint white light. Air Force One Chen Sun. A barely audible voice came, and his facial features gradually became bulging with veins, and he roared, "Ready! Moo moo moo! Call out! Call out! Call out!" The rapid sound of breaking through the air turned into a shrill scream. An immortal sword carrying a man and a cow swooped down towards the Zeepan Palace. The trembling heartbeat seemed to be right next to the ear. A sword light cut through the sky and continued to rush towards Zeepan Palace. The speed was so fast that it was shocking. "Look, someone is flying on a sword right now. What a fast speed, who is it?" "What?" The Gengjin Chi was actually dodged. Countless people by the lake roared in shock. The speed of the immortal sword was so fast that it avoided the impact of the Gengjin Chi at an extremely distorted angle. Even the Gengjin Chi was half a step slower than the sword. OMG! They were dumbfounded. What kind of devilish operation was this? However, in the blink of an eye, the immortal sword rushed into the Zeepan Palace. There were earth-shaking roars and exclamations of hundreds of people in the Zeepan Palace. It was raining so hard and it was pitch dark, so it was impossible to see who was standing there. Even if you could see clearly, you could only see 2 clumps of dead leaves. After seeing the 2 clumps of dead leaves, you could only see 2 black hoods. Where did this bastard come from? I will kill your whole family. How brave. Tell me your name. You cowardly rats, where are you running from? Bastard. Roar. 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 Everyone in the Zeepan Palace, including the spirit beasts, rushed out. They all stepped on magic weapons and soared into the sky, their faces full of rage. These 2 people suddenly rushed into the hall in front of everyone, rushed in recklessly, snatched the 2 earth soul vines directly, and flew away on their swords. They didn't even leave a word. Stop it. Which sect are you from? Try to hide yourself and don't let us find you. Is it a big deal to run fast? There were constant shouting sounds coming from behind them, and even the scolding of a woman. They had never suffered such a great humiliation. It was like someone was stepping on their heads and shitting on them, and then they had to borrow paper after shitting. Watching the disciples from various sects getting farther and farther away, Chen Sun and Dehainyo gradually smiled crookedly. Sorry, being fast really does allow you to do whatever you want. Call out. The magic sword lowered its altitude and rushed into the deep mountains and forests, never to be seen again. After today, they also had a new nickname, Xinyuan Lake Sword God, but there was still no trace of this person. Even the magic sword was a common item on the street, and there was no way to trace it. It was as if he had evaporated from the face of the earth. They gradually became a strange legend among the low-level disciples of various sections. Some said that they might not be human at all, but it seemed that this was half right. Old bull, I can't hold on any longer. Hurry, find a place to recover your magic power. Moo. The big black bull carried Chen Sun on his back and searched everywhere for a hidden tree hole. Finally, the big black bull's eyes flashed and he found it. Chen Sun was sweating profusely at this time, and his mana was extremely depleted. He took out a few low-grade spirit stones with a painful look on his face, and said with a forced smile, I have no choice but to be a dog owner for once. Moo the big black bull kept rubbing against Chen Sun, his eyes full of worry. Lao Nyo, please pay attention to your surroundings. I'm fine. Chen Sun sat cross-legged, regulating his breathing. The low-grade spirit stone in his hand gradually broke into pieces, and streams of spiritual energy flowed into his body. His depleted magic power was also gradually restored. Moo, the big black bull responded, and quickly stretched out its head, practicing the breath containment technique and remaining motionless. This battle was too exciting, its heart jumped into its throat several times. The spirit beast almost attacked them, but Chen Sun dodged it by flipping and twisting. The big black bull looked back at Chen Sun, who had his eyes closed, his eyes full of admiration. Only today did it understand what it meant to be bold and careful, yet steady. For 5 consecutive days, Chen Sun had been recovering his magic power and gathering his strength. This time he was really mentally exhausted and he has only now recovered. Old cow. Chen Sun smiled faintly and opened his eyes. Moo the big black bull pounced over excitedly, pressing Chen Sun so hard that he almost couldn't breathe. Old cow, you bastard, are you going to kill me? Moo the big black bull grinned and quickly stepped back. This place is not safe. There are many monks near the center. Run to the periphery. Moo. Two figures rushed out, holding huge sums of money in their hands. There was no trace of elatedness in their eyes. Instead, they became more vigilant, constantly shuttling between the ancient trees, getting farther and farther away from the center. They had been running for several days in a row, and there was less than a month left before the closing time, but they were already far away from the hustle and bustle of the fight. Old cow, I'll leave this storage bag to you. Chen Sun stared at the storage bag in his hand with a burning gaze. It contains all the spiritual medicines for the Foundation establishment pill. Moo. The big black bull took it solemnly and swallowed it in one gulp. Then we will go back and cultivate it slowly. Chen Sun whispered, we must be steady and wait at least 2 years before starting. We have plenty of time. Moo the big black bull nodded. It understood and was not anxious at all. This storage bag will be handed over to the sect. Chen Sun looked at the storage bag in his hand, which contained 3 main medicinal herbs and a dozen other medicinal herbs. I heard that the 10 major immortal sects only need to hand in 70% of their supplies. Moo. Although Big Black Bull knew about it, he still didn't quite understand why their sect wanted to take them all. Moreover, if you don't collect the 3 main spiritual herbs, you won't even get 1 foundation building pill. Lao Nyo, we are just cannon fodder and thugs. We are not as valuable as the disciples of the 10 great immortal sections. Chen Sun smiled nonchalantly, but don't hold any grudges against the sect. This is our own choice, so we can't blame anyone. Moo the big black bull nodded. Indeed, without the 5-element sect, they wouldn't even have a chance to come. Let's just wait here for the teleportation. Chen Sun smiled slightly. This trip was really fruitful. When the time comes, there will naturally be a teleportation pole. There is no need to go to a specific place. Moo. The big black bull looked around. It was a really powerful formation. They must learn it in the future. Lao Nyo, come, let's make plans for the future. We are busy now. Chen Sun patted the big black bull. Even if he was immortal, so what? Would he give up? Would he be a salted fish? Would he lose confidence in life? Would he feel the suffering of the world? That wouldn't happen. The immortals were very busy and had ideals and pursuits. Having witnessed too many regretful separations and deaths, they are instead full of enthusiasm and passion for life. They feel that time is hard to come by and they should cherish what they have. Moo the big black bull quickly stretched the bull's head into his arms, his eyes throbbing. After the trip to Nanda Mountain, he suddenly wanted to learn a lot of things. Whether it was Chen Sun's ghillie suit, their mining and drilling, or the amazing flying sword skills, they were all the experience and hard work accumulated over the years, but they were applied in actual combat. They took every step firmly and lived a fulfilling life. Time passed as Chen Sun wrote and painted every day, and Dahei Nyo listened to him with great energy every day. They had just begun. Today, Nanda Mountain suddenly shook, as if there was a major earthquake. Chen Sun and Dahei Nyo's ghillie suits had been destroyed, and they didn't take the map of Danding Sect or anything like that. They were seriously injured and supported each other, looking like they were dying. Old cow, let's go home. Moo. Chen Sun held the big black bull tightly. Beams of light locked onto all directions and enveloped Chen Sun and the big black bull. They looked slightly painful. A force of spatial pulling came and they disappeared from here in the blink of an eye. The trip to Nanda Mountain also came to an end here. Disciples continued to arrive at the headquarters of various sections. Some looked overjoyed, some were furious, some were in a state of despair, and some were seriously injured and disabled. As time went by, there were constant wails of pain from all the major bases. The high-spirited feeling of half a year ago was long gone, and most people were filled with a sense of relief for surviving a disaster. During this trip to Nanda Mountain, the 10 major immortal sects suffered heavy losses, the worst in history. It was said that a major change had occurred in Nanda Mountain. Wei Shan stood at the Wuyun Sect's headquarters and kept counting the number of people. This time, there were more than 100 people alive, which was beyond his expectations. In the open space, Chen Sun and Dehei Nyo were covered in wounds, sitting together, still bleeding. He looked somewhere and saw Ji Kuan came out alive, and there was a little relief in his eyes. However, Ji Kuan's expression was gloomy. He just glanced at Chen Sun and then looked away, with a lot on his mind. It's not advisable to stay here for long. Let's recuperate on the Qingya sculpture. Wei Shan took out a few bottles of pills and distributed them to the injured disciples. Even Chen Sun got a pill. After he got the elixir, his eyes were filled with deep affection, which showed his loyalty to the sect until his death. Even Wei Shan couldn't help but look at Chen Sun twice. And Wei Shan would not be so bored as to ask his disciples to take out the elixirs now and then take them to the nearby sects for comparison and discussion. This was the only respect he could show to these sacrificing disciples. Not only the Wuyun sect, but even the Jindan stage cultivators of the 10 major immortal sects did not care about the number of spiritual medicines. They were all concerned about the casualties of their own disciples. Inside the Wuyun sect's headquarters, everyone stepped on their magical instruments and sat silently on the green cliff carvings. The crowd didn't say much, and they all had a lot more murderous aura, with a sense of strangeness and vigilance in their eyes, as if they had not yet recovered from Nanda Mountain. They were sitting very far away from each other. The Qingya eagle took off into the air and began to soar into the sky, flying towards the direction of the Wuyun sect. When they came, the 5 green cliff eagles were full of people. Everyone was full of confidence and high spirits, and they were talking happily, but now it seemed that one green cliff eagle was enough to take them back. The faces they were familiar with had all disappeared, having died at the hands of monsters or disciples from other sections. The Qingya Diao was filled with a gloomy atmosphere. Chen Sun frowned slightly, and the joy in his heart was completely dissipated. He didn't want to sigh, because no matter how much he sighed, it would not change this cruel fact. Mu, the big black bull, called in a low voice and leaned towards Chen Sun. Chen Sun held the big black bull's head and kept whispering words of comfort. Just place the elixir in front of you, and I will record it. Wei Shan said calmly that every 20 years, half of the returning disciples would be useless, while the other half might experience a rise as a result. Yes, Peak Master. Everyone responded and reached for the storage bag. However, the sect only wanted the elixir, and the rest were their own. If you pick the 3 main spiritual herbs for foundation building, in addition to the contribution points, the sect will give you an extra pill for the next batch of foundation building pills. You must know the rules, and I can guarantee this. Wei Shan's expression remained calm, and he didn't even have any intention of investigating them. There was immense trust in his eyes. As soon as the words fell, several of them took out 3 main flavor spiritual herbs, which made everyone, including Chen Sun, jump in surprise. They were so powerful. Chen Sun and Dehei Nyo looked at each other and suddenly realized that the main elixir seemed to be in more than 3 ancient palaces, but they chose the safest place with hell-level difficulty. Ji Kuan had a painful expression on his face. He only took out 1 main ingredient of the elixir. If there hadn't been a mysterious person to save him, he might have died in Nanda Mountain. Chen Sun and Dehei Nyo also took out all the elixirs in the storage bag, leaving nothing for themselves. Don't be discouraged if you don't get the 3 main medicinal herbs. You can accumulate them for the next time, and of course there will be contributions from the sect as well. Wei Shan put one hand behind his back, his eyes gleaming, and glanced at everyone calmly. I will record everything in the book, and the sect will not let you down. The words, the sect will definitely live up to you all, rekindled the hopes in many people's eyes and made them excited. This time they already had experience, and they still have a chance in the next 20 years. But Chen Sun and Big Black Bull trembled slightly. Although Master Wei said that he would not investigate, under the induction of the essence of all things, he just scanned their bodies. Fortunately, no one dared to embezzle, as they were all honest people. He and Big Black Bull were the most honest and had made the greatest contributions to the sect, while the others obviously did not notice the investigation and were still listening carefully to what Wei Shan said. Take out your gossip contribution orders. Wei Shan was calm and composed, his fingers stirred up magic power, and all the spiritual medicines of everyone on the ground were stored in his storage ring. After the sect confirms it, the contribution value will naturally turn from virtual to real. Yes. Everyone bowed and took out their sect contribution orders. Wei Shan has already made an estimated value based on the types and years of the spiritual medicines purchased by everyone. Hundreds of people discovered that an imaginary number appeared in their sect contribution orders. Chen Sun and Dehei Nyo's pupils almost shrank into needles. The contribution value was actually 6666. However, most of the elixirs they picked were within the medicinal age, less than 300 years old, otherwise there should be more. Ding, the host can add points. On the Qingya carving, the voice of the system suddenly rang in Chen Sun's mind. The loud cries of eagles resounded through the sky. Chen Sun continued to add some magic power, and they also flew towards the direction of Wuyun Sect and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Another half a month later, the group returned to Wuyun Sect exhausted. Many people finally relaxed and were no longer so vigilant. It seemed like a lifetime ago. Chen Sun held the big black cow and looked at the vast and towering mountains on the ground. There was a hint of joy in his eyes. He was finally back. In front of the master's hall, those few people were still waiting, with anticipation in their eyes. After the Qingya sculpture landed, he encouraged everyone again, and then went into the main hall with Wei Shan and others, without paying much attention to them. Everyone felt a little empty in their hearts, as if they were not that important, and were led down the mountain by several senior uncles. Chen Sun and Dehei Nyo walked at the end, looking at the scenery of Zhongzhou Peak everywhere, exclaiming in amazement. Their attention was completely attracted by the scenery and they didn't think too much at all. But after Ji Kuan came back, his personality obviously changed a lot, and he became much more distant from Chen Sun. The latter did not bother him either, as everyone has a different path. After going down the mountain, everyone started flying on their swords towards their respective residences without saying a word to each other. Old ox, let's go. Chen Sun smiled, took out the magic sword from the storage bag, and carried the big black ox to the Medicine Valley. In the Medicine Valley, a beautiful girl was taking care of the elixirs diligently. She was about 16 or 17 years old, dressed in a green shirt and had a beautiful smile. I saw her pursing her lips, her eyebrows like ink painting, her eyes as clear as autumn water, and she was smiling at the butterflies in the valley, her eyes full of delicate innocence. Her name is Lu Yuan. She is a disciple of the Alchemy Hall. She has been accepted into the Wuyun Sect since she was young and is in charge of spiritual medicine. Now she has reached the 7th level of Qi refining. Junior sister Lu Yuan, we are back, ha ha. A piercing laugh came over, and Lu Yuan was overjoyed. She turned around and shouted, Senior brother Chen Sun, Hey Nyo, you're back. Chen Sun and Dehei Nyo raised their heads, smiled so hard that their gums were exposed, and walked towards here step by step. Junior sister Lu Yuan, you have worked hard over the past 6 months, but we agreed on 30 low-grade spirit stones. Chen Sun said seriously that they met Lu Yuan 2 years ago when they were checking the number of spiritual medicines in the Medicine Valley. She had in-depth research on spiritual medicines. And they naturally didn't want to give up this place, so they let Lu Yuan take care of it. And looking at the growth of these spiritual herbs, they did not disappoint. Brother, you have managed the Medicine Valley so well, and I didn't contribute anything at all. Just give me 10 low-grade spirit stones. Lu Yuan's face flushed red. How could she dare to ask for so much? She thought that senior brother Chen Sun had just said it casually. Mu the big black bull walked to her side, rubbed Lu Yuan's hand, and asked her to take it. Junior sister, time flies. 30 spirit stones in half a year, I am not at a loss. Chen Sun said seriously, and then took out 30 low-grade spirit stones from the storage bag. Lu Yuan's face was full of nervousness and her fists were clenched. She just came here every day to practice the water spirit technique, but she could not afford such a huge amount of money. The foundation here was too good. Senior brother Chen Sun. If we leave next time, will you come again? This time it will be considered as a reward, please be sure to accept it. Okay. Lu Yuan nodded heavily, thinking to herself that she would never talk about spirit stones with her senior brother next time. Junior sister, please go and do your work. We will clean up. Chen Sun said with a smile, looking towards the Medicine Valley, feeling relieved. Okay, I'm leaving now, senior brother. Lu Yuan laughed like a silver bell and returned the jade pendant from Yaogu to them. Finally, she waved to Chen Sun and to Hein Yo. Hey, it's safe. Chen Sun put his hands behind his back and sighed, finally feeling relieved. Lao Nyo, let's get to work. Moo. Big Black Bull shouted happily. Their contribution to the Medicine Valley this year has not yet been submitted. Chen Sun once said that even the smallest mosquito is still meat. Although they have a huge amount of 6,000 contribution points, they cannot waste it. Wow. Wow. Chen Sun flew on his sword and just flew to the center of the waterfall. The torrent of water continued to fall down, but was blocked by the magic shield he cast. So fierce. Chen Sun raised his head and looked upward. The water flow hit the magic shield like a 1,000-pound weight, and the magic power in his body was constantly dissipating. Clang. Clang. Chen Sun took out a mountain axe from his waist, and the rhythmic sound of splitting rocks was heard, but the big black bull in the distance could not hear it at all. It was completely drowned out by the sound of the waterfall. It was trotting in and out of the cave at this time. After cleaning up, it began to check the spiritual medicines and prepared the share of spiritual medicines to be handed in this year. Then it began to set its small trap. 5 days later, Chen Sun's Bagua contribution order finally became real, a real 6666 contribution. He hurriedly took Big Black Bull to the Sect Hall to hand in the elixir and received 200 contributions. Old cow, that place is really hard to cut. Both of my axes have been chipped. Chen Sun's face looked very ugly. If he used his hands to attack, he didn't know what kind of chaos would be caused. Moo. Moo. The only way is to learn how to refine equipment. We have a lot of contribution points and can exchange them for some materials. Iron essence is the material for making yellow-level magic tools. Chen Sun was walking on the road with a lot on his mind. Without a master to guide him, he could only read those weapon-refining books and teach himself, hoping not to waste the materials. Moo the big black bull nodded and rubbed Chen Sun. They had no shortage of time to study, but they were afraid of not having anything to learn. Chen Sun smiled slightly and said, Lao Nyo, if I ruin the materials and we put all our contribution points into it, don't blame me. Big Black Bull looked at Chen Sun with disdain. What was he afraid of? 1 man and 1 cow went to the Sect's contribution hall. They were smiling when they entered. After all, they had almost 7,000 contribution points, and there was nothing they couldn't get in this world. When they came out, their smiles had disappeared, and they finally understood a truth: happiness would not disappear, but would just transfer to the face of the uncle in the foundation building stage. Yeah, not bad, there are actually 1,000 contribution points. Hey, it seems that my nephew is really a rising star, with a full 3,000 contribution points. Wow, the young are really formidable, 5,000 contribution points. Haha. Chen Sun's head was buzzing now. He lost himself in the praises from his uncle and exchanged a lot of things. The big black bull let out 2 heavy breaths, and Chen Sun couldn't stop it, like a nouveau riche. If he hadn't pushed him hard from behind, he would have probably spent it all. Old Nyo, why are you so anxious? I specially replaced it with a copy of Basic Formation Encyclopedia for you. Chen Sun led the big black bull and slapped it hard on the head. He still hadn't recovered from the blow. Moo. Moo the big black bull rubbed against Chen Sun, with great joy in his eyes. It was a good exchange. Basic Equipment Refining, Basic 5 Elements Escape Technique, Basic Formation Collection, Basic Talisman Collection, Basic Natural Materials and Treasures Collection. Chen Sun smiled foolishly. Although these things were basic, they could not be bought outside. They were other people's hidden treasures, items of inheritance, and only the Sect dared to exchange them with their disciples. There were also 4 pieces of iron essence, a yellow-grade mid-level refining cauldron, writing talismans, pen, ink, paper, and inkstone, and a series of other things. Big Black Bull also fantasizes that after learning the formation, he can also be like those great monks and seal a mountain directly with the formation. Haha. Just when they were lost in thought. Bang. Bang. 2 muffled sounds were heard, and a big tree was swaying left and right, with leaves falling rustlingly. It seemed that it was seriously damaged. Hey, what's wrong with this tree? It's in the middle of the long road. Moo. Old cow, forget it. Let's not bother with it and go home. Moo. Two cursing voices were heard on the road, but they were in a good mood today, so they didn't bother with it for the time being. After returning to the Medicine Valley, Dahainyo took out the Basic Formation Encyclopedia to study, while Chinsun took out the Basic Weapon Refining and began to study. Opening a furnace to make elixirs and opening a cauldron to make tools are similar in nature, but have nothing to do with blacksmithing. The big black bull was far away from Chinsun, and a constant mooing sound came from its mouth. He recognized all these words, and he read them very carefully. Although they were basic, they were also profound. Hiss. Hiss. Chinsun took a deep breath while eating melon seeds. This weapon refining technique overturned his common sense of blacksmithing after many years of experience. It was a process of using magic power to the extreme while neglecting physical strength, and it also required extremely high levels of materials. He looked at the green double-eared cauldron in front of him and gently stroked it with one hand. Whether my mountain-splitting axe can return to the world of immortal cultivation depends on you, my dear. Moo the big black bull stood and trotted over, with some anxiety in his eyes, and quickly pointed at several flags in the book with his hooves. You want to buy a battle flag? Moo. I'll buy it for you once you've learned it. Learn the basics first. Chinsun leaned over to take a look, then spread out his palm. Go grab a handful of melon seeds. Moo the big black bull cheered happily, grabbed a handful of melon seeds and ran to the corner, his eyes full of seriousness and curiosity. The man and the cow also began to return to their peaceful life. They heard that the people at the Alchemy Palace were quite satisfied with their Medicine Valley and said that this boy had the qualities of a herbal farmer and could endure loneliness. He also asked others not to disturb him and let him focus on running the medicine garden, which would be his greatest contribution to the sect. Time is like a merciless cold wind that blows away the freshness of all things, but perhaps if we keep accompanying it on its journey, we will have no regrets when we grow old. Before they knew it, a year had passed. Chinsun and Dahainyo seemed not to feel the passage of time. There were too many things to do, and they continued to add longevity points to their magic power. Half a year ago, an elder from the Alchemy Hall personally delivered a shiny black foundation building pill and encouraged Chinsun, saying that the Medicine Valley was doing quite well. What he meant was, just work here until you die, the sect needs people like you who are honest, hardworking, and able to endure loneliness. When Chinsun took it, he inadvertently shed a tear and said that the sect was his home and he would live up to the sect's expectations. The elder was also very satisfied and gave Chinsun some pointers on how to grow spiritual herbs. He even made a big promise, saying that if one could successfully build the foundation, one would be able to access the sect's real spiritual medicine garden, which would be a whole new world. Chinsun was so grateful that he even took out his unique Swona to see the elder off from the valley. And the Wuyun sect had indeed never had such a bloody incident of embezzling disciples' foundation building pills, so Chinsun was completely relieved. After they received this year's contribution from the Medicine Valley, they did not go to the contribution hall. Now they still have 2,000 contribution points, which of course will be used for emergencies. Even if the sect leader came to flatter him now, it would be impossible for him to use this contribution. Chinsun is a man of iron will, how could he get lost in sweet words? Go to the contribution hall. Chinsun couldn't bear it anymore. He resisted the temptation from the outside world, but he couldn't resist the constant pleading of Big Black Bull. Moo Moo the big black bull grinned and kept shaking its tail. Old cow, you can spend as much as you want today. With our 2,000 contributions, we can easily get a few battle flags. Moo. You can check and see if there is anything else you need when the time comes, and replace everything at once. Chinsun thought for a moment and said, I don't have time to study the formation for now. I heard that setting up the formation requires a lot of materials. Moo the big black bull rubbed against Chinsun, and its eyes curved into crescents. Let's not be so formal, brothers. Let's go, let's go. Chinsun led the big black bull towards the contribution hall. A lot of basic materials such as formation flags and formation stones were exchanged, but they were not expensive, only 1,000 contribution points. And he did not participate in the sect competition this year. It was not good to keep torturing these junior brothers and sisters. Anyway, their goal had been achieved. If it really caused dissatisfaction among a large number of disciples, they would become the target of public criticism. Back to Medicine Valley, inside the cave. Old cow, look at these things. They are really different from the materials in the mortal world. Chen Sun narrowed his eyes slightly and looked at the various materials on the ground. They all have some spiritual energy. We should not miss them if we come across them in the future. Moo, the big black bull, nodded seriously. After studying the formation, it also wanted to take a look at the basic encyclopedia of natural resources and treasures. Old Nyo, go and do your work. I will continue to refine the weapon. Moo, the big black bull, responded, picked up the things on the ground and ran away. Refining equipment is a broad and profound process, and there are still many problems in the stage of smelting materials. Chen Sun took out a new booklet and started writing and drawing. During this year, he had used many rocks in the Medicine Valley to refine weapons, but he did not dare to use the iron essence. He proved through actual practice what it means that hard work can make up for one's shortcomings and that having more time really allows one to do whatever one wants. The men and the cow began to get busy in the Medicine Valley again. Every day, Chen Sun would smash some rocks and bring them back to the cave to refine weapons. In addition to taking care of the elixirs every day, the big black cow was also practicing formations. However, the introduction to formations and refining equipment does not rely on formulas. They do not have any natural talent and just study diligently day after day. But the daily sunset ride is a must, rain or shine. Chen Sun controlled the flight altitude and speed, and galloped with the big black bull between heaven and earth, feeling the beauty of this world, and suddenly felt enlightened in his heart. But suddenly one day, they were caught by Brother Lu Feng, a disciple of the Law Enforcement Hall. Their magic swords were confiscated, and they were given a good lecture in the grove. Chen Sun and Dehainyo were almost squatting on the ground with their heads in their hands. Fortunately, Chen Sun admitted his mistake firmly, shouting that he was guilty and shouldn't have wasted time on toys. Only then did senior brother Lu Feng return the magic sword to them. He kept saying that if anyone had any problems with cultivation, they could come to him and that as his senior brother, he could give them some guidance. Chen Sun actually asked a few questions about refining equipment, and they were all answered by Lu Feng. In his opinion, these were too basic. Then he started to lecture him, saying that one should not waste time on refining equipment. This time Chen Sun and Dehainyo were really troubled and shouted, "I was wrong." Only then did Lu Feng let them go. During this year, the men and the cow spent their time in the shadow of senior brother Lu Feng. They continued to add longevity points to their magic power, and then went steadily to the Sect Hall to get the 200 contributions. In the Medicine Valley, Chen Sun and Big Black Bull gathered in a pit, their eyes fixed on the flickering flames in the pit. You know, there is no wind in the cave, but there is a small breeze blowing here. Old Nyo, a peerless genius, if heaven had not given birth to an emperor like me, the formation would have been as dark as night forever. Chen Sun shook his head in amazement, looking at the formation stones in the three corners of the cave. This formation is really amazing. It can actually use spiritual energy to borrow momentum and cause resonance between heaven and earth to achieve various effects. It only took 1 year to set up a microarray formation, although those disciples who learned the formation may only need a few days to get started. But in Chen Sun's heart, the big black bull is the most powerful. Even if there are 10,000 brilliant people, they are not even 1/10 as powerful as it. Moo. The big black bull's tail was about to spin up into the sky. The effect of the formation was enhanced by the magic power. Its eyes focused and the magic power came out of its mouth. Moo. Woo. 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 Suddenly, a strong wind blew in the cave, blowing pots and pans everywhere. Damn you, old Nyo. Take care of it yourself. An angry roar came from outside the cave. Chen Sun crossed his arms and was blown away. The voice was getting farther and farther away. Moo. Moo. The big black bull's pupils shrank, and he quickly stopped casting the spell and chased after it. He forgot that it was the only one that was not vulnerable to the attack of the formation. Not long after, Chen Sun stood steadily on the ground, his shiny hair was blown into a mess. He raised his eyebrows, and with his mighty power, Moo, the big black bull, was thrown into the pool. Ha 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 ha, Chen Sun felt relieved when looking at the miserable big black bull. Moo the big black bull charged forward and dumped all the water on Chen Sun. Go back and pack up quickly. I also need to open the cauldron to refine weapons. Chen Sun patted his body, shook his head and smiled. Moo. Almost done. It's just a simple forging of a mountain axe. It doesn't require any complicated techniques. Moo. Then we can open up the cave behind the waterfall. 2 years have passed and no one has noticed us. We can start that plan. Chen Sun said mysteriously and raised his eyebrows. If you keep a low profile in everything, you will never go wrong. Moo. The big black bull jumped up excitedly and ran in front. It wanted to clean up the cave quickly. But the formation is really amazing. Chen Sun praised, although they were just some small formations, such as blowing wind, burning fire and the like. In the eyes of outsiders they were useless formations that wasted time and were not as good as his own spells. But in their view, this is a profound and extensive subject, and they have just begun to get started. No one can understand their joy. Utilitarianism may no longer be so important to those who live forever. They don't want to show off in front of others, and the result is that wherever they go, they are met with exclamations or ridicule. It's good to be a truly invisible person in the Wuyun sect. No one pays attention to you, and there are no troubles. Inside the Medicine Valley cave, Chen Sun officially opened the cauldron, while a large black bull scattering flower petals and mooing beside him. I will start refining weapons today. Immortals and gods, please do as you please. Moo, moo, moo. Chen Sun flipped his palm, and suddenly a ball of silver iron essence came out of the storage bag. Its surface was bumpy, oval in shape, and as big as a fist. Go. He made a hand seal with both hands, and the refining cauldron made a muffled sound, and a blazing fire burned around it. The conditions were limited, so he could only make do with it. Chen Sun's gaze became more and more fiery. He had already tried it before. His Dan fire could be increased according to the magic power. This fire power would definitely work. Moo the big black bull was extremely nervous and could only assist from the side. It had tried to do this kind of delicate work before, but it really couldn't do it, so Chen Sun had to take the lead. He flicked his 5 fingers again, and the iron essence instantly sank into the cauldron. Chen Sun closed his eyes slightly, and the elixir fire was like a living thing, constantly dancing in the cauldron. The alchemy furnace and the refining cauldron are completely different. If there is no bonus of mana, the alchemy fire alone may not be able to dissolve the materials. Tiny explosions continue to be heard from within the refining cauldron. Chen Sun released another burst of magic power, completely shutting up the cauldron. This was a difficult process. Because of his cultivation level at the chi refining stage, he was completely unable to feel the subtle changes within the refining cauldron and could only rely on his senses. Old cow, add more ingredients. Moo. The big black bull's mind moved, and the elixir fire was ignited. The refining cauldron turned red, and the explosion sounds inside became louder and louder. Chen Sun's face turned pale and he kept gasping for breath. No one would have thought that someone would spend 2 full years preparing to refine a piece of iron essence. Did he think his life was too long? Open the cauldron. Chen Sun shouted. Moo. The lid of the cauldron shot up into the sky and hit the ground with a loud noise. Inside the cauldron, there was an iron ball as hard as mercury, which was being dragged in the center of the cauldron by magic power. Lao Nyo, continue to apply the Dan fire. Chen Sun said quickly, and his hands kept casting spells, and the iron ball began to change shape continuously. Chen Sun's face turned from white to red. He was too nervous and excited. The mercury-like state of the iron ball proved that they had successfully smelted it and the material was not wasted. An hour later, it was done. Lao Nyo, the mountain axe is here, ha 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 ha. Chen Sun's veins popped out as he held a twisted silver mountain axe in his hand. The entire axe was extremely sharp and was made of pure iron, just for splitting mountains and breaking rocks. Moo. The big black bull was jumping with joy. Let's go, the secret base is open. Chen Sun's face flushed, looking at the axe in his hand. He couldn't let it go, it must be a magic weapon after all. The big black bull nudged Chen Sun, with a look of certainty in his eyes. It was definitely a top-grade heavenly grade item, which made Chen Sun laugh out loud. They flew on their swords and came directly to the center of the waterfall. Chen Sun used all his strength and chopped down with an axe, opened the mountain. Boom. With a huge roar, countless pieces of gravel flew around and continuously hit the magic shield. The entire hard stone wall was split open by Chen Sun, leaving a large crack. Moo. The big black bull shouted excitedly. It was standing behind Chen Sun and was shocked by the power of the axe. It was indeed not comparable to ordinary iron. Old cow, did you see that? Chen Sun's veins popped up, and he turned around and said with intense excitement in his eyes, "Our secret base will definitely be successful." The big black bull grinned and kept patting Chen Sun. He was also excited in his heart, because the elixir for building his foundation in the future was inside. Let's make 2 more. We still have 3 pieces of iron. Use them to punch through this one. Moo. They returned to the cave on the ground to restore their magic power and continue to refine the weapons. In the days that followed, Chen Sun opened a cave in the center of the waterfall every day, while Big Black Bull took care of the elixirs and practiced formations. It also picked up the axe that Chen Sun gave it and polished a huge stone. After the secret base was opened, they would use the huge stone to seal the entrance of the cave. A month later, the cave was completed. Chen Sun and Big Black Bull sat in the dark cave, listening to the sound of the waterfall outside, with joy in their hearts. "Old cow, take it out," Chen Sun said with a smile. He could finally start planting the foundation building elixir. Moo, the big black bull, let out a heavy breath and spit out a storage bag full of medicine boxes directly from his body. The 2 men's heartbeats quickened. There was still an entrance in the cave, which had been filled with soil and was used specifically for growing seeds. The green liquid condensed from the essence of all things allows them to cultivate spiritual herbs regardless of the environment. Now they can cultivate a 100-year-old spiritual herb in just 1 month, which is quite terrifying. Chen Sun took a deep breath and said slowly, "Lao Nyo, let's start our foundation building plan." He had not used the foundation establishment pill yet, because for someone with mediocre aptitude, a foundation establishment pill would carry a considerable risk of failure. Moo. The big black bull nodded heavily. It had been looking forward to this day for a long time. It walked towards another cave entrance with the storage bag in its mouth. Chen Sun narrowed his eyes slightly, flew out on his sword, and crossed the waterfall. He wanted to keep watch outside to deal with any emergency. They were extremely busy every day. Chen Sun continued to study alchemy and control the alchemy fire. As everyone knows, the strength of the qi refining stage is not enough to refine these elixirs that are hundreds of years old. First, the purity of the alchemy fire is not enough, and second, the elixirs are precious. It is impossible to waste hundreds of years of elixirs. In just 100 years, the art of alchemy is enough to consume a lifetime. In the qi refining stage, this is simply impossible to do. Time is like a knife, which makes people grow old quickly. Years pass by, and things change with each passing day. 6 years have already passed. There were a lot of good news coming from the sect. Some inner disciples took foundation building pills and successfully built their foundations. There were even some extremely talented people who did not even need to take foundation building pills and directly broke through the 10th level of qi refining and succeeded in building their foundations. I heard that there was another peak master who, while traveling outside, met a young girl with natural spiritual roots. The entire Wuyun sect was in an uproar, and all the big shots came out of seclusion to meet her in person. They even prepared a grand initiation ceremony for her, but ordinary outer disciples like them could not see it and could only envy her secretly in their hearts. For someone with natural spiritual roots, it is natural for her to reach the golden core stage. Her future is limitless and she can be considered a top-notch talent in the 5 Elements sect. All the elders and peak masters protect her well and never show her in public. Most people don't even know what she looks like. Among the great cultivators who can cultivate to the golden core stage, there is no fool. However, these news are enough to excite countless disciples. The future of Wuyun sect is promising, and their sense of belonging to the sect becomes stronger. This is their real home. In an ordinary medicine valley, there is a man and a cow. They are invisible people of the Wuyun sect. They contribute to the sect every year silently without fighting or competing. Hee hee hee. Behind the waterfall in the Medicine Valley, there is a chicken coop. Chen Sun is feeding the chickens, and a big black cow is holding a feed bucket beside them. There are more than 20 pheasants here, and quite a few chicks, all of which are fat and big-eared. The eggs often have double yolks and are extremely delicious. In Chen Sun's words, if we want sustainable development, we have to go hunting every day. One day, all the beasts in the mountains will be killed, which will damage our merits. It is better to raise the ones we own. Old Bull, our Wuyun sect has become stronger again. Life is getting better and better. Chen Sun said happily, still scattering feed in his hands. Heavenly spiritual roots, even the peak master can find this. Maybe after practicing for a few years, he can become a great cultivator in the golden core stage. Moo the big black bull also wagged its tail happily, wishing that all the spiritual roots would come to the Wuyun sect so that it could share the honor. What is the so-called talent? I am in the chi refining stage while my peers may have already reached the golden core stage. What does it have to do with them? No one has any grudge against each other. When they were in the small mountain village, some of them might have already reached the pinnacle of the road. Are they making themselves uncomfortable by comparing themselves with others? They are not Long Aotian, who is prone to being ridiculed. However, with great power comes great responsibility. These seniors are also bearing a lot of pressure and carrying the burden for our Wuyun sect. Chen Sun smiled peacefully. The feed was finally finished. Didn't I hear that some small sects were wiped out in recent years? Even the mountain gates were razed to the ground. Our sect even sent a lot of people to investigate. Moo the big black bull nodded seriously. Not only in the mortal world, but also in the world of immortals, there are conflicts everywhere. Many disciples of the outer sect deacons die every year. We have limited strength, and we don't like to be in the spotlight. We can cultivate spiritual fields peacefully and contribute to the sect. Chen Sun said with a smile that his mentality has become much calmer now, and he is no longer so impatient and like an impulsive boy. Let's go, old bull. I'm going to start refining the elixir today. I'll see who dares not to give me face. Moo. They were so aggressive that the big black bull dropped the feed with a bang, scaring the pheasants in the chicken coop so much that they kept running away. Was it going to randomly choose a lucky guy again? In the past 6 years, they have finally used the longevity points to max out their mana, and now it has reached 20. The bonus to spells has reached a rather exaggerated level. They had tried it before. If they used the Dan fire with all their strength, the cauldron would melt. Moreover, the Dan fire of the chi refining stage is originally just a small red flame. If their Dan fire is not controlled and exerted at full strength, it will begin to turn white, become extremely cold, and begin to undergo a qualitative change. The fireball technique was even more exaggerated. Last year, there was a deafening roar and fireballs fell like meteors. If they had not been stopped in time, the restrictions of this Medicine Valley would have been severely damaged. Old bull, we can finally try that defense. Moo. Hee hee, we won't be invulnerable to swords and guns by then, will we? We can crush rocks with our chests, and we have the potential to be the king of jugglers in the world, ha ha. Moo. A loud laugh rang out in the air in Yao Valley, and then it rushed into the waterfall and entered their secret base. Inside another cave entrance, there are formations set up by Big Black Bull. If an accident really happens, it can be remotely controlled to directly destroy the elixir inside without leaving any trace. Moreover, they buried the cultivated medicinal seeds in a very secret place that no one could think of, as a backup. Moo the big black bull called softly, stood up, and made a strange gesture with its 2 hooves. The entrance of the cave then returned to its full appearance. It was filled with all kinds of foundation building elixirs, so many that they could drive people crazy. Chen Sun was standing quite far away at this time, his eyes constantly looking outward. He was a little frightened of the big black bull's formation. Although this old cow looks careless, he is actually a man who has inherited his true skills. Many places in this Medicine Valley have been set up with formations, and he has suffered a lot. Moo. Here I come. Chen Sun's eyes were as fast as lightning as he looked at the array of foundation-building spiritual medicines placed in the cave. All the main spiritual medicines were more than 300 years old. They were exquisitely crystal clear and continuously emanated spiritual energy. Lao Nyo, go and watch over it. You have already learned the sword controlling technique. If I do something, I will trigger the induction formation. Mu, the big black bull, nodded, patted the storage bag, and took out a magic sword from it. This was the sword that Chen Sun had exchanged for it. With great cherishment in its eyes, it flew away on the sword. An alchemy furnace was hovering in the air, and Chen Sun began to use the art of controlling objects. Others in the chi refining stage could only control one object, but he could control hundreds of objects with very little consumption of mana in his body. Rainbow fruit, moon order fruit. Chen Sun muttered, and a fire rose in his hand, and began to split into 5. If others saw it, they would be shocked. This fire can split. Can you play it like this? Each spiritual medicine has different medicinal properties, and the temperature and method of the pill fire are also very different. I don't have a master to teach me, so I can only keep trying. Chen Sun's finger gestures were fragrant, and the Tianhong fruit soared into the sky and sank into the alchemy furnace. After an hour, it unsurprisingly turned into a pool of waste liquid. His face twitched, and he felt a sharp pain in his heart. He picked up the booklet to record his feelings just now, and made some revisions without any hurry. Several more hours passed, and the elixir was full of waste liquid, and not a single one was successful. Chen Sun remained calm and began to meditate and analyze. These heavenly and earthly miraculous medicines are truly unique. The differences between them are so huge even though they are from different years. Chen Sun thought to himself that the same foundation-building auxiliary medicine, with a difference of only 10 years in age, required a different temperature and technique. This is completely different from when he refined the Chongyu pill and Ichi pill. His control over the temperature has been accurate to the year. No wonder it cannot be refined in the Qi refining stage. It is estimated that this kind of elixir can only be fully controlled by using the legendary divine consciousness, which greatly increases the success rate of the pill. But what I have the most are elixirs and time. Chen Sun smiled faintly, feeling very amused, without any feeling of discouragement from failure. Time passed as Chen Sun refined the elixir every day. He started by refining no more than 5 elixirs a month. Whenever he failed, he would start recording his experiences and feelings, and begin to meditate and explore his feelings at that time. Spring goes and autumn comes, and another year has passed in a hurry. The Medicine Valley is always spring all year round, and the years seem to have left no trace on Chen Sun and Dahainyo. In the secret base, the big black bull looked at Chen Sun's alchemy furnace with his eyes wide open. A scent of medicine wafted over and he kept sniffing with his nose. Moo. The big black bull suddenly became excited. Chen Sun had worked so hard this year, but it couldn't help at all and could only cultivate elixirs on the side. A magical medicine was finally refined by Chen Sun, but there was only indifference in his eyes, without any ecstasy. Everything is under my control. Chen Sun's eyes were calm, but he gradually began to twist his mouth. Foundation building elixir is just like this, it's easy to control. Moo, the big black bull, kept circling around Chen Sun and yelling, he's so awesome, he deserves to be my big brother. It finally feels right. Chen Sun slowly stood up and exhaled deeply. Old cow, we have hope of building our foundation. Moo. The big black bull excitedly pounced on Chen Sun, who finally couldn't hold it back and burst into laughter. All things are difficult at the beginning, but I finally took the first step. Ding. The host can now add points. Old bull, add some points, add some points. Chen Sun patted the big black bull's head. Finally, I can try my defense. Moo, the big black bull, stood aside and stared at Chen Sun. It was ready. They started to add some points, directly adding to the defense. A heavy force spread throughout the body, and they felt at the same time that their bodies suddenly tightened. Oh, not bad. Chen Sun raised his eyebrows and looked at his arm. Although there was no change in appearance, it was obviously a lot harder. Moo. The big black bull turned left and right, with doubt in his eyes. Old cow, let's not hurt ourselves, just let nature take its course. Chen Sun was shocked. Why did this old cow feel like a huge stone was about to break on his chest? Moo, the big black bull, grinned. It did have some ideas. Let's go to the Sect hall to get our 200 contributions, and then go watch the Sect competition. I heard that many powerful brothers and sisters have emerged. Come back and continue to refine medicine. Moo. A man and a cow flew down the waterfall on swords, then took a lot of roasted melon seeds from the cave and headed out of the Medicine Valley. In the following years, every year there would be a man wearing a straw hat leading a big black bull also wearing a straw hat to the competition venue. They never participated in the Sect competition, but just sat in the shade of the trees to enjoy the cool and eat melon seeds. They seemed quite happy, as if they no longer pursued strength. They kept shouting and praising those strong men, and then quietly went down the mountain after the competition. They were quite kind. Whenever someone looks at them, they will be greeted with a very warm smile. They always give way to others when walking, which makes people feel strongly fond of them. No one knows his name, and he seems to be unsociable. He has few friends in the sect. He is always alone and holding a black bull spirit beast, like an invisible man. Years pass by in a hurry, and when we look back, the past years are gone, taking in the wind and rain, both bitter and sweet, and the 10 years pass quietly. Chen Sun and Dehanyu have been in Wuyun sect for more than 20 years. Many major events have happened in the sect, and the collision between Qiangua Xianmen and Wugua Xianmen has become more and more intense. The road to cultivating immortals is like sailing against the current. If you don't advance, you will retreat. Qian country has many resources needed by Wu Kingdom to cultivate immortals, and Wu Kingdom also has the resources Qian country needs to cultivate immortals. Inside the Medicine Valley, in the cave behind the waterfall, Chen Sun and Dehanyu were just members of the crowd. They had no influence on the general trend and could only go with the flow and devote 10 years of their longevity points to defense. However, I also heard that they were just arguing fiercely and had not yet reached the physical stage. However, these low-level disciples did not think so and rumors were flying everywhere. Old bull, why does it feel like a fight is about to break out? Chen Sun frowned slightly and looked at Big Black Bull. What should we do if they come to the 5-element sect? Moo. Big Black Bull was a little flustered. These low-level disciples were spreading alarmist words every day, and rumors were everywhere, saying that a war among cultivators might break out every 1,000 years. Damn it. Chen Sun cursed softly. The fight for resources exists in every world. The key is what should these ordinary people do? There is no benefit in winning the fight, and if they lose the fight they might even lose their sect. Besides, how can these low-level disciples know what the two country sects have become like now? Moo the Big Black Bull nudged Chen Sun and kept looking towards the distance. Run away. That's not possible. At least you have to help the sect kill a dozen or 20 foundation-building monks. Chen Sun shook his head suddenly, wiped his mouth after eating and left. Then are they still human? Unless our Wuyun sect really can't resist, we will fight to the death with Wugua. His eyes suddenly became sharp. Wuyun sect had long been their home. Unless hundreds of golden elixir stage monks came to attack them, they would beat them to the point where their mother wouldn't recognize them. Moo moo. The big black cow jumped up and down. It didn't mean that. It kept shaking its head and even picked up a stone and started writing. Chen Sun narrowed his eyes slightly and patted his head. It was him who had preconceived the idea. It turned out that the big black cow meant, those big shots in the distant country of Qian are not fighting yet, so why are we worried about it? Hey, it seems so. The top 10 immortal sects will bear the brunt of the attack. Our Wuyun sect has no news at all now, ha ha, ha ha ha. Chen Sun suddenly burst into laughter, and felt extremely relieved. Rumors are harmful. He almost thought that the Wuyun sect was the center of the world. Big Black Bull rolled his eyes at Chen Sun. Sometimes, if you think too much, your cleverness will eventually backfire. However, old cow, we must also be prepared for danger in times of peace. Chen Sun coughed lightly. No matter how much contribution we can make to the sect, we must at least have the strength to protect ourselves. Moo. The big black bull nodded heavily and his eyes became serious. If a fight really broke out, he could only do what he could and never show off his strength. This was what Chen Sun taught him. Chen Sun smiled slightly. He did not think he was a saint. He accumulated anger and rushed up to the sky, aiming at the Jindan stage cultivator to self-destruct. For the sake of Wuyun sect, he really could not do this. Their eyes suddenly turned downwards to look at the alchemy furnace, which contained 5 white pills, and even had a green leaf-like pattern on it. It took Chin Sun 10 years to finally refine all the spiritual medicines for the Foundation establishment pill, but the most important thing was the skillful alchemy technique. The result seemed not to be that important anymore. They didn't understand what this pill pattern was, and the foundation building pill was completely different from the one sent by the elders, and they didn't know why. Old cow, prepare to build the foundation. Moo. I'll go first. If there's any danger, I can tell you in advance. Moo. You have to listen to me this time. We don't have a master, so we can only cross the river by feeling the stones. Moo. The big black bull hung its head, licked Chin Sun, and quickly moved away. Looking at his serious expression, there was no doubt in his words. Chin Sun calmed his mind and raised his hand slightly. A foundation building pill went down his throat. The fierce medicinal power suddenly spread throughout his body. Chin Sun opened his eyes wide and a muffled groan came from his mouth. Big Black Bull's face was full of tension. He was about to raise his foot, but he stood still and didn't dare to make any sound. It was most unacceptable to disturb someone during a breakthrough. At this time, Chin Sun's pores opened wide, and his body actually flashed with a faint light. Countless turbid air came out of his body. Chin Sun's face was sometimes painful, sometimes relaxed, and gradually he closed his eyes. The iron barrier in the body is constantly being melted by the power of the medicine. The Dantian is undergoing tremendous changes at this time, and the power of the medicine is constantly impacting the body. After a day and a night, Chin Sun was sweating profusely, his chest heaving, and he looked at the big black bull in shock. Moo. Moo. The big black bull kept shouting, wondering why the breakthrough was in such a state. Old cow, I'm fine. You know that the foundation building is the transformation of Dantian into liquid, and then the birth of spiritual consciousness in Naiwan Palace, which means the foundation building is successful. Chin Sun said in shock, as if he was frightened by something, I failed in building my foundation, but it wasn't a complete failure. Moo. The big black bull was still jumping nervously. It didn't care about this, but was only concerned about Chin Sun's current health. This foundation building pill is actually expanding my Dantian. Chin Sun took a deep breath. In layman's terms, the mana storage in other people's bodies is 1, and mine is 2. Moo. The big black bull's face was full of shock, but the common sense in the world of immortal cultivation is that the Dantian cannot be widened, and the exercises can only improve cultivation, and the difference lies only in whether they can better suit one's own physique. For example, if a person has a natural water element, practicing water element techniques will give him even more power, but if he practices fire element techniques, he will get half the result with twice the effort. They practiced common techniques, and all 5 types of spiritual roots could be practiced, but they did not bring any bonus to their physique or spells. The difference in their fighting skills would also become larger and larger with the difference in their realms. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth absorbed by the 5 types of mixed spiritual roots is extremely complex, and it takes a lot of time to refine the impurities. However, the heavenly spiritual roots are much more powerful. Once they are cultivated, they can directly absorb the compatible spiritual energy, saving a lot of time in refining impurities. Of course, this is just their current perspective, and most of it is hearsay. Lao Nyo, prepare the elixir. Chen Sun's eyes focused. These 5 foundation building pills were far from enough. After all, there was also Lao Nyo's portion. Moo the big black bull hurriedly ran to the back, not daring to delay at all. In the first month, while Chen Sun was refining elixirs and building his foundation, more and more turbid air emanated from his body. In the second month, another batch of foundation building pills came out. They were equally wonderful and completely different from ordinary foundation building pills. A year was spent in them building their foundation and cultivating spiritual medicines. The entire medicine valley was extremely quiet, with only the sound of chickens crowing and the sound of flowing water from the waterfall. Today is a sunny day with a clear blue sky, but the medicine valley is filled with a depressing atmosphere. The spiritual medicines in several spiritual fields moved without wind, and the waterfall outside the secret base stopped flowing, as if it was cut in half, leaving only a cave entrance. A man and a cow walked out slowly from inside with gleaming eyes. They exuded the aura of a foundation establishment stage, and their spiritual awareness spread everywhere, as if they had a god's perspective, overlooking the entire medicine valley, and taking in every little movement. Haha, is this the scenery seen by the Foundation establishment stage? Chen Sun stood with his hands behind his back and said lightly. Moo. Big Black Bull and Chen Sun stood side by side, muscles bulging all over their bodies. Terrifying power continued to surge, and the shackles of 20 longevity points were finally broken. They could finally continue to add points. They gradually raised their heads, all with their hands behind their backs, their eyes looking down on the world, and their faces began to twist. Damn it, old bull, we finally made a breakthrough. Moo. The two roars seemed to have been accumulated for countless years and burst out at once, causing the entire pool to ripple and shake continuously. The foundation building period is divided into the early, middle and late stages. The last step is to form the elixir. If one succeeds in breaking through, he or she can practice fasting inside the body, walk in the air, greatly increase his or her magic power, and even live for 1,000 years. However, the Jindan stage is still far away, and they dare not imagine it for the time being. The foundation building stage is already quite satisfactory. Lao Nyo, the lifespan of the foundation building period is 400 years. We can continue to stay in the sect and no longer have to live a life of wandering around and living in uncertainty. Chen Sun said excitedly, holding the big black bull's head with one hand, we can finally have a stable home. Moo, the big black bull, kept rubbing against Chen Sun, with a touch of emotion in his eyes. They actually like stability. At least when they are physically and mentally exhausted, they still have a place to rest in their hearts. Old cow, let's go grill some skewers, and celebrate together, for ourselves. Moo. They jumped without flying swords and instantly plunged into the pool of water. Boom, 2 huge splashes of water burst out. Chen Sun's mouth trembled slightly, and he kept diving into the water. He and Big Black Bull both understood that what excited them the most was not the breakthrough of the foundation building stage. At night, the sky is full of stars, and the stars are shining brightly. Under the cover of night, Chen Sun was singing while grilling meat on the grill. A bonfire started, and a big black bull kept running beside him. The sound of bells kept ringing, in harmony with Chen Sun's voice. Wandering, on the road. Chen Sun kept nodding his head and singing, the skewers in his hands sizzling, and he was looking at Big Black Bull with a smile in his eyes. His voice became louder and louder, almost shouting, we have crossed mountains and seas, and we have also passed through crowds of people. Moo. I cry and laugh at the same time. Moo. Ha ha ha. Moo. Chen Sun and Big Black Bull kept laughing, and the bonfire kept flashing with hot light, reflecting the two happy faces. At night, when it was late and quiet, a man and a cow sat leaning against each other and looked up at the starry sky. After careful consideration, they decided to add the longevity points to their magic power. For now, this would be the biggest boost to their strength. It would also be a good opportunity to see where the threshold of the foundation building period was and whether it would get stuck. Their current longevity points, Strength 21, Speed 21, Essence 20, Mana 21, Defense 11. The next day, the sun rose and a few rays of sunlight sprinkled down, bringing a cool and gentle feeling. Chen Sun used the dust removal technique on himself and Big Black Bull several times, then stood outside the Medicine Valley with a smile and started walking. According to the rules of the Wuyun sect, if one breaks through to the foundation establishment stage, one must go to the hall to which one belongs to register, and they naturally have to register at the alchemy hall to which they belong. It's just that the Big Black Bull has already hidden his foundation building cultivation level. On the surface, he is only at the 7th level of chi refining. But spiritual beasts have a longer lifespan than cultivators of the same level, so no one knows how old the Big Black Bull is. The alchemy hall is located on top of a main peak shrouded in clouds and mist. The mountain is covered in lush greenery, and is dotted with ancient-style buildings with exquisite carved eaves. The air is constantly filled with the fragrance of elixirs, cleansing the tired hearts of countless disciples. Chen Sun and Dehei Nyo walked at their leisure, enjoying the picturesque scenery along the way. They had not yet visited the dozen or so main peaks of the Wuyun sect. Senior Brother Chen Sun. Senior Brother Chen Sun. 2 voices came from behind, one male and one female. Chen Sun smiled and turned around, Lu Yuan, Shi Jing. Shi Jing had black straight hair, slanted sword-like eyebrows, and was born with a romantic and charming demeanor. He wore the white robe of an inner sect disciple and looked like a young master from an aristocratic family. His face lit up with joy. It was really senior brother Chen Sun. He was the only one in the sect who was leading a big black bull. Lu Yuan has a sweet smile and is now very graceful and elegant, but because she has been in the sect for many years, she still behaves like a little girl. Senior brother Chen Sun, why did you come to the alchemy hall? Shi Jing asked with a smile. He liked senior brother Chen Sun very much. Every time he went to check the elixirs, what he said always made people feel like spring breeze. Lu Yuan also stared at Chen Sun in a daze, her clear and bright eyes widened. Senior brother Chen Sun's temperament seemed a little different now, and there was no sign of aging on his face. You are now inner disciples, so I should call you senior brother and senior sister. Chen Sun laughed and looked at the two of them. No, no. Shi Jing shook his head like a drum wave. Brother Chen Sun, do you have something important to do in the alchemy hall? We can lead the way for you. Lu Yuan's body was shocked. She secretly tried to check Chen Sun's cultivation level, but couldn't find anything. She covered her mouth tightly, then suddenly jumped up and said in surprise, Senior brother Chen Sun, you have made a breakthrough. Ah. Shi Jing was stunned. He didn't pay attention to senior brother Chen Sun's cultivation, nor was he as meticulous as Lu Yuan. He didn't even notice that Chen Sun was still so young. He went to investigate, and suddenly he stood there stunned as if he had been electrocuted, looking at Chen Sun with shock in his eyes. Hello, Uncle Master. Hello, Uncle Master. The two of them bowed their heads in joy and said, feeling happy for Chen Sun in their hearts. I have made a breakthrough and am preparing to go to the alchemy hall to become a citizen. Chen Sun smiled peacefully without any airs, and a magical power lifted them up. This scene made him feel emotional. It turned out that he was supported by Master Wei Feng in this way. Then we won't bother you anymore. Yes, Uncle Chen Sun, this is a great joyous event. The two of them were excited, as if they were happier about Chen Sun's breakthrough than they were, and they didn't have any bad intentions in their hearts. I have some experience in qi refining stage cultivation to give to you. Although it is not very valuable, it is also a token of my appreciation. Chen Sun smiled and took out 2 booklets from his storage bag. These were some experiences he had summarized during his initial training. Because he and Big Black Bull always made breakthroughs quite steadily and slowly, they were able to discover some problems. Most of the people in this world of immortal cultivation are eager for quick success and instant benefits. If they have elixirs to help them, they would like to swallow them all in one breath. However, they do not have the mindset to practice and settle down slowly. Uncle Master, no reward without merit. How can we deserve such a gift? Lu Yuan was so scared that he took a step back and was the first to disagree. Uncle Master Chen Sun, this is a treatment that only your personal disciples can have. We really cannot afford it. Please take it back. Shi Jing bowed solemnly. Although they knew that Chen Sun was not rich and his talent in cultivating immortals was not as good as theirs, they would not underestimate this experience. Mu the Big Black Bull was immediately annoyed. He thought that this contained his own experience and he had to accept it. I didn't think it through enough. I am sorry to make things difficult for you. Chen Sun shook his head and smiled bitterly, taking the booklet back. This disciple who has been in the Wuyun sect for many years attaches great importance to rules and is not as free and easy as the independent cultivators. Besides, these inner disciples are all taught by a master, and if I interfere, it will cause them some trouble. Uncle Master, you are too polite. After the two saw Chen Sun take it back, their expressions relaxed. You guys go and get busy. Lao Nyo and I will just take a walk before going up the mountain. We won't delay you. Chen Sun looked at the scenery in the distance and smiled, his tone always filled with indifference and peace. Yes, Uncle Master. Yes, Uncle Master. The two men bowed, nodded to the Big Black Bull, and then left. Moo. Let's go, old cow. I suddenly found a good place. Moo. Look at that high ground. If we stop and look, we can appreciate the scenery of the flat land here. Let's go. Moo. Their eyes were filled with excitement and they quickened their pace as they headed towards the high ground. Even becoming a citizen was not as important as seeing the scenery. On the way, Lu Yuan and Shi Jing walked side by side, heading towards their master's cave. "Senior brother Shi, what kind of person do you think Uncle Master Chen Sun is?" Lu Yuan asked casually. "Uncle Master Chen Sun," Shi Jing pondered for a moment and said, "easygoing and generous, right?" After he finished speaking, he nodded heavily, and the more he thought about it, the more he felt it was right. "I think Uncle Chen Sun is a person without much utilitarianism. Every time I go to check the Medicine Valley with my junior sisters, he is always reading." The voice of Lu Yuan is like a yellow oriole singing out of a valley, with a sense of ethereality. Shi Jing was stunned for a second after hearing this, then shook his head and said, "When my fellow apprentices and I went there, Uncle Chen Sun was catching chickens with Hein Yo, and he said he would make us a delicious meal." "Ah. Ha ha." Lu Yuan covered her face and chuckled. "Master Chen Sun has always been an interesting person, and his personality is not weird." "Oh, yes." Shi Jing sighed deeply. It seemed that these uncles and elders in the sect had lived too long and had more or less strange personalities. If they offended him, they would be in big trouble. "What are you two talking about secretly here?" A sloppy woman suddenly appeared behind them without a sound. The two men were horrified and stood there in horror, cold sweat suddenly breaking out on their backs. It was over. "Hey, master, why did you come out?" "I'm sorry for not coming back." "Fuck you, Shi Jing, if you don't build your foundation within 5 years, you will be the cook of Wuyun Sect." The slovenly woman lifted Shi Jing up with one hand, like she was carrying a chicken, and carried him towards the cave. "Lu Yuan, follow me. You are not much better. You are so shy, are you looking for a marriage partner?" "Ah." Lu Yuan's face turned red. She said nothing and trotted after him. "Ah. Master, please give me some face, there are so many people here." Shi Jing's eyes were bloodshot and he kept yelling. In broad daylight, he was actually taken away by someone. How can the Wuyun sect survive in the future? Humph, this is the fate of the weak. Face is for the strong. The slovenly woman even slowed down her pace, and raised her lotus-like arms a little higher. "When you have cultivated to the foundation building stage, I can let you go for now." "Ah." Shi Jing screamed miserably, no longer having the gentlemanly temperament. Looking at the strange looks coming from all around, he wanted to break through like crazy. The three of them walked slowly on the road, accompanied by Shi Jing's pig-slaughtering screams, which made anyone who heard them cry and feel sad. Lu Yuan was so scared that her whole body was trembling. She didn't want to be carried away. Inside the alchemy hall, Chen Sun was surrounded by several foundation establishment elders. He kept bowing and smiling, and hurriedly introduced himself. "I didn't expect that junior brother Chen Sun would be so blessed that he could break through with just one foundation building pill. This is truly a blessing for our 5-element sect. The path to immortality has always involved luck." "Old man Jing Huang, are you saying that junior brother Chen Sun is not worthy of breaking into the foundation establishment stage with just one foundation establishment pill?" "Humph, I never intended to do that. Junior brother Chen Sun, don't listen to the nonsense that Taoist Ruanzheng said. This man has gone astray while refining the elixir. You old man Jing Huang, you actually slandered me in front of my new junior brother. Go to the ring. Come on, who's afraid of who?" The atmosphere in the hall was originally harmonious, but now it suddenly became tense. Chen Sun was sweating profusely. He and several elders around him pulled them apart and persuaded them for a long time before they calmed down. Big Black Bull was also very panicked. He kept turning his head to look at the two men. Why did they draw their swords against each other just because of a disagreement? Silence. A cold-faced woman suddenly appeared on the high platform in the hall and said with a frown. Her aura was so strong that it overwhelmed everyone in the hall.